our boy Hansu Lee spent his youth stuck in a hospital bed, where he naturally became absolutely obsessed with video games. But honestly, even the best games got stale after a while, and one day he just couldn't find the fun anymore, raging at the stupid AI for healing the wrong person. See, he played everything from MOBAs to first-person shooters, until he'd grown tired of every genre. Then, one boring afternoon, he stumbled upon this weird indie RPG, a 2D pixel art game called Dungeon and Stone, which was completely out of his usual genre. But hey, it was free, so he figured why not give it a shot. What our boy didn't expect was to immediately get sucked in, spending hours on this vertical scroll dungeon crawler, choosing the Barbarian class, and quickly figuring out the mechanics of the obscure system. He learned that NPC teammates were essential. He got totally immersed, blowing past his bedtime until a nurse had to tell him to keep it down because this silly little game was just that much fun. Problem is, Dungeon and Stone was ridiculously hard, and Hansu spent 9 long years grinding it out, learning every trap pattern. He played through college, his military service, his first job, and even his daily commute, always trying to beat the final boss, always dying, but never giving up, always convinced he just needed one more try. Then after almost a decade, he finally stood at the final boss room, his heart pounding, celebrating the fact that he was the only one to ever get this far, mentally preparing for the ultimate strategy, and feeling the weight of 9 years of effort leading up to this moment. He was determined to gather as much information as possible for a strategy. He wondered what kind of patterns the boss would have, and if he would accidentally kill it in one go. Honestly, he wasn't expecting to win on the first try anyway. He mused about the boss's attributes and ultimate abilities, and then, here's the catch. The second he opened the gate, a weird Korean message popped up saying tutorial complete, which absolutely threw him off because the game was supposed to be English only. He'd spent years painfully translating everything. Suddenly, a blinding ray of light erupted from his screen, followed by intense pain, and then everything just went dark, as a mysterious transmission overtook his desk. When he finally came to, our boy wasn't in his room anymore but standing amidst a group of towering, heavily muscled barbarians, listening to some loud bearded dude giving a speech, all while inexplicably understanding a language he'd never heard before. In his head, this was definitely some kind of super difficult game introduction, and he had no idea why he was even there. He told himself to calm down and gather information, but when he looked down, he saw ritual tattoos covering a massive muscular arm that was definitely not his own, making him realize that his body seemed okay, if a bit huge. As the elder barbarian called out to the recruits to pick their weapons, our transmigrated grinder, still trying to make sense of things, instinctually grabbed a massive double-headed axe. It was a great choice, a decision the elder praised with intense glowing eyes. He realized he was in a very familiar situation. Then when the elder called out Einar Fenelon, the second daughter of Fenelon, to choose her sword, and then named off another recruit who chose a spear and shouted, Rafdonia's blessings be with you, it was confirmed. He was inside Dungeon and Stone. He was living the barbarian character's starting sequence he himself had picked 9 years ago. When he selected his character, this was indeed the barbarian he was just playing. But here's the crazy part. Out of nowhere, another red-haired barbarian freaked out, shouting the game's name and panicking that he was also here, which made our boy realize he wasn't the only transmigrated player. The problem is, just as the red-haired man blurted out Dungeon and Stone, a massive bearded barbarian warrior with glowing red eyes appeared, who had appeared out of nowhere. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before the elder swung his axe without a second thought and brutally executed the screaming player, accusing him of being possessed. The red-haired man could barely confirm this was Dungeon and Stone before he was cut down. His axe landed with the heavy, bloody impact, and the body fell, leaving everyone in shock. The elder then announced that Orm, Kadua's son, was possessed by an evil spirit, leaving Hansu terrified, and realizing he'd be dead if he showed any emotion at all. He made sure to stay calm. The elder then commanded everyone to erase what the evil spirit said, before continuing with their coming-of-age ceremony. This gave our boy 2 crucial pieces of information. First, people like him were called evil spirits, and second, revealing that fact meant instant death, realizing it could have been his head rolling on the ground. The conclusion was clear. He had to get through this without being found out. Problem is, this damn game didn't even tell him his new barbarian name, as the ceremony continued with another warrior being called. He wondered if there was a stat window or something. He couldn't just guess, but the possibilities were too numerous. So, he had to wait for the elder to call out the next warrior for the ceremony, hoping it would be his. Otherwise, he'd have to gamble on a guess and move in 2 seconds. Then the elder's booming voice rang out. Yandel's son, Bjorn, and our barbarian with a gamer's brain, after a tense 2-second pause to ensure no one else stepped up, declared, "Then that's my name." Our boy Bjorn Yandel, still new to this whole barbarian thing, finds himself facing down a formidable foe, looking like he's already seen his share of battles, complete with intense glowing eyes that could pierce your soul. The old warrior in front of him shouts an order to pick a weapon, and Bjorn, ever the gamer, just smirks, already thinking 2 steps ahead. In his head, he's recalling everything he knows about barbarians from his 9 years in Dungeon and Stone, especially how they're naturally strong, but not so great with magic. So, he reaches for a weapon, wondering what kind of close combat dealer he'll spec into this time. That old warrior has no idea the mental calculus happening in front of him. See, our boy has died way too many times in this game, often just picking whatever looked cool, like that massive sword that got him stumped by a monster. Honestly, he's just frustrated with all the dying. He asks himself how to build a character with more survivability, since barely surviving with the typical berserker meta was not exactly a stable playstyle. Then one day, he has an epiphany. Problem is, everyone thinks barbarians are just damage dealers, but they actually have incredibly high vitality and strength, and could totally be tank-worthy if played right. So, with a determined glint in his eye, he decides to embrace the shield and hammer, even if it means way more training. Turns out, this new strategy is so good, he absolutely crushes the game, clearing it with a smug look that says, "I told you so." He never regretted that decision. Naturally, back in the real turned game world, the massive gates of Rafdonia are beginning to groan open, sending debris falling from the ancient structure as the mechanism engages, making the surrounding towers vibrate and those massive chains visible from below. Then, a tattooed barbarian elder announces that everyone who passed the coming-of-age ceremony will enter the labyrinth itself. They're all heading to the city of Rafdonia, ready to face their fate. With the elder shouting about their destiny, the warriors depart, their fate sealed in that dangerous place. A massive group of barbarians charges forward into the night, running through the narrow stone passages. But our boy Bjorn can't help but wonder, as he runs along with them for now, if they even know where they're going. Sadly, the answer is a resounding no, as one panicked barbarian screams that they're lost. Suddenly the barbarians start arguing, furious that their supposed leader has gotten them lost, with Karak, a barbarian elder, scoffing that none of them are any good for following him in the first place. Then Einar Finalin's second daughter, steps up, confidently proclaiming she'll lead everyone, only to realize, just like everyone else, that she's completely lost too, leaving the other barbarians screaming in frustration. Bjorn, watching this chaos, can only think about how brainless these losers are, knowing if this keeps up they'll never reach the labyrinth. Someone, presumably Einar, reaches out to him, and Bjorn is quick to cut her off, asking if she's here to blame him too. He swiftly tells her no, he's here to show them the way, which leaves her genuinely surprised. His ingenious plan? Just follow those other guys, the adventurers who actually know what they're doing. Of course, the adventurers are busy scoffing at the foolish barbarians, but Einar doesn't care, instantly understanding Bjorn's logic, so she loudly proclaims she's found the way to the labyrinth, much to the enthusiastic, if slightly brainless, cheers of the other barbarians. As Bjorn watches on with a wry expression, they charge towards the castle tower, where bright purple energy erupts from the labyrinth entrance, the sacred dimension of battle. Unfortunately, this isn't the game anymore, and Bjorn is definitely stressed, realizing it really is the labyrinth. Back in his past life, Hansu Lee played this game from a hospital bed, but now his life depends on fighting monsters and paying taxes, one of the game's most wicked systems. See, if you're 20 years old in this city and can't pay your taxes by fighting monsters, you get executed, which means even a simple baker would have to enter the labyrinth. The worst part is, as a barbarian he can't get any normal work, since nobody wants to hire a savage to destroy their things, as the game designers put it. The biggest problem is the labyrinth only opens once a month, and he has less than 10 minutes to decide. He sweats, wondering if he can even survive a whole month without a job, knowing his condition would be the worst possible if he waited. Bjorn grips his chest, knowing this isn't a game and his life is genuinely at stake, realizing if he's going in, it's now or never. Suddenly Einar Finalin appears, standing tall, urging him to enter as the portal shrinks, with only 5 minutes left until it closes completely. Bjorn agrees, telling her to go first, and he'll follow right after. Einar thanks him for his help, and Bjorn, ever the stoic, tells her not to bother. She then admits she's never seen a barbarian as clever as him, asking what she needs to do to become wise like him. Our boy, contemplating his own transmigration, replies that she needs to be reborn and always think strategically. She just smiles warmly, oblivious to the true meaning behind his words. Bjorn then wonders if she'll actually make it back, thinking about how barbarians in the game never knew fear. But Einar, always direct, asks if he's afraid of dying too. She admits that she's afraid of dying as a warrior, but urges them both to survive and meet again, understanding that this fear is natural because if they don't kill monsters, they don't survive and meet again. Understanding that this fear is natural because if they don't survive. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain realizes that barbarians learn to overcome that fear and push forward, knowing he too has gained knowledge from thousands of characters. With only 1 minute left, he kicks off, feeling the fear but pushing through, ready to enter the labyrinth before it closes. Bjorn stood in profile, showcasing his muscular barbarian build and tribal tattoos. His face was serious as he came to a stark conclusion. He had a sturdy barbarian body, and his vast game knowledge which he believed would help him survive. But now, alone in the dark, he cursed, realizing things weren't as simple as he thought back then. He looked around cautiously in the pitch black. He flashed back to Einar and others in battle, realizing he couldn't see anything at all. Based on his game knowledge, he knew level 1 of the labyrinth usually had light crystals on the walls, so torches weren't needed. He wondered, don't tell me that this area is the darkness region? He knew the darkness region was a super rare, unlit area on the furthest outskirts of level 1, but it wasn't usually the starting point, making him realize this was real life, not the game. He tried calling for a status window just in case, but nothing happened as he stood in the dark. He placed his hand on the wall, muttering that nothing was working as expected. He felt along the wall in the dark, moving slowly. He thought about crawling to move faster, but knew he needed to be cautious, just in case. Then, a sharp pain shot through his leg as he was caught in a trap. He struggled, realizing it was a goblin trap. He struggled, realizing it was a goblin trap. He crouched with his shield raised, knowing that such relief thoughts were the most dangerous ones, hoping the goblin had gone away for a moment. He had to assume the worst possible scenario, knowing that if there was a trap, a goblin was nearby, and if it heard his scream, it would spot him caught in the trap. He knew a monster was watching from the darkness. It would wait for him to lose his strength, lurking in the dark, which is why he mustn't let out any sound. Following the logic of Dungeon and Stone, he inspected the trap on his leg, gritting his teeth. He cursed barbarians for giving him useless sandals instead of leather boots, then told himself to stop whining and get moving already. His bloodied foot, still in the sandal, stood on the floor as he realized that if he needed to fight, it'd be better to do it quickly. He stood defensively, shield ready, and challenged the goblin hiding in the dark to come out. Our boy Bjorn Yandel is in a nasty situation, having stumbled into yet another sharp trap that leaves his arm and torso of gushing blood, and as he drags himself forward, every part of his body screams in pain, but he has to keep going, desperately needing to find someone to help him before he bleeds out. Struggling for air in the oppressive darkness, he clings to the hope that if he just keeps heading in one direction he'll eventually find a way out, and he can't help but wonder what happened to that combatant he saw earlier, and whether they survived or if they awakened in their original world. Now as he fights against the mounting delirium from blood loss, a crazed grin spreads across his face, realizing that while he's seeing illusions and his mind is going, at least his vision is sharper than ever, and his eye widens with a glint of madness, because he's clearly losing his mind from the immense blood loss. Collapsing and struggling to lift himself, Bjorn hears a voice in his head mock him, asking how he plans on surviving when he's like this. But just as he gasps for air, a warning flashes across his vision, letting him know his vitality is less than 4%, before he finally sees a glorious light, and a group of adventurers walking through a crystal cave. One of them immediately spots our dying barbarian, but instead of rushing to help, they just stand there, judging him as a mere novice, and in his head Bjorn is cursing them out, asking why they're just staring if they know he's a novice, while out loud, all he can manage is a choked growl, barely able to breathe, much less speak. The armored knight just stands there, refusing to offer a hand, and then a sinister smirk spreads across his face, asking his priestess if she could treat Bjorn. Naturally, Priestess Ursina, looking down with a cold expression, flatly refuses, leaving the knight to smirk and say, "Ah, is that right?" The problem is, even though they have a high-level priestess, she's under some temple regulation, so the knight has to settle for negotiating with another party member for a potion, and after some haggling over its emergency-only status, the vial of red liquid is finally procured. The knight hands the potion to Bjorn, warning him that since it's not healing, it's going to hurt like hell. Sure enough, as the red liquid pours onto his skin, Bjorn's eyes fly wide open in shock, and he screams in pure agony, because it feels like his entire body is melting, an agonizing experience that he now understands is why they don't allow these potions to be used mid-battle. Phew. Finally recovered and kneeling on the ground in exhaustion, Bjorn realizes he truly thought he was going to die, but the knight standing over him has no interest in his pain, instead demanding to know how a novice got there first, making Bjorn realize that this was their entire objective. They just wanted to buy information. After a thoughtful pause, the knight suggests that due to dimensional instability, travelers can sometimes fall into the outskirts of the darkness, which Bjorn confirms, explaining that such an event is so rare, it only happens once every 100 years. He also notes that this party has a mage and a priestess, meaning they are at least mid to high level, and they just walk away, dismissing his unique story as merely interesting and lucky. The blonde knight even smiles confidently, while Bjorn, still bloody and battle-worn, glares after them with a serious expression as the party treks away, leaving him in the dust. His bloody hand grips his metal shield, and in his head he knows he should be happy just to have survived, but honestly, the feeling of being pitied by these people is just disgusting. Meanwhile, the blonde knight Drouse talks to a teammate about how lucky that barbarian was to survive a goblin trap on the first floor, while a female archer and redhead knight squabble about who was too cheap to give him a potion. The archer argues that if temple regulations hadn't prevented it, the priestess would have healed him instantly. She continues to lecture her companion, telling him he should learn a thing or two from Drouse, who smiles humbly as they praise his consideration in asking about a secret passage, chalking it up to barbarians not liking help. The knights continue through the dungeon, wondering when this barbarian's blood trail is finally going to stop, but as they discuss the barbarian's mentality, they realize he wasn't so lucky after all. Drouse, ever the knowledgeable guide, points out a shortcut, and the archer and priestess compliment him for memorizing the entire first floor map, unlike most guides. Suddenly, a cloaked man casts a spell, and a bright magical light streaks down a rocky wall, sending the party into terror. One of them asks Drouse how long it would take to get to where they found Bjorn without the shortcut, and when he replies around 15 kilometers, the older man is visibly shocked, making the female archer realize he must be out of his mind to have crawled that far. Another man looks uneasy, wondering if he could have crawled for hours without certainty. Then someone points out that Bjorn even showed them a magic crystal as a trade, making Drouse regret his earlier words, realizing that Bjorn, even after crawling all that time, didn't forget his trade item because he knew he'd have nothing else to offer. Bjorn is absolutely raging in his head, his face screaming in intense emotion, because he is definitely not lucky, or going to die early, and no matter how hard things get or how much agony he must face, lunatics like him will not die unless it's a special circumstance. Our boy Bjorn, still badly injured and bleeding, is locked in a desperate fight against endless goblins, punching and swinging his shield as the annoying little green guys just keep coming, and honestly, he was nervous at first, covered in blood and utterly exhausted from the constant fighting, but luckily, his gamer's brain meant the traps were obvious, lying uncovered on the ground like idiots, so he just steps right over them, even as a goblin tries an ambush, easily deflecting the axe. He's wondering why these dumb creatures don't even try to hide their traps properly. But the bigger problem, he realizes, is that he's absolutely starving. Remembering the measly food the deputy chief gave him, he reaches for the bundle, only to find there's barely anything left, which is a huge problem for someone who just survived a dungeon crawl after a dimensional instability. Forced to ration, he chews tiny pieces of crusty dehydrated bread, which is surprisingly delicious when you're this hungry and thirsty, but then the agonizing realization hits him that he has no water. It's one thing after another, honestly, and the worst part is, this isn't just a game where eating magically made him hydrated. No, this is a real world that only happens to have game-like rules, meaning he needs real water, and since the deputy chief didn't give him any, he's sure there has to be a supply in the labyrinth somewhere. Sure enough, he hears the sound of water and spots a shadowy figure, but the craziest part is, it's another person, slumped on the ground. He thinks back to Blondie's party, his only other human encounter, and remembers how adventurers usually avoid interaction unless absolutely necessary. Our boy Bjorn then counts the glowing pink gemstones he's collected from all the goblins he's hunted, 44 in total. That's a lot, but he's utterly wiped out from the effort, so sleepy he could just drop, but another problem weighs on his mind. He tries to form an alliance with two terrified adventurers, only for them to apologize and say their party is already full, even adding that they're not keen on Barbarians, leaving Bjorn cursing them out as motherfuckers because, apparently, he just isn't refined enough for these city folk. But then, a man with a backpack and a hammer approaches, smiling, and asking if Bjorn is looking for an overnight companion. Bjorn, confused, wonders who this guy is, but quickly figures out that in-game terms, it means a night companion for co-op. He admits he is indeed looking for one, and the man, Hans, introduces himself, clearly relieved. Bjorn, extending his hand, introduces himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel, and Hans quickly agrees, saying he'll just call him Bjorn. But then Hans, with a suggestive look, asks if just the two of them should spend the night, leaving Bjorn utterly bewildered and wondering what the hell is going on with this guy's manner of speaking, but agrees to form a party anyway. Hans asks if he can sleep first, having won their game of rock, paper, scissors, while Bjorn curses his terrible luck, knowing he always loses. Hans, probably thinking barbarians can't read, hands Bjorn a fancy watch and explains how to use it, but Bjorn just takes it, internally annoyed at being underestimated and already planning to use Hans's prejudice to his advantage later. He sits there watching Hans sleep soundly, complaining about the boredom and how quiet it is without any goblins or adventurers to fight. Finally, Hans wakes and Bjorn tells him it's his turn. Hans asks if anything happened, and Bjorn flatly replies, no. Hans thanks him and tells Bjorn to get some sleep, promising to wake him in 2 hours. What Hans doesn't know is that Bjorn has no intention of resting, because how can he possibly trust someone he just met? So, our boy Bjorn pretends to snore loudly, testing Hans, while Hans, watching the dumb barbarian sleeping like a log, gloats internally, confident that he can easily read Bjorn's simple mind, all while hoping Bjorn doesn't notice his ulterior motives. But, plot twist, Bjorn didn't sleep a wink, using his own feigned sleep as a trap to observe Hans, utterly exhausted but still on guard. Realizing he just can't fall asleep in this situation, not with a stranger, Hans, upon waking, doesn't blame Bjorn for not sleeping, and even offers to re-explain the watch or make up for Bjorn's missed sleep, showing surprising kindness that genuinely shocks Bjorn, knowing this doesn't fit the cutthroat game world he knows. Hans, still smiling warmly, asks why Bjorn didn't sleep more, holding his glowing hammer, and Bjorn just stares, wondering what this guy's true deal is. Bjorn, despite his suspicions, starts to reconsider Hans, because this guy spoke to him first, didn't blame him for falling asleep, and even refused compensation for his mistake, a complete anomaly in the cutthroat dungeon and stone he knows. He's still confused by Hans's casual friendliness, but can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, this weirdo isn't so bad after all. Hans, still all smiles, then asks if he's finally up and casually offers to explain the watch again, completely oblivious to the internal struggle Bjorn's having, then asks Bjorn again why he didn't sleep more, almost like a concerned friend, leaving our boy truly stumped about what Hans's true deal is. Seriously, what is this guy? Our boy Bjorn instantly realizes the friendly overnight companion from before is actually an assassin, as a powerful impact sends another man flying, and he has to anchor himself to the ground just to stay upright. The attacker, utterly shocked that Bjorn could dodge his move, is completely taken aback. Bjorn's eyes are glowing red, a clear sign his inner rage has ignited, and what this idiot doesn't know is that Bjorn isn't interested in his pathetic excuses, as he tries to flee, shouting about stopping for a moment, but he just gets a powerful blow that sends him flying. The attacker coughs up blood, and Bjorn closes the distance. The wounded attacker pleads for mercy, begging for a chance to explain, but Bjorn, looming over him, delivers a final brutal smash, roaring, "Send mash, you fucker!" The impact throws the man forcefully to the ground, leaving him gasping for breath and apologizing, as he begs, I am sorry. Nash sternly pleads for his life, but Bjorn stands over him, demanding to know why he did it. The attacker confesses he wanted Bjorn's magic crystals and shield, claiming he was just gonna knock him out, but our barbarian kicks him, then steps on him, demanding he be honest this one last time. The problem is, killing another adventurer is a serious crime, and it's not until Bjorn forces the issue that the terrified man admits barbarian hearts are being sold at a steep price, used as ingredients for a new spell. Our barbarian instantly understands he wasn't just another adventurer to this man, he was simply like a goblin, tough to catch, but precious enough to yield a big reward. Bjorn unleashes a powerful glowing attack, questioning why the man chose to ambush him now instead of when he first fell asleep, but his prisoner just desperately pleads for one more chance, only to get a final, bloody end. He will not get another chance. Honestly, killing a man for the first time unlocks a new achievement for Bjorn, increasing his overall item levels by 30 and permanently boosting his mental stats by 1 point. He then reflects that it was only after killing this man that he truly graduated from living like a savage, finally using his bottle for water, a compass for direction, and potions for healing, able to live like a man. Bjorn continues his brutal journey, dispatching goblins with a single hit of his hammer, feeling almost like he's in somebody else's body during battle as his stats rise. By the second day, goblins start appearing in pairs, but our barbarian fights them off easily, knowing his battle stats have gone up. He crushes another one. Sadly, the relentless fighting since encountering that human is taking its toll, and Bjorn, utterly exhausted, feels like he's going to die from fatigue if he doesn't get some sleep soon. The worst part is, as soon as he tries to doze off, those annoying goblins decide to show up, leaving him seething with irritation. He explodes, roaring, "E hasn't Edie Hades and Ben Pen mine its you aces, you assholes," as his hammer descends with massive force, pulverizing them. The impact sends dust and debris everywhere. Bjorn finally finds a moment of peace to rest against a stone wall, and falls into a much-needed sleep. Of course, a goblin ambushes him in his sleep, stabbing him with a knife, but Bjorn, exploding with rage, yells, "You fucking asshole! Fucking asshole! Ayy!" and strikes it down. He breathes heavily, too exhausted to pursue the fleeing goblin, which snarls before running away, leaving Bjorn to grip his chest in pain, realizing how vulnerable he was in his sleep. He thinks if he were any shorter, that goblin would have stabbed him in the throat, reminding him he really needs proper rest. Bjorn grimaces as he drinks a healing potion, wondering why it hurts more than being stabbed, and continues his weary journey through the dark tunnels. Suddenly, a group of humans, unlike yesterday's snobs, eagerly approach, asking if our barbarian is looking for a companion, trying to convince him to join their party, saying, "Since you're a barbarian, we can trust you." Bjorn, wary of human intentions, immediately rejects them, stating he's looking for another barbarian. Walking away, he realizes with his huge build, his struggles on the first floor must seem laughable to others, but after receiving a blessing from a stranger, he decides it doesn't matter if it's a barbarian or not, as long as it's not a human, just an overnight companion will do. See, he reasons, most other species have special traits unlike humans, making them less likely to betray for chump change, and after roaming the cave for about an hour, he finds his chosen companion, a startled elf, stumbling through the dark labyrinth, his steps uncertain like a toddler's. Our heavy-hitting hero finds an injured fairy, who immediately looks up in alarm. Bjorn, the barbarian with a gamer's brain, stands over her and asks if she's alone. Noticing how on guard she is, and figures anyone would be intimidated by a large barbarian when injured, he observes the wound on her stomach, thinking a goblin dagger couldn't have done that, and wonders if she was hurt by a human. Our protagonist waits patiently, but the silver-haired fairy suddenly kneels, begging him for help and calling him Mr. Barbarian, pleading tearfully to be let go just once because she has a little brother to take care of. Bjorn is absolutely flummoxed, thinking about what kind of elf has no backbone, as most elves in the game were cold and unyielding, so he decides to try and look friendly by giving her a smile. He grins and reassures her he has no intention of killing her, but our scared elf immediately shouts, "Liar!" and keeps pleading for her life, making Bjorn wonder what barbarians supposedly do to get such a bad reputation. Confused by her extreme intimidation, he ignores the barb stereotype and offers her some lychee leaves for her wound, which she recognizes as precious medical supplies. She asks why he's helping, to which our pragmatic protagonist replies, "Must there be a reason to help someone?" while internally adding that he wants her to be his overnight companion. He sees she's injured, fatigued, and beautiful, making her situation much worse than his. Bjorn observes that she's already used the medical supplies, proving she's pretty handy. Since she seems less guarded now, the fairy is surprised to introduce himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel. The fairy is surprised, introducing herself simply as Erwin, son of Yandel. The fairy is surprised, introducing herself. Our barbarian with the gamer's brain asks her directly why she's still so afraid of him. Erwin explains it's because she's an elf and he's a barbarian, revealing that elves and barbarians are actually hostile towards each other. Bjorn is shocked, remembering the game lore where their relations were good, and he learns there was a war 10 years ago that he was unaware of. But Erwin quickly assures him she holds no ill will and doesn't want to fight. Our transmigrated grinder reassures her that he doesn't harbor ill will either. To her visible relief, Erwin then proposes they cooperate as overnight companions, since they are both incredibly tired. She asks him to swear upon his warrior's honor that he will not harm her. Bjorn, who doesn't give a damn about warrior's honor, but knows it's useful, agrees to swear, and both Bjorn and Erwin make their oaths not to harm each other during the night. Our weary warrior decides he can finally get some proper sleep, and offers to sleep first, assuming Erwin would prefer that. He lies down, planning to fake sleep for 10 minutes, but his exhaustion is too much, and he's woken 2 hours later by Erwin, realizing he wasn't even able to pretend. He realizes the synergy of the blanket and backpack must have been too powerful, so he offers them to Erwin for comfort. Erwin is surprised and delighted by his kindness, gratefully accepting them. Our silver-haired fairy covers herself, clearly touched by the gesture. Bjorn watches Erwin fall asleep instantly, like a light switch being flicked off, and realizes she was just as exhausted as him, probably having an equally tiring day. He reflects on how it feels like 5 days, but it's only been 3, and contemplates his real life, wondering if he's been reported missing. Deciding there's nothing for him back home anyway, he stops dwelling on it, fearing his willpower will break, and prepares for his next turn standing guard. With just 10 minutes left until his watch ends, Bjorn wonders if he should ask Erwin to become a permanent comrade, considering how much he could pull her weight in battle. He weighs the pros and cons of splitting rewards versus having safe sleep and help with the goblin swarms, which have been intense lately. Suddenly, mysterious figures appear. Noticing them and recognizing Erwin, our barbarian with the gamer's brain stands up and confronts the intruders, stating that he and Erwin are overnight companions. He aggressively dismisses their curiosity about how much time is left, saying he has no obligation to respond. Bjorn gives a smirk, then decides it's time to go. He worries, realizing he's got a bad feeling about this, and that the intruders were definitely looking for Erwin. He gently shakes our sleeping elf, who groggily asks for 5 more minutes. Our protagonist looks annoyed, frustrated that she wants to keep sleeping while about to get completely screwed. As the danger looms, our quick-thinking barbarian frantically tries to wake Erwin, asking why she's pretending to sleep. Our terrified elf looks panicked and tearful, confessing that she's afraid he'll desert her. Erwin cries, certain Bjorn will leave her to face the pursuers alone. Our cunning chief asks what happened between her and the 2 figures from the night before. Erwin initially denies anything, then admits they're from the Crystal Union, probably the same clan as the human who hurt her. She explains the symbol on their garments, identifies them as the Crystal Union, who do their main business on the first floor. Bjorn is taken aback, realizing she's only 20 years old. He tells her to talk while they move to save time, agreeing to hear her story before deciding anything. Erwin, ecstatic, quickly agrees to listen while moving since they're already behind schedule. She recounts meeting the Union manager on her first day in the labyrinth. She woke up to him looming over her, telling her to go back to sleep, and later learned he was a clan manager. Erwin managed to escape, but the Union members kept attacking her, which is how she got injured. She mentions they used message stones to pursue her, a device Bjorn never saw in his game. Our quick-thinking barbarian demands more details, as Erwin explains these mystic devices allow communication up to 300 meters, like walkie-talkies. Bjorn quickly analyzes the situation, nowhere to run, lots of manpower, and magic comms mean he can't possibly leave Erwin behind, and holds his shield defensively. He asks why they're still chasing her, guessing it's to shut her up, but Erwin looks down, hinting there's more to it. She admits she hit him somewhere bad. Bjorn tells her they're increasing speed, checking if she's good with that. She replies, yes, for now, and they kick into a sprint like a suddenly unleashed greyhound. He asks for the distance between them and the chasers, and Erwin reports it's still around 150 meters. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks determined, straining as they continue to run. He focuses on the path ahead, his massive hammer ready. Our silver-haired sprite, looking worried, calls out to him. She starts nervously listing her skills, good at laundry, cleaning, and archery, along with spirit magic, to prove her worth as a comrade. Erwin poses with her bow flame magic, to prove her worth as a comrade. Erwin poses with her bow. Bjorn looks thoughtful and serious. Processing this new information, Erwin nervously explains that when she was escaping, she flung her knife around, and it happened to strike him in a very unfortunate place. She laughs nervously while elaborating that it was completely severed and couldn't even be reattached with potions. Bjorn is visibly horrified, shouting that's more than enough reason to chase her, and asks why she's laughing. Erwin apologizes, saying she just thought it was karma. Our big-hearted boss looks focused as Erwin warns him someone is following them, still about 150 meters behind. Bjorn then formally offers for her to become his comrade until they get out of the labyrinth, stating he'll take 90% of the rewards with no complaints accepted, to which she immediately agrees. Erwin reports they're only 100 meters ahead, closing in even as they run at maximum speed, so Bjorn decides they need a different approach. He tells Erwin they're going to veer off and orders her to summon her spirit. Erwin quickly complies, summoning a flame spirit. As they run through the dark dungeon, Bjorn reflects on returning to this area. He notes the pursuers feel closer now, then orders Erwin to cancel the summon. Bjorn observes that the pursuer came in despite the darkness and stopped right by them, realizing this means they have proper tracking methods. He calls out to Erwin, ordering her to shoot. Erwin aims quickly and fires her arrow into the darkness. She stands shaken after the shot, but Bjorn praises her, saying her quick actions saved them from danger. He observes their fallen pursuer. Bjorn picks up a glowing communication device from the body, hearing panicked calls of Certain. Our cunning chief impersonates the fallen pursuer, yelling that Certain is out of contact and to gather at the Goblin District. He stares intensely as he delivers the message, sending the Crystal Union on a wild goose chase. Our gamer Barbarian sits down to check the meager loot from the fallen explorer, the Crystal Union called Certain, and while he inventories the paltry haul of crystals and daggers, Erwin appears in her new leather gear, telling him it feels a bit weird, but that it's much better than her old cloth. Our broad-shouldered leader notes that her aura has changed for the better along with their outfit. Now looking much more confident, Erwin asks how to use the message stone, guessing there must be a button on its side. Suddenly a menacing broadcast blasts from it, declaring, Turton was in pursuit of the elf bitch was defeated. The bitch is located in the Goblin District. She's with a barbarian who's got a hammer and shield. The voice continues, the barbarian who's got a hammer and shield. The voice continues, the bounty is 10,000 gold, making Erwin react in terror, trembling as she calls out to our pragmatic strategist. Bjorn, however, calms her, telling her not to worry and to summon her spirit because they're going to travel along the outskirts. Without missing a beat, our hammer-wielding hero drops another bombshell, announcing they're heading to the second floor, which makes Erwin gasp in shock and question if they're really going alone. Erwin reminds him that the first and second floors are completely different, but Bjorn asserts that they'll be alright if they stay near the entrance. He explains that he's well aware of the danger, but that since they're such a good match, why veer a good match? Erwin blushes and stumbles over her words, as Bjorn details that a melee tanker and a long-range dealer has always been a solid combination. He explains that if he's gonna form a party with Erwin, the first floor won't yield good margins, but she remains hesitant, comparing it to diving into an orc lair to avoid goblins. The message stone crackles again with even more vile threats, promising, if you find the elf bitch, we'll give you first dibs on enjoying her on top of the 10,000 gold. Bjorn, without a trace of hesitation, reassures a trembling Erwin not to worry, telling her he is not leaving her, even as the unseen speaker callously discussing off her arms and legs. With the union members bantering about leaving the important bits, Erwin makes her decision, telling him, I'll go to the second floor. Our transmigrated brain thinks this was perfectly timed, as he no longer needs to convince her, musing that he always liked helping those in need, especially when it benefited him. If he can mess with such disgusting trash, then there was no reason not to help. As they walk through the dark labyrinth, Erwin asks our warrior with a gamer's brain if he even knows the way to the second floor. Bjorn admits he doesn't know the exact path, but he knows if they keep heading north, they'll eventually reach it. He explains that the dungeon is designed for the darkness to guide you to upper floor portals. Suddenly, Erwin cries out for him to wait, spotting a goblin trap on the floor, which Bjorn notes is pretty late for them to appear. Our pragmatic strategist reacts with frustration, wondering if goblins don't appear frequently in the light and how unlucky he must be, before declaring he'll handle it himself. He instructs Erwin not to use her spirit, to which she awkwardly agrees. Just then, goblins ambush them from the darkness, and Erwin, quick as lightning, strikes an attacking goblin with her bow. She expertly takes aim as another closes in, and Bjorn observes her impressive archery, admitting she must really be an elf. Erwin asks how she did, and Bjorn confirms she did well, complimenting her natural elf archery skill. Our barbarian with the gamer's brain hands Erwin her 9 shares of the magic crystals, confirming their 9-1 split. She beams happily, eager to earn enough for her younger sibling, and while Bjorn gives her a skeptical look, Erwin promises to work hard. The message stone then crackles with an update. The bounty on the elf is now 20,000 gold, dead or alive. As he carries Erwin on his back through the dark labyrinth, Bjorn reflects that the union members seem disorganized, with many uninterested in the bounty, yet he finds finds it suspicious that things are going too well. He senses that his usual bad luck is due to strike soon, and just as he thinks it, Erwin cries out that ghouls are ambushing them, appearing in a section of the labyrinth where Bjorn knows they shouldn't be, according to the game's monster distribution. Our broad-shouldered leader questions if they roam too far, or if he needs to fight them alone. He quickly decides they'll fight together, explaining the strange experience system of Dungeon and Stone, where you only get experience for defeating a monster species for the first time. This makes the unexpected ghoul encounter a great situation to level up, so he takes the lead, telling Erwin to handle the ones at the back. Bjorn notes that ghouls shouldn't attack until they're within a certain range, which thankfully proves true as they charge forward. Our hammer-wielding hero smashes into the charging ghoul like a boulder rolling downhill, stopping it in its tracks and easily dispatching it. He finds their pattern simple compared to goblins, especially with a trusty comrade by his side. However, Erwin calls out to him again, pointing to bloodstains on the labyrinth floor that she suspects aren't from goblins. She thinks the blood leads in their desired direction. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks worried, wondering if it could be, but quickly dismisses the thought. A bloodstained sandal lies next to a bear trap, amplifying his frustration as he remembers his own arrival in this world. He's furious at his bad luck, wondering if he could have gone in the other direction. Erwin, seeing his distress, misunderstands completely, apologizing and asking if she did something wrong. She thinks he lost a precious comrade here, but Bjorn, surprised by her empathy, quickly assures her it's not her fault and that he didn't lose anyone. Our pragmatic strategist then asks if she's ready to go up, and Erwin, still a bit scared, admits that she doesn't think she'll die if she stays with him. Bjorn pauses for a moment before agreeing to move forward. So, with Erwin echoing her resolve, they walk towards the glowing portal, ready to face the second floor. Our rough-landing hero and his fairy companion tumble headfirst through the portal, plummeting into the second floor, which the system announces is the Goblin Forest. Bjorn crashes hard onto the ground, causing Erwin to cry out, "Mister," but he insists he's fine even though he's clearly grimacing in pain. He can't help but notice that Erwin, true to her fairy agility, landed perfectly, something he's totally envious of. He wonders if they've arrived in the northern area of the Goblin Forest, and Erwin confirms her excellent night vision helps her see just as well. However, she's confused about the forest environment, as she'd never heard of the second floor being a forest. Our seasoned gamer Barbarian mentally pulls up the game map, revealing the second floor has 4 distinct areas: the northern Goblin Forest, the western Land of the Dead with its zombies, and the southern Dark Rocky Mountains, home to golems. But Erwin clarifies that all these paths eventually lead to the third floor. So, with all routes heading down, she asks what their next move is. Our calculating chief thinks it over, realizing they can't just hang out by the portal all day. He explains there are time limits: 168 hours for the first floor and 240 for the second, before deciding they need to start exploring. Erwin happily agrees as they head deeper into the forest. As they walk, she's delighted to be surrounded by trees again, giddily commenting that it feels nostalgic, like her own fairy shrine, though she asks if only monsters live here. Bjorn reminds her there are traps, and tells her to stick to his footsteps, even pointing out another one hidden on the ground. He then uses his axe to disable it with a quick flick of his wrist. Erwin points out another trap she's found, and Bjorn, slightly surprised, asks if this is the rumored detection ability of fairies. He quietly admits to himself that she's suddenly looking a lot more dependable, but immediately catches himself, thinking there's no need to praise her. Erwin reacts to his bluntness with an offend, He watches her for a moment, thinking about how easy she is to control as a proper explorer. Bjorn explains that while there are traps on this floor, there are no goblins in the immediate area, because, unlike the first floor, these traps are just terrain features. He then tells her to go ahead of him, which she readily does. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain recalls that this place was always called the Goblin Forest in the game, and that goblins here move in groups of about a dozen, often with mutant warriors or archers further from the portal. They plan to stay close to the entrance, just in case they need to retreat immediately to the first floor. As they move, Erwin triggers a trap, but it's a false alarm. She spotted it in time. She asks Bjorn if she did well, and he actually replies with genuine praise, "You are so good. You're a proper excungent." But their moment is cut short as Erwin alerts him to a group of goblins. Bjorn asks how many, and she estimates there are definitely more than 10. He notes her incredible ability to move through the tall grass without making a single sound, something only a fairy could do. Erwin crouches by a tree to scout ahead, drawing her bow and taking aim at the distant goblins. Bjorn watches as she releases an arrow, but can't tell if she hit anything because they're too far away. They charge forward together, and Bjorn observes that this group is 3 times larger than what they'd usually encounter on the first floor, and there's even a goblin warrior in the mix, making it a genuinely intimidating sight. But our determined chief feels no fear at all, his warrior's heart twitching with anticipation. He lets out a primal shout, charging headfirst into the goblin swarm. He slams his shield into a goblin, then swings it wide to strike another 2 from both sides. Bjorn deflects a knife, narrowly avoiding having his head taken off. He grunts that they won't even give him a moment to catch his breath, acknowledging that even normal goblins are threatening when there are more than 5 of them. But he's not alone, as Erwin fires an arrow from a distance supporting him, and Bjorn realizes she's repositioned herself perfectly. He glares at the remaining goblins enraged, shouts, "You bastards! Karm ate me!" ready to finish them all. Bjorn is checking out his loot, seeing a glowing pink magic crystal on the ground, and he's thrilled because he earned 11 magic crystals from just one goblin group, way more than he got on the first floor, even if he can't loot their gear. Our fairy companion Erwin just grins, clearly wanting more. So, our barbarian with a gamer's brain decides they need to keep moving. Once they venture beyond a 3-kilometer radius, they start running into goblin groups every 5 minutes, and these aren't just any goblins, but archers with glowing yellow eyes. One even zooms in with stealth magic, which Bjorn instantly recognizes. "It's stealth magic. Concentrate," he barks, getting ready with a shield, as Erwin quickly replies, "Okay," while more goblins disappear into the forest. Our transmigrated grinder swings his heavy hammer down on a goblin, barely pausing as another goblin aims an arrow at him, but Bjorn's already lining up his next strike. He focuses intently, pushing through the chaos, leaping towards a goblin archer archer lurking in the shadows. Our tattooed tribal chief grips his hammer tightly, then smashes it down onto the archer. "Let's take a break," he finally says, and Erwin, looking utterly exhausted, breathes out, "Finally! How many hours have we been going around?" She even asks about a sleeping bag as their gear rests against a tree, arrows in a quiver, spear, and shield. Later that night, Bjorn sits, watching her sleep, thinking how utterly exhausted she must have been. He notes that she never made a sound sleeping before, but then guesses maybe she just feels safer now. He looks up into the dark forest, reflecting on the massive rewards they've gained compared to the first floor, but also how they're starting to encounter other explorer groups, sometimes even with otherworldly species. Even though they've just passed by each other so far, the mere sight of them drains his energy. Our big guy stares intently, as Erwin sleeps soundly with her silver hair spread out, until her amber eyes suddenly snap open. "Am I that pretty?" she teases, pulling the blanket over herself with a happy expression, leaving Bjorn to wonder what's up with her, because the other fairies he knew weren't like this. The next day, our transmigrated grinder is back to fighting goblins, barking orders like, "This side first," with Erwin quickly responding, "Okay." They take another short rest, Erwin on a rock and Bjorn sleeping nearby, then continue their journey, Bjorn following close. "It's finally time to leave the labyrinth," he declares to her. Erwin, looking exhausted again, leans against her rolled-up sleeping mat. "It'd be better to get there earlier than late," our barbarian with a gamer's brain states, looking alert. But then they spot new traps, meaning the goblin groups have respawned. "We'll fight," Bjorn says with an intense expression. And lurking in the forest, a group of menacing blue goblins stares back. One blue goblin reacts in shock as it's struck, as Bjorn stands in a powerful stance, shrouded in a red aura, ready for battle. He looms over a group of terrified goblins, his eye glowing with an intense red light. While the blue goblins prepare for battle, our hammer wielder brutally strikes one with his shield, barking that Erwin will handle the archers while he goes for the warriors first. He lands a powerful blow, causing an impact explosion. Bjorn stands victorious, surrounded by a faint glowing aura, confident he's become a master at these scuffles, dubbing himself Bjorn the Thousand-Armed and Thousand-Eyed Avalokiteshvara. But then, a goblin attacks him from behind in the shadows. He stands in the forest, surrounded by falling defeated goblins, realizing Erwin had only mentioned 2 archers. He gives a thumbs up, and Erwin, looking happy and flustered after a successful shot, proudly announces, "Here." A defeated goblin releases a glowing essence, and she says she killed all the archers because she didn't want him worrying about them while he fought, before quickly apologizing. "Oh, is that why?" Bjorn replies, and she confirms that uncertain information could be more dangerous. Our tattooed tribal chief touches his nose with a self-satisfied expression. Suddenly Erwin points toward a glowing item, shouting, "Something cool there." A close-up shows the glowing essence dropped by the defeated goblin, and Bjorn recognizes it as an essence. He reacts with sweat on his brow, looking distressed. In a flashback to his past life as Hansu Lee, he types at a keyboard, recalling that essences are part of Dungeon and Stone's skill system, granting passive and active skills as basically cheat keys, more valuable than treasure. He remembers there's a limit to how many you can absorb, and the ability varies wildly by goblin, meaning character fate depends on which ones are taken. Standing next to Erwin, he exclaims that the drop rate is near 0, and he never expected to see one here, while Erwin is surprised to see an essence. Erwin asks, "Become a goblin if you eat it?" Our big guy quickly reassures her that she'd only earned part of the goblin's abilities, like the guy who chased them on the first floor took a razor mane wolf's essence to track them by scent, then asks, "Do you want it?" Erwin gives a confident thumbs up, making Bjorn think she's getting thick-skinned, but decides, whatever. He contemplates his future, knowing he already has an essence in mind and can't just take any without considering the long game, because a goblin archer's essence isn't that tempting for a barbarian like him. Bjorn starts to address Erwin seriously, but they're interrupted by an agitated explorer pointing and shouting, "Right now." Erwin is terrified, asking what he means as she's cut off. Bjorn places his large hands heavily on her shoulders, realizing they were too lucky. He forces her out of the way, making her shriek, "Ha!" as a bright flash of magic erupts from the essence. The male explorer looks on shock, hand raised to his face. Bjorn stands stoically as the magical light fades behind him. The unknown explorer reaches out, shouting, "That essence was ours!" As a group of explorers gather in the dimly lit forest, Erwin stands defensively behind Bjorn, thanking him. A close-up shows an angry explorer sneering, and Bjorn faces the group. 2 other explorers stare with worried expressions. Our transmigrated grinder grimps, his weapon, ready to fight. "Come at me. Go fuck off if you're scared," he challenges as the antagonist group approaches. The moment Erwin absorbed the essence, our quick-thinking barbarian grabbed her hand and they ran, pushing her to "Don't slow down until we get to the portal." Erwin, looking back, asks if their pursuers are really gone, right? Bjorn thinks they'll probably end up at the same place, as the 4-person party waiting at the floor entrance was planning to return to the city on the 7th day, doing exactly the same thing as them. Our tactical fighter explains to Erwin that their goals aligned with the rival groups, leaving her shocked to hear their pursuers were so strategically aligned. 50 meters from the portal, Bjorn announces, but then he spots something and spins around, changing their direction, declaring they'll go the opposite way for now. As he carries a startled Erwin through the forest, a magical arrow impacts the ground near them, and Bjorn immediately realizes this arrow isn't from a goblin archer. As Erwin recovers, he confirms it's the guys from earlier, deducing their plan to lure them with goblins, and then wait on the opposite side to tire them out. Erwin, glowing with magic, suggests using her new essence power, and Bjorn quickly explains she absorbed a goblin archer's essence, which according to the game system, increases stats and adds both passive and active skills. It's Erwin then successfully cloaks herself in stealth magic, looking surprised, and asks, "Huh, it worked?" Bjorn hands her a heavy rolled-up pack, his face set with grim determination. As he prepares for what's next, Erwin looks concerned, asking if it won't be dangerous on your own, but our tactical fighter is already gone, running off into the dark woods as she calls out, "Wait, mister!" He finds a dark cavernous area, deciding it should be enough space, and immediately Shortly, goblins swarm him from the left. He fights them off relentlessly, leaping to strike with his hammer, frustrated that the crossbow attacker hasn't shown themselves since the first attack. He swings his hammer aggressively, crushing goblins in a swift melee, sending shockwaves through their swarm. He fends off another attack, but then a goblin leaps onto him from behind, catching him by surprise. Our relentless warrior continues to fight, gritting his teeth and remembering he also has to keep the crossbow guy in mind, all without Erwin's help. He's huffing, face bloodied, his heavy hammer smashing the ground, and the panting turns to a grim realization. It's getting a bit dangerous now. As he kneels, exhausted, his eyes widen in surprise. Two arrows fly at him simultaneously, and he quickly identifies them as one from a goblin archer and the other from the crossbow. With intense concentration, he uses his shield to deflect one incoming arrow midair, but the goblin's arrow finds its mark. Fuck, he curses, as the goblin's arrow pierces his elbow, and he immediately realizes it's imbued with poison, making his arm immobile. Looking down at his dropped hammer, he faces a tactical decision between his shield and hammer, and firmly chooses the shield, gripping it with his remaining functional arm. He charges forward, shield raised high, but acknowledges he still won't be able to block the crossbow attacks. He kicks a goblin and crushes another with his shield in the chaotic melee. His face, sweating and determined, shows his resilience as he stands firm, enveloped in a red aura. Two goblin enemies lurk in the shadows, but then our injured chieftain realizes he doesn't need to fight them all. Suddenly, two armored warriors emerge from behind a bush, and one comments, "Unexpected, impressive." Bjorn notes there's no crossbow guy among them, as the warrior mocks him, asking, "Where's that fairy bitch?" Bjorn glares intensely, surrounded by his dark red aura, as the smug warrior leers at him, asking if he's injured, and offering to let him go if he reveals Erwin's location. Our tactical fighter simply smiles with a devious, calculating expression, thinking to himself, "Let me go. Says he think I'm that stupid?" The attackers call him a psycho. Does he think I'm that stupid? The attackers call him a psycho. One warns the others not to let their guard down, and Bjorn lunges at them, struggling on the ground with his injured left arm. He wonders if Erwin found the crossbow archer and knows he needs to send a unique signal. Raising his hand to channel power, and with a determined and sharp expression decides, "I'll use this." Last we saw our barbarian with a gamer's brain had just forced Erwin to absorb a rare essence, and now he's plunged headfirst into a brutal battle with the hostile explorers. Hoping his fairy archer understood the signal to retreat, he charges forward, shield raised, and clashes with an armored opponent. As a sword strikes hard, an enemy brings his blade down and our transmigrated grinder takes a punishing hit, feeling Elias's strength like a sledgehammer. But he can't back off, not when he needs to create an opening for Erwin. He continues to struggle, a weapon strike reflected in his sweat-beaded eye, as a glowing attack slices through the air. Our tattooed tribal chief glares intensely, when suddenly, another enemy shouts, "An arrow!" A glowing projectile strikes the ground near Bjorn, and he briefly wonders if it's a crossbow or Erwin, before realizing it has to be his fairy companion. He shouts, pushing through the intense combat, and fiercely blocks an arrow with his shield, demanding to know where his opponent thinks he's going. Bjorn spins in the chaos, as one of the enemies curses him, realizing he's blocking Erwin's arrows alone. Our shield-wielding strategist maneuvers, but knows he can't take them all on by himself. Facing a straw-hatted opponent, he deflects a blow, knowing he has to give up something to win. Injured, he keeps fighting, thinking he can't use his left arm anyway, so he might as well trade it off with the redhead. He bashes his shield against an armored opponent, gritting his eyes glowing with fierce resolve. The straw-hatted enemy jumps back, as Bjorn stays low with his shield up. He moves quickly, kicking up dust, and surprises the straw-hatted opponent, blocking a heavy strike with his shield, sending sparks flying. An ally in light armor defends as flames erupt, and another enemy praises Erwin's attack. Bjorn jumps down from an elevated position, mocking his enemy for thinking he could block all of Erwin's attacks, then leaps into the air like a propelled missile, axe in hand, to strike his straw-hat opponent. But as he attacks, he's struck by a spirit arrow, a spirit archer's unexpected attack. He swings his shield against his opponent, breathing heavily, bloodied and exhausted. Another enemy vows, "Take care of the fairy bitch," and goes after Erwin. Our transmigrated grinder grits his teeth, hearing, "Give up, Barbarian!" But he blocks a powerful strike, deciding he'll just have to trust Erwin. He moves quickly, kicking up debris, and defends against another opponent, as the straw-hat opponent reacts in surprise. Then, a powerful collision sends Bjorn flying backwards through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The bald opponent curses in frustration, then swings a glowing weapon at Bjorn, who manages to block it with his shield. Bjorn, bloodied and sweating, braces himself, and clashes his shield against his opponent's weapon, thinking that was the biggest mistake he could have made. He stares intensely, eyes glowing, then grimaces, pretending to swing only to deliver a forceful headbutt, letting the true attack go. He pins his opponent down, who, bloodied and disoriented, clutches his own throat. Bjorn, breathing heavily, prepares to strike, yelling aggressively, asking if they truly thought he'd die in a place like this, and delivers a savage final blow. He stands alone, exhausted and bloodied, over the defeated body of his opponent. Our weary warrior spits on the ground, grim and drained. Just then, Erwin runs through the forest, calling out to him. An unknown voice notes that Erwin seems to have won too. Erwin offers a potion to a bloodied Bjorn, urging him to drink it, but he asks if he should drink it, and she frantically says it's better on the wound. The potion bottle lies on the ground, spilling its fizzing contents, as Bjorn, kneeling, is engulfed in a red aura from the absorbed essence, feeling like his insides are boiling. He struggles with pain, his skin hot and itchy. Erwin talks to him while he remains seated and exhausted, telling him there are only 40 minutes until the first floor closes. No time to rest. She looks shocked and flustered again, insisting he must have some reason for rushing. Bjorn quickly gathers gear from the fallen sullen explorers, telling Erwin they don't have time and will just take equipment, magic crystal bags, and backpacks. Erwin looks excited, holding a crossbow, calling out to him. They run toward their destination, where a bright magical portal glows in the night forest. Bjorn yells, they're going in, and they jump into the glowing portal, escaping the labyrinth just in time. A heavy impact strike and Erwin celebrates with raised arms, saying that was fun, while Bjorn kneels on the ground. Erwin beams happily. Our transmigrated grinder looks concerned, realizing they had about 30 seconds left. A very close call. Erwin suddenly remembers the essence and asks about it, and Bjorn questions what she means by essence. Bjorn looks serious, then scratches his head in confusion, asking, Hesht, what's the tavern's name? Accretion. Asking, Erwin looks up at him with a reassuring smile, and they find themselves gazing at the distant city of Rafdonia. Our tattooed tribal chief lets out a sigh of relief. He stands fully geared after his return, feeling a triumphant sense of being back, as an unseen voice confirms they are in Rafdonia. After making it out of a labyrinth, our barbarian with a gamer's brain observes the massive crowds in the city square, a tremendous number of people all gathered in one place. An acquaintance calls out Bjorn's name and title, and our protagonist struggles to remember who that is, before realizing it's Karek, Vainon's third son, and shaking his hand. Bjorn talks with Karek, Vainon's third son, and shaking his hand. Bjorn thoughts himself surrounded by a large crowd of tattooed barbarian warriors, who excitedly ask about the labyrinth. He looks annoyed, wondering if this is a whole reunion and where all these barbarians are popping up from. A group of warriors excitedly runs towards a doorway, and our weary warrior sighs, realizing he has to follow. At the counter, a female clerk quickly processes a bag of magic stones, counting out 41,488. Barbarian warriors celebrate their impressive haul, shouting about how amazing it is, and a close-up shows several bags filled with crystals. Bjorn watches in awe as the clerk processes stones at lightning speed. Then he stands tall, clutching his own bag, as the clerk announces his total, 182,413 stones total. His barbarian companions react with explosive enthusiasm, incredulous at his 180,000 stone haul. Bjorn remains stoic in the center while his friends marvel and shout in jealousy. He understands their passionate reactions as they chant his name, and grins mischievously, thinking, of course, I'd be the first ever Barbarian to go into the labyrinth to the Gwainov is with ending in combat civid. This civilid's man, the street is filled with various tribal figures, and the city plaza is packed with barbarians. Bjorn sits with them, contemplating his next move, and he spots a group of fairies looking surprised. Erwin smiles brightly, talking happily with her fairy companions about learning to work with spirits. Bjorn looks annoyed, comparing his savage companions to Erwin's refined friends, and feels envious. Erwin waves, realizing he saw her, and they exchange close-up reaction shots. Erwin looks shocked, as a companion asks if she knows him, and she emphatically denies it. Meanwhile, a fellow barbarian questions Bjorn, who looks distressed and denies knowing her. A barbarian yells aggressively, and Erwin looks off-panel with a sharp, suspicious expression. Bjorn curses under his breath, realizing the situation is compromised. Erwin, in combat gear, looks frustrated, lamenting how barbarians never give a damn and wondering if their situation is like Romeo and Juliet. Two heavily tattooed barbarians walk through the street, and a muscular barbarian smiles broadly while talking to a warrior. Bjorn walks through the city streets at night, his boots caked in blood and dirt, deciding it'd be impossible to talk to Erwin in this atmosphere, and that he'll have to find her later tonight. A young child runs and embraces an adult male barbarian, reunited after a dangerous mission. The barbarian kneels, hugging the child, as they both cry in relief. A man and a woman embrace joyfully, as Bjorn observes that the game had moments like this too, but then a grieving woman grabs a man by his shirt, desperately asking about her husband, and is met with a sorrowful apology. A child asks her crying mother about her brother. A woman comforts a grieving man amidst others mourning, and Bjorn walks through the grim crowd listening to their cries of despair. He observes the somber scene with a quiet expression. A gloved hand holds up a large wooden tankard ale. Bjorn and a barbarian comrade aggressively drink from their tankards in a tavern. Our transmigrated tactician chugging ale with an intense expression. He sits at the tavern table, looking frustrated by the celebrating patrons, thinking that pouring alcohol down their throats is a waste of time, and he'd just be wasting his own by staying there. He stands up abruptly, stating he has somewhere to be. He stands up abruptly, stating he has somewhere to be. He stands up abruptly. He stands amongst cheering barbarians, who are confused about his departure, and he wonders if they'll stop him from leaving. Bjorn walks through a doorway, as others cheer for him by name and title, and as he walks through a town gate, someone calls out for him to wait. He has a stoic expression, and then Misha Karlstein looks down at him as he lies in the city streets, wondering what they should do that evening. Another woman lies on the ground, talking about her husband going to the labyrinth. Bjorn hangs his clothes on a rack in a room. Bjorn hangs his clothes on a rack in a room. He looks at his hand, reflecting on his safety. How even if he falls here, he'd get up, and someone might even help him before he could. He walks into his room thinking this place might be another world, much more barbaric than 21st century Earth. But despite that, he's in a steamy shower, showing off his tattoos, and thinks living in this city might not be too bad after all. He walks through the door into his room with a towel over his head, feeling refreshed. Then he collapses onto his bed after all. He walks through the door into his room with a towel over his head, feeling refreshed. He rests in bed, contemplating his life, quietly admitting, I really want to go home. A quiet night view of the city under a bright full moon, even if there isn't anyone to greet him home. Bjorn stretches his arms, seeing the current time is 21,018. He sits on his bed, looking towards the window, calculating that he must have slept around 4 to 5 hours since coming out of the labyrinth at noon. An older man looks surprised while holding a bag of potatoes. Bjorn stands in a dimly lit alleyway, speaking to an elderly vendor, asking if the tavern disappeared. He looks pensive, thinking he expected it, but the world in the game must be years behind this one. An exterior view of a building under the night sky. He stands in front of a tavern entrance called Python Puth, reading the sign. He looks up, contemplating that he can at least read this world's language, and should go to a library library or similar place later. Inside, it's a busy tavern scene, with a red-haired woman serving drinks, and Bjorn thinks it's a mess, wondering where Erwin is. Then he spots two fairy women at a table, one waving enthusiastically, and realizes the woman there is from earlier. Daria Whitnemberty Tercia, Erwin's older sister, stares intensely with her arms folded across the table. Daria confronts Bjorn, while Erwin looks on nervously, and Daria, who introduces herself as Teresia, looks at Bjorn, who reacts with a grumpy expression. While he thinks that Erwin obviously didn't want to tell him her full name, Daria slams her hand on the table like a judge's gavel, intimidating Erwin, and asks flat out, "Barbarian, I have a question to ask you. Why have you asked to see such a young girl so late at night in tavern like this?" Her angry face dominates the final panel. Gary immediately corners our gamer chief in the tavern, demanding answers as other fairies look on with concern, and Bjorn, completely confused, asks what she means by her accusation. Daria's companion snaps, "Are you trying to play dumb?" Our transmigrated grinder innocently replies that only about 30 hours have passed, but immediately questions himself, realizing with a jolt that it wasn't 4 but 30 hours, which explains why he felt so incredibly refreshed when he woke up, because he had just slept for over a full day. He quickly apologizes to Erwin, crossing his arms in concentration as he admits he was asleep the whole time, a sight so rare that Erwin and the others are completely shocked, having never seen a barbarian apologize. Daria, however, isn't appeased and coldly asks why he called for Erwin so late, but our strategist with a barbarian build just picks at his ear, stating he has no obligation to tell her anything. Daria glares, a dark aura radiating off her, furious at these barbarians, and finding Bjorn unexpectedly capable for a beginner, while Bjorn fires back, asking what that has to do with anything, and warns her to drop that attitude, unless she plans on taking care of Erwin her entire life. He then pulls out a heavy leather pouch, explaining it's the 350,000 stones Erwin earned for the essences, and internally notes that this feels exactly like a Krama scene. Daria, however, slaps the money pouch right onto his head, her annoyed eyes piercing him from across the table, as Bjorn tries to clarify if she's really not taking it, leaving Erwin shocked and others looking surprised. Bjorn, slightly annoyed, asks why, especially since they were a pretty compatible duo while the two fairy sisters look sternly at him. He curses internally, thinking, to hell with personal connections, as Daria's gloved hand rests on Erwin's shoulder, and she declares that it's loot they earned together, of course. She smiles slyly at him, making our gamer chief wonder if she just tried to con him, and he realizes why barbarians hate these damn petty earheads. Erwin nervously calls out to him, and Daria points an aggressive finger, demanding an oath that he won't sleep with Erwin. Bjorn looks skeptical, but agrees, swearing he won't, then smashes his chest, adding that he never cared about warrior's honor anyway. Erwin looks panicked and upset his words. Daria turns to leave, with Erwin calling out, "Sis," and she offers a quick thanks for saving Erwin, addressing our hero as Yandel's son. Our strategist with a barbarian build sighs, as Erwin, hiding her face against him, looks up with concern, asking if her sister is mad. Bjorn thinks that he wouldn't reject the offer either if some high-level fairy offered to carry him, and Erwin hands him a bag, explaining it's his 63,000 stones, the magic crystals from the redhead and the crossbow guy. Bjorn realizes Daria knew what he was going to ask and was worried he'd make some weird request, which explains her earlier oath. Erwin, however, excitedly demands alcohol for a return drink, explaining she didn't get to drink a drop yesterday, which makes Bjorn recall the game's drinking culture. Erwin eagerly explains that for fairies who live only in their shrines until adulthood, the first return drink has huge meaning, and corrects him when he mutters his thanks. She happily confirms they went through everything together in the labyrinth. Then our gamer chief jokes that it wouldn't be her first return drink, only for Erwin to declare it's her first, and his disbelief is met with a reminder that she's also 20. He gives a confident smirk, and they toast with their wooden mugs. Erwin happily tells him, "You did great." Erwin observes she's wearing a shirt today, and he retorts that she's wearing a skirt. Then he quickly moves to the important stuff, asking if she remembers what she asked him earlier, and our transmigrated grinder leans in with a serious expression, telling her he's thought of a way. Erwin, surprised, asks what he means, then smiles widely, agreeing that it sounds good. Our transmigrated grinder is having a private training session with Erwin, putting in a grim effort as he struggles to pin her down. Erwin cries out in pain from her shoulder, bewildered by his intensity and asking him flat out, "Family." Bjorn tells her to rest for a bit, then quickly asks if she's still here, observing that his flexibility +4 isn't all that noticeable in real life. Erwin, flustered, asks if he invited her just for this, and our muscle-bound strategist explains that ability use isn't allowed within the city, as he only wanted to check the difference in essence between the game and real life. He dives into a detailed explanation of the game's stat system, noting that just looking at the main stats, body, mind, and ability, doesn't show the thousands of detailed substats that appear when you press the plus sign. For instance, if stamina increases, you can carry heavier items and perform better physical attacks, which explains why characters with the same main stats can achieve different things. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain reflects on the thousands of hours he spent learning these systems, admitting that even after 9 years, there are still stats whose effects remain a mystery to him. One such enigma is the stat called Obsession, which came with the essence Erwin 8 and is a lower ranking stat in the mind category, about which our strategist with a gamer's brain knows nothing more. Erwin, exhibiting some patience issues, asks what else they're going to do, leading Bjorn to speculate that perhaps obsession increases desire, which would make sense as it didn't do much in the game world. He reflects on how he inevitably never experienced such things, and his hand reaches out, hinting at the lingering effects. There are still things he wants to check, but Erwin, sitting on a bed, looks flustered, causing Bjorn to pause and remember Daria's warning about sleeping together, and he assumes she meant the other kind. The next morning, a pile of discarded adventurer loot, including shields, swords, and arrows, is gathered, ready for sale. After sorting through everything, the merchant offers 350,000 stones for one sword and a total of 108,000 for the rest, which Bjorn, bargaining hard, manages to raise to 250,000 stones for one sword and a total of 187. Our game-savvy warrior earns a grand total of 1,450,000 stones, and Erwin, wide-eyed, wonders if it's all a dream. As Bjorn observes, he never earned this much money the first time around playing the game. Subtracting Erwin's share, he's left with 1,400,000 stones, which is a pretty nice start. Bjorn announces they should part ways, surprising Erwin, but he sees no more reason for them to stay together. As they walk through the gloomy city, they come across a large crowd gathered in a square, drawn by an execution. A guard pushes people back while a man is locked in a pillory, and a woman cries, tied to the ground. The executioner pulls a rope, and with a flash of magic, the guillotine falls, splashing blood everywhere. The crowd, in a frenzied rush, pushes forward, greedily dipping bread into the fresh pool of blood, a sight that utterly shocks Erwin. Bjorn explains the legend that drinking the blood of the executed brings financial luck, and he immediately asks Erwin about the taxes for the first year. Erwin confirms the taxes are the same as in the game, and Bjorn observes that while a bit off from his game knowledge, it's similar enough. With taxes rising each year, he realizes he needs to become much stronger within the year. Our pragmatic strategist grimly acknowledges that if he can't return to his old life and hasn't trained, his own blood might end up coating the streets. To avoid that fate, he needs to save money and become an explorer capable of reaching at least the 6th floor of the labyrinth. His next stop is the library, a humongous place that instantly overwhelms him. As he walks through the vast hall, he finds Einar Fenelon, the second daughter of Fenelon, fast asleep at a table. Bjorn pokes her shoulder, wondering why she's even here, and Einar wakes up, confused, before recognizing Yandel's son Bjorn. Bjorn greets her, and Einar, blushing furiously with excitement, apologizes, never expecting to see her fellow barbarian there. She explains that she realized during her labyrinth expeditions that monsters aren't the only enemies, and she needs more knowledge to think strategically. Our cunning barbarian internally commends her, noting she's definitely different from other barbarians, even if reading is a struggle for her, and an unknown voice asks if he's going now. Einar, remembering her promise to repay Bjorn for his advice, offers to do her best to help him. With Einar leaving, Bjorn is left to wonder how he'll find the book he needs in such a humongous place. He spots a silver-haired woman sleeping at a desk, identifying her as a librarian who's also sleeping on the job. She stirs, startled, and asks Bjorn what he wants. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain needs some info, so he asks a fairy librarian where to find a book, and she just hits him with a strange bit of magic called Farsitiev. Bjorn is shocked, wondering what the heck just happened to him, while the librarian looks like she's about to pass out. Our planning prodigy is immediately suspicious of this drowsy fairy, but then a glowing light leads him to a book, and he grabs it to start reading. He pores over the texts in the library as the fairy librarian snoozes nearby, learning about the world's dark, cursed history and how the royal family opened a portal to save their people. Next, our transmigrated tactician dives into alchemy and magic crystals, memorizing the theory since he can't quite grasp it. He reads about the barbarians and fairies' ancient hatred, then declares it's time for the 4th book. This one details how evil spirits from other dimensions possess bodies in their world, and how vigorously the royal family and temple have fought to eradicate them. Bjorn reaches for another volume, which chronicles the death of the first immortal king, Lao Jin III, 150 years ago. His next read is on dimension instability, which confirms his own experience of falling through a rare portal and theorizes that entering at the moment a portal closes might explain the instability. Bjorn decides to read the rest later, realizing 3 days have flown by since he left the labyrinth. He quickly calculates his remaining time before the next labyrinth opening, when suddenly, a realization hits him. Before he can process it, Erwin starts pounding on his door, yelling for him to wake up, and as he opens it, she hits him with a blast of green magic. Our little fairy friend is beaming, announcing she succeeded with her contract and proudly shows off her new swirling wind spirit. But as Bjorn watches, the magic around Erwin, combined with some mysterious item, causes her to panic and lose control, sending green energy swirling through his room. Erwin is horrified, apologizing profusely for the magical mess, but soon, a magical construct cleans up the damage. With everything done, Bjorn sits on the floor, and the tiny fairy responsible beams happily from his bed. A resourceful relic hunter then tells Erwin, who is still stressed, that he knows she feels connected to him because he's her first colleague. He smiles confidently, telling her he plans to stay permanently, so she can always find him if she has problems. Erwin blushes, surprised, but then beams again, happy to have connections. With 26 days left until the next labyrinth opening, Bjorn knows exactly how to use his time. He walks towards the Angry Bull Inn, where the barbarians are staying, with a serious expression. Inside, it's loud as ever, with other barbarians cheering about his stories. Bjorn finds their cramped sleeping quarters, wondering why the place is so cheap, and quickly realizes it's because they're expected to give up their beds for others. He's shocked to learn they want him to give up a bed, and then he spots Einar Fenelon looking surprised. She walks up to him, as our planning prodigy wonders why she wants him. Einar explains she can't survive duels with the barbarians on pure combat skill, so Bjorn suggests they just go out to the field, realizing his request wasn't needed. She readily agrees to fight him whenever, as long as it's not in the mornings. Their duel begins, with Bjorn raising his shield as Einar prepares to strike. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain rushes forward, determined not to lose, and confronts Einar, who swings her blade with an intense expression. The training area fills with dust and scattered weapons, and Bjorn ends up absolutely battered, lying defeated. Einar checks on him, and he confirms he's okay. They continue their intense physical training, Bjorn grunting with exertion, as Einar repeatedly challenges him to go again, clashing their weapons with furious strikes. Bjorn is left heavily breathing and exhausted under the night sky, his shield still raised. Einar, also sweating, asks if he wants to continue, because she wants to rest. Bjorn agrees, saying that's enough for today, and she congratulates him on his good work. He reflects that Einar is smarter than most barbarians and unlikely to betray him. She looks at him, questioning his thoughts. Bjorn extends his hand, proposing they become teammates, and Einar stares at his hand in confusion, asking, "Teammate?" She sternly tells him there's no need to explain further. Bjorn starts to panic, worried she doesn't like the conditions, but then he firmly grabs her hand, sealing the deal. Einar smiles warmly, telling him to explain it later, and Bjorn beams, excited to have a new friend and teammate. As the golden sunlight bathes the barbarian shrine area, Bjorn and Einar walk together towards the settlement buildings. He discusses past events with an elderly bearded barbarian, asking about a skill he desperately needs. The elder replies with a firm no, but Bjorn, with a focused expression, insists that he wants the undead seal. He declares it's an overpowered skill he needs to clear the labyrinth. This is an OP skill he needs to take if he wants to clear the labyrinth. This is an OP skill he needs to take if he wants to clear the labyrinth. Our calculating chief continues his research, learning how otherworldly species each have a specific trait, like fairies making spirit contracts, dwarves receiving the blessing of armor, and Pherianthropes bonding with spirit beasts. And for barbarians, it's the spirit seal. And older barbarians, it's the spirit seal. An older barbarian looms over him, demanding to know how a young warrior like Bjorn discovered such information, again casting suspicions on our game-savvy warrior. Bjorn is frustrated by the constant interrogation, but quickly explains he found all this info by diligently researching in the library. He stares intensely as the elder continues. The elder bursts out laughing, clapping Bjorn on the shoulder, then looks at him intently as he reveals the spirit seal costs a staggering 800,000 stones. Einar is shocked by the price, but Bjorn remembers from the game that it was always expensive, and that higher ranks would need even rarer ingredients. But our tactical barbarian has a secret, and he shouts with excitement that he has the money. When the elder asks where he got so much, Bjorn replies he already has an excuse prepared, flashing a sly grin. He spins a tale about coming across a hurt fairy in the labyrinth, using her like a slave for magic crystals, then feeding her an essence and getting paid by her sister. He laughs maniacally, calling the fairies helpless. The other barbarians cheer and crowd around him, amazed by his tale. The elder then presents Bjorn with a gift, which turns out to be 200,000 stones returned to him. Our cunning commander triumphantly declares he will continue to exploit those airheads to become an even greater warrior, grinning mischievously. Next, Bjorn learns that the spirit seal works by making the body absorb magical essences to gain special powers, explaining why all barbarians are tatted. The elder warns him that this is a permanent choice, preventing other spirit seals, but Bjorn calmly accepts, knowing the advanced spirit seal of the immortal is the essence of a tanker barbarian. The ritual begins as the elder marks Bjorn's skin with a pointed tool, and magical energy burns in the tribal seal. Bjorn grimaces, enduring the intense pain, crying out that it hurts like hell. Bjorn grimaces, enduring the intense pain, crying out that it hurts like hell, wondering if he'll have to endure this every time. Finally, the ritual is complete, and Bjorn pushes aside a curtain, thanking the elder, but the elder just laughs, leaving Bjorn confused and wondering if he did something wrong. His intricate tribal seal glowing on his back. With a cunning expression on the witch doctor's face, Bjorn decides it's best to get out of there before the elder gets suspicious. Our tactical barbarian walks away, admiring his muscular new form. He reflects on his training with Einar, realizing he's not cut out to be a swordsman, and decides to focus solely on shield techniques, making swordsmanship a waste of time. In a weapon shop, Bjorn examines blunt weapons, finding them unsuitable. But then he finds a mace he likes, and also gets a customized helmet and half armor, spending a total of 530,000 stones. His coin pouch rapidly empties, as his money drops like the Titanic to the bottom of the ocean. His daily routine begins with Erwin waving hello in the morning, and they eat breakfast together, Bjorn noting how far she comes for cheap, yummy food. He then heads to the library to read until late afternoon, often finding the fairy librarian asleep. Evenings are spent at the tavern, where he overhears other explorers' dangerous tales, as our game-savvy warrior eats and thinks. At dusk, it's time for barbarian training, where Bjorn grapples and spars with other barbarians, consistently increasing his physical stats. After training, Einar thanks him for the session, calling him the best ever warrior. Bjorn. She smiles, sweating from their hard work. Bjorn. She smiles, sweating from their hard work. Erwin then invites him to dinner and happily waves goodbye to him later that night. Bjorn reflects on how fast time is flying by, checking his improved stat screen. Next, Bjorn and Einar arrive at the Explorer Guild to receive Unity Magic. They stand close together as they explain their request. A clerk asks if there are two of them, then instructs them to place their hands on a glowing crystal sphere. Bjorn notes that Unity Magic is expensive for a one-time use, but necessary to start at the same location with teammates in the labyrinth. The clerk identifies them as rank 9 explorers, judging their rank by the amount of essence in their souls. He confirms the process as they maintain contact with the crystal. Later, Einar reacts with shock at a table, asking what all the food is. Bjorn reveals he ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern, an 800-stone feast before entering the labyrinth. Einar is speechless at the cost, wondering if it's a dream, and then takes a massive bite, her eyes widening as she declares it's incredibly good. She vows to earn a lot of money just to eat it again. Bjorn and Einar stand with a comrade near the glowing portal, but are told they cannot enter yet. With a determined look, Bjorn enthusiastically points out the portal, saying they're finally here. He celebrates, declaring they're on time. He assures Einar they'll get there, and she smiles, pointing to her temple, reminding reminding him it's only been a month for them. Suddenly, the large magical portal erupts in light, and they're told they can now enter. Einar yells to go, but Bjorn holds up a hand telling her to wait. She enthusiastically calls his name, staring with an intense shocked expression. Bjorn thinks the portal has gotten smaller since it opened, believing it was about this size when he entered last time. They wait for the guard's signal, our cunning commander's eye gleaming with determination. Once the guard signals, Bjorn shouts to Einar, and they jump through the portal together. Einar is struck by the magical energy, screaming that it's dangerous and she can't see, but Bjorn knew this would happen. He calms her, explaining they're in the dark region, and reveals he brought torches this time. They discover a dark stone monument which Bjorn recognizes as a portal to the second floor. He smiles confidently, planning to use a game boat to go straight to the second floor, like any expert gamer would. After an intense training montage, our barbarian with a gamer's brain and our fierce warrior Einar finally stand before the glowing portal to the labyrinth, with Bjorn, ever the leader, giving the command to enter. Inside, our transmigrated grinder treks through the dark, muddy terrain, while Einar reminds him the chief said it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor, a fact Bjorn knew from his books. The desolate landscape, twisted trees, and faint crying sounds confirmed to Bjorn what he already knew from the game. They've entered the land of the dead. Einar looks back, confused, as Bjorn feels a surge of energy, a glowing aura filling his veins, and Einar smiles, giving a thumbs up as he confirms it's a spirit status, which means he's leveled up. Bjorn quickly pulls up his stats, explaining that levels increase MP and the number of essences you can consume. And now, at level 2, he can hold 2 essence orbs. Einar is baffled that he leveled up without killing any monsters, so our barbarian with a gamer's brain explains that in this world, leveling up this way is called an accomplishment, a one-time EXP gain per monster type, which gets harder to earn later. He adds that the EXP earned from opening the portal doesn't stop after the first time, making it an easy way to gain experience. And he'll definitely need to gatekeep this trick. Alright, with Einar silent for once, Bjorn decides they need to stay unseen, because soon experienced explorers will arrive, and they'll question why beginners like them are already here. So it's best they remain hidden and get out of this area, as Bjorn admits he's more scared of other explorers than the monsters. To help them navigate the darkness, Bjorn secures a torch to his helmet with rope, calling his creation Barbarian Candle Mode. Since torches are actually magic tools here, the Land of the Dead has stronger monsters on average than the Goblin Forest, but it also has no traps, making it less tricky, which means it's much better for 2 barbarians to navigate. Einar's eye gleams with focus, ready for battle, as 3 undead zombie-like creatures advance, and Bjorn notes there are only 3 because it's the first day, but there will be 3 times that amount by day 3. Einar Ching for action, declares she'll get rid of them on her own, and dashes forward, kicking up dirt. She cries out, swinging her blade striking an undead creature, her expression determined, until her expression turns visibly shaken and stressed. Einar stands close to Bjorn, looking fearful, as our tattooed tribal chief calmly identifies their opponent as a banshee, and she asks, wouldn't it be dangerous? Bjorn explains the banshee will be after them until they leave the labyrinth, causing Einar to stammer about a click they curse, and she grabs onto his arm in sheer terror, trying to escape. Suddenly skeletons charge, and Einar, still panicked, hides behind a stoic Bjorn. Einar quickly recovers, clearing her throat to announce she'll take care of them, and smashes a skeleton with her greatsword, splintering its bones. She looks curiously at Bjorn, who dismisses her question about a strange noise with a casual, nothing. Our adventurers continue their trek, boots crunching through the dark, encountering elder ghouls, twice the size of normal ones, alongside skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. But Bjorn notes there was very little difficulty, since there were only a few on day 1, and his battle ability had grown. First, his mace is now the perfect size and weight for him, as he strikes an elder ghoul in the head. Next, his vest-shaped armor reduces the surface area he needs to protect with his shield, letting him fight more aggressively, and his steel helmet, while not stopping a crossbow, deflects an arrow off its side. He smashes a skeleton warrior, sending bones flying like shattered pottery, scoffing that it should get stronger and come back, his eye closing in intense focus. Meanwhile, Einar's tribal tattoos flex as she swings her massive greatsword, obliterating multiple skeleton warriors. Bjorn looks at her with admiration, thinking she's good, as she attacks yet another warrior. He shouts as he strikes a skeleton, enjoying the combat, finding the feeling just rolls off the tongue. Bjorn and Einar stand side by side, battle ready, and our barbarian with a gamer's brain feels this is refreshing compared to fights with Erwin, realizing this is what it's like to be in a barbarian party. Suddenly, he looks surprised, noticing an injury on his arm, a visible, smoking wound. Einar, looking excited, asks if it's the spirit seal thing, and from behind, Bjorn demonstrates his natural regeneration, steam rising from his back as he explains the undead seal's effect, heals 0.5 centimeters deep injuries in about a minute and quickly recovers stamina. He steps firmly onto the dungeon floor, noting the banshee's howling has gotten much louder, which means 8th rank monsters will soon appear. Einar reacts in shock to a new sound, asking Bjorn what it is, and Bjorn declares it a death fiend, telling Einar to get into position, then admits it looks scarier than he expected. He shouts commands to Einar as the death fiend leaps down like a dropped boulder, roaring toward her. Bjorn blocks its incoming attack with his shield, while Einar swings her weapon against its clawed limb. Our tattooed tribal chief braces himself behind his shield against the monster, which attacks with sudden speed ray synth. Bjorn curses, straining to hold it back. Fuck, his eyes showing intense concentration as he realizes, this is hard. It feels like I store stone. The death fiend roars, readying another strike, and Bjorn struggles, grunting under its assault. He shouts that it's super strong, but he's managed to turn its attention onto himself. to himself. As Einar lunges to attack, Einar's eyes widen in shock as her blade fails to penetrate the Death Fiend. The Death Fiend's eye glares maliciously and a violent impact sends Einar flying backward through the air, causing her to cry out. Her blade impacts the ground forcefully, kicking up dust, and Bjorn holds his greatsword defensively, confirming the monster is sturdy, as the Death Fiend was infamous in the game for its good defense. But he never expected it to be this hard, especially as Einar's nick on its body rapidly heals with purple energy, which Bjorn recognizes as the Death Fiend's passive skill, Body Preservation. Purple aura flares around its eyes, and Bjorn curses, with Einar asking what that is, as a ghoul's hand emerges from the dark ground, revealing the Death Fiend's active skill, Call of the Dead. As the Death Fiend unleashes its active skill, the Call of the Dead, summoning a horde of ghouls, our strategic chieftain barks commands, telling Einar to face the ghouls while he takes on the Death Fiend. He moves quickly, blocking a clawed limb with his shield, then swings his weapon in the heat of battle. Bjorn grunts, deflecting a powerful blow, reacting to the intensity of the fight as he deflects yet another attack, weapons clashing and sending sparks flying. Einar, a relentless warrior, calls out his name, engaging in fierce battle against the monstrous ghouls. As one ghoul creature is defeated, she swings her large sword, striking another monster, while our gamer-minded barbarian delivers a powerful strike with his mace, warning her not to get distracted. Bjorn follows up with another powerful blow, and the monster reacts with intense anger. Roaring, Bjorn and Einar coordinate their attack as the monster staggers back, revealing a bleeding wound on its skin. Our transmuted tank observes the wound, thinking that one felt good, and it must have taken a pretty good amount of damage since it's bleeding, as he strikes its leg. But suddenly Bjorn is not airborne, landing on the ground, bracing himself, and cursing that it's still fine. Dark purple liquid splatters on the ground, and Bjorn looks on with concern, realizing this attack kills goblins in one hit. The large three-eyed monster stands, its wound healing right away, and our strategic chieftain contemplates his next move. Frustrated, he can't attack fast enough to keep up with its regenerative speed. Suddenly, Einar leaps onto the monster's back, like a spring released, gripping it firmly, focused on her attack, and Bjorn realizes she's trying to mess with its balance. Praising Einar for the good idea, Bjorn strikes the monster's leg, and together they execute a perfect takedown. The monster falls to the ground, struggling as they stand over it, and Bjorn notes its cries, then sarcastically asks if it can't get up on its own. He laughs, looking down at the defeated monster, as they continue attacking it, both finding this unexpected fight fun. Suddenly, Einar points out a large glowing pink magic crystal on the ground, calling Bjorn's attention to its huge size. Bjorn and Einar react in shock to find it's only worth 100 stones. Our gamer-minded barbarian looks serious, admitting it's undeniably a low price, and Einar asks how much the cream pie at the inn was, showing her unique way of counting money, which she then laughs about. Excited, Einar raises her arm, ready to hunt, telling Bjorn to relax and go hunt, and reminding him they're splitting A2 so he's getting 0.2 of a Death Fiend. Bjorn, watching fairies look on, admits it's not so bad to go around with a barbarian like Einar, finding Erwin a bit passive. Our dynamic duo attacks a large monster together, even in chibi form. They deliver a beating. Our strategic chieftain observes the dungeon, narrating that at the beginning of Dungeon in Stone, most people base their build on the low-rate essence they picked up, but they haven't gotten any yet. He rests with Einar, thinking he needs an essence soon. As day 2 begins, the Death Fiends now appear in pairs, but our duo had learned how to deal with them, so it wasn't as difficult as expected. They knocked one down, then worked together to knock down the other, knowing that if they couldn't kill them quickly, ghouls would surround them, forcing them to run like hell, as Death Fiends don't chase enemies out of their territory. But by afternoon, Death Fiends started appearing in threes, which was too many for just the two of them. As the second day ended, they stopped hunting Death Fiends, and Einar suggests a cozy spot to rest, until they both react in alarm as 3 explorers approach in the dark. The explorers are startled, and Bjorn glares at them, telling them to get lost. Einar, our relentless warrior, adds a menacing glare, telling them to fuck off, right now. The 3 explorers are terrified, and apologize, running away from the formidable duo. Einar's silhouette stands firm, and she declares they need to move, walking through a dark, foggy forest path. Bjorn thinks Einar didn't like humans last time either, wondering if something happened in the previous labyrinth's exploration. He decides he'll have to ask her later, as she walks ahead, through the atmospheric landscape. Bjorn comments they won't find a spot as nice as the last one, as Einar agrees they'll just find an okay place, when shocked expressions cross their faces as they hear cries of help, and please. Bjorn and Einar stand alert, looking at each other, realizing this isn't the sound of a human being attacked by a monster, but definitely a person killing another. They survey the dark ruins as a bright magical flash erupts and find a small red shape on the ground. Bjorn inspects 4 fresh corpses, noting no monsters, only traces of a campfire and poison. He thinks, walking through the dark forest with Einar, and then they spot a mysterious cloaked woman standing over the dead bodies. The woman, holding a bloodstained dagger, asks if they are beginners, and Bjorn realizes she is a plunderer. Our barbarian, with a gamer's brain, instantly recognizes the cloaked woman as a plunderer, one of the professional explorer hunters outlawed in Rafdonia, punishable by death, and he can't help but reflect on how his own killing of 6 explorers also went unpunished, as long as no one talks about it. The female plunderer approaches them, her gaze intense and unnervingly professional, which immediately sets off alarm bells for our barbarian, who quickly assesses her tall, thin build, red hair, and injured right ear, noting the tattoo on her face, and it all just screams, expert. Einar, feeling the same tension, whispers that this woman leaves no witnesses, and Bjorn's internal monologue confirms their suspicion. After examining the 4 dead explorers, 3 were poisoned without external injuries, meaning the 4th likely had a tolerance, but still fell. The red hair plunderer coolly asks if they were teammates with the victims, then nonchalantly grabs the collar of a corpse, showing them her back as she loots, confident that two beginner barbarians pose no threat. As she casually stuffs a giant sword into her bag, our transmigrated grinder realizes she's using an expensive pocket plane bag, which just further confirms how far out of their league she is. Bjorn and Einar share a worried glance, both knowing there's only one way out, and our tattooed tribal chief gives the command to run as fast as they can. The plunderer watches them flee with a chillingly cold expression, and while they bought themselves a bit of time, they have no idea when she might start chasing them. Sweat drips down Bjorn's face as he runs, but then he spots the signs he carved into trees for convenience, planning to follow them to the first floor portal until he suddenly stops, eyes wide, as a new group of 4 human explorers appears ahead. One of them questions if they're barbarians. Einar admits humans are hard to trust, but they have no choice, and after one of the explorers asks for proof they aren't plunderers, Bjorn swears on his honor as a warrior. The explorer, convinced a warrior's pledge is a cheat key, tells them he'll accept it, and our tattooed tribal chief, focused, announces his plan to use his gnome ability to get them out of this. He kneels, activating the powerful ranged stealth ability, which assimilates users within a 3-meter range with the environment, letting them entirely avoid fighting, but then a sinister face laughs, revealing that 2 barbarians just walked right into their trap. Bjorn realizes they've been suppressed, as the antagonists taunt them, calling them bastards who lied, and our barbarian with a gamer's brain recognizes the skill as a stone golem suppression, a powerful essence for their level, while the explorers gloat about all the loot they'll get from Bjorn and Einar. Einar's face tightens with determination, as a man in a hat taunts them, asking if they know how much barbarian hearts go for. Bjorn can feel their disgusting desire with his whole body, and the man in the hat smirks, ready to strike, confident he never fails. Bjorn, grim-faced, wonders if they're really going to die like this. The man in the hat lunges with his knife, and our transmigrated grinder braces himself, taking a blade to the neck as dark blood sprays, but he grunts, knowing he can now move. An armored assailant with a bow is caught completely by surprise, as Bjorn swings his massive axe, glowing with orange light, proclaiming his plan a success. Glowing with orange light, proclaiming his success. He strikes a violent blow against an unseen enemy, leaving an armored knight and his companion shocked, even as another blade pierces Bjorn's throat. Einar Finalen leaps in, striking an armored enemy in the dimly lit labyrinth, and Bjorn, bracing with his shield, tells her to handle the rest. He hunches over, calling out her name, and Einar swings her sword in a powerful downward arc. She stomps her foot firmly onto the ground, then raises her large sword, looking back in alarm, before striking an enemy with her glowing blade in a swift attack. Her eyes narrow with intensity, and she stands victorious over the fallen enemies while a terrified man runs away screaming. But then Einar looks down in shock at the heavily bleeding Bjorn, reaching out as he coughs, telling him he's bleeding so much. Einar yells in desperation for him not to die, as Bjorn weakly calls her name. An empty potion bottle lies on the ground, weakly calls her name, and an empty potion lies on the ground. Einar checks his neck, noting that this will definitely leave a scar, while Bjorn reflects that it's a good thing he got the immortal seal when he had the money, because he would have died if it weren't for that. Our transmigrated grinder, standing in his armor with a torch, thinks that he survived it, even if they're built like Hulks. Einar holds an unknown man by the throat as he pleads for his life, but Bjorn tells her to let him go, just as a glowing projectile flashes through the air, blocked by a hand wearing a black glove. Bjorn and Einar look on as the mysterious red-haired woman reappears, having thrown a poisoned dart. She reaches out, telling them that what they did earlier was pretty impressive. Bjorn's eyes widen, and Einar's expression intensifies, realizing that if they can't run anymore, they'll just have to fight her. They both swing their weapons into a defensive stance, ready to confront the red-haired plunderer. Einar and a resourceful chief charge the red-haired enigma, ready for a fight, but she swiftly parries Bjorn's attack and lands a blow on Einar. He barely blocks her next strike with a spark, realizing she is incredibly strong and must have multiple essences. Our quick-witted leader attempts to pin her, but she strikes him down in a blur. Bjorn feels his strength drain, realizing she pierced his armor and spine with a dagger, using a basilisk paralytic poison. She then turns and strikes Einar in the back, leaving both of them helpless. Bjorn grinds his teeth, furious at Einar's suffering, as the red-haired enigma stands over them, offering a deal, their lives, if they swear to keep silent. Bjorn, paralyzed and aware of her overwhelming superiority, quickly agrees to swear on his warrior's honor, but Einar hesitates, feeling the deep shame of such an oath. Bjorn urgently yells at her, reminding her that pride is useless if they die, begging her to trust him. The plunderer, now identified as a Rua Raven, warns Einar she has no choice, and Einar, bleeding and distressed, finally swears. Our gamer Barbarian then asks Rua Raven what floor she operates from, and she coldly replies, the 8th. Bjorn immediately understands the massive power gap, realizing they only survived because of her prior promise to the explorers she looted. Rua Raven warns them it will be different next time, calling them plunderers before walking away. Bjorn and Einar then escape through a glowing portal. Einar collapses, still deeply pained by having to swear on her honor, so Bjorn reassures her that the warrior who survives is the strongest. However, our gamer Barbarian internally admits he doesn't feel like a true barbarian himself, recalling how he once had to beg for a potion, treated like a dog by a swordsman, and how he had always prioritized safety above all else. He realizes he can't just survive like this anymore, and decides on a change of plans. Speaking to a sleeping Einar, he resolves that, since chaos is inevitable, it's better to attack first and search for it. Soon, our duo navigates a dark, rocky tunnel, a difficult area with 4 types of monsters and no visibility, making it a perfect place to hide secrets. They discover a glowing stone monument, and our gamer Barbarian explains it's a memorial stone that opens an instance dungeon. To activate the first floor's rupture, they need to place magic crystals from a goblin, gnome, ghoul, razor-mane wolf, and crucially a death fiend, onto the stone. Since they already possess the death fiend crystal, Bjorn excitedly tells Einar they are ready to enter. Our resourceful chief makes a decisive facial expression, planning a new course of action. Bjorn looks down at the sleeping Einar as he speaks to her, asking if she knows it comes with great danger, but that she is strong anyway. He explains explains that life is full of inevitable chaos no matter which path they take, so to attack first is better, and they will search for the chaos first is better, and they will search for the chaos first. Soon our duo navigates a dark, rocky tunnel, where the system displays they've defeated a gnome and a razor-mane wolf, a difficult area with 4 types of monsters and poor visibility, making it a perfect place to hide secrets. They discover a glowing stone monument, and our gamer Barbarian explains it's a memorial stone that opens an instance dungeon. To activate the first floor's rupture, they need to place magic crystals from a goblin, gnome, ghoul, razor-mane wolf, and crucially a death fiend onto the stone. Since they already possess the death fiend crystal, Einar laughs happily as Bjorn explains that with an 8th rank monster crystal from the 2nd floor, the rupture will open. Bjorn explains that in the game it's called an instance dungeon, a dungeon cleared by chosen members, and he places a glowing red crystal onto the memorial stone. He then excitedly tells Einar they are ready to enter, as a glowing red portal begins to manifest and open, explaining that the death fiend's magic crystal opens an instance dungeon with a capacity for 5 people, and the difficulty depends on the party members. Labyrinth, already a maze, sometimes rips open with a rupture, which is essentially an instance dungeon, appearing randomly on each floor as a new realm. These temporary realms have cooldowns, with the first floor's rupture naturally reopening only after 3 months in city time, but waiting that long is super inefficient for our transmigrated grinder. Under a red, apocalyptic sky, our Barbarian, with a gamer's brain and his spear sister, walk towards a dark castle where crows circle ominously. Einar is instantly worried by the sheer size of the blood-tinted castle, which Bjorn knew would pop up once he used the Death Fiend's magic crystal. Our tattooed tribal chief watches the glowing red rift, nervous about the automatically chosen party members, because the important thing now is who will appear. Einar sees a boot emerging from the swirling red energy and shouts in surprise, wondering who it could be. Meanwhile, in a crystal cave, the young fairy Erwin looks worried, and her older sister Daria reassures her that a teammate is just a teammate. After taking a dagger from her, Erwin can't help but wonder if Bjorn is up on a higher floor, earning a whole lot of money right now. Daria smiles, explaining that the first floor's rupture should open soon, as 8 months have passed since the last one. She slyly thinks that Barbarian is probably inefficiently climbing the floors, and confidently tells Erwin that in just a year, she'll be unbelievably stronger than him. Suddenly, Daria's eye widens, because a dark, cracked rupture forms in the air, glowing red, and she yells Erwin's name, pointing towards the opening. The 2 fairy explorers rush towards the glowing red rift, engulfed in energy as they stand back to back, facing the cavernous opening. Back with our Barbarian duo, a dwarf explorer appears laughing and gesturing, happy to finally be in, assessing them as 2 barbarians, a prospect he finds promising. Next, a woman's high-heeled boot steps onto the ground, and it's our red-haired wizard Arua Raven, accompanied by her carrier, who is wondering where the rupture would take them, now recognizing it as the blood-tinted castle. The dwarf observes the new mage, intrigued by the party composition and that a mage appeared here, and Einar is amazed by the arrival of the wizard. Arua, smiling warmly, introduces Tarjan as her professional carrier, a polite man who has worked with her for 3 years, which explains his nice equipment. Our bookish Barbarian notes that she seems a bit condescending, but compared to the absolute assholes most mages were in the game, she's practically a saint. Bjorn and Anna introduce themselves as Yandel's son and Feneline's second daughter, respectively, as they shake hands. The dwarf and Aria then question why Bjorn and Einar are still on the first floor, without revealing their own methods for getting there. Our transmigrated grinder realizes they're not talking about their own method and concludes this is ladder kicking. Arua proposes that the loot be divided among them, excluding Tarjan, and asks if everyone will follow her orders. Obman Irikfried, the beastman explorer, readily agrees, stating it's common sense to follow the mage, especially since a mage convinced the royal family that evil spirits needed to be killed. Bjorn internally thinks he has to listen to the mage, but then outwardly disagrees with something. Einar excitedly shouts, "I disagree," shocking Bjorn, as she passionately declares, "I want Bjorn to lead us." Our frustrated leader tries to shut her up, but our loyal spear sister continues, calling him a warrior wiser than anyone, who also reads 6 hours a day, which makes the calculating mage react in shock. Arua remarks that a barbarian reading is unique, but Einar insists, he's not unique, he's great. She grabs our bookish barbarian's shoulder, proclaiming him a great warrior named Bjorn. The dwarf and Rua look on wide-eyed, while Bjorn covers his face, muttering, "Please stop." Einar reacts in flustered shock, shouting, "Wife, wife." Arua observes the intense conversation, telling Einar she doesn't need to be embarrassed, then cuts them off, suggesting they all stop and get going. Our tattooed tribal chief internally notes that the conversation topic changed, and thankfully, Raven doesn't seem interested either. The dwarf, looking frustrated, questions if they're really leaving when they only know each other's names. Arua states that just she and Tarjan would suffice, implying she wants to take all of the Guardian's loot. The dwarf looks agitated, gripping his axe, and questions if she intends to take all of the Guardian's loot. Our Barbarian, with a gamer's brain, explains that the Guardian's loot is the Rupture's flower, and while financially stable mages prioritize research, for explorers, money is the most important thing. Arua offers to give them all the magic crystals from the Rupture, but the bearded dwarf intensely refuses to let her have that. Our red-haired wizard looks genuinely taken aback, probably not expecting such a strong response, making Bjorn wonder if she's truly that naive. Arua then concedes, agreeing to let the dwarf have the numbers item, while she takes the Guardian's essence. She suggests that she and Tarjan will then roll dice for the Rupture Stone, prompting Bjorn to realize they've been excluded from this loot conversation. Our frustrated leader stands tall and stern, declaring he can't go back without taking anything for himself. He tells them that much should be good enough, but then provocatively questions their greed, asking if they truly need 2 barbarians in the party. The dwarf reacts with anger to Bjorn's demand for a Rupture Stone, calling him pal, while our transmigrated grinder internally curses, realizing it didn't work and that she was only acting nice until now. He holds up 2 fingers, demanding a stone. Arua, with a serious, intense expression, looks down at Bjorn. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain concludes that's all they can get, reasoning this place won't have any tempting healing essences considering their level, and asks if they've reached an agreement. The dwarf with a hammer and the woman agree to keep their promise. As his wizard and dwarf teammates walk away, saying their bodies are itching to fight, our frustrated leader watches them go. He realizes once again that he needs to get stronger, resolving that regardless of these ladder-kicking sons of bitches, he will climb up the ladder no matter what. The blood-tinted castle challenges our heroes with 4 distinct chapters, from urban warfare in the outer walls and an underground prison, all the way to the castle lord's demon-worshipping room. Now, our barbarian with a gamer's brain and his crew, including Einar, face 2 massive gargoyle statues, notorious for their petrification skill, which usually keeps them motionless until combat starts. Suddenly cracks appear, and the gargoyles come to life. As party members brace for impact, their eyes glowing brightly before they attack, and one unleashes its dreaded petrification skill, causing agony as stone spreads across a character's shoulder, making Einar scream out to Bjorn for help. But before the petrification can fully take hold, the blonde wizard steps forward, her eyes determined, and she chants a spell, making our barbarian with a gamer's brain realize she is canceling magic, turning the gargoyle into one that can petrify its opponents. And as it lunges downward, our tattooed tribal chief seizes the moment, unleashing a powerful strike with his axe, declaring the fight easy, while Einar grips her greatsword tightly, focused in the battle. With a final shout, our transmigrated grinder delivers a devastating blow, creating a flash of light as his axe strikes, and the monster collapses to the floor, Bjorn finishing his downward strike against the defeated foe. Its glowing red eye flickers out for good. Standing victorious beside Einar and the kneeling dwarf, the wizard and her carrier observe the aftermath. The dwarf explorer laughs, wiping his mouth, pleased with Bjorn's performance. Suddenly a magic crystal floats in the air, surprising everyone as someone exclaims, Bjorn, the magic crystal is moving on its own. The wizard offers to collect them for now, promising to divide them later, a practical offer that makes the dwarf appreciate her with a laugh. Venturing deeper, the labyrinth becomes incredibly dark, prompting a need for light. The venturing deeper, the labyrinth becomes incredibly dark, prompting a need for light. The wizard quickly provides it with a spell, illuminating grotesque deadmen. Adimar and her companions stand in shock at the sight of these monsters. These deadmen are rankless creatures that yield no EXP or magic crystals, and their corpses don't vanish unless they spit out an essence, making them a waste of mana to fight. The exploration team notes it would indeed be a waste to use magic against them. Despite the waste, the roaring deadmen crowd together, forcing the party to charge into the horde, with Einar leading the charge, slashing through one monster with her blade, and delivering a powerful strike against another, knocking it back. Bjorn follows up with a crushing axe strike, slamming it into the ground, and prepares a final, powerful overhead blow, determined to end the fight. But his eye widens in shock when he sees a glowing horn on the ground, and someone exclaims, Tat is the deadman commander's blowhorn. Unhider and another explorer look at the blowhorn. Einar and another explorer look at the blowhorn, curious about its use. Their path is then blocked by a massive steel door, too sturdy for the dwarf's hammer, so the wizard confidently steps up to handle it. Arrow fires a powerful fiery spell at the door, causing an explosion, which our barbarian with a gamer's brain and his companions watch, as Bjorn looks on, his face drawn tight like a bowstring, with dust falling from the ceiling like fine snow. The blonde female wizard stands confidently after her display, reaching the first chapter's true challenge, the castle entrance drawbridge. Our transmigrated grinder and his companions stand on a high platform, overlooking the dungeon. A foot steps onto the stone ledge. The blonde wizard instructs Einar to blow into the previously found horn. Einar, a little surprised, blows the horn as instructed, and to her shock she shouts, You what? What? The bridge is causing down! The massive stone bridge begins to lower from the castle wall. Einar's face expresses her complete surprise, but then blood-like water rises around them as creatures emerge. Einar screams, Wait, titter! There's somebody in alarm! She looks away and alarm wizard speaks to her. A bloody hand grips the edge of the stone bridge, and a system message pops up. Endure until the drawbridge is down. More creatures emerge from the blood as the party defends the bridge, fighting against endless deadmen, a truly difficult chapter. Despite the odds, the blonde wizard smiles confidently, then gathers everyone for a powerful, large-scale spell, raising her staff and casting a light spell. The exploration party battles against shadowy monsters, with our tattooed tribal chief visible in the foreground. An armored explorer stands amidst swirling green magical energy during the fight. Standing in a chamber littered with defeated monsters, the party faces a large stone door. The grotesque bodies are scattered across the floor. The dwarf explorer looks on, surprised, while the blonde wizard stands nearby. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain reflects on the blonde wizard stands nearby. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain reflects on the blonde wizard's unexpected skill and the significant power gap between them. The blonde wizard smiles after the battle, noting how quickly they finished. A stone bridge inside a dark red environment appears with an entrance ahead, inviting them to go inside. With the first chapter of the blood-tinted castle complete, our transmigrated grinder and his companions walk towards the massive gate. He reflects that the chapter was disappointingly easy to finish, as Einar's barbarian ritual tattoos glimmer. After easily passing through the drawbridge, our party enters the outer castle, where our calculating wizard, Arua Raven, immediately unleashes a spell that obliterates almost all the approaching monsters, leaving our game-savvy barbarian looking a little concerned. Just one spell killed 90% of the mob, but one massive death fiend remains, shrugging off the magic as our transmigrated grinder notes its regenerative capabilities. Arua then calls out to our fierce barbarianess, Einar, to handle the rest of the monsters, and she grins, charging forward with Bjorn to engage the towering fiend. Bjorn and Einar execute a perfectly coordinated tackle, slicing through the monster, while Arua supports them with a powerful chant, unleashing an injury-worsening spell that turns the once tough fiend into nothing more than a chunk of meat. With that passive skill unlock, a death fiend is nothing more than a chunk of meat. Even their other companion gets into action, as magical energy flows into his pouch. Our tattooed tribal chief admits to Einar how impressed he is by mages. Arua happily agrees, highlighting their many uses for the team, joking that it's all thanks to their hard study and, of course, talent. Arua then asks the party for help collecting research materials, which everyone readily agrees to, and they quickly gather the magic stones and bones. While Einar just cares how many cream pies it's worth, our barbarian with a gamer's brain can't help but notice that Arua has overlooked a valuable item he knows about from his game knowledge. He recognizes a hidden statue, easily breakable for hidden loot, pondering how gamers often check suspicious objects and walls for secrets, but he decides against revealing his knowledge, fearing it would hurt the proud mage's ego. So he resolves to act naturally as they continue through the destroyed corridor, finally arriving at the massive dark gate of the inner castle, which Arua notes seemed empty of anything useful, but she's still excited for the new experience. Our transmigrated grinder scouts the area as they navigate the torchlit prison corridors, and Arua cheerfully warns them about acidic flesh explosions that can be lethal up close. Of course she'll block it before that happens, because, well, they have a mage. Bjorn, however, is annoyed, wondering if they've already forgotten their previous argument over loot, as Einar points out a skeletal rat, quickly shifting to terror when she spots a shrieking banshee. Her eyes widen in shock and horror, and she screams, "Banshee." Our calculating wizard gives a sly smirk, leaning in to whisper that it's not too dangerous, but Einar will have a terrible, horrifying experience, delighting in her panic and refusing to elaborate. Arua then looks down at the terrified party, raises her arm, channeling glowing red magic as a ghostly banshee shrieks, and she unleashes a massive wave of fire, effortlessly engulfing multiple screaming banshees. Unharmed, our magic wielder gestures for them to continue, leaving Bjorn and Einar in terrified shock at her overwhelming power. Realizing she's OP as hell, they move deeper into the misty prison, passing grotesque tremor wolves and ghoul lords. As Bjorn observes the interior is like a mad scientist laboratory, Arua, examining a dungeon wall, announces she's found a hidden door that, according to her memorized map, leads directly to a corpse golem, reminding Bjorn of her incredible preparedness. Our transmigrated grinder lights his torch, and they step into a dark doorway, greeted by an incredible stench and an endless mountain of corpses that fills their view. An incredible stench stabs at their nostrils, but this has no effect on the strong body of our barbarian with the gamer's brain. The first one to react, however, is the weight carrier, who immediately gags, and even Arua struggles, hunched over and coughing. After their dwarf companion urges them on, the party stares in horror as the mountain of corpses begins to speak, begging for help, then transforms into a horrific corpse golem, screaming in agony. "Help me," it groans. The first boss, a corpse golem, appears, and our tattooed tribal chief curses. Fuck, weren't these things silent in the game? He realizes there's no time to waste, as he sees the dwarf explorer trembling in fear. Bjorn grits his teeth, frustrated as the corpse golem screams in pain. He notes that these bastards were pretending to be so good, realizing he and Einar won't be carried here and must prepare for a tough fight. Our gamer barbarian Bjorn has a moment of clarity, realizing that no matter how realistic a game's drawings are, they still can't quite capture the sheer terror of facing a monster in person, especially when it's screaming in your face or when it's launching bits of itself at your party. He watches the mage who claimed to be so skilled at dissections now screaming in distress, vomiting all over the floor, while the dwarf, supposedly an experienced explorer who'd seen countless monsters, looks absolutely terrified. Bjorn mentally snarks that these two acted like he and Einar were beginners, but it's only the two barbarians who are still in their right minds here, ready to actually fight. Einar rounds on the panicking team, demanding to know what they're doing, and shouts for everyone to move as a truly disgusting green magical projectile of corpse sludge launches their way. The ghastly missile screeches through the air, and Einar instantly warns the dwarf, but it's too late as the projectile splatters across his face, leaving him screaming that his eyes are burning. Our transmigrated tactician observes that the dwarf is out of commission in the blink of an eye, and the dependable mage is still throwing up of Reiner. Bjorn realizes they're all going to die if he doesn't take charge, so he makes the snap decision to draw the monster's attention. Leaping into the fray with a battle cry that screams, "Come and get me," he grips his mace, preparing for the confrontation, recalling that the corpse golem's attack pattern is usually simple. It just throws corpse bombs at anyone too far away. He grunts through the fight, knowing the danger as the corpse golem attacks aggressively. Bjorn deftly dodges a lunge with his shield, knowing he shouldn't get too close to a corpse golem, because if he does, the monster will just switch targets to the mage, which would be the absolute worst case scenario since she's still useless. So our barbarian with the gamer's brain needs to keep his distance until the mage gets it together, luring the golem to stall for time. Just as he's thinking this, the exhausted mage, Arua Raven, finally manages to gather herself, casting a powerful spell, and unleashes a massive fire spell that engulfs the golem. Bjorn watches, momentarily stunned as the monster is consumed by fire, and Einar, equally amazed, shouts, "Is this the power of a mage?" The first phase of the corpse golem fight, which usually takes a long time and many torches, is finished off with just one spell, leaving the monster's outer body powerless. With the golem still enveloped in intense flames, Bjorn shouts for Einar to come over and aim for its chest, explaining that a corpse golem is a rank 7 monster, but they charge forward together to deliver the final strike. Bjorn strikes the chest, causing an explosion of light. He looks on, breathing heavily from the exertion, while Einar asks if what's coalescing nearby is the essence. Bjorn confirms it, the corpse golem's essence. Loot from guardians is something all explorers desire, and this large glowing green magic stone is definitely a valuable prize. Our gamer barbarian considers the possibility, finding it almost weird that it took them this long to come across an essence, as he and Einar stand in the labyrinth water, looking at the glowing essence on the ground, wondering what they're going to do. He then reminds Arua that they were the ones who did most of the work, and that was what they had promised. Bjorn internally grumbles that he actually wanted 2 essences, perhaps from a death fiend or a chimera wolf. He didn't expect to earn the essence of a rank 7 elite monster like the corpse golem, which only appears once in the entire blood-tinted castle. He rubs his chin, evaluating his options carefully, and looks over a system display board listing the corpse golem's various stat adjustments. Our transmigrated transmigrated tactician considers the trade-offs of the essence's stat changes while holding a piece of bone, then strikes a heroic pose as he contemplates the utility of his new stats. He activates the flesh explosion skill, causing energy to erupt from his shoulders, sighing that while a corpse golem's essence is great, it eats away at potion and equipment costs. Meanwhile, the dwarf looks at a discarded metal cylinder on the ground, filled with shame, sitting tiredly, looking like a scolded child. Bjorn sits down with him, reminding him that he would have been dead if it weren't for Einar, and the dwarf admits he knows. He continues to talk to the dwarf in the dim dungeon light, leaning forward, keeping the conversation going as Einar watches over them. Arua, kneeling distressed, offers a sincere apology to Bjorn. Bjorn kneels in the dim dungeon light, listening to her apology, his hand resting near her staff on the damp ground. He gestures with his barbarian helm on, stating simply that they got rid of the corpse golem. The wizard adjusts her large red hat, looking down, and replies that she knows. Bjorn argues that they saved her and the dwarf, doing more than their share of responsibility, and Arua agrees. His hand rests on his knee as he prepares to make a demand. Bjorn stands over the seated Arua, telling her they'll take the rupture stone as payment. The rest of the exploration team stands together in silence, as the dwarf explorer speaks up, laughing as he looks at Einar, saying he would have died if it weren't for their barbarian lady. Arua listens, then despite being against it, agrees that if they come across a rupture stone, she'll give them a fair chance to claim it. Bjorn, wearing his helm, looks down with a stern expression, concluding that it's good enough for now. He maintains his serious expression, continuing, and then drops the bombshell. The corpse golem just dropped an essence. Arua gasps in shock, covering her mouth, exclaiming that it's even rarer than a guardian's essence. Our brutal strategist observes Arua's perfect reaction, thinking, I knew she would react like that, then looks intently at his teammates as he prepares for the real negotiation. Arua stares in surprise, Bjorn's hand visible in the foreground, as he asks what she thinks, leaving her with a tense, concerned expression, clutching her pendant. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain starts the delicate dance of negotiation, hoping to swap their freshly acquired corpse golem essence for something even better, and moments later, he grins, announcing that the negotiation is complete. Meanwhile, the fairy explorer Erwin pulls out a test tube, happily chatting about her research, while her companion worries it's a very expensive item only worth using for a 6th rank essence or higher. Erwin, however, remains unconcerned by the cost, as swirling magical energy begins to flow into her one and only tube, betting on a 7th rank drop for the corpse golem. With the essence secured, the explorers decide it's time to pack up, and Erwin triumphantly raises her precious test tube, ready to get out of this horrible place, but not before she channels her hopes into the tube, wishing for the guardian's essence to finally emerge. The party continues their trek through the labyrinth, pushing deeper into shadowy stone hallways, when Erwin senses something peculiar about one of the demon statues, touching its cold, ancient surface. Suddenly, a dusty book flies off the statue, and Erwin catches it mid-air as her companions watch in shock. She beams brightly, asking her companion if they knew about this hidden treasure, but our transmigrated grinder recognizes the ancient tome immediately. It's the Necronomicon, a dark magic text that sells for a high price. His eyes narrow in annoyance, forced to watch the mage claim the loot for herself, who insists that since she found it, she gets to keep it. Bjorn observes her awkward, almost guilty laugh, figuring she knows the true value of what she's just acquired. As they move on, our tattooed tribal chief wonders why she knows about the book but not the secret hidden in the fountain. They spend some time hunting monsters, battling fierce gargoyle statues, and then chimera wolves, until they face the second mini-boss, a terrifying bone knight. Bjorn notes that after grabbing a corpse golem's essence, now they're up against a desire-type bone knight, and he can't help but feel they've been incredibly lucky so far. He recalls the different types. The sadness type induces psychosis with fog, while the hatred type uses soul slaying to decrease levels, making them the most difficult, but the desire type, the one in front of them now, is different. The wizard Arua Raven confidently assures the group that she can easily nullify its skill with her injury-worsening spell, and her magic strikes the bone knight, proving her point that this is indeed the easiest type to fight. Even better, as the fight concludes, the bone knight's essence begins to materialize, glowing a vibrant pink. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks delighted, wondering if luck is finally on his side. He then surprises our hulking comrade Einar by handing her the precious essence. He knows its life power absorption skill works particularly well with swords, and he plans to abandon weapons eventually. He also reflects on their journey into the labyrinth, where he felt a strong connection, deciding that Einar is dependable. Einar, blushing and overjoyed, promises to pay him back, and he muses that given her personality, she'll be a helpful companion who won't easily leave him. As Einar absorbs the essence, engulfed in a swirling red aura, he internally decides not to rush things, planning to find a better essence for himself later with the help of a stronger Einar. But there's one tiny detail he forgot to mention to her as Einar, surprised, asks if the process is over. She looks down at her hands, confused, not feeling much of a change, but then her eyes widen in shock. She looks up at our tattooed tribal chief, exclaiming that Bjorn suddenly got bigger. Then she points at their dwarf companion, noting that even he is less of a dwarf now. Bjorn observes her, noting with a wry grin that she got smaller, to which she screams, "What?" realizing she must have shrunk to about 170 centimeters. Arua Raven steps in to explain, detailing the Bone Knight's essence stats, which include a .25 height modifier, along with buffs like cutting force, bone density, and agility, and skills like preservative and life power absorption. Our barbarian sister, when shocked and angry, she bursts into tears, wailing that everyone already looked down on her because she's a woman. Arua Raven looks at her in surprise, while Einar continues to sob, hands clasped. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain moves to comfort her, proclaiming everyone knows she's an amazing warrior, while internally admitting that without her tattoos, she just looks like a normal woman. As others praise the essence and joke about being invisible, Bjorn internally curses them as sociopaths who only talk about themselves, even when others are in despair. He looks down at a flushed, crying Einar, feeling genuinely sad for her. To snap her out of it, our tattooed tribal chief tells her to test out the essence. The party confronts a monstrous creature, and Einar stares intently, focusing her new power. The monster looms over her, but a powerful energy strike cuts through the darkness. As Einar slams her massive sword into it, Arua Raven and another teammate look on in shocked surprise at her new strength. Bjorn stands over a stunned Einar after the battle, confirming that she's gotten much stronger. With teary eyes and a flushed face, Einar asks if it's true, and then, raising her weapon in celebration, she cries out, "No, you're not just a wearer. We're not just a wearer. You're a mocker wearer. The S-Pronger wearer. The S-Stronger wearer. The S-Pronger wearer. The S-Pronger wearer." The dwarf and Erwin chat happily, unaware of the impending doom. The team discusses their incredible luck, hoping the Guardian will drop its essence too. Our Barbarian with a gamer's brain reflects on his recent successes, acknowledging Einar's new essence and their increased loot share. But a gnawing feeling makes him wonder if things have ever worked out so smoothly in his life. He contemplates the worst-case scenario right now, what it could possibly be. Just as the dwarf reaches out to open the heavy door, Bjorn yells to stop, realizing with alarm that the door handle's color has changed. He shouts a desperate warning to close the door, but a system message appears. The blood-tinted castle's master is waking from a deep slumber. The team scrambles as the room glows a menacing red, and Bjorn curses, realizing it's already too late. They stand trapped in the crimson-lit room as the room glows a menacing red, and Bjorn curses, realizing it's already too late. A fairy explorer stares in horror at the figure on the throne, gasping, Why isn't it a Death Knight?" The vampire guardian, unsettlingly calm, speaks to the terrified intruders, stating, "I haven't seen a living being in a while." Her companions realize this isn't just a vampire. It's an intelligent, advanced mutation, a named monster that rarely appears below the 6th floor. They identify him with a scream, Vampire Duke, Cambormir. The world of Rafdonia is full of dangers, from your everyday mutant goblins carrying bows and swords, to much rarer creatures like the towering corpse golem. But then there are the truly weird threats, like a mimic chest with sharp teeth just waiting to chomp down on unsuspecting explorers. Or, even worse, advanced named monsters, such as the chilling Vampire Duke. Our gamer Barbarian is knee-deep in trouble, sprinting through a dark environment while carrying a distressed fairy ally on his back. He barely dodges an unseen attacker who just popped up out of nowhere, surprised by the sudden appearance of a vampire. He barely has time to register that it's the Vampire Duke, Cambormir himself. Our transmigrated grinder is already frustrated by his companion, telling the fairy to run instead of whining, as she frets that this has never happened before, and he can't help but inwardly agree, even if there are advanced mutant monsters on the 3rd floor. Finding a Vampire Duke on the 1st floor is a whole new level of unexpected chaos, something he only learned about after watching a stream. She just keeps marveling at the situation, but our gamer Barbarian wonders if her curiosity ever stops. Even in urgent situations like this, Bjorn quickly recalls his past life playing the game, remembering that he just had a feeling and noticed something was off because of the door handle's color. He tried hundreds of times to get this dupe by copying that player, but it never worked, so he rewatched the recording dozens of times before noticing that small change. The only thing different in that recording was the handle color, and he realizes he just had a feeling because of that small detail. He wonders if he would have noticed before the door was opened if he hadn't been so excited from all their recent luck. Back in the present, the exploration team is debating whether to fight or flee, with some arguing that they can't leave without killing the monster, and others just wanting to get to sunlight. But before they can decide, a shadowy entity forms right in front of them, manifesting. The team recognizes it as spiritification, and they're annoyed by monsters that use magic. A wizard frantically prepares a blinding light spell, yelling for everyone to close their eyes. A blinding flash of light erupts, filling the dungeon with its fierce glow as the wizard's staff emits a powerful magical burst. Everyone shields their eyes, and when the light fades, our tattooed tribal chief realizes the vampire is gone, leaving the team in an empty room, stunned by its sudden disappearance. But the danger is far from over as someone screams for Bjorn, revealing that Arua Raven, their mage, is down. A team member carries an unconscious Arua away from the danger, revealing that Arua Raven, their mage, is down. Arua is coughing up blood, and the team panics, wondering if she suffered internal injuries, especially since a vampire's essence shouldn't have this kind of effect. Our gamer Barbarian quickly analyzes the situation, wondering if it's another monster's essence, because the video he watched ended before the person could do anything, so he never saw what kind of essence the Duke had, only the pixelated "you be died" screen. As the party argues again about how to escape, our transmigrated grinder confidently steps forward, holding his weapon and assuring them he knows the way out. He thinks to himself, "Damn it, the priority is to make it out alive even if I get a war. Evade I get rated as a W-read Barbarian." Our Barbarian with a gamer's brain leads the party, including an unidentified dwarf, through the dark, winding corridors of the labyrinth, proving that he did memorize the way like he said. His teammates stare in shock as they spot the exit, clearly amazed that he actually memorized the complex route. But the respite is short-lived as Bjorn's eyes widen in intense realization, knowing that the Vampire Duke is after them again, pushing them to hurry to the exit. Our tattooed tribal chief sprints forward, shield raised as the party dashes through the labyrinth, reaching the doorway with Arua Raven looking alarmed and fearful behind them, finally making it to the glowing entrance. Safe for now, the party stands together with Bjorn still holding the fairy, while Einar, Fenelin, and the dwarf prepare for battle, knowing knowing that spiritification is especially weak to light. Einar, our loyal barbarian comrade, smiles excitedly, clenching her fist and telling the dwarf that Bjorn is a great warrior and he can do anything, but the looming problem quickly rears its head. The sun is setting over the ruins of Rafdonia, meaning the vampire will be back. Our gamer barbarian immediately commands his team to get moving and carry the mage, sharply cutting off their protests. He sees a teammate leaning over the exhausted mage, showing concern. Bjorn demands, "Do what you want to do here. Get up right now if you want to live. You want to live." He wastes no time, his sharp weapon striking a surface with a powerful magical attack, causing debris to fly and shattering a goddess statue. Bjorn stands in the ruined area, realizing that he knew it. And there, in the broken neck of the statue, sits a glowing bottle of goddess tears. He explains that it's a one-use item, good for healing and also for attacking evil-type monsters. Our transmigrated grinder stands over the seated wizard, Arua Raven, who agrees that the Duke will be back as soon as the sun sets. Arua explains she experienced pain sharing because the Duke has the essence of an 8th rank monster, and it's a good thing he had it. Bjorn asks Arua how long she needs to heal, wondering if 20 minutes will be enough, causing her to look annoyed and ask if he knows how rude it is to ask a mage about their spells. Our gamer barbarian smirks, touching his chin, acknowledging that he declares, "The me now is a barbarian, the peak of rudeness, who doesn't care about manners except when talking to the king." Leaving a talking to the king, leaving Atoria looking shocked and confused. Despite her annoyance, Arua states she can use Sunspot, and Bjorn immediately asks if she can combine it with a reinforcement spell. She confirms she can with more mana, but it will take about 10 minutes to gather, meaning our tattooed tribal chief has to endure somehow for 30 minutes total. When Arua asks who the leader is, Bjorn confidently suggests he is. Einar chimes in that it doesn't really matter, but then declares her trust in him, saying, "I am sorry, but I trust this pal." A bearded teammate smiles widely, looking confident, while another character offers a small, hesitant thanks. And Aurora Raven looks surprised by the team's quick acceptance. Just as the plan solidifies, the vampire antagonist looms, revealing sharp fangs and taunting them, saying how strange it is that he can't hold back his bloodthirst when he sees Bjorn. He asks if they can guess the reason, then announces, "He's here." The team quickly forms a defensive formation, knowing they have 30 minutes until the spell is ready and they have to hold on until then. The terrifying vampire Duke Boromir unleashes a flurry of clawed strikes in the dark red-tinged labyrinth, looking absolutely menacing as he's surrounded by dark energy. An armored explorer shouts for Tarjan and Raven to get out, while a hooded figure hauls a wizard away from the fight, reflecting that this battle is just like the game, where monsters and explorers communicate in short bursts, not full conversations. The winged vampire creature, with a malicious expression, leaps and slashes downward with sharp, elongated claws. But our sturdy dwarf explorer, using his hammer, blocks the vampire's claws, grimacing with the effort, but surprisingly holding his ground against the powerful strike. This incredible resilience comes from his 7th rank Aeontro's essence, weight balance, which makes him resistant to knockbacks as long as his feet are on the ground, and also comes with shock absorption, making him a perfect tanker. As the dwarf holds the line, our tattooed tribal chief, Bjorn, tells Einar he'll take the left, as they prepare to flank the creature. Einar strikes from the side, surprising the vampire, who then slashes through the air, narrowly missing the warriors. But the creature lands a powerful blow, causing Bjorn to recoil and clutch his hand, realizing he's experiencing pain sharing. He observes that his attacks aren't phasing the vampire at all, and then, in a blink, its body begins to dissolve and transform into a swarm of black crows. A massive swarm of crows emerges, filling the dark red-tinged sky, forcing the explorers to stand defensively, as the dwarf triggers his 2nd essence, Emergency Restoration, creating a defensive barrier. Despite the barrier, blood splatters everywhere, an explorer warning that it's dangerous if it touches them, realizing they've all been affected. This is a vampire skill, Sacrificial Seal, a buff that increases regenerative power in proportion to HP lost, and Owner of Blood, which absorbs opponents' skills by sucking their blood, and Priesthood is burning. This high-rank monster can turn into smoke to avoid sword attacks, transform into crows to explode, or summon monsters with blood, making its specs overpowered. An explorer is struck down, and Einar and another warrior react in alarm, telling Bjorn that Hikarod is down, as our barbarian with a gamer's brain curses the difficulty and asks Raven how much longer until her magic is ready. Raven replies 5 minutes, and with the dwarf, who is doing the most, now down, and Einar and Bjorn exhausted, our determined meat shield tells Einar to take the dwarf and fall back, ignoring her protest. Bjorn shouts that he'll block the vampire and urges them to hurry, and Einar, accepting his command, rushes forward with her greatsword as Bjorn intercepts the creature's dark attack. The shadowy entity lunges, declaring it doesn't need a weapon, and strikes Bjorn, who tanks the blow with his shield in the dark rift. Our transmigrated grinder has a grim expression, realizing he's not fighting but enduring, internally cursing Bihela as he makes a desperate move. Bjorn is impaled by the creature's dark shadowy blades, but with grim resolve in his eyes, he swallows a potion, enduring the pain, daring the creature to keep stabbing him. Dark energy swirls during the intense confrontation, and the wizard and others watch, bewildered by his strange actions, wondering what he's doing. Bjorn breathes heavily, enduring intense heat and pain, as an unknown character remarks they've never heard of anyone fighting like that, insisting it makes no sense that he's still moving, despite the unimaginable pain from the potion worsening with his injuries. Smoke comes from our barbarian, and the terrifying antagonist lunges, expressing disbelief that he blocked an attack in that state, noting it's a miracle he's even moving. Bjorn's body is being mutilated, because he can't block every attack, taking heavy slashes across his torso, but still he struggles, parrying powerful blows that create bright flashes of light. A wizard and companion observe the shocking scene, while Bjorn, grimacing intensely under his helmet, stands firm against the monstrous creature. Einar, reminding them that there's only one way out of a rupture: to defeat the Guardian. The mage, sitting on the ground, contemplates her role, realizing that even our tattooed chief, who only recently went through his coming-of-age ritual, is making rational judgments and doing his best. She grasps her staff firmly, declaring that a mage isn't just a backline fighter, but someone who analyzes the situation and offers efficient paths to the team, so she needs to make the best choice as a mage if she wants to live. She reaches out, casting a spell with glowing magical circles, using aim assist, projection range assist, and target automatic aim, surprising Bjorn, who swings his weapon down, wondering what this is. A surge of magical energy indicates the absorption of a 7th rank corpse golem essence into his soul, increasing his pain tolerance, strength, bone density, poison tolerance, strength, bone density, poison tolerance, appetite, and weight, dramatically boosting his overall combat index. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain finds his mind a blank and his vision blurry, grappling with the choice of what to abandon and what to protect, knowing he must force himself to stay strong. He can't block every attack from the sinister vampire, so our tactical barbarian decides to sacrifice his legs and arms, protecting only his vital points. A system message flashes, confirming the essence of a corpse golem is being absorbed into his soul, which lets his bones block the vampire's nails. Our durable warrior wonders if someone fed him the essence, already annoyed thinking about how he'll have to change his progress plan. But if he looks at it short-sightedly, things are now very optimistic, as the meat shield that was just taking a beating is now able to move, greatly raising the possibility of survival. Still, he can't just keep taking a beating like this. Suddenly, a glass bottle strikes his armor, and his body quickly recovers as an advanced heal spell takes effect. Aria Raven has finally gotten it together, realizing that if he can continue to recover with this kind of regenerative power, then it's doable. He catches the vampire's hand mid-attack, leaving the creature shocked. Bjorn strikes the vampire's hand mid-attack, leaving the creature shocked. Bjorn strikes the vampire, declaring his new stance, Immortal Barbarian mode. Now it doesn't matter if his flesh and muscles are torn, because his acidic blood will damage the vampire, and any damage he takes will heal in seconds, thanks to the essence and the potions. The vampire gasps, clutching its chest in pain, and when Bjorn gets struck again, Bjorn charges in, shouting his name and promising to help. She swings her sword in a wide arc, forcing the vampire to extend its claws in defense, as Bjorn delivers another powerful swing of his weapon. Our bloodied warrior grunts through the pain, his eyes glowing with focus as a streak of magical energy flashes across the floor. The vampire reacts with surprise as it's suddenly grabbed by an unseen force, allowing Bjorn to scream in exertion, leap into the air like a spring-loaded toy, and swing his axe with a powerful war cry. A massive explosion of light and force strikes the vampire, and our strategic fighter shouts, Murad! Murad charges up a bolt of magical lightning, unleashing a powerful explosion of energy forward. The vampire Count Cormair is engulfed by crackling blue magical energy, as Bjorn leaps toward a statue like a gymnast, announcing his next move. Our game master crouches before the statue, holding the vial of goddess tears he'd been saving for this moment, and inserts it into the decapitated statue's neck. Bjorn delivers a powerful punch directly into the vampire's head, triggering a bright flash of magical light. A massive explosion of light erupts centered on the vampire head. Vampire Rebin unleashes her 6th rank attack, Sunspa. The vampire reels, pained and bloodied, as Arua panics, coughing during the blast. A high-angle view shows the massive fire attack sweeping across the labyrinth floor, engulfing Bjorn, who is still grappled by the vampire. Our self-sacrificing hero curses, regretting that he should have gotten away when he could have. The magical fire consumes the environment, reinforcing Bjorn's regret, until the massive explosion engulfs them both. Our battered barbarian wakes up on the ground, gasping for air and wondering if they actually did it, but the silence makes him question if that vampire bastard is truly dead. Pulling himself up from the ground with immense effort, his eyes widen in realization as the vampire stands tall, seemingly unharmed. Our strategist curses, demanding to know why the creature is still alive, as its immortal skill activates, exponentially increasing its regenerative power in proportion to lost HP. The vampire's chest cavity pulses with red energy, revealing another skill, Source of Darkness, which resists death as long as the heart is okay. Its mangled body begins stitching itself back together magically, and Bjorn gasps, realizing that with this kind of regenerative power, the vampire will be completely healed soon. With everyone else passed out on the floor, our determined warrior realizes there's only one thing left for him to do. He steps forward onto the vampire. Bjorn hunches over the unconscious monster, breathing heavily as he prepares to deliver a final crushing blow. Our exhausted barbarian brings his fists down onto the vampire, screaming, "Piece of shit." The monster's body erupts in a violent bloody explosion, leaving Bjorn standing amid the mist, clutching his own bleeding hands, realizing that to make it out alive, he has to keep unleashing flesh explosion repeatedly, even as he instinctively feels he's reaching his limit. With his HP dropping under 1%, a spectral Reaper-like entity looms over him, as a system message warns his HP has reached 0%, starting a countdown. Our unyielding hero refuses to stop, consuming mentality points, knowing he'd end up dying anyway if he did. He collapses on the ground, gasping for air, realizing he doesn't even have hands left, and decides to use his body instead. A bright magical explosion erupts in the labyrinth's tattooed back. Recovering hero gasps as he jolts awake, and Einar leans over him, asking if he's finally up. Bjorn is still confused and asks about the rest of the party, but his eyes widen in disbelief when Einar reveals he's been out cold for 3 whole days. Our transmigrated grinder starts flexing his hands, checking for injuries on his powerful tattooed body, which thankfully seems to be completely fine, until he has a sudden realization. He asks Einar flat out where his pants are, and she casually explains complains that they were bothering her, so she just ripped them up. She gives him a big thumbs up, full of praise for the great warrior he is. As Bjorn begs her to stop talking, Einar then starts talking about the numbers, and Bjorn realizes he must have absorbed the vampire dupe's essence, meaning the guardian must have dropped all 3 items, which instantly makes him think about the loot distribution. He recalls the mage being stubborn about her share, claiming she needed it to make up for her losses, and that she specifically argued for the rupture stones, knowing Bjorn took the best loot possible. This makes him think she's the only one who knows he absorbed the vampire's essence, which is why she also gave him the corpse golem's essence and all her potions, basically losing out on everything in the rupture. So the mage isn't mad about the loot at all, but Einar is still furious that she just left without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. Einar then flashes a bright smile, thanking our tattooed tribal chief for being so dependable, and he suddenly focuses, thinking that even if the mage took everything, something else must still be there. He clenches his fist in determination. Moments later, our barbarian with the gamer's brain and his teammate are back in Rafdonia, discussing how good their profits should be. After all that hard work, a clerk tells them they've earned 231,520 stone, and Bjorn, holding his bag, thinks it's a pretty good amount, until he's surprised by a sudden question from the clerk. She asks him flat out why a 9th rank explorer has earned so much, and Bjorn realizes they've never asked this kind of question before. Suddenly, armored guards surround him, pointing their spears, and he can only shout, "What the thick?" Meanwhile, elsewhere in Rafdonia, a fairy explorer looks excluded, having just faced 7th rank monsters for the first time. She recounts the strength of those monsters, and even mentions a 6th rank monster her sister fought, feeling like it was a proper adventure now that she wasn't just trying to survive. She looks for Bjorn, hoping to surprise him with her tales, but then accidentally yelps in pain when he bumps into her shoulder. Even though it hurt, she can't help but flush, still eager to see him. Later, the fairy explorer, Erwen, is at a counter, where a clerk writes down her sister's name, Daria Wittember de Tercia. She then leaves with a happy smile, and we see her later, bathing in a steaming tub, wondering if Mr. is back yet. She twirls around happily in a dress, sure he'll be home soon. As the sun sets, she enters a room and finds a bearded man standing by the door. Erwen looks shocked and furious, demanding to know why he's taking stuff out of Mr.'s room, but the man only grips his own arms in distress, implying that Bjorn died in there. Later that Rainian's constable, hunching over in grief, streamed down her face. Her sister stands over her, asking if she plans to stay like this, and Erwen, distressed, declares her desire to become stronger. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain sits frustrated in a dark jail cell, as an interrogator questions him about a crossbow and barbarian customs. Bjorn fires back, asking if they're really imprisoning him over this, and the interrogator explains that new guild rules now thoroughly investigate 9th rank explorers to minimize plundering. Sitting handcuffed, Bjorn recalls the incident where he was ambushed by plunderers, and how he had to leave out the part about the woman involved. The interrogator then points to his own neck, asking how Bjorn survived a stab there and where his scar is. Bjorn looks shocked, realizing his scars have healed too because of the vampire's essence, and he curses himself for accidentally talking about the rupture. The interrogator laughs at his slip-up, mocking him for trying to claim a vampire was on the 3rd floor and calling him a bad liar, even as Bjorn asks to call a mage to verify his statements with memory magic, offering to pay, but they refuse him, saying only 7th ranks, and up can request that. The jailers try their own mental magic, but our transmigrated grinder's mental barrier is too strong, and an official complains he can't call over a magic tower mage for such a trivial matter, telling Bjorn to just confess, but then the interrogator reveals he has conclusive evidence, a glowing stone. Bjorn recognizes it as a message stone from when he was fighting the Crystal Union, and the interrogator declares it proof he's been plundering others. They found the stone belonged to a dead explorer, received statements from the Crystal Union, and tell our tattooed tribal chief he will be executed in 3 hours. Bjorn realizes talking is useless, and decides there's only one way out of here alive. He grips a metallic bar, and fiery energy erupts from his hand. Bjorn unleashes an explosive blast, overpowering a guard who cowers of towers in terror. The guard is utterly shocked by his power, and Bjorn delivers a final powerful strike. Standing over the incapacitated guard, Bjorn glows with residual energy, as magical energy surges around him. Another guard reacts in terror, dropping the keyring, and other prisoners shout in excitement, wondering if he's really escaping. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain thinks about how some of them are probably criminals, but an innocent barbarian falsely blamed doesn't care about that as he unlocks the cells. The prisoners cheer and celebrate their release. Chaos erupts in the Explorer Guild lobby, as a guard reacts in surprise to the sudden noise. Prisoners cheer their release and start grappling with guards. A woman shouts for explorers to help take down the escapees as a full-blown riot takes hold. Bjorn runs through the chaos, knowing the prisoners will be caught soon since they don't have weapons, but he has a much bigger plan. He vaults over a railing, declaring his goal isn't just to escape, as guards try to stop him from reaching the branch manager upstairs. Bjorn screams, flash explosion, triggering an explosive ability that shocks the guards, who scream in agony as they're hit by the acidic, burning sacrificial seal, searing their skin like a branding iron. The magical seal glows, and Bjorn grins intensely, his doping complete. He lunges forward, attacking a guard with incredible speed, delivering a powerful downward strike. A close-up shows the guard's face being brutally smashed into the ground, as Bjorn delivers another powerful blow with his tattooed arm, creating a magical shockwave. He battles on with intense focus. A bloodied guard reacts in shock, asking how this is possible without a potion. As Bjorn stands over his fallen foe, he gloats about how awesome this doping effect is, while other guards hesitate, terrified, and our transmigrated grinder smiles, knowing they never imagined he could be this strong. Our tattooed tribal chief Bjorn arrives at the Explorer Guild branch manager's office, kicking open the double doors only to realize he stumbled right into an ambush. He shouts about the ambush, as an assailant immediately charges him like a bull from a gate, grinning as they lunge for the kill, but Bjorn stands his ground. To the attacker's shock, Our transmigrated grinder is completely unharmed and unimpressed, casually revealing, "Sordid, but my blood is acidic." He watches with a cold expression as his acidic blood takes its toll, and the branch manager watches in horror as Bjorn easily defeats the attacker in her office. The bloodied assailant, barely conscious, manages to warn him that she's the district manager's daughter. Bjorn perps up asking, "The dear to manager has a dodged her? Looks like I hit the jackpot." The attacker reacts in shock and pain as Bjorn's new plan solidifies, who then declares his change of plans. The distressed woman tries to protest, but our barbarian with a gamer's brain clarifies that having the district manager's daughter here changes everything, and things are either going to get really easy or really complicated. As he grabs her by the throat to silence her daughter here changes everything, and things are either going to get really easy or really complicated. As he grabs her by the throat to silence her. Holding the manager's daughter, Bjorn addresses the guards, warning them that the woman will die. Moments later, he stands on a balcony, holding the screaming woman as onlookers gather below, taking a moment to compose himself before he begins his next move. Our transmigrated grinder inhales deeply through his nose, then bellows a powerful cry to the city below, declaring to the shocked crowd of explorers, "Time for my retaliation." The explorers below are confused, wondering if it's an escaped prisoner and how he got up there. Bjorn looks out over the city and screams his innocence for all to hear. I am Nakant, he intact. He internally confirms that they won't be able to just cover it up if he makes a big scene like this. Meanwhile, at the massive magic tower, word reaches the mages that the Explorer Guild wants one of them. An older, bearded mage discusses the situation with his younger blonde colleague, who looks surprised by the audacious request. They can't believe Bjorn would take a daughter hostage just to ask for a mage, concluding that he must be stupid and insane. Suddenly, our pink-hatted wizard, Arua Raven, snaps her fingers, realizing there's someone specific she needs to look for. She soon finds our barbarian with a gamer's brain, still holding the district manager's daughter. Arua is utterly shocked, wondering if this Bjorn Yandel is the mage they sent. She gestures angrily, demanding to know why it's him again and why he knows so much. Arua Raven glares intensely at our tattooed tribal chief, as their conversation grows more heated. She then leaps back like a spring, uncoiling, reminding him of his promise before casting a spell. A hand touches Bjorn's forehead, casting a glowing psychological spell. Arua looks surprised, exclaiming, "It's not working. Do you have some kind of equipment?" Kisquigical skellos. A man in a white coat kneels to check on astrological spells. A man in a white coat kneels to check on a distressed girl's spells. A man in a white coat kneels to check on a stressed grinder. The man looks on with genuine worry, but Bjorn turns his head, revealing his heavily tattooed back, which shocks the man into a gasp. The man shouts, claiming he already knows about the tattoos. Bjorn lets out a sigh of relief, slumping on the couch. He then looks out as a sigh of relief, slumping on the couch. He then looks out with a sharp, suspicious, and aggressive expression. An older investigator with glasses shouts, accusing Bjorn of having way too many magic crystals for a 9th-ranked explorer, with a bag full of glowing red crystals sitting on the ground as evidence. The investigator also mentions a crossbow and rusted equipment, indicating stolen loot. He continues, claiming they tracked down the owner of a message stone in Bjorn's bag and obtained information from the Crystal Union that Bjorn had murdered innocent people and looted the victims. But our barbarian with a gamer's brain questions why a testimony from a fellow Union member hasn't been magically proven. The angry investigator points aggressively, yelling that is because Bjorn kept lying. He demands to know about the vampire's essence, shouting for his subordinates to work on him. The investigator makes a threatening gesture, declaring this is the barbarian's end. However, our pink-hatted wizard, Arua Raven, interjects with a stern expression, stating, "It's true that he the vampire's essence in the first volar rupture." The investigator looks utterly shocked and distressed. Arua addresses the group again, challenging them by pointing out they can't use magic on her. Bjorn stands calmly behind the seated woman as Arua faces down the men, leaving the investigator dumbfounded. Arua stares forward with an intense expression, asserting her authority. She questions the investigator with aggression, asking what he meant and if his little power trip has caused him to start looking down on mages too. The man immediately kneels on the floor in apology as Arua, Bjorn, and the woman watch him. Mages of the magic tower have a status similar to aristocrats, an unspoken rule that everyone understands. Someone questions why the fairy mage doesn't stop, but she holds her ground. The investigator sits on the couch, looking frustrated and annoyed, while the fairy mage looks forward with a stern and cold expression. She points at the man, reminding him that there are still mysteries they don't know the answers to. Even now, the man's face is shown in close-up, sweating and looking tense. The mage continues, standing before a monstrous shadow, declaring that they can never predict what might happen in the labyrinth. She questions how he can be sure something can happen, effectively dismantling his entire case. She gestures toward him, simply asking if he's sure. An observer thinks to himself that the mage is ruthless even to the branch manager. Truly a mage through and through. A robed person kneels before our pink-hatted wizard and our barbarian with a gamer's brain. A man in a formal suit announces his name, Niall Urbans. The man looks at them intensely. Our tattooed tribal chief looks surprised, while the hostage girl screams for her father, making Bjorn realize who this man is. Niall Urbans explains that the guild's management system is simple. Hundreds of branch managers, 13 district managers above them, and then the guild master at the very top, making the district managers basically second in command. The lying investigator falls to his knees, as if struck, distressed, and muttering to himself. Niall Urbans, the district manager, tells the kneeling investigator that he heard he was looking for him. The man with glasses shouts in distress, realizing who the person is. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain stands over the kneeling man, looking down at him intently, and accuses him of putting out a false witness statement about the message stone. Arua Raven's hand glows with magical energy as she casts a spell, surprising the wizard, who realizes how complicated this man is. Everyone realizes that now that a magic tower mage has proved it, he won't be able to get out of this. The distressed man stutters a denial as someone asks our tattooed tribal chief if his name is Bjorn Yandel. Our transmigrated grinder stands behind the district manager's daughter, gesturing with his arm raised as the district manager speaks. The distressed man looks down, ready to face the consequences. Niall Urbans decides the Crystal Union has been trouble for a while, and he will handle it. He then announces that the inspector in charge will be fired. Another man with a mustache looks intensely to the side, declaring that a thorough reinvestigation will be conducted into every case the inspector handled. The glasses of the inspector reflect his distress. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks down at his hand, thinking about what comes next. He then looks sharply to the left. Bjorn shouts aggressively at the nervous-looking man with a mustache. He yells aggressively at the nervous-looking man with a mustache. He yells aggressively at the man, who attempts to calm him down. Arua Raven stares at Bjorn, who looks back at her as he adjusts his stance. Someone asks if this is the famous Raven. Our pink-hatted wizard points her finger, speaking sternly to someone off-panel. The man with a mustache looks tense and annoyed. A grin spreads across someone's mouth. Our tattooed tribal chief is surrounded by floating gold coins, looking excited as he accepts the terms. The man with the mustache looks shocked. Arua Raven clarifies that her 1 million stones for her work here is separate, which makes someone wonder if Bjorn only accepted because she was present. The man with the mustache looks down, sweating and stressed, acknowledging the power that the magic tower wields. The massive magic tower looms under a cloudy sky, a symbol of immense power. A low-angle view emphasizes the towering magic tower reaching into the dark sky. We cut to Arua Raven's personal lab at Altemian School, cluttered with specimens and magical equipment. Our transmigrated grinder Bjorn questions why it's so messy here. Arua Raven's hand presents him with a flask filled with blue liquid which he questions. He takes the blue flask to his mouth, asking if it is water, to which Arua cheerfully replies that they do not have any, with a mischievous smile. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks closely at the blue flask, his expression one of disgust and suspicion, assuming that weird liquids and monster organs were in this thing until now. Bjorn sits on a chair, questioning the pink-hatted wizard about why she brought him here. Arua Raven explains that she only agreed back then because she was in a hurry, but nothing bad will come out of being friends with a mage. Bjorn gives her a serious look. Arua suddenly looks alert, proclaiming, "Consumed." Bjorn observes that her eyes have changed, now full of a passion for knowledge. He thinks about how the corpse golem she wanted to study was rare enough. Arua is so excited that our barbarian with a gamer's brain wonders if mages in this world are like graduate students. Bjorn looks intense, then asks if her earlier statements when signing the agreement papers were because of this. Arua confirms her condition, saying that if Bjorn promises not to record that Yandel took the vampire's essence, then she will agree, which makes Bjorn realize he was grateful that she was being so considerate before her true intentions become clear. Arua clears her throat. She then reveals that she also wants research results and asks about Yandel, the corpse golem, questioning if he survived. Arua gestures, confirming that he did, but states that's a separate issue. Bjorn rests his hand on his knee, thinking that in order for this relationship to work out long-term, he needs to show her what kind of person he is. Arua looks shocked as Bjorn reaches out, his tattooed arm moving as he makes his point. Someone who doesn't stand up for himself is just an idiot. He looms over Erwin, the district manager's daughter, who looks up in shock, questioning him. Bjorn stares down intensely at her, accusing, "You fed me the Scorpsea Golem's essence without my consent, didn't you? Erwin pushes her hand against Bjorn to consent, didn't you? Erwin pushes her hand against Bjorn's chest to create distance, telling him to back off. Erwin points an accusing finger at Bjorn. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks down, his face 10 million stones. To payment 10 in stones. I hedgered that's how much you need to erase an essence at the temple, but Erwin cuts him off, yelling, "Why would you get rid of Suchaprisian's thing hand?" Erwin shows a furious, shocked expression, calling him a Psychotic barbarian. Beren shows a furious, shocked expression, calling him a Psychotic barbarian. Bjorn stands tall and imposing while Erwin stands close to him, both in a tense conversation. Bjorn insists that she ask around. Erwin touches the glowing crystal ball to initiate a magical connection. Arua Raven speaks through the magical connection, introducing herself to Mr. Patsran and asking if he met with her mentor last time. Arua looks concerned while maintaining the magical connection. Arua Raven stares, completely startled, as our calculating chieftain discusses rare essences, asking him if he'd really be mad about a super rare one, but he clarifies that an essence he hadn't planned to take would only harm him. He sits back confidently, knowing exactly what he needs, and Arua blushes, flustered by his bluntness. She's utterly shocked when she calculates the cost of erasing essences, gasping at the 15 million price tag, as our barbarian with a gamer's brain agrees that it takes a lot of money to do anything. Wondering if they worship money, not gods, Arua then asks what he would do if money wasn't an option, and he smugly tells her to use her imagination, knowing a skilled explorer like Patron would definitely understand the importance of balancing essences, because if she had asked a low-ranking explorer barely making a living, they would have just said to take whatever essence, which is why they lose, so he demands she admit her mistake. Arua realizes he's much more special than she'd heard, and then a white-bearded, blue-robed man appears next to a crying girl, asking who Raven's mentor is. Bjorn realizes this must be Master Tavilion, head of the Altemian school, a man powerful enough to occupy 5 floors of the magic tower, maybe even more powerful enough to district manager, and the master, amused, says he had fun listening to their conversation. Our pragmatic protagonist remains pensive, noting how the master seems surprised by a living barbarian. The master then jokes that most barbarians only come here dead, or with just their hearts left, and Bjorn just stares, stoic. The old man chuckles at his own mage humor, but when Bjorn looks puzzled, he says to loosen up, it was just a joke. Bjorn responds that he happens to be a barbarian who knows how to read the room, then suddenly leans in aggressively, telling the master, "Open that skull of yours." He laughs intensely, and it's okay as long as he claims it's a joke. The master is utterly shocked by the insult, but Bjorn just keeps laughing. Bjorn stands over the trembling master, who then bursts out laughing, calling Bjorn a real one. The master then looks intensely angry for a moment, but Bjorn just gives a thumbs up and laughs, saying he's a barbarian and they took the joke joke well, so he'll take back his previous insult. The master then tells him to come to his side anyway and presents a small red jewelry box containing a glowing ring. Our pragmatic protagonist immediately recognizes it as a numbered item, something only obtainable from Guardians of Ruptures, rare and with exclusive abilities, and asks if this is for him. He then looks thoughtful, realizing that even the master of the Altemian school doesn't know about the true ability of this frost spirit ring. As he walks down the stairs, someone calls out, reminding him he promised to help with the corpse golem essence research, and he mutters that he'll do it, knowing she'll remember. The master smiles at Arua, who is apologizing. As our barbarian with a gamer's brain walks into a massive golden gateway, he thinks about how mages are the smartest in this world, yet Arua didn't know how to obtain the goddess tears, and that's when he was certain that even if they're mages, they're basically noobs to him. Back at the inn, a man is shocked to see Bjorn, thinking he had died, and Bjorn confronts the innkeeper, who had emptied his room, thinking he was dead. When Bjorn asks about his stuff, the innkeeper apologetically admits he threw it all out, even though Bjorn had paid for an extra week, and the innkeeper begs forgiveness, promising to pay him back. Our calculating chieftain grimaces, thinking he can't even beat this dude up, but then stops, reflecting on his recent violent thoughts. He wonders when he started having such thoughts so naturally, seeing a head go flying and feeling fine. He recalls murdering for the first time, finding it easy, and only hesitating a bit when escaping the jail cell. The argument with the old man in the magic tower was something the 29-year-old office worker Lee Hansu would have never done, and he realizes his personality has changed to become more violent and simple, wondering if he's becoming more like a barbarian. Deciding this change is better for his survival, he tells the innkeeper he'll let it go if he gets 30,000 stones. When the innkeeper starts to protest, Bjorn slams his hand on the counter, questioning the innkeeper's claim of having sold his items, since he had just said he threw them out. Later, our former office worker enjoys his new, much better hotel room, even though it's twice as expensive, because it has windows and a personal tub. He notes the city square is much closer, and the next day, at the Angry Bull Inn, Einar Fenhelin shouts Bjorn's name in alarm. She grabs and pulls him, explaining he's known as the Barbarian of Freedom. Our newly famous explorer looks startled, admitting he had no idea, while another barbarian explains that it's strangely the only thing people don't know about him. Bjorn thinks the guild must have kept him anonymous, at least as multiple barbarians cheer excitedly. Proud that someone like him is one of them, they celebrate his escape from jail to freedom, hailing him as the best barbarian and warrior, and our newly famous explorer walks through the crowd, concerned it's become such big news and hoping nothing bad comes of it. They arrive in Kamelby, a large domed city, which Einar excitedly points out she's never been to. Bjorn then hands Einar her share of their earnings, telling her it's 300,000 stones. Einar then spots people eating clouds on a stick and points them out to Bjorn, delighted. She tastes the cotton candy with curious delight, then sits at a cafe table, marveling at how humans are geniuses to think of making something like this. Our newly famous explorer is surprised by her intense focus and delight, but then Einar looks distressed as three infatuated men offer her love and eternal provision. Overwhelmed, Einar stares at Bjorn, wondering if she's become ugly because of the attention, and our barbarian with a gamer's brain looks confused. Teary-eyed, Einar shouts at Bjorn that she's made up her mind and cannot go into the labyrinth with him anymore, leaving our pragmatic protagonist utterly baffled by her declaration. Einar, resolute and focused, has chosen to train intensely with a tribal elder, meaning she can't join our essence eater in the labyrinth for the next 6 months. But she makes it clear that this is a huge opportunity, promising to return as a warrior strong enough not to be a burden. Back at the tavern, our muscular strategist can only drink heavily, admitting he couldn't hold her back, especially remembering how Einar was forced to surrender in a previous adventure and watch helplessly during the rupture, which must have been the final straw for her to make this decision. Now, our game-savvy barbarian has to find a new party member, or go solo. Our essence eater knows his basic stats have increased exponentially, making him nearly unrivaled on the second floor, but the third floor and beyond will be too hard to clear alone. Dungeon and Stone is a game that forces you to move in parties, because the higher the floor, the more critical it is to have various roles, which means finding similarly leveled party members for the higher floors is essential. He approaches Erwin, thinking that if he can get her to join with Raven, a 6th rank mage, he'll get closer to his goal, that is, if he can make it out of here alive. But she immediately shuts him down, aggressively asking what kind of mage would enter a party with just 2, now 1, stupid barbarians. Our muscular strategist probably should have expected her to say no. Shifting gears, our game-savvy barbarian shows Erwin a document, though the exact stats don't really matter to him, since he already knows they're pretty good. The vampire's essence comes with passive skills like Source of Darkness and Sacrificial Seal, and active ones like Owner of Blood, which lets him temporarily absorb an opponent's skill by sucking their blood, plus Immortal, which increases regenerative power exponentially with HP loss. Now that he has the Immortal Seal as well as the Guardian's essence, our bearded chief feels basically set on regeneration skills. Suddenly, Arua Raven approaches, asking our muscular strategist to wait. She wants to know what he shoved in that vampire's mouth, making him realize she means the goddess tears, but he knows he can't tell her the truth. Instead, he abruptly shouts that he's hungry and sprints away like a barbarian on the run, leaving a shocked Arua behind. Determined, Arua vows to find answers, diving into the library and finding complete understanding of the Rupture Third, an ancient text she was lucky to come across in her youth, filled with precious information. She examines illustrations of rune structures and a suspicious stain on a drawing of a helmet, feeling like the answer is in this book. Soon she discovers the goddess tears are a consumable relic of unknown source, one that spreads a very strong strong blessing when broken, last seen 150 years ago during the dimensional break, when Cardinal Androne used all three to save the Pope. Now Arua wonders how a barbarian who just reached adulthood could possibly know the hidden location of such a powerful relic and how he was able to use it, making her suspect Bjorn Yandel's true identity. Meanwhile, our Essence Eater contemplates the Golden Mask, an item obtainable by defeating the blood-tinted castle boss under several conditions. It has 5 uses total. Back when he was just playing the game, he wasn't interested in customizing his character, so he simply sold it for 500,000 stones. But now that this is reality, and remembering his past imprisonment for something he didn't do, he decides to keep it for now, just in case he ever needs to turn his back on the city. At a nearby tavern, the chatter among explorers is about the Crystal Union, an explorer clan that grew explosively and initially provided many conveniences for first-floor explorers, even helping ordinary citizens with their taxes. But as they got bigger, they changed, discriminating against outsiders and habitually committing crimes against beginners. Some explorers hated how they posed as heroes, while others remembered their better days. One man whispers about his sister, saying that if it weren't for a certain barbarian, unspeakable things would have happened. He'd been thinking of doing something about them himself, but now won't need to, as the Crystal Union was broken up. Others wonder why and how they were broken up, since they were so powerful. Overhearing the tavern chatter, Erwin finds it hard to believe a mere 9th-rank explorer, who barely just started, could have taken down such a powerful organization. She dismisses it, thinking it too big of a coincidence, but then hears someone question if that barbarian is really dead. She reconsiders, thinking that if the Barbarian of Freedom really is Bjorn, that would explain why he didn't come back for a week. As she opens the door, her sister's name is called. Erwin wonders if it would be okay to tell her about this. Meanwhile, our muscular strategist heads to the guild, asking the clerk for party members, specifically a team of at least 4 people working on the 3rd floor or higher. He hands over his identity plaque and documents, but the clerk reacts with confusion, then quickly changes the topic when Bjorn asks what that means. Our game-savvy barbarian watches him, suspicious, and then a sudden realization hits him. Just then, Hikaru bursts in, laughing heartily, thrilled to confirm it's really him. "It's been a while," Hikaru greets our tattooed tribal chief. Hikaru asks if Bjorn already has someone, then shares that his party basically already has a mage. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain is shocked, wondering who this rare individual could be. Hikaru leans forward, clearly enjoying Bjorn's surprise. The pragmatic protagonist is busy recruiting for his new labyrinth party, when a strange mage named Lior Werv greets him and his dwarf companion, introducing himself with a wide smile. Bjorn, ever the tactician, wonders how likely it is to coincidentally find an 8th-rank mage at this exact time and place, making his suspicions clear to the dwarf. Another explorer, Hikarad Murad, a 6th-rank, steps forward to shake hands with the dwarf, while our big-shouldered Murad, a 6th-rank, steps forward to shake hands with the dwarf, while our big-shouldered barbarian stands by with a stern expression, watching the friendly mage. Annoyed by the overly formal introductions, Bjorn cuts straight to the chase, telling them he is Yandel's son Bjorn, and that they should sit down at the table. He immediately questions why an 8th-rank mage would be out exploring, as it is quite rare. Liar explains that he isn't skilled enough for the middle or upper floors, and the lower floors don't pay enough to make exploration more profitable than working a steady job in the city. The dwarf is shocked to learn that Liar is a noble, but our calculating barbarian just gets more suspicious, thinking the mage sounds like a total fraud. Despite his misgivings, Bjorn accepts Liar into the party, knowing that having a mage will attract better recruits. As expected, they quickly find more people, with Bjorn and Hikaru spending weeks reviewing applications, though our barbarian with a gamer's brain suspects he's doing most of the work. With the team finally assembled, Bjorn proudly shows off his brand new glowing Latinium armor and shield, approaching a stoic official at her desk. He even gestures to his back, enthusiastically showing her his new expandable backpack, all made from Latinium. But the light-haired woman is completely unimpressed. She tells him there are complaints and that he needs to take off his noisy armor, leaving our tattooed tribal chief to mutter that she just doesn't like jokes. As he walks through the streets of Rafdonia, his gaze falls on a fellow barbarian sitting distressed in an alley. The man looks weaponless, making Bjorn wonder why. Our newly armed explorer approaches, startling the barbarian, who flinches in surprise. Bjorn looks sternly at him, and the man confesses that he sold his weapon for money. Bjorn's internal thoughts confirm his immediate suspicion. This bastard is a coward. He introduces himself to the nervous red-haired barbarian, Tarakan, Li Yen's son. While Tarakan eats, he explains that he went through his coming-of-age ceremony a month before Bjorn, got lost, and couldn't enter the labyrinth. But Bjorn assumes he was just too afraid to fight monsters, and escaping from the excited barbarian crowd would have been easy. The real problem, Bjorn muses, came after that, when Tarakan likely couldn't find work in the city, a major downside of being a barbarian. He presses Tarakan, asking why he didn't just go back into the labyrinth after a month, stunned that he didn't go again. Bjorn is frustrated, wondering if Tarakan even played the game, because he should have known to go in the first time. Everything Tarakan told him after that was exactly what he expected. Our calculating barbarian realizes that if he had run away that day out of fear, he would have met the same fate as this guy. Tarakan, still distressed and sweating, asks Bjorn what he thought of his story. Bjorn flat out refuses to enter the labyrinth with him, but offers to help him in another way. He offers Tarakan silver coins. Our big-hearted barbarian exchanges the money, then gives Tarakan one final intense warning. No matter if he loses the money, wastes it, gets rich from the labyrinth, or even gets enough to pay Bjorn back, he is never to come find Bjorn again once he leaves. He demands Tarakan answer if he understands. Later, sitting alone in a dark room, Bjorn reflects on his cold actions, admitting they were detestable. He wonders if he was thinking of his past, knowing a logical person would call him stupid, and an emotional person would be mad that was all he did to help, but he believes it was the best he could do. With a silent thought, he tells Tarakan to survive. Soon after, the newly formed party, Team Halfwit, arrives at the labyrinth entrance, and our suspiciously noble mage, Lior Werv, excitedly exclaims about the Crystal Cave, while Hikurod Murad laughs, thrilled to be exploring as a team again. Lastly, our fiery beast woman, Misha Karlstein, prepares herself. With a wide grin, she enthusiastically declares they should go chop off some monster heads. Misha immediately rounds on Hikurod, reminding him not to call her princess, gesturing in frustration. Bjorn looks over his shoulder and simply tells them to get going, as the new team finally begins their journey into the labyrinth. With their guide Rotmiller's help, our Barbarian with a gamer's brain and Team Halfwit quickly reach the second floor portal within 10 hours. But Bjorn is instantly annoyed because someone else got there first, costing him the valuable EXP for opening the portal. He silently laments that if he had been with Einar, he could have used her bug to claim that EXP, then tells his new team to enter. As they pass through, Bjorn feels disappointed about the missed experience points, thinking of the bug he used to exploit with Einar Fenelin. They arrive at the beast's lair, a smelly, narrow valley on the second floor, and our fiery beast woman Michelle Karlstein immediately complains about the stench. Other teammates recoil in disgust, while one laughs at their reactions. Bjorn praises Rotmiller, telling him he has a smell-type essence, and notes that their sharp-eye tracker is proving incredibly dependable. As they trudge through the muddy terrain, Bjorn explains that the beast's lair is a natural maze, making a pathfinder's job crucial. Though the monsters here are easy compared to their party's strength, they easily defeat a variety of wolf and feline monsters, racking up EXP, and even a wall mole. Thanks to Dwaki's alarm magic, they can set up 4 guard shifts, allowing Bjorn 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep. But then Arua Raven reveals that the alarm magic only detects incoming monsters, not other adventurers. Bjorn tells Arua to get some sleep too, but his serious eyes show he plans to stay vigilant, keeping watch himself. The next day, the team approaches the portal to the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Passage, discussing how starting points vary on the 2nd floor, but everyone ends up in the same place on the 3rd. They hope their starting point will be somewhere nice. Misha asks Bjorn if he's been to the 3rd floor, and he confirms he has, looking serious. Misha and the dwarf bicker about their explorer ranks, with Misha yelling that the dwarf is more experienced but already 6th rank, while she is still 7th. Bjorn, increasingly annoyed, tells them to quit it. He reflects that he'll stop too, but others notice he sounds even more frustrated than usual. As he walks ahead toward a bright light, the team enters Pilgrim's Passage, only to be immediately startled by an attack. They yell for Rotmiller to back off, as a massive monster with blue horns lunges toward them, and Bjorn charges forward with his shield raised. The monster strikes his shield, creating an explosion of force, and Bjorn grunts as he braces against the impact. He reels from the shock, realizing that if not for his new shield, he would have been trampled. Like that dwarf, he thinks, noticing the struggling teammate. His hand grips the shield tightly, as the dwarf cries out, identifying the 7th rank monsters as Iontros, known for their weight balance skill. This skill gives them knockback resistance, which the dwarf's essence was helpful for back in the blood-tinted castle. Heavy brutes stomp the ground, cracking the stone floor. The monster reacts to a curse, as the wizard prepares to cast magic. A bearded warrior attacks, and Misha declares she will finish it off. In a dynamic aerial move, she kicks Bjorn's helmeted head, launching herself off our experienced explorer's defense. She raises her short sword high, striking the massive Iontro monster as Bjorn blocks with his shield, her face fierce with excited determination. Misha lands a powerful blow, causing an energy splash, and then lands gracefully on the ground. The Iontro screams, a sharp cry like tearing paper, as it's hit with bright light, which engulfs it like a sudden inferno. Bjorn, standing in the cavern, questions why Iontros, which aren't supposed to appear here, were present, then pauses in surprise. Rotmiller activates his body warmth search skill, and Bjorn calculates that whoever is out there must be within 2 minutes distance. He realizes someone must have been out for them. Luring monsters to the portal is a common tactic used by plunderers, who strike when parties are most vulnerable. Misha, our fiery beast woman, immediately wants to beat them up and take their money. But Arua, our panicked wizard, looking shaky, suggests writing a warning for the plunderers and leaving. She wants to avoid things going wrong. Misha praises Rotmiller for his skill, admitting she had only heard of such methods, not experienced them, and another teammate is shocked that meeting plunderers isn't common. Misha asks Bjorn how many times he's met them, and our observant protagonist, looking frustrated in his helmet, exclaims that he's met them way too many times. Misha asks him how much bad karma he has, leading Bjorn to an existential crisis about his whole life, wondering if he can't be the only one. Another teammate notes that 5 times in 3 months is still a lot, and they decide to camp there for the night before moving on. One of them asks Dwaki if he's okay, noticing he hasn't looked good. Waki, looking distressed, confesses that his fantasy about exploration has been completely destroyed. He feels like his teammates think he's naive, talking about explorers who kill other explorers. The reality of plunderers, and Misha's casual comment about getting money for killing them, is definitely far from a fantasy. Misha looks at Bjorn for confirmation. Waki, full of confusion and fear, admits he's unsure if he can truly commit when the time comes, his face reflecting his distress, the campfire light glinting on his glasses. Bjorn silently notes that Dwaki's determination is without self-confidence. He reflects that Dwaki is better than those who lie in danger, but still, Bjorn exhales, looking calm and composed. He stands with arms crossed, a slight smile on his face, telling his teammate there's something he wants to show him. After their rough entry, Team Halfwit continues through Pilgrim's Passage until they look up and see something truly stunning. It's a breathtaking starry sky that can only be seen on this floor at this specific time, and for a moment, the whole team is mesmerized by the glowing landscape and a distant tower, completely forgetting their earlier fears. Our Barbarian with a gamer's brain uses this moment to try and inspire some courage in the team, especially for Daki, who stands alone, reflecting on the surprising beauty of the labyrinth. As the ethereal light fades, the team sets up camp for the night, with everyone quickly falling asleep, except for our transmigrated grinder, who is on night watch duty. He takes the quiet time to calculate his progress, realizing he has earned a little over 50 EXP. Since he needs 150 EXP, simply hit 150 EXP to hit level 4. There's still a long way to go, but with 2 essences already absorbed at his current level 3, our tattooed tribal chief isn't in a rush to level up, preferring to wait for a truly good essence. The next day, after a brief travel through the labyrinth, the team reaches the entrance to a new area, the Orc Habitat, a region known for having the highest number of monsters out of all the regions on the 3rd floor, and where only monsters ranked 8th or above appear. While it's ranked 2nd in overall difficulty, Bjorn knows this is the best hunting spot if they aren't going straight to the 4th floor. Suddenly, a scout shouts a warning about orcs approaching from their 1 o'clock, and the monstrous orcs roar in charge, glaring forward with menacing red eyes. The team quickly gets into formation, with a magical ice spear crackling in mid-air as Dwaki and Rotmiller focus on ranged attacks, with Hikurod and Bjorn Bear pexing as tanks. Our Barbarian with the gamer's brain takes the front line, raising his shield against an incoming strike, while also standing ready with his crossbow. Our cat-eared companion, Misha, lunges in with her blade, looking for an opening, as Bjorn maintains a tense, focused expression. Just as the fight is getting intense, an orc witch doctor raises its staff, casting a glowing red aura that envelops a massive orc warrior, increasing its physical attack tolerance 3-fold for 10 seconds. Bjorn grits his teeth as he blocks a powerful strike from the now buffed monster, watching it loom over the battlefield with enraged red eyes. Bjorn yells a warning to Dwaki about an attack from behind, but the large orc delivers an explosive blow that catches some of the party, making Einar react with intense alarm. Just as things look dire, Misha, eyes glowing red, lunges forward with a blur of combat action, kicking down the massive orc and announcing, 10 seconds are up. Nya, the orc witch doctor screams, enraged, but its efforts are too late. After the battle, the team catches their breath, relieved, with Einar exclaiming she can't believe she killed an orc. Bjorn, our transmigrated grinder, looks thoughtfully at his team, deciding he quite likes this group. They push deeper into the orc habitat, fighting more orcs along the way, with a wizard standing amidst magical ice shards while combating orcs. As they get closer to the center, the number of orcs in each group increases, but the team is able to defeat them easily. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, and the team stares in shock as an elderly figure blocks their path on the stairs. This is a Jarwe clan member who announces this orc habitat is their territory, telling Bjorn and his team to go elsewhere, while another Jarwe member with long gray hair looks sternly at the party. Bjorn, our tattooed tribal chief, is surprised to hear the Jarwe clan is restricting an area on the 3rd floor, since he's never heard of this place being claimed territory. But the Jarwe member just stares with a smirk, finding his confusion amusing. As Bjorn, acting pushy, questions their claim, he feels Misha grab him from behind, realizing she is hiding from something or someone, looking utterly terrified. A Darwi clan member, Brother Telon, recognizes her, asking flat out, "Is that you, halfling?" Our cattered companion, looking fearful, addresses him as Brother Telon, confirming a connection, her small distressed face a pinch of panic. Another Darwi member then dismiss her as merely a halfling, mocking her signature sound, asking if she's Talon's sister, as Talon stares with a serious expression and pointed teeth. The elderly Darwi leader, holding his staff, explains they are here for a great orc warrior's essence due to urgent clan matters. Our transmigrated grinder internally questions this, wondering why a 6th floor clan is doing all this just to get a great orc warrior's essence when it's not even a rare one. The leader then makes it clear that there won't be any monsters for Bjorn's team to hunt, making it best for them to get going, or the Darwi will interfere with their hunt. One of Bjorn's armored teammates insists that in the labyrinth, strength is law, and they shouldn't push it further. Looking concerned, he understands how the dwarf feels, but warns that they must know when to give up if they don't want to die. Before anyone can react, Bjorn shouts Dwaki's name as the young mage tries to introduce himself to the Jarwi, only to be cut off by the elderly leader, who calls him garbage and tells him don't even call yourself a mage. This harsh insult visibly destroys Dwaki, who looks on with shock and distress, and an armored dwarf, looking aggressive, shouts at the furious dwarf, reminding him this is not the time to challenge them. As the elderly leader points and shouts about Dwaki's thick skin, Hikurod Murad charges forward like a thunderbolt, his hammer glowing with intense magical lightning energy, ready to strike. Hikurod Murad, a member of Team Halfwit, charges up a massive lightning attack, preparing to unleash it against a shadowy enemy team, and then he leaps into action, weapon ready, shouting a war cry. A stern-looking bearded man watches the situation unfold, while our tattooed tribal chief, Bjorn, is already mid-action in his barbarian helmet, blocking a powerful impact that sends dust and debris scattering across the ground, standing firm with his shield before an unseen opponent. Misha looks shocked at the ongoing battle, but Bjorn pushes through, even as he's wounded and exhausted, coughing after the massive hit, barely standing. The mysterious bearded man from earlier stares down at the explorers, noting that Bjorn's actions were critical, stating, "You got quite the good teammate, you should be eternally grateful to that barbarian." He then looks at a cloaked figure's bloodied hand, and adds that almost everyone on their own team nearly died. Bjorn stands with his team, all looking towards their opponent, as the mysterious man turns to the dwarf explorer, who looks down with a saddened, ashamed expression and is sternly told, "Your actions almost got us all killed." The dwarf explorer closes his eyes in shame, accepting the rebuke. Another man steps in, half-heartedly praising Brown Rotmiller's efforts, then decides not to blame him further since nothing truly bad happened, while another points out the absurdity of praising the dwarf even after he almost got them killed, with someone internally muttering that they'd be cussing him out right now. Misha Karlstein, reacting with shock, tries to deny that things would have been better without her, blurting out, "That's not true." Someone shouts out her title idle in response to her distress, making Bjorn internally note that it's one way to reassure her. Our transmigrated grinder suddenly feels goosebumps, realizing the atmosphere has shifted into a cringy, overly sincere vibe he's always hated since childhood. Misha then speaks with a thoughtful, melancholic expression, revealing more about her past. She explains her beastman heritage, where people are chosen by spirit beasts, and how, as an adult, she was ostracized because no spirit beast chose her. With her cat ears drooping in distress, Misha recalls that while she was on good terms with her siblings as a child, everyone started ignoring her when she came of age and still hadn't been chosen, telling her, "Don't touch me, you halfling." She remembers everyone calling her a halfling and an illegitimate child because she was mixed. After her mother passed away, no one knew the truth of her lineage, and unable to deal with the discrimination, young Misha left home to learn how to fight. She looks at the team, explaining that's how she became an explorer, prompting an unknown teammate to tell her it must have been really hard. The dwarf explorer takes her hand, reassuring her that it's hard to talk about such things, and thanking her for sharing. But just as the emotional moment settles, the dwarf explorer bursts out, demanding to know why that's the conclusion they came to, and declaring it's his turn to share. Our earnest dwarf explains that his dream was to become a blacksmith, but he lacked the talent, failing to graduate from training for 10 long years. Next, the wizard reacts with shock, now feeling compelled to share his own story, looking down at a tall, ominous tower as he admits he only got into magic because of his family's status, but lacked the talent to get into the magic tower itself. He confesses that if he'd been a proper mage, he's sure the other mages would have respected him at least a little. The mousy wizard then cries, thanking the dwarf for making him feel brave enough to share. As the other party members watch, Bjorn, still standing behind a kneeling person in the darkened room, listens to their confessions. He's shocked that his teammates are also revealing their insecurities, stating that he was very upset when Murid and Miss Karlshin talked about age and experiences. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain confesses it was because of his sickening envy, believing they had no right to complain since they were lucky enough to be born as non-human species. Miss Shaw looks at Bjorn with a surprised expression, asking if there aren't any advantages to being a human explorer, prompting a cat-like affirmation. The dwarf explorer smiles broadly, his enthusiasm unwavering. Misha the wizard and the dwarf turn their backs to us, affirming their resolve to try their best and hope they last long. Then they all stare intently at Bjorn with sparkling, expectant expressions, waiting for his turn. Bjorn looks anxious and stressed, sweating nervously, wondering why they're all staring at him with such expectation and what he should even say to avoid being left out of the party. His mouth is shown in an extreme close-up as he struggles to speak, proclaiming he's not used to these kinds of groups. Suddenly, Bjorn shouts at the top of his lungs in a panic, "I don't have a mom!" He stutters, continuing to yell aggressively while the dwarf and wizard look on in total shock, his face contorted in a frantic shout with his fist raised high in the air. He screams in frustration, hand pressed to his chest, that he can't meet his family now even if he wanted to. He gestures towards his allies, asking how that sounds and loudly assuring them, 100% true, claiming Einar told him. Misha Karlstein starts crying, realizing Bjorn has also had a hard life from a young age. The dwarf explorer looks incredibly touched and also starts crying, full of sympathy for our barbarian. Bjorn, wanting to cut off the emotional outpouring, shouts that he's okay and tells them to screw off. As Misha wipes her eyes and the dwarf looks on, someone notes that Bjorn is the youngest on the team and doesn't need to hold back, making Bjorn internally lament becoming the most pitiful guy in the team, before shrugging it off by reminding himself he doesn't really not have a mom. He then stands proudly in his armor against a starry backdrop, internally boasting that he's a munchkin barbarian who became a 7th ranks explorer in just 3 months. Our loose-skinned lord thinks about how he had to get dragged into a game room and risk death multiple times, but then pauses as a thought hits him. Misha looks shocked, her cat ears alert, sensing his distress. Bjorn looks utterly miserable in his armor, internally cursing his pitiful life. His team looks at him with concern, with Misha reaching out offering for him to think of her as his sister if he misses his family. Wearing his helmet, looks to the side with an intense expression, with Misha reaching out offering for him to think of her as his sister if he misses his family. Misha then shifts the conversation, mentioning the swamps and stating it would take 6 days to reach them from their current location. Another explorer confirms the travel time. The bearded dwarf warrior, looking concerned, reiterates their firm stance on exploring the swamps right now. A close-up of our barbarian's helmeted face shows his serious expression, as he internally explains that the Witch's Forest is an area explorers only go to when absolutely necessary, and it's not a great place for hunting. Bjorn touches his chin, thinking the dwarf is so adamant because the 4th floor is just that dangerous. He explains that while the 4th floor has 7th and 8th rank monsters, just like the 3rd, it also sometimes spawns 6th rank monsters. He describes one such monster's sharp teeth, adding that it's rare enough to take 4 days of searching to find one, but that just means they will find one once they're there, recalling how he's actually died many times on the 4th floor because he wasn't prepared enough. His past self, Hansu Lee, is seen in distress with a game over screen behind him, thinking it would be fine this time, before Bjorn cuts off his internal monologue. Our barbarian opens his mouth, ready to announce his decision. Then, in his armor and helmet, he addresses his team about exploring the 4th floor, declaring he thinks they should go, since he and Hikuro are sturdy tankers who can create an escape opening even from a 6th rank monster. The thing is, his teammates still whisper their anxiety about him being a barbarian, which, naturally, Bjorn hears and yells at them for. Despite the dwarf's continued concerns, the team votes and decides to try out the 4th floor. Then, from there, they travel for 3 days until Rotmiller suggests they camp for the night. Bjorn agrees, and as they gather around the campfire, Rotmiller emphasizes the importance of resting before entering the forest. But just as Bjorn is about to ask if it's his turn for night watch, screams echo through the forest, and he immediately deduces it's the plunderers from before. explorer, who set a trap for them near the portal. Bjorn knows they're specifically targeting his team, so he decides this is the perfect opportunity to use his barbarian acting skills, charging forward with his mace and shield to play the part of a rampaging warrior. He confronts the terrified plunderers, shouting for them to drop their weapons, or he'll crush their skulls if they come one step closer, knowing full well that orcs are lurking just behind them, watching. Bjorn gives them a choice, either disarm or get out, and the plunderers, terrified by the orcs, quickly throw down their swords, begging for help. Our boy then calmly orders Rotmiller to collect all the weapons, while the smart monsters back off, sensing the situation has changed. A beautiful priestess, Elisa Behenk, steps forward, thanking Bjorn for saving them, and is joined by Hans Argot, a name that makes Bjorn and connecting to a plunderer from his past life. Elisa, radiating divine power, offers to heal Bjorn's injury, which, to Bjorn's surprise, is a real divine spell. The entire team halfwit is completely shocked, realizing she's actually a legitimate priestess. But Bjorn, playing his part, doesn't care about her divine powers, and aggressively demands a reward for saving them, telling her 2 million stones should be enough for their lives. Elisa is shocked by the price, but Bjorn insists on either money or valuable objects, taking the armor from her companions as payment. Elisa, however, gives a sinister smile as she's disarmed, and seeing this, Bjorn immediately attacks her, knowing that in any game, you always kill the healer first. His brutal strike creates a massive shockwave, wounding Elisa, but then, out of nowhere, her two subordinates are engulfed in dark energy and die instantly. A mysterious figure shrouded in dark energy walks away from the scene, and a bloodied figure with glowing red eyes asks if Bjorn knew he was an enemy all along, tackling that it's already too late. Misha is utterly shocked, wondering why her life never works out, but Bjorn knows exactly what he needs to do, standing over the fallen priestess and mutilating her corpse. He explains to his shocked teammate that Elisa is a Karui priestess, a hidden class that comes with combat and curse spells, allowing users to wield both divine power and dark magic. But because Karui is an evil god, anyone revealing this class is hanged. Problem is, to maintain this power, they need regular living sacrifices, making the labyrinth the safest place for a plunderer like her to find them. Elisa, despite being cornered, blames Bjorn for losing her precious subordinates, which makes one of the armored warriors furiously curse her, screaming that Hans and Tayson died because of her. He declares he can't stand it anymore and will avenge his friends, while Misha, ever pragmatic, is already excited to take all of their equipment and valuables. Elisa then unleashes her Death's Calling skill, summoning much stronger undead monsters from her subordinates' corpses, and while Misha and Dwonki launch poison and ice attacks, they quickly realize ice magic won't work, as the undead are resistant to both poison and ice. Luckily, Bjorn is already preparing a fire attack, knowing fire is the best against the undead, but just as he throws a burning bottle, Elisa counters with her gnat. But just as he throws a burning bottle, Elisa counters with her gnat. But just as he throws a burning bottle, Elisa counters with her gnat. The team is horrified that their only effective attack is now useless, so they decide their only option is to attack the priestess directly. Ikurod and Bjorn stall the remaining plunderers, and Misha charges Elisa, but Elisa quickly summons dark spirits to bring heads, and curses Misha with dark purple energy. Luckily, Ikurod shows up to protect Misha from the curse, leaving Bjorn alone with the other fight. Elisa, furious, screams at her dead subordinates Hans and Tayson for failing to protect her, even though the other Hans is busy crushing an enemy. Humiliated, Elisa then floats away, enveloped in a massive swirling purple aura, using her spiritification skill to escape, and swears they'll never make it out of here alive. The remaining armored warrior is left with all kinds of curses and asks Dwaki, who reportedly knows curse magic, to remove them. However, Dwaki nervously explains that he can't eliminate curses, just absorb them, which leaves the knight looking utterly horrified. Our barbarian has been running for over 5 hours, pushed to his limits as he tries to outrun Elisa's nasty curses, and he's barely hanging on, trying to reassure his companion he'll make it, though in his head he feels like he's actually going to die, knowing his vampire essence is the only thing saving him from total collapse right now. His party urges him to push just a little longer, and Bjorn silently compares his own curse suffering to theirs, realizing at least over 15 curses on him alone. The worst part is he got hit with an energy decrease skill, which slows his stamina recovery to a crawl, making natural regeneration useless, so he's running on fumes with maybe 30% left. He sees the notification for an achievement, reminding him he just needs to drop his energy to 5% or less for a permanent mental stat boost, and then he stops dead. Suddenly, a crow descends, bringing with it a sinister dark purple aura, revealing a twisted forest ahead. The crow flies over a dark, thorny landscape, a place filled with thick, dangerous vines and ominous trees. A flashback takes us to the party gathered around a campfire earlier, discussing the dangerous Elisa. They agree that tackling a Karui priestess with 5th floor level skills head-on would mean annihilation, and that if they hadn't stolen her weapons, some of them would have died in a heartbeat. Misha excitedly praises the barbarians for their reliability, with Bjorn adding that he thought Rotmiller was mistaken about Elisa's divine powers until he saw him bash her skull in. A wizard admits he can't find any trace of her, warning that with her identity exposed, she'll surely hunt them down before they can leave the labyrinth. One of the armored explorers overconfidently asks if they can just handle her the same way again, but another companion voices concern about being ambushed by Elisa while fighting other monsters. The planner reveals their only option is to enter the witch's forest right now, explaining that this forest, which surrounds the portal to the 4th floor, is teeming with high-rank monsters and is known for its immunity to physical attacks. This isn't ideal for a party with 2 warriors, but it's their best bet against Elisa. As they enter the witch's forest, Bjorn feels a sudden lightness, realizing the special area has disabled all status effects, including Elisa's curses, and another explorer praises him for using the forest topography. When a suspicious explorer asks how Bjorn knew about it, our barbarian quickly covers, claiming he studied it in the library. The explorer is shocked, remarking on how sharp Bjorn is, and wondering when he ever had time to read a book, before acknowledging that while Elisa's curses are gone, they're now under the forest's field effect. Suddenly, disembodied voices scream, "Die!" and more intensely, "Die, you motherless bastard, you with the lost mother." One of the explorers cries out in distress, but Bjorn notes that while he can hear the mental abuse, it doesn't have enough impact to actually bother him, knowing he has a mother. Sadly, that's not the case for everyone, and his companion asks how he can possibly be fine amidst such a barrage of insults. Another explorer mentions that it's bearable for those who have been to the witch's forest before, finding the whole experience rather fascinating. Bjorn observes the warped forest, wondering if these are the famous hallucinations and directional dyslexia effects of the forest. When an explorer asks the mage if he can still use magic in this condition, he reassures them he can still use magic in this condition. He reassures them he can, though he feels like he's seeing the world through a convex mirror. Another explorer points out that the mage barely slept, suggesting they take a break to adjust before moving forward, and a warrior offers to keep watch while everyone rests. An explorer groans in pain, cursing the situation, while another companion decides to discuss Lady Elisa. He immediately corrects himself, calling her that bitch, and explains that he thinks she overheard their plans at the Explorer Guild recruitment. He realizes it must have been her, and another explorer gasps in shock. Turns out, the explorer had bragged about boosting his rank with the Guardian's wrist guards, a numbered item in the 3000s found only in level 4 ruptures, and Elisa likely caught wind of it. Honestly, this whole situation is killing him, and one explorer points out that he was too busy focused on getting his essence to even recognize her. Another companion laughs nervously, teasing that he was obviously looking at everything but her face, and he adds that their team meeting in the bar meant she could have overheard their entire strategy, making it easy for her to set a trap. An explorer remarks that treasure always begets anger, while another dismissively calls the situation pathetic. A companion awkwardly clears his throat as Bjorn opens his eyes, and another explorer asks if their party is really okay. Misha leans over Bjorn, teasing him about sleeping so well through all the noise, and notes that barbarians, no matter how strong-minded, always have a hard time on their first trip. Bjorn, ever pragmatic, just asks where the monster is, and his eyes immediately land on a swarm of fairies. He identifies them as mobs whose only skill is to spew a stimulant potion mixed with poisonous dust, but seeing a bunch of them gather here means that guy, a larger monster, must be nearby. He asks if Bjorn is going to fight him, and suddenly Hikaru Murad charges a lightning attack, unleashing a powerful bolt. The lightning strikes, catching the fairies in the electricity as they scream, and a giant eye blinks in the distance. Bjorn moves through the chaos as a giant clawed hand slams down, revealing a 7th Frank's half-troll monster screeching in the forest. The half-troll lunged forward with its long, sharp claws, attacking the party forward. A dwarf warrior looks up in shock as a club slams down, grimacing in pain and shielding himself. Bjorn recalls that this dwarf doesn't have his pain tolerance, understanding that this enhanced pain is one of the biggest reasons the witch's forest is shunned by the warrior class. Warriors here struggle because most monsters are immune to physical attacks and use mental skills, leaving them to take multiplied pain, all while the mage is still charging his spell. The mage shouts that he's almost done, unleashing a powerful ice spear attack that streaks across the forest. The monster's large claw reaches out, but the ice hits it head-on, making the half-troll scream in pain. After the intense impact, a dwarf stands over the defeated half-troll, disappointed that there's no essence drop, but at least they gained experience. Bjorn reminds them it wasn't an easy monster, urging them to keep moving, when suddenly, he spots a group of mysterious figures in the distance. He realizes they're other explorers, and a woman in a priestly robe points forward an accusation, screaming that they're the ones who killed her comrades. Even with knights shielding her, that bastard Elisa is already on their tail, and seeing more enemies appear, one of their allies screams that this is a losing battle, urging Hikaru Murad to use the item, which he does, activating the Guardian's wrist guards with a pained grunt. Luckily, the wrist guards erupt with a powerful blast, pushing all the enemies away and temporarily granting the party immunity from harm. As the foes are scattered in terror, Misha Karlstein, still running, frantically asks how Elisa even followed them into the witch's forest, a place Bjorn Yandel thought would have made it incredibly hard for that witch to track them down. See, Elisa isn't just a powerful enemy, she's a master manipulator, and after pretending to be a pitiful priestess who lost her comrades, she convinced a new group of explorers to rush them, hoping everyone would just devour each other. The problem is, the Guardian's wrist guards only last for 5 minutes, and with the effect about to wear off, the other explorers scream at them to keep running. Sure enough, the witch's forest field effect is reinstated the moment their immunity ends, and the terrifying mental attacks are back. This is where true scout skills shine, because in this horrifying forest where even the trees move, Bjorn explains that most explorers rely on prior knowledge and data from the labyrinth, but Rotmiller's main power is his enhanced sense of smell, making him invaluable here. He quickly points the way forward, but the enemies are closing the distance with terrifying precision, forcing Rotmiller to pick up the pace. Knowing it all comes down to who reaches the 4th floor portal first, Misha tries her best to keep up, but everyone's exhausted, and just as she gasps for air, her foot impacts the ground wrong, sending her crashing down. She quickly tries to shrug it off, claiming it's just a cramp and they should keep going, but Bjorn knows better, grabbing her instantly, realizing she's broken her ankle. He picks her up and carries her on his back, looking around cautiously, but it's already too late. They've been separated from the group. Misha, confused and frustrated, asks Bjorn why he isn't following the others, but he tells her to stay still and quietly wait for their scout to find them. Bjorn is breathing heavily as he explains that in the witch's forest, it's incredibly dangerous to try and navigate without a scout, but as Misha nervously asks how long they have to wait, they're startled by a sound, and Misha nervously asks how long they have to wait, they're startled by a sound, and Misha instantly recognizes that it's the voice of their midget ally, sounding like he's in trouble. She immediately asks if they should go help him, but Bjorn insists they don't have time. In a disastrous situation like this, while things like food and water are important, Bjorn believes that mental strength is the most critical item of all. However, Misha can't hold it together, crying out that she can't die like this after all she's been through, and Bjorn has to snap at her to calm down. Misha blames her fall, but Bjorn explains that denying reality will only make it worse, before yelling at her that if she doesn't want to die, she needs to do as he says. Misha tearfully agrees, and Bjorn instructs her to focus on the present, find a potion in her bag, drink it, and then walk on her own. After all that, they finally take a short break, and Misha complains about having to drink a potion on top of a running barbarian. Bjorn checks on her foot, asking if he thinks she can still fight, knowing they are 4 days into the labyrinth, and it's only going to get harder. The worst part is that most of the field monsters are spirits, which Bjorn can't attack with his current weapons. But he's already decided on a plan, and casually asks Misha as if she's married. Misha is completely flustered by the out-of-the-blue question, and when she replies no, Bjorn then asks if she has any beliefs against showing her naked body to a stranger. When she stammers that she doesn't think so, Bjorn simply says, "That's great." Misha asks what's so great about that, and when Bjorn starts to approach, she shrieks and tells him to stop. She's covering herself in a panic, but Bjorn simply presents her with a small ring. Confused, she asks what the ring is for, and Bjorn takes her hand seriously, leaving her in utter shock. With his honor as a warrior at stake, he formally proposes that he will stand by her side and support her, hoping she will do the same. Misha is still stunned, her mouth agape, but then rejects his advances. She struggles to explain herself, finally blurting out that she likes skinny guys. She then screams, red-faced, that she doesn't find him attractive as a man, calling him a stupid barbarian. Bjorn tries to clarify, saying there's a misunderstanding, while in his head, he notes, confession 0/rejections 1. Suddenly, Misha's eyes widen, realizing her terrible mistake. Bjorn, sounding surprised, says, "Ah, so that's what it was? You almost got me there," before explaining that this is a contract she can end at any time by either getting him the same ring or by making him a profit of 15 million stones. He then grabs her hand and insists that 15 million stones is a bargain, because this ring can fulfill a long-held desire of hers. Misha is utterly confused, but Bjorn explains that he couldn't have made this choice if he hadn't been playing Dungeon and Stone for nearly a decade. Just as things seem completely hopeless, the ancient glacial magical beast, Skadia, finally awakens from its seal, rising as a colossal crystalline form, and towering over our exhausted Misha. But instead of fear, Misha's face lights up with a crazy grin, and she reaches out to touch the beast, agreeing to the contract Bjorn offered. The instant their hands connect, icy magical energy explodes outward, engulfing Misha in a swirling flash of light and snowflakes. As the dark magical vortex swirls, icy energy wraps around her body, bathing her in light, as if transforming her from within. Nearby, our barbarian with a gamer's brain can't believe he pulled off such an easy contract. Misha, meanwhile, is still reeling, demanding to know what kind of ring this is and why her own father never told her about it. Bjorn, ever practical, explains that her father didn't know because some mage only recently discovered it after years of research. But Misha panics, blushing as she realizes she's naked, and then demands to know how Bjorn knew about this ring and how he got his hands on it. Our cunning chief calmly tells her he took her clothes off to prevent them from being destroyed during the ritual, assuring her he's laid out new wanderer's gear for her to wear. But Misha cuts him off, still fuming about his marriage proposal, completely missing the fact he was talking about a literal contract. Finally, Misha Lee thanks him, but our pragmatic hero presses for a more complete acknowledgement of his help. See, Misha explains that Bjorn found her bleeding and saved her life, a fact she's still grappling with. She confesses she came to the labyrinth not to die, as her father wanted, but to escape from a house filled with hateful words and expectations. Vicious voices called her a worthless piece of trash, shaming her just for wanting to live. Despite being acknowledged as a great explorer, she feels she's failing now, but with a renewed sense of purpose, she bows before Bjorn, swearing loyalty to the guardian gods within her heart. Our tattooed tribal chief looks down, a hint of a smile visible beneath his helmet. Turns out, the contract with Skadia gave her a strengthening type power, and now she can imbue her attacks with attribute magic. This means they finally have a way to make attribute attacks with attribute magic. Letting them easily take out spirit monsters, which are weak for their rank. The witch's forest is still relentlessly dangerous, and after 11 hours, Misha warns Bjorn that more monsters are approaching. They spend their time fighting countless monsters, avoiding the ones with overwhelming numbers, and quickly collecting magic crystals from their fallen foes. The problem is, our grinder starts worrying about his repair costs, and the frustrating lack of attributable essences, seeing his chances of making it back to the city alive at a grim 30%. Misha's fatigue is clearly building up, and after 12 hours of suffering in a witch's forest, Bjorn knows the field debuff, abnormal stat effect, Witch's Eye Heft, has been applied to them. To combat the mounting dangers, Bjorn hands Misha a rope, commanding they tie themselves together and keep moving. Witch's Forest isn't just tricky, it's deadly, thanks to the escalating Witch's Eye debuff, which guarantees a 7th rank Cannibaro monster will appear if anyone stays put for too long. For our two heroes, this means over 70 hours without rest, as the field effect intensifies to level 5. Problem is, after 60 hours separated from their original party, they're so exhausted that even killing one monster takes 10 minutes. So stopping for even a second means Gormed, leaving them no choice but to push on. Tied together by a single rope, Misha is panting and barely able to keep up, even with Bjorn slowing his pace, so much so that he's practically dragging her. Eventually, Bjorn, realizing Misha's condition has completely cratered, not from injury or disease, but from fighting off all those illusions on her own, tells her to get on his back. Misha, flustered but too tired to argue, is quickly hoisted onto his shoulders. For 17 straight hours, he fights off monsters and treks through the forest, carrying her the entire time, but even Bjorn is reaching his limit. That's when the witch's forest throws its next punch, a vivid illusion of Elisa Behenk, who tries to get inside his head, playing on his fears and tempting him to abandon Misha. The illusion is so real that Bjorn starts to question his own mind, wondering if this is truly the kind of person he is. Luckily, Misha, despite her exhaustion, manages to deliver a powerful kick, breaking the spell, and yelling yelling for Bjorn to wake up. Bjorn, snapped out of his trance, realizes it was an 8th rank dryad using a captivation skill, not a field effect, and thanks Misha for saving him. Just as they're processing that, Misha spots a group of explorers approaching, a rare sight in this part of the labyrinth, which immediately puts Bjorn on edge. He thinks about how he would try to negotiate with them, but his instincts danger. He cautiously introduces himself as Yandel's son Bjorn, but the moment one of the men introduces himself as Hans, Bjorn's internal alarms blare. Recognizing that name as a bad omen, he realizes they don't seem weak, and worse, the old woman gives a menacing smile, hinting at ulterior motives, so he warns Misha to stay quiet. Bjorn knows this group is not to be trusted. Honestly, if he hadn't known what kind of people they were, and if they didn't possess such expensive equipment, this interaction might have gone very differently. But Misha's question about his motivation makes him consider his own past. He wonders what really drives people to enter the labyrinth. Misha says it's because she needs money, and Bjorn agrees that money is an efficient way to protect yourself. He thinks about how the kind older explorers offer to help was a lie, and he realizes he's learning a lot about the true nature of this world on this expedition. Suddenly, Misha excitedly points out their destination, and with a sigh of relief, they finally arrive at the witch's hut, a sanctuary where they can finally escape the oppressive debuffs of the forest. Freon's gut feeling about the new explorers screams danger, so he politely refuses their help and tries to leave, but it's already too late. One of the explorers immediately lunges, confirming Bjorn's suspicions that these are no ordinary adventurers. These attackers instantly realize Bjorn's gear is made of precious latinium, and that his expandable backpack is incredibly valuable, sparking pure greed. While some hesitate to attack fellow explorers, others are instantly in, eager to seize the loot, with one even calling his companion an idiot for his hesitation. Misha, seeing the 5 attackers against their 2 exhausted selves, wants to run, but Bjorn knows that's a lost cause with the enemy's pathfinder. Their only option is to stall for time. Just as Bjorn tries to negotiate, the greedy attackers realize Misha might be royalty, making her an even bigger prize. With cries of finders keepers, they abandon all pretense and attack Chaakly. But here's the catch. All that commotion draws the attention of the 7th rank Kanabaro monster, which appears on the scene. Bjorn yells for Misha to hold on, deciding they have to use these idiots as bait to escape. Bjorn, carrying Misha on his back, expertly weaves through the battlefield, leaping over mana mines that prevent the other explorers from dodging, leaving them to deal with the pursuing Databaro and its hellhounds. The greedy explorers, now caught between a rock and a hard place, realize they're well and truly screwed. Suddenly, a magical explosion blasts Bjorn's leg, completely severing his foot, but to Misha's utter shock, it regenerates instantly. Misha can barely process what she's seeing, realizing Bjorn wasn't even using a high-grade potion to heal. Bjorn calmly explains that his natural regenerative power, boosted by his vampire essence, immortal seal, and the active immortal skill, is over 150, allowing him to regrow a limb in an instant with high pain tolerance. He tells Misha he knew the explorers were dangerous because one of them was named Hans, and he simply doesn't like that name. Knowing how easily people turn evil for treasure in the labyrinth, Misha, looking sad, admits she needs money to protect herself, a sentiment Bjorn understands, realizing this entire expedition is teaching him about the raw, desperate realities of survival in this world. Luckily, their ordeal is almost over, as Misha excitedly points out their destination, and with a sigh of relief, they finally arrive at the witch's hut, a temporary safe zone where the witch's eye debuff is nullified. Bjorn stands ready, hoping nothing bad happens this time. After their harrowing escape, Bjorn and Misha finally find the witch's hut, a randomly generated safe zone where the mind-numbing witch's eye debuff temporarily vanishes, and honestly, Misha's sharp eye for these things is saving their butts. But as Misha gushes about the hut's charm, Bjorn immediately senses other people nearby, and tells her to be quiet. This place is supposed to be a sanctuary, so finding other explorers is already a red flag. They discover a battered man in purple robes lying unconscious among the flowers outside, and it doesn't take Bjorn long to realize this is one of the guys from the hostile Hands group they just ditched. Bjorn, deciding to knock him out, which involves tying him up and pouring liquid on his face to wake him, confronts the terrified prisoner. The man, screaming in agony, recognizes Bjorn, and Misha looks on, slightly unnerved by Bjorn's brutal efficiency. The prisoner confesses that their entire team fell for Elisa Behank's tricks after Bjorn and Misha escaped, chasing them until a mysterious light pushed them back. When they woke up, their pathfinder was dead from an ice spear, leaving them lost and vulnerable to Elisa's manipulations and energy-draining attacks. Bjorn finds himself in a rare moment of internal conflict, remembering his past kills were always in self-defense against true villains, and wondering if these current pathetic fools deserve the same fate. His internal Hansu Lee, the office worker, struggles with the barbarian's pragmatism, but Misha, always direct, tells him she can't trust these guys and that betrayal isn't something you can forgive, hardening Bjorn's resolve. He decides that, when in Rome, you must do as the Romans do, acknowledging that clinging to his old world's morals here could get them killed. Bjorn's hand may be shaking, but his mind is clear. He has to live like a barbarian to survive this place, so he orders Misha to strip the dead explorers of their equipment, then brutally drags the still begging prisoner towards the fireplace. Finally able to rest for at least 24 hours, Bjorn takes the bed, and for the first time in a long time, he dreams of his past life as Hansu Lee, a normal human with a home and routine, sleeping peacefully. He wakes up suddenly, sweating and startled to find Misha curled up beside him, realizing that comforting dream is not his current monstrous monstrous reality. But with only one more day in this shitty forest, they can finally look forward to baths and city life. Our barbarian drops a bombshell on Misha, revealing the terrifying truth about the third floor's floor master, the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, a monster so devastating it was kept secret, capable of massacring anything in its path, affecting the entire third floor and forcing all other monsters to hide. And the worst part is, it even disables all portals, making running impossible for anyone caught in its wake. Misha is utterly terrified, realizing that if you're on this floor when Ryakis appears, you're basically doomed. The craziest part is Bjorn then casually admits that they are probably the crazy bastards who summoned this terror, because burning those corpses back at the hut was actually one of its forbidden summoning conditions, which naturally sends Misha into a full-blown panic, convinced she's doomed and blaming our barbarian for dragging her into this mess. But luckily, the status abnormality is finally undone, letting them at least escape the witch's woods as fast as they can. From there, they race to the orc habitat, hoping to find refuge with the large Darwi clan, which Bjorn estimates should have at least 10 teams maintaining control. But the whole place is already in complete chaos, with panicked adventurers screaming for dimensional portal spells and others desperately trying to pin the blame on whoever summoned the floor master. Luckily, the Jarwi clan leader steps in to calm the panicked crowd, announcing that their priest has activated a massive magical barrier called Proclamation, Destruction of Evil, and they will do their best to make sure everyone returns safely if they can just hold out for one day. However, the speaker sternly warns that anyone who doesn't follow the rules or causes trouble will be immediately kicked out of the safe zone. Bjorn, knowing this skill is super powerful but nothing compared to the actual floor master, sees a priestess praying within a golden glow, while a man on a podium continues to speak. He knows there's still plenty of reason to worry, and they can't afford to starve just to pay the fee. Misha, our keen-eared cat girl, asks if Bjorn is confident in her hearing, and he tells her to listen to nearby conversations for any useful information, wondering what crazy bastard caused the third floor to appear after 10 years. From the chatter, they learn that at least the 6th floor clan was down here, and people are praising the wide-range proclamation, Destruction of Evil. Bjorn thinks if that's true, then there's a real chance they'll make it out of here alive, but his momentary relief is cut short when Misha snuggles against him, startled by his reaction. He tells her that there are way too many people here, making him worried about what will happen to them next. Suddenly, an elder on a platform announces that the priest needs 1,000,000 stones per person for her efforts, which must be paid immediately, allowing substitutions with magic crystals or other items. The speaker tries to reassure the crowd, saying they'll lose some equipment and potions, but they have the clan's protection, so what's the worry? In Bjorn's head, he scoffs, knowing they won't be able to kill the third floor master, and they can't afford to starve just to pay the fee, so he tells Misha to hand over the things they need the least. Luckily, Misha is confident they won't need to give up any of their actual equipment thanks to their recent looting, but Bjorn points out the problem is they're running out of food, which frustrates some other adventurers, who complain that 1,000,000 stones for one day is ridiculous. As expected, some people are leaving because they don't want to pay the ridiculously high protection fee. Misha returns, pointing out that the clan has earned at least 300 million stones from about 300 people, which means they've decreased the number of people to protect and earned a fortune at the same time. Bjorn adjusts his helmet, thinking that if the floor lord actually comes in here, that would be the end of them all, but he assumes they thought it was unlikely to happen given the third floor's size. He knows both the people who stayed and those who left are clinging to optimism, but our barbarian always prefers to prepare for the absolute worst case scenario, because there's no guarantee the floor master will just ignore this supposed safe zone. Sadly, his worst fears are realized as the rain of despair starts falling, a terrifying omen that the Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, has truly arrived, and its passive aura immediately begins dealing prolonged chaos damage and greatly decreasing everyone's mana resistance. Misha, terrified and shaking, grips onto Bjorn as a warning message about prolonged chaos exposure pops up, confirming their impending doom. Chaos erupts as the monstrous horned demon Ryakis truly reveals itself, sending adventurers into full-blown panic, screaming and crying, desperate for the Jarwi clan to uphold their promise of protection after taking all their equipment. One idiot even yells that he didn't want to die yet, demanding the clan keep their promise after taking all their equipment. But the Jarwi commander isn't backing down, shouting at his team to use every advanced scroll and numbered item they have, even if it costs hundreds of millions of stones within a minute, because they will make it back alive, using all kinds of doping-type magic scrolls, consumable items, and equipment buffers. What truly surprises our barbarian is that these guys are actually going to fight Ryakis, and for the first time in a long time, he feels a genuine surge of happiness, seeing real explorers who have risked their lives countless times to get to this point, knowing that kind of resolve couldn't have just been through luck. The commander roars for everyone to get to their positions, as our barbarian smirks, realizing these guys are truly insane. He watches the determined commander and his soldiers stand ready to fight, knowing that these people have risked their lives countless times to get to this point. This kind of resolve couldn't have just been through luck, and the commander roars for everyone to get to their positions, leading his team with unshakable determination. As our barbarian smirks, he acknowledges these guys are truly insane. As the monstrous Lord of Chaos, Ryakis, finally reveals himself, Bjorn's gamer brain can't help but wonder what a true boss raid would actually be like, even as the terrified soldiers around him are decimated by the monster's energy blasts, punching through their ranks, and quickly resolving any curiosity he'd ever had about a real-life dungeon raid. Honestly, the battle is pure chaos, with fighters dying instantly to Ryakis' breath or crushed by its attacks, leaving a trail of bodies. But the Darway clan warriors are fiercely maintaining their positions on the front line, while their mages desperately hold Ryakis back as the monster brings forth its inherent chaos powers. Bjorn quickly realizes the clan actually knows about Ryakis' second phase, and is strategically holding back their attacks, trying to destroy its dark spheres to keep it from feeling threatened, hoping they can survive the hour until the labyrinth closes. The craziest part is that while the Darway clan takes heavy losses, it's the panicking explorers who are the real problem, spacing out and watching the massacre unfold. each time Ryakas unleashes another rampage. Misha turns to Bjorn, worried the situation is getting out of hand, and the other explorers start openly demanding their stolen equipment back. So Bjorn quickly tells Misha they need to get out of here right now. As the explorers turn on the Darwi clan guards, Bjorn knows this chaos was bound to happen since regular explorers wouldn't know how to defeat Ryakis, and they soon become a bigger threat than the monster itself. Bjorn urges Misha to stay close as they push through the panicked crowd, trying to escape the fiery monster entities, sprinting through the inferno, with Misha pointing out the spirits of chaos all around them, but Bjorn tells her there's no time to fight them. They just need to get as far from the center of the forest as possible, knowing that if they reach a certain point, they will be safe. But then Bjorn suddenly realizes Ryakas might have eaten all his dark orbs, and his fears are confirmed when the monster fully transforms. With a terrible roar, Ryakas activates its crevice of evil, which explodes in a violent red energy, dragging everyone into a red vortex, transporting them all away from the battlefield, leaving Bjorn completely disoriented. He immediately surveys their new surroundings, realizing there are only about 200 explorers left, which means a lot more people died during that surprise teleport. But now the survivors are panicking, arguing with each other about how many have died already, and unknown time limit to escape this new prison. As explorers cry about their stolen equipment and plead for their lives, Bjorn decides he's leaving, betting on a gamble with a higher chance of succeeding. Surprisingly, a red-haired character appears and calls Bjorn a halfling, asking what he's doing here, and Bjorn returns the greeting, then asks if they got the orc hero's essence, shocking the red-haired individual. After making his move, Bjorn is now casually sitting amidst the chaos, watching the Darwi clan and internally counting their remaining forces, with only 23 members left, including just 2 close-range dealers. Meanwhile, Iraz Maglain, the Darwi clan's vice-captain, is clearly stressed, lamenting the extreme lack of warriors after a recent uprising, and knows they are running out of time. He admits that with only 2 close-range fighters, they won't be able to clear a path out, wishing they had just one person who could act as defense. As his subordinate urges him to give an order, knowing they have no time, Bjorn steps forward and shouts that he will open up the path, utterly shocking the vice-captain. Bjorn confronts Maglain, asking who he is. Then an unknown armored man reveals that Bjorn is Misha's teammate, and has requested the orc hero's essence in exchange for opening the path. Another warrior activates his survival instinct skill, which lights up any target that increases his likelihood of survival, and it immediately points to Bjorn, revealing that this barbarian is the key to their entire situation. So Iraz Maglain demands to know his name. With a slight confident grin, Bjorn says it is Iraz Maglain, the Darwi clan's vice-captain, wastes no time in introducing himself, and some anxious explorer immediately demands an explanation, asking why a big-shot clan like them would be slumming it on the 3rd floor just to take over the orc habitat. Of course, Iraz points out they wouldn't have come with all those supplies if they were just here for a great orc warrior, which means they must have had another goal, like a 5th rank monster. He then observes their supplies and concludes they didn't come across the orc lord, a kind of hidden boss summoned when you offer 777 magic crystals of the great orc warrior at the altar in the middle of the orc habitat. Naturally, Bjorn looks surprised to hear all this, but Iraz quickly pivots, asking him to tell them why they even need him. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain reveals he's packing an immortal's seal, a vampire essence, specifically a rupture guardian vampire, as well as a corpse golem's essence which grants insane pain tolerance. Iraz acknowledges there's no need for detail then, realizing Bjorn can fight while chugging potions like they're water. He then shouts his enthusiastic admiration, declaring Bjorn absolutely amazing for a 3rd floor explorer, his face practically screaming in delight. Deciding to fully invest in our boy, Iraz promises him his backing, which naturally makes his subordinate freak out, protesting that some noble already requested that essence. But Iraz cuts him off, declaring that saving even one more clan member is worth the cost of an essence. He then orders Karlstein, likely Misha, to bring him the orc hero's essence. The orc hero's essence is no joke, dropped by powerful bosses like Danish, Velta, and Targus, and as Bjorn takes the glowing green potion, he can't help but feel that getting this lucky means something truly awful is going to happen soon. As the orc hero's essence begins to absorb into his soul, Bjorn feels an incredible surge of power boiling within him, his fighting spirit heightened to an insane degree. His companion immediately tells him to ditch his heavy gear and get ready to use this new power, and use some other items. Other explorers, including a wizened man with a white beard, gather scrolls and potions, while Bjorn hands Misha a heady bag of his belongings to watch over. He then begins chugging down various strength potions and spirit tears to boost his power even further, preparing for battle. As a wizard and priest chant, preparing a spell to aid him, his companion reminds Bjorn that no matter what skill he absorbs, their combined efforts will be the most helpful. And our boy, with his eyes glowing red from the corrupt one essence, he closes his eyes, visualizing his new skill, and instantly activates gigantification. His veins bulge, filled with raw magic, and he transforms into an absolute monster. Entering barbarian hero mode, Misha can only gasp, terrified by his sudden monstrous form, while the others quickly realize they need something huge to cover him up. With a simple loincloth now covering his giant frame, Bjorn declares himself ready to charge. When asked if he can really keep charging, Bjorn proudly confirms he can, taking a deep breath, and unleashes a deafening roar as he prepares to lead them out. He surges forward, creating shockwaves with every immense step, while a soldier frantically orders everyone to keep up with their giant leader. Bjorn leads the charge through the dark tunnel, with Misha and the others following closely, knowing they're literally paying with their lives and all their equipment if they fail. Maglain's judgment. Feeling an intense primal urge to destroy everything around him, Bjorn is grateful he doesn't have to repress this desire, and screams as his monstrous demonic form with sharp horns and teeth fully emerges. They immediately encounter miniature clones of Ryakis, the Lord of Chaos, but Bjorn scoffs, seeing these 2-meter-tall demons as small compared to his new gargantuan self. He immediately swings his massive weapon, punching through them with immense force, though he still feels pain from their attacks, despite his corpse golem's pain tolerance. See, in this crevice of evil, clones deal damage to whoever kills them, but our barbarian with a gamer's brain knows he won't die as long as his heart is intact, thanks to his source of darkness. What's even crazier is that gigantification dramatically increases his taunt value, so he's basically in perpetual provocation mode, drawing all the monsters to himself. This is why the presence of a tank is important in this pattern, which keeps the explorers behind him safe. Bjorn shouts at Sir Talon to hurry, insisting he has to be the only one on the front lines, activating his Orc Hero's passive skill, Hero's Path, which boosts all his defensive powers to an insane degree. Sadly, Misha, already wounded, admits she had to fall back like an idiot because every attack causes her horrible pain, while Hernasayan, observing Bjorn crush monsters, can't believe this guy he once dismissed as a stupid third-floor explorer is now so brave. Other explorers wonder who this anonymous barbarian hero is, and Misha, still running, wonders what would have happened if Bjorn wasn't here. However, a beast-eared character warns them there's no need to be curious about his name. Finally, Bjorn bursts forward, glowing with bright light as he sees the end of the labyrinth and urges everyone to speed up. They're at the end. The way is clear. Speed up. There's no need to be curious about that barbarian's name. I want to imagine what would have happened if it weren't for him. Did you say you're Misha? Just who is that man? It's the end. Speed up. It's the end. Speed up. It's the end. Speed up. Our boy Bjorn is practically flying, leading the last few survivors out of a crumbling labyrinth as a massive explosion rips through the path behind them. He's still in his awesome barbarian form, but it's clearly draining him. And sure enough, his massive transformation starts to fade right as they burst out of the tunnel, shrinking back to his normal size. The relief is palpable as everyone collapses, gasping for air, only for the entire labyrinth to erupt behind them, vaporizing the very ground it stood on. Sadly, our narrator knows that a lot of people didn't make it out, and Bjorn, watching the chaos, can't help but remember the ones they left behind as the red magical vortex shreds through the environment and leaves only devastation, turning the ground to dust and illuminating the sky in deep red, churning with chaotic, pulsating energy that completely obliterates the orc habitat. Bjorn exhales deeply, reflecting on their close call, realizing the area was vaporized in just a blink of an eye. As they process their narrow escape, one of the Darwe clan members brings up the insta-kill ultimate from the first phase, a system buff that chooses one survivor as the prey for Ryakis to hunt. Bjorn, calculating the odds in his head, realizes it's a terrifying 1 in 15 chance it could be him or Misha. And of course, the universe has a sixth sense of humor, because Misha is instantly paralyzed, wide-eyed with terror, and Bjorn's internal monologue is basically a loud internal, "Are you fucking serious?" His companion is just as confused, wondering what's wrong with Bjorn. The worst part is, Misha can see it coming. Ominous figures begin to materialize around her, confirming her fate. An armored man from the Darwe clan explains the debuff. The prey is completely immobile and will be hunted until death. Then, smoothly, offers protection if Bjorn joins their clan. Our boy, ever the lone wolf, politely but firmly declines, saying he doesn't intend on working for anyone right now. The armored guy just smiles, regretting the lost opportunity, but he's sure they'll cross paths again in the city. Luckily, some friendly wizards and priestesses from other groups step up to cast some buffs on Bjorn, which is genuinely nice of them considering everyone is probably running on fumes and low on resources. Bjorn offers a quick thanks, telling them to survive since Ryakis is definitely going to come for them too, if he bites the dust. And just like that, with 25 minutes until the labyrinth closes, the Lord of Chaos Ryakis has awakened, and they're off again. Bjorn carrying the paralyzed Misha on his back as the roars of the monster get closer. Misha, clearly thinking she's a burden, shouts at Bjorn, begging him to leave her because at this rate they'll both die. She thinks everyone looked at her like she was a threat, sounding like she's already given up, even convincing herself that her existence alone was a danger. Bjorn is confused by her sudden despair, asking what she means. She tries to convince him it's okay, because they aren't that close anyway, and she even got her lifelong wish, thanks to him, which she thinks is pretty funny. Bjorn, knowing her better than she thinks, cuts through the BS. You don't want to die at all, so why are you saying that? He thinks she means it. He calls out her fear of being abandoned, telling her to stop testing him and just ask for help if she wants to live. He asks if that feeling is more important than her life. Misha finally breaks, admitting Bjorn has shown her what they need to do to survive since the witch's forest, and that saying all these miserable things to someone who's trying to save her isn't what she needs to be doing right now. She leans against his back and, for the second time, offers to follow him forever if he saves her, to which Bjorn notes she already said that before. So she ups the ante, promising him all the money from the exploration once they're back. Bjorn, seeing that she's serious now, accepts, noting that this is much better. Problem is, his Wind's Blessing buff has just run out, along with all the other Darwe buffs, and now there are a lot more spirits of chaos swarming them and getting in their way. He quickly reactivates gigantification, knowing it won't last long, but he can go farther with one step, and asks Misha for a time check. With exactly 196 seconds on the clock, our barbarian grinder starts counting down, 190, 38, 9. He's going to have to start fighting these guys now, punching a spirit of chaos. The countdown continues, 170, 169. He punches through enemies, yelling 165. He delivers a powerful strike to a shadow entity. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit, panting hard as the seconds tick by. 120. Then suddenly, a massive fiery explosion rips through the tunnel ahead. Bjorn reacts, in shock. 120. Then suddenly, a massive fiery explode of it is Quindant Quinn. He's strained, ground, breathing heavily as he yells, 90, and a giant supernatural footprint lands on the ground. Even after barely escaping Ryakis' ultimate attack, our barbarian with a gamer's brain is still sprinting through the chaotic labyrinth, carrying Misha on his back as the spirits of chaos finally thin out, which of course only means Ryakis itself is now close enough to attack. The massive, shadowy Lord of Chaos descends from above, its first attack creating a brutal shockwave that barely misses Bjorn's hand, but Bjorn just shouts out 77, his focus entirely on the countdown. This terrifying monster, with its 4 glowing red eyes and bared fangs, reaches down with sharp claws, and Misha, realizing the true threat, whispers Ryakis' name in terror. Problem is, our barbarian has made a promise to her, and despite her frantic pleas to abandon her and save himself, Bjorn refuses, shouting he's going to make it out alive, frost spirit ring money or not. Unfortunately, a brutal hit lands, tearing into Bjorn's arm, leaving a brutal hit lands, tearing into Bjorn's arm, leaving a brutal hit lands, tearing into Bjorn's arm, leaving a brutal hit, but Bjorn just roars her full name, demanding she tell him the remaining time, and our scared cat-eared friend shouts back that there are 60 seconds left. With one arm now out of commission, Bjorn knows escape isn't an option anymore. The only way to endure the last minute is to play chicken, sprinting directly at Ryakis' massive legs, knowing its breath attack will be harder to aim that close, but that one wrong move means the end for both of them, as Misha continues counting down, asking what he's doing. As Ryakis' dark claws swing down, Bjorn ducks and weaves, counting out 44, relying on the attack patterns he learned watching the Darwi clan fight the monster, but another blast of red energy still catches him, making him grimace in pain. Ryakis continues its relentless assault, counting out 30, recalling the attack patterns he learned watching the Darwi clan, sending Bjorn flying after a narrow miss, but our hero, despite his desperation, keeps the countdown going, calling out 25. Just as Bjorn is violently knocked backward, caught by a magical explosion he was too late to dodge, Ryakis lunges for the killing blow. A massive sharp claw descends, and Bjorn, knowing he can't dodge this one, prepares for their inevitable death. But at the last second, Bjorn activates a glowing shield, perfectly timed to save his skull from being crushed. Bjorn bursts out of a portal, unconscious Misha still on his back, knowing that was a close call, but even after escaping, the monstrous Ryakis is still on his back, knowing that was a close call, but even after escaping, the monstrous Ryakis is still after them. Bjorn grits his teeth through the pain, shield still up, as the multi-eyed creature lunges again, but our barbarian just smiles menacingly, a bloody grin, knowing it's too late for this piece of shit monster. With an intense flash, a portal erupts in the middle of a town square, sending a crowd screaming as injured people are thrown onto the ground. They quickly try to contact the guild and set up temporary shelters for the wounded. Misha wakes up, disoriented, wondering if she's alive, and frantically searches for Bjorn, pushing through the shocked crowd, realizing his terrible condition, only to find him heavily bloodied and unconscious. Fearing the worst. Crying, she desperately touches him, begging him not to die, and shouts for someone to contact the temple. But then she realizes the truth. He's just sleeping, and Misha laughs in relief, tears still streaming down her face, telling him he scared her. Elsewhere, in a tavern, people are gossiping about the hundreds dead from the Floor Lord, including over 30 from the Darwi clan, but also a survivor saying it was thanks to one person that many made it out alive. They initially suspect a Iron Lion vice captain, but the truth emerges, it was a third-floor explorer, Yandel's son Bjorn, they say, now resting wounded in bed, who is yet to accomplish anything great but is sure to become a hero. Meanwhile, a mysterious man reads a document, finding little Valken interesting, wondering how many explorers have accomplished so much in so little time, and noting his abnormally fast growth can't be chalked up to mere luck alone. He muses that throughout history, there have been beings born with a special fate laid out for them, true heroes, like this powerful tattooed warrior, or even this sharp elf archer, destined for greatness. And he ponders, truly curious about little Valkan. The monster chasing our barbarian and Misha was absolutely relentless, breathing fire and unleashing powerful magic, while Misha, still paralyzed, could only watch in terror as a blast of energy impacted the ground nearby, unable to move her body. Bjorn, still bound, struggled against his ropes, desperately yelling Misha's name and panicking about how little time they had left, knowing every passing second brought them closer to death. As the monster prepared a killing blow, a voice declared it was too late, but then a blinding golden light erupted, saving them just in time. Our barbarian opens his eyes in surprise, lying in a comfortable bed with Misha resting beside him, realizing he somehow came back from that hell with her, safe and sound. Meanwhile, back in town, news is spreading like wildfire through the taverns, with everyone talking about the floor lord that appeared on the third floor, which killed hundreds, but also about the brave barbarian who faced it and saved many. And that's exactly why Bjorn, still recovering at a table, listens intently as his teammates Hikurad, Obman, and Erwin find him, asking what the hell happened to him and Misha. Misha, ever the practical one, worries he might not be able to use his powerful restoration skill often, but Erwin, their tiny fairy friend, explains a combination of items made their escape possible, calling it a piece of ancient wisdom, even urging someone to eat their vegetables for good measure. Hikurod explains that they tried to find Bjorn and Misha, but they were too far away, and then they ran into some insane woman on the third day, which sent them fleeing to the fourth floor. They used a portal trick to block off anyone else, making them the only ones who made it up there. Abman, the dwarf, complains about the 10 days of boredom he endured stuck on the first floor, but Hikurod then casually drops the bomb that he actually found the rare essence of Mimic, a 7th rank monster, which gives him a treasure room skill, an entire pocket dimension. And the craziest part is that when he opened it for the first time, he found 2 million mana stones, 3 highest grade potions, and 2 high numbered items. Our boy Bjorn's jaw drops, thinking to himself, what the hell is this, a game? Aban quickly tells Bjorn to stop cursing, but our barbarian is just too shocked, muttering congratulations and crushing a spoon in his hand because even after splitting it up, that's still millions of stones. Misha then calls him out for breaking the utensils, and he quickly blames it on his orc hero essence, before shutting her down when she tries to reveal more. Misha then explains that she's no longer a burden, having gained a powerful spirit beast contract thanks to Bjorn, making our barbarian blush furiously as she praises him. Erwin is bummed she missed the adventure, while a man declares that with Bjorn's recent feats, no one can argue against his new nickname, Little Val can, comparing him to a legendary barbarian hero. Our boy Bjorn, however, is incredibly uncomfortable, knowing how dangerous fame can be in this new reality. Even as Misha, absolutely thrilled for him, insists he's going to make it big. The game system even chimes in, warning him about special events and unwanted attention due to his increased fame. When it comes to splitting the reward money, Misha insists he take it all, calling him a barbarian but acknowledging his efforts, even though our boy Bjorn really thinks she's just being sad about the money, but decides to accept. Misha observes that life in this new reality is hard, even after taking care of all their equipment and auction needs, and she tells Bjorn she's going to visit her family for a day or two. Bjorn encourages her, though his internal monologue reveals he's decided to take all the money to manage it, knowing future essences and gear for Misha are crucial since she's his main party member. When he tells her goodbye, he gives her a firm pat on the back, telling her to eat well, and he realizes she's acting more like his mother than a companion. Our barbarian then reflects that Misha is treating him more like a son than a savior, like an ex-girlfriend, before deciding his first assignment is to level her up, which means staying in his current team even though he could move to a higher level one. So, with his new plan in motion, he arrives at the 8th district. At the district, a crowd gathers for an execution, murmuring about an evil spirit, whose blood is just red, and Bjorn suddenly recognizes the condemned man. Leon's Tarikan. He realizes the kid must have spent the money he gave him and gotten into trouble, making Bjorn anxious as the guillotine blade begins its terrifying drop. Tarikan screams Bjorn's name in pure terror, but it's no use. The blade falls. Our barbarian turns away, traumatized by the sight, thinking to himself that it could have easily been him, just as a mysterious blonde man in a suit appears, asking someone off panel where they came from. This day is going to haunt him, and now, what the hell is this new guy doing here? Just as our boy Bjorn is walking through the 8th district, a random blonde dude stops him cold, asking him if he's Bjorn and then shushes him before dropping the bomb that he's in a similar position as our hero. Naturally, Bjorn freezes up because that phrase alone tells him this guy knows his secret. This stranger immediately starts guessing where Bjorn came from, rattling off places like the USA, leaving Bjorn completely stunned. The blonde dude introduces himself as being from the United States, which is when it all clicks for Bjorn. This guy is another player transmigrated here, just like him. In his head, there's only one answer for this kind of situation, but the timing is way too early for a confrontation. So Bjorn tries to play it off like the blonde man is just a bad actor, and the guy nervously lashes it off trying to save face of Fa. He tries to act like Bjorn is a brilliant actor who's only been here for 3 months, which only confuses our protagonist even more. The blonde man keeps complimenting Bjorn for earning a title in just 3 months, saying they're all outsiders here, while Bjorn can only think about how this idiot is trying to scam him. The guy even lets out a fake little laugh, but Bjorn's eyes are already narrowing in realization. See, he already knows exactly what this guy is. He points aggressively at the blonde man and asks him flat out, is he an evil spirit? The blonde man, apparently amused, jokingly confirms he is an evil spirit, which is all Bjorn needs, before he lunges, ready to kill him on the spot. Bystanders look on in shock, asking if that really was an evil spirit, as Bjorn remembers his vice chief always said to kill every single evil spirit, he sees. So our boy delivers a brutal barbarian punch straight to the guy's face. Later, outside the security agency building, Bjorn is starving and demands to know how much longer he needs to stay there. Utterly annoyed that he didn't get to finish off that evil spirit bastard, he yells as he's held back, still convinced the blonde man is an evil spirit, who is now lying on the ground, clearly in a world of pain. A soldier bursts in and says they're still investigating, but then drops the bombshell. The suspect had a token of an evil spirit hunter. The men around the injured blonde man confirm he is, in fact, not an evil spirit at all, but Bjorn, in disbelief, yells that the guy himself admitted to being one, so they must be lying. One of the blonde officers clears his throat, clearly struggling to explain things to our barbarian. To make matters worse, Bjorn is then accused of being an evil spirit himself, which makes him instantly lose it, yelling that he'll crush their damn skulls for daring to accuse him. The wounded blonde man begs for them to explain it easier as Bjorn lunges forward in anger. Walking through the city streets at night, Bjorn is cursing out loud, surprised by how much these people know about players like him. He flashes back to the blonde man asking where he came from, mentioning countries like the USA, realizing that these bastards here aren't all idiots, huh? It hits him that the blonde man was also here because of that damned Guayim. Thankfully, Bjorn was able to catch on because of this strange pronunciation of game, like how Japanese people say Makuta Naruto from McDonald's. As he continues through the dark street, he realizes the blonde man must have been testing him, wondering if he was another player in this strange city with no one to depend on. The more he thinks about it, the more messed up this world seems. But he has to admit it all went smoothly, at least for him. Suddenly, he notices an envelope on the floor, and inside is a mysterious red pill. He sits on his bed, utterly shocked as he reads the letter, which explains it was sent randomly to those presumed to be players, instructing them not to reveal their status to anyone, and to translate the letter if caught by evil spirit hunters. The pill begins to glow with a blue energy as the letter invites him to a completely anonymous player community that he can enter by taking the pill, or simply throw it away if he doesn't wish to join, wishing him survival. Meanwhile, the blonde man, still distressed, is recounting the postscript, which boldly calls Rafdonia's king a motherfucker, revealing the letter's source is actually the secret security agency. Someone asks if he really got beat to a pulp, and the blonde man explains his order was simply to follow Bjorn. They ask what the results of his observation were, pointing out that Bjorn is Yandel's son, the one known as Bjorn. They observe that an evil spirit would normally run, but Bjorn attacked without hesitation, leaving them to wonder what that means. Someone confirms he is a spirit, as a silhouette of a man stands behind sheer curtains. They contemplate if Bjorn is truly fated to be a hero, since his city is always in need of more. Back with Bjorn, his fame stat has increased, and he realizes the letter he got yesterday was indeed real. He decides he needs to act like he's trying to figure out what this mysterious pill and letter are. At the lab, a woman in a lab coat tells him everyone gets such a letter, and she asks him if he's curious about what it is. When Bjorn mentions evil spirits, she quickly clarifies she didn't say that, then casually says most people wouldn't know, and compliments him for being so perceptive. Bjorn asks about the pill, but she claims not to have a clue. However, a wizard specializing in psychological, dimensional magic, and alchemy explains that the pill allows entry into a specific spirit. Bjorn, confused, asks about this realm. As he listens intently, the woman explains the rules. You're called every 15 days, evil spirits exchange information there, and many who tried to infiltrate it ended up dead the next day, because it's a different dimension where your consciousness travels while your body stays behind. Bjorn looks completely shocked by this revelation. He asks if this isn't basically poison, wondering who the hell sent such a dangerous thing, realizing he could have been screwed if he'd just taken it without thinking. The woman clarifies that the medicine itself isn't poison, but the most believable theory for why infiltrators die is that the evil spirits can tell who is and isn't one of them, then cut off the invader's soul from their body. Bjorn sits taking in this terrifying information. He's incredibly concerned by such a dangerous medicine, realizing some unknown player could have his life in their hands, and it reminds him of his own unique ability. The woman says they can't track who is an evil spirit using magic, otherwise they would have caught them all by now. A hand rests on a wooden surface near some vials, while a muscular hand grips tightly onto another surface, as Bjorn looks over his shoulder, pondering this from there. The woman motions towards a strange, chair-like device, assuring him he won't die, and suggesting there might be a way to return to reality from that spirit realm. Bjorn's foot twitches nervously on the floor. The mysterious woman laughs, then hints that something else is about to happen. Our boy Bjorn, weighing the immense risks of the mysterious red pill, decides it's the best path forward, logically concluding that if the spirit realm community it leads to was truly that dangerous, it probably wouldn't even exist. But he's not about to just blindly jump in. The problem is, the sender would immediately know who the newcomer is, especially if he was the only one they'd invited recently. So if he were to take it right away, his identity would be exposed the second he entered. Honestly, since he's not desperate for information, he figures it's best to wait 3 to 6 months to throw them off. Meanwhile, far away in the higher floors of the magic tower, a research lab is already busy looking for new players. Apparently the robed figures there are trying to identify any new arrivals, and they're openly disappointed when the Soul Queens report that their targeted newcomer still hasn't arrived. One of them even suggests they stop delaying other invitations just for this one person, deciding that since he didn't show up, he probably isn't even a player anyway. Then, a small time skip later, our Barbarian grinder gets a new promotion to 6th rank explorer at the guild counter. He spends his days ticking off all the necessities, like homework, just to make the time pass faster. And of course, magic stones are spent like water on his training. He's not sad about it since he's investing them in things he actually needs, like a massive stone mace, and some seriously huge pants for when he uses his giantification skill, because a barbarian needs his privacy after all. Misha, blushing at the thought, wonders if they're imbued with magic too. The pants are still smaller than average, but a definite upgrade, and she's even more embarrassed watching Bjorn struggle to find the right size. Luckily, Misha is also putting in the work, even as she thinks her own training is a bit much, as she cleanly slices a straw bundle, admitting she's finally getting used to her new blades. These are the Lich's twin blades, a 70% replica of the standard longsword, to be exact. Honestly, Bjorn's not impressed even as Misha shows off her new sword, cheerfully asking what he thinks of her improved skills. But he just tells her movements are still awkward and she needs to practice more, which earns him a grumpy huff. Our boy then touches his heavily tattooed back, reflecting on how reaching level 2 on his spirit seal only took 10 minutes. It felt like the 12 hours of pain from his first level were condensed into those 10, as a masked fortune teller grins, observing him. 2 tribal members look on in alarm, barely holding back from telling him it's okay to scream. The fortune teller, never having seen someone still conscious after the seal, offers him a quick peek into his fate, and Bjorn draws a wooden stick, but he's definitely confused when the fortune teller asks for his birthday. He stutters, clearly thrown off, which just makes the fortune teller chuckle and admit they were only kidding, wondering if barbarians even know their birthdays. Bjorn, slightly annoyed, asks about his actual fate. The fortune teller predicts he's fated to experience countless times the things others only get to once in their lives. Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, immediately dismisses the idea of fate. He just needs to do what he needs to, so he can endure whatever problems he faces, ignoring the knocking at his door. Misha then pops up, asking if he's awake and offering breakfast. After a bit of meditation, Bjorn makes his choice with the masked fortune teller watching. He picks the Spirit of Wilderness, noting none of these options seem to differ from the in-game content he remembers. This completes his Spirit of Wilderness, noting none of these options seem to differ from the in-game content he remembers. This completes his Spirit Seal to level 3, costing another 200,000 stones. His Immortal Seal reaches level 3, increasing his physical attack resistance and fire tolerance, boosting his physical stat by 56 and power by 80, imbuing him with the Spirit of Wilderness. The character's basic threat level has been greatly increased, meaning Bjorn just needs to breathe to aggro monsters, and his new Wild Outburst skill temporarily triples his threat level, granting a bonus to his physical stats. He pants, exhausted but delighted, realizing these abilities are perfect for a tank, especially when combined with giantification, thinking thinking he's gotten a lot done in 3 months. But before he leaves, the horned fortune teller warns him to beware of those with a lot of hatred in their hearts, as Bjorn seems to attract them. Bjorn, still looking concerned, tries to understand. He just snaps back at him, asking for clarification. The horn man watches him leave, knowing he's got more to say, and as Bjorn walks out of his dwelling into the forest, his barbarian comrade, Einar, suddenly pops out from behind a bush and shouts his name. She praises his amazing achievements, but Bjorn quickly shushes her, warning her it'll be bad if anyone discovers his secrets. They sit in the forest and he shares what happened, realizing she's teamed up with Hikarad, which is a relief since he was worried about her being alone. He then asks why she looks so thin, wondering if the elder isn't feeding her. Einar laughs it off, saying she'll just give up sleep to train harder, explaining she's been condensing her muscles even if she doesn't fully understand what that means, and then she's quickly called away by another barbarian. Our boy just worries that's even more concerning as Einar almost forgets to say how glad she is that he looks like he's doing well. He watches her leave, reflecting on her words that he seems more relaxed, assuming it's because his new friends are trustworthy. A woman with light hair holding a pendant and calls out to him, acknowledging his growing fame. Bjorn is surprised she's talking to him first, wondering if she has something to say, but in his head, he decides it's unnecessary, and tells her he's leaving. He continues walking, thinking it's pointless to approach her now that he's a 6th ranks explorer, with a title and already has a mage in his party. But he quickly catches himself, realizing this is just rationalization, because for him, survival is the utmost priority and being considerate of others' feelings is a luxury he can't afford. That's why he always doubted every person he met, analyzing their actions and assessing their value to him. He even confidently smiles as he thinks back to deciding what benefit they could bring him. In his mind, he killed anyone who was a threat, and constantly wondered if others would stab him in the back. A blonde woman looks on with a shocked expression, reflecting the reality of his cold past. Misha is seen smiling, ironically telling him he'll end up dead if he doesn't leave her behind, reminding him of his past self. He realizes Einar's observation about him being more relaxed makes sense, as he truly wants to do things that are not strictly necessary now. He leans over a desk towards a fairy woman, admitting he's gotten used to life here, which he sees as a problem, but she says his eyes just look that way. So, for now, he plans to keep living like a barbarian. He finds Erwin looking particularly awkward in the library, so Bjorn tells her to just spit out what she wants to say, which just makes her blush even harder as she stammers that his eyes just looked like they had something to say. The next day, our barbarian with a gamer's brain arrives at a bustling, fancy cafe for a lunch meeting, and of course all the other patrons are openly surprised to see one of his kind in such a place. A cheerful woman named Shavin waves him over, introducing herself as the client, but our boy Bjorn instantly orders beer and meat, which completely baffles her, especially since she thought he'd be much younger. Shavin asks what he wants, assuming Lagna already told him everything, and our barbarian, to get a little revenge for being called to such a sweet place, makes it clear he hates sweet things, then dryly asks if she even knows the librarian's name, to which Shavin quickly recovers, admitting the full name of Lagna Litania Pifrok, and wonders aloud if she's a noble. Problem is, Shavin keeps leaving her sentences unfinished, but eventually explains they need a substitute for patrolling the sewers, because the previous patrol members were killed in a third-floor incident. Bjorn quickly realizes he's being asked to fill in, because he's popular, likely for his evil spirit hunter reputation, and this actually makes him recoil. Shavin, clearly curious to meet him in person, even asks if she can tell her coworkers he gave her cookies, just so she'll seem more trustworthy, and frankly, the narrator thinks Shavin needs to finish her sentences more often. Bjorn, however, is simply humbled, admitting this is the first job he's gotten by earning a title, because barbarians aren't usually expected to be good at anything but fighting. As she leaves, Shavin quietly reflects on how interesting Bjorn is, finding him so pure that talking to him calms her mind, and wonders why Lagna, the librarian, never talks about other people like this. She dismisses the thought, deciding Bjorn isn't a bad person, but realizes she might be getting ahead of herself. 2 days later, the exploration team assembles at the sewer entrance, immediately hit by the awful smell, with Rotmiller eager to test out his new sixth sense skill in the labyrinthine tunnels, while Misha warns that criminals often hide down here, making it extra dangerous. The team wastes no time, venturing into the surprisingly vast dark sewers, which immediately requires a light spell from an unknown teammate just to see, as one soldier dryly observes that this is exactly why criminals hide down here. While walking, they discuss rumors of a terrifying monster that lives down here, and Misha asks a teammate if he thinks such a monster could really exist, especially since all the magic tower's waste flows into these sewers, meaning a potion or chemical could react with a monster's corpse, creating something entirely new and terrifying. Though some soldiers scoff at the idea, dismissing it as impossible, believing no such thing could exist. But then, the team comes to a halt because Rotmiller, thanks to the mimic essence he consumed that boosted his sixth sense and luck, suddenly feels something else hiding with them. Misha the Beast Woman spots a person hiding in the shadows, prompting an unknown teammate to reach out and pull the man from his hiding spot, as Bjorn quickly moves in, making the man cringe in fear. The man, desperate, lunges with a dagger, but Bjorn catches his wrist without a problem, easily blocking the strike, then subduing him with a casual remark about trying everything to live. The team gathers around the captive man, demanding to know why he was hiding, and after some groaning, the man simply cries, he's just broke. But Bjorn, ever analytical, notices a telltale mark on his forehead, which means tax evasion is definitely not his only sin, and in his head, this reminds him of the good old days when lots of guys with those tattoos came to his blacksmith shop. Misha asks Bjorn if the administrative agency told them what to do, reminding him him there's an extra reward for capturing him alive, but another soldier doubts he's just a civilian, and another points out that a normal civilian wouldn't be down here at all. The team then debates if he'll be executed even if they hand him in. Bjorn looms over the man, warning him not to try and trick them, which makes the prisoner quickly try to negotiate, promising information about some crazy bitch who stole his hiding spot, describing her as a hooded woman surrounded by unique undead corpses, and then he names her directly, Alyssa Vehench, the priestess of Resesh. The team instantly realizes this is the Alyssa Vehench who has a vendetta against them, and they quickly agree to capture her, seeing it as both justice and a chance for more money. Half an hour later, the captive nervously guides them through unmarked paths, telling everyone to lower their voices from this point on. They soon find themselves facing a blocked path, and the captive confirms this is the only way in or out. As they proceed, a magical orb glows, revealing defeated skeletal warriors, and the guard orders the prisoner to keep moving. But just as they step forward, the team realizes Alyssa had set traps, with the guard urgently shouting for everyone to back away, right before a magical explosion rips through the tunnel, trapping a character in the magical energy. Our team is deep in Alyssa's traps when Bjorn steps on a glowing purple platform, and a panicked soldier shouts that she set traps further back, so everyone needs to retreat. Sadly, it's too late for Bjorn, who screams in agony as dark, swirling magic hits him full force. Meanwhile, the hooded Alyssa feels the sudden activation of her Call of an Evil God trap, a powerful trap skill that summons hundreds of revenants and decreases maximum HP, so she's genuinely alarmed, wondering if it's people from the temple pursuing her. But that doesn't matter yet. She still needs an offering for her dark ritual, so she retreats further into the darkness. Back with our team, Bjorn manages to grip a thick rope, as the system tells him he's been hit by 120 revenants, and even though his maximum HP is temporarily decreased by almost a third, he tells his worried party he's fine. Honestly, he almost died there, but he's standing with his group, asking if they're alright. Luckily, they find a pale zombified corpse with 0 HP, and Aban notes it's a good thing Bjorn sent the captive ahead as a decoy because it could have been bad for them. However, the team is surprised when they realize they've stumbled upon Hans Markham's hiding spot, a room filled with crates that immediately gives them a bad feeling. Bjorn, convinced this Hans guy was a good homemaker given how many traps he set, decides that if brute force can't destroy it, then he'll just make a massive explosion to clear the room, a move that sends the rest of his team into a panicked frenzy. Everyone from the terrified blonde with glasses to a wide-eyed Misha, and even a sweating Aman, is shocked by Bjorn's destructive approach. Bjorn, of course, muses that brute force usually doesn't work on ghosts, but as Misha looks at the rubble, she admits that it actually worked. Despite one of the team smelling a woman in the area, Bjorn's sixth sense isn't detecting anything bad, so they decide to press onward. From there, we jump straight to an underground street where a man breathlessly reports to a vice captain that a door was destroyed, leaving the vice captain bewildered and wondering if it's the royal family or a runaway priest. Amelia is then dispatched to quietly take care of the situation, promising to return. Meanwhile, Bjorn's team finds yet another fork in the path, realizing they're in a deep sewer maze, and a man asks Dewaki, as a mage, what the reason could be for building such a labyrinth underground, but Dewaki has no idea. Elsewhere, Elisa senses her pursuers are close and she's utterly shocked to hear the laughter of an evil god, a sound she's heard whenever something bad happened to her, so she concludes that the temple pursuers are already here. Panicked, she flees quickly, but our team's close behind, as the scent is fainter now, urging them to chase after her. Misha warns Bjorn to watch out for more traps, but Elisa, hearing the idiot Barbarian, thinks they've dug their own grave. She's absolutely confident she won't let them get away this time, so she summons dark energy and shadowy creatures, preparing for battle. Misha refuses to back down, amidst swirling dark energy and shadowy creatures, preparing for battle. Misha refuses to back down, amidst swirling dark energy and snowflakes. Luckily, Misha attacks the shadowy creature with ice magic blades, and Bjorn confidently notes that this time, it will be different. The elemental bonus really made Elisa stronger, but Bjorn leaps into battle, smashing his heavy club into the dark energy, knowing they've gotten a lot stronger since their last encounter. Hikarudomura joins the fray with a lightning attack, declaring this much is a piece of cake. Elisa deflects their attacks and curses at them, vowing to kill them as painfully as possible. But then a brilliant 7th rank support spell is cast, and Bjorn tells Dewaki to act now, revealing he'd asked Dewaki to learn a wide-range purification spell to eliminate Elisa's curses. Dewaki, surprised but focused, unleashes the spell, and Bjorn raises his club above a frightened Elisa. Elisa, however, just grins sinisterly, mocking them, vowing she won't forget this. But the spell worked perfectly, canceling Elisa Vehench's resistance to physical attacks, and Bjorn grabs her by the throat. He slams her into the ground, and after securing her with a paralysis poison from Dewaki, he carries the bound Elisa on his back, ready to collect their reward. Bjorn congratulates the team and tells Rotmiller to take the lead, but they discover some items on the ground, and Misha suddenly looks shocked, realizing a large, tattooed, muscular barbarian is approaching them in the dark. Bjorn is absolutely shocked, wondering how this barbarian is still moving after everything that's happened. He recognizes her instantly, and she, in turn, acknowledges that he's gotten much stronger. In his head, he realizes it's the psychopath he met at the Land of the Dead, and she asks if he's not running away because of his friends. Bjorn finds that question creepy and doesn't understand why she's asking it. What he doesn't know is that she probably let him go back then because he was a beginner, but now he's famous with a title, and she probably thought it a great opportunity since he came into the sewers. The red-haired woman, thinking Bjorn is still pursuing her, demands to know how he found this place. Confused, Bjorn asks about a door and this place, demanding a simpler explanation, as he doesn't understand what she's talking about. He explains how he got in. He just smashed it with his mace. She's shocked, asking if there's a problem, then why he broke it. Bjorn reveals they were after a wanted priestess who ran off down here, and after confirming they know about Elisa, she asks if that clears things up. But just as Bjorn thinks he can can leave, she stops him, telling him she can't just let him go now that he knows about this place. Bjorn curses internally, realizing she wouldn't just let them go, and this is different from back then. He starts removing his armor, letting it drop to the ground. The woman, completely confused, asks what he's doing. Bjorn then asks if she knows the 2 ways to truly enrage a person, the first being to stop talking mid-sentence. She stares at him intently as he swings his heavy weapon. The woman, dagger in hand, is confused by his sudden attack, but Bjorn is already preparing to throw his massive weapon. He unleashes a Captain America throw with his weapon, sending it spinning through the air. The red-haired woman, surprisingly flexible, ducks under the attack and swings her blade. Bjorn kicks high, startling her, but she leaps back to evade, and as Bjorn tries to grab her, she backs away just enough to dodge it. So Bjorn decides to do something unexpected, activating gigantification, and he finally corners her with his massive, tattooed form. He punches her with his giant fist, gritting his teeth in the process. But then Bjorn looks shocked, with sweat on his face, as she unleashes her own aura. He fears she's trying to cut off his entire arm, so he counters with flesh explosion, blowing her back, but she attacks his giant hand with her aura blade. Using acidic blood, Bjorn slams his giant foot down, and punches her with his massive fist once more. He smiles, sweating, convinced it finally worked, believing he can defeat her. But then a purple magical shockwave erupts, and she executes a high kick, noting he can defeat her. But then a purple magical shockwave erupts, and she executes a high kick, noting he should be able to withstand it since he took the vampire's essence. Bjorn is utterly shocked, covered in purple energy, realizing she has auto-reproduction. In his head, he realizes her regenerative power is insane, as he's still not dead thanks to his passive skill Source of Darkness and Immortal, increasing his HP. She casually tells him that just one potion bottle healed everything, even his head falling off, and he, confused, asks why. She stands with crossed arms, asking why he keeps attacking her out of nowhere, and Bjorn asks what else he should do if she's intending to kill him. She asks what makes him think she wants to kill him, especially since she let him live last time. But Bjorn retorts that she said she can't just let him out, since he knows about this place, which is the same thing. He asks what she's going to do, and she replies that she's not going to kill him, so he should quit it. Bjorn explains he wasn't going to attack her, he was just preparing in case she changed her mind, and she accepts his explanation. He casually says the best way to defend yourself is by attacking. She notices his bloody hand, asking if he didn't take a potion, and Bjorn explains that some essences react badly with potions. She offers him a small black pill, and he nervously asks if it erases his memories. His companions, seeing this, ask why she's doing this instead of killing them, as they could be worth tens of millions of stones. She glares at Bjorn, asking what kind of person he thinks she is, and he admits, with his mouth covered, that he thinks she's insane. She tells him not to worry and just sleep, and Bjorn, swallowing, agrees that memory loss is better than dying, but asks if there are any side effects. She pauses, then asks what the other way to make someone mad was, referring to the 2 ways he mentioned earlier. Bjorn looks away sharply, then his eyes open wide in shock, as he realizes that Leet's blessing is melting into his soul. Bjorn, still reeling from the memory-erasing pill, asks himself what the other way to make someone mad was. He was about to explain it, but suddenly he wakes up, startled, realizing that Leet's blessing is now melting into his soul. It turns out he's already at the administrative agency building, where an official confirms his identification plaque. He successfully collected a bounty for Hans Markham, a criminal wanted for robbery and murder. He asks a clerk about compensation for his broken equipment, and she asks him to sign. Our Barbarian with a gamer's brain muses that it was a special case, so we resolved it with the higher-ups. Honestly, they almost died, and he only woke up in the sewers yesterday, thankfully with his equipment, but his headlamp was missing. He wonders why his memories are still intact, as his team remembers going to Hans number 5's spot. Then, to their shock, they find the crazy bitch Elisa dead, and Misha wonders if the monster Bjorn mentioned was responsible. A team member suggests it was Elisa's doing, and another points out injuries on her that look like they came from Bjorn's mace. Another team member laughs, realizing he can see traces of his own mana on her, and it makes sense that an evil god would have memory-erasing power. Chauvin declares that they must have resolved it somehow, since she's dead and they're alive. From there, we jump straight to other explorers talking, as one with light blue hair stares directly forward. Lanya and her companion are blushing and talking about how worried Lagna was about Bjorn, which Lagna denies. Misha then spots Bjorn in the dark, and she looks annoyed, talking to a companion about how often this happens. Apparently, a paladin with a giant greatsword approached them later, confirming it was Elisa, and vowing revenge for what she had done to them. Bjorn sits in a chair, looking back over his shoulder with an annoyed, angry expression, as other students talk loudly. One student slams her hand down onto a wooden desk, accusing Bjorn of sexual harassment and threatening to report him, while another flees. He casually smirks, saying not bad, then rises from his chair. Another student with glasses reminds him to stop by the library if he gets some time. Bjorn looks up toward a girl with wavy hair who tells him Lagna was preparing something for him, and he promises to stop by the library if he gets some time. Bjorn looks up toward a girl with wavy hair who tells him Lagna was preparing something for him, and he promises to stop by. A dwarf with a red beard laughs heartily, as we see a glowing sign or artifact. Later, the adventurers sit around a tavern table, drinking and laughing, with Bjorn standing over a drinking dwarf. The party members are utterly shocked and excited by the astronomical amount of gold coins they received, with each getting 2 million. In a flashback, we see the red-haired woman with an exploded hand, and her body flying. Bjorn sits across from Misha, who in another flashback, talks about her father, and a man with blonde hair points at himself, and smiles while talking to Bjorn. We then see a wide shot of a bustling guild hall filled with adventurers, and a character with freckles and yellow hair smiles creepily. Bjorn tells someone to leave, and a door swings open in the tavern, confirming Hans's removal was successful. 2 knights from the Moslin walk into the tavern, startling everyone, as people whisper that being caught by them means blood and death. The knights approach the table where Bjorn and Misha are sitting, and a mysterious horned and masked character curses, wondering what's going on now. Bjorn listens intently, thinking if this is happening because that bastard Hans number 2 talked to them. them. A few hours later at the Moslan office, Dawaki is arrested for defamation of nobles, leaving Bjorn, Misha, Hikarad, and another team member waiting anxiously outside. Hikarad looks anxious while talking to the group, but Shaban said she'd look into it. Then Dawaki tells his teammates he has to leave the team, shocking Bjorn and Hikarad, who demand an explanation. Dawaki reveals his older brother is Baron Martoin, and he was raised by his maid mother as the shame of the family. He explains that a year ago his father died, and his second brother replaced him, but the oldest son and all indirect relatives died, which Dawaki assumes was a warning from his brother to stop living in the sewers. He discusses his fear, noting there's a mysterious person on the team. This makes him afraid of his brother, so he doesn't want to be an explorer anymore. To make things worse, Bjorn reveals he's been banned from entering the labyrinth. Nothing ever goes his way, he thinks, as they all say goodbye, deciding to talk more tomorrow. Misha looks back in surprise, seeing Bjorn heading to the library at this hour. He tells her to go rest, as he has business with the librarian, but she says she has nothing to do. Bjorn lectures her about training if she has time, and Misha admits she was planning to rest all day and train tomorrow, but the situation is different now. He then introduces himself to the librarian, Lagna Litaniel Pifrok, saying he's Yandel's son, Bjorn. Bjorn, our perpetually smug barbarian, can't help but taunt an unseen fairy woman about her inability to enter the labyrinth, clearly delighted by his own sharp tongue. Sadly, the fairy woman, who we now know as Lagna, the librarian, reacts with a genuinely pained expression, deep in thought about his cruel words. Bjorn is completely thrown off, wondering why Lagna is talking about Shaven preparing something for him, and when Lagna clarifies that she's repaying Shaven by treating him instead, Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, just wants to know what he's getting. When a glowing magical aura appears, our barbarian with a gamer's brain can't believe what he's seeing. A pile of books. Lanya looks genuinely concerned, asking if it's okay for her to be doing this, but Bjorn reassures her that he's only used this particular spell a few times, and honestly, no one really cares about this section of the library anyway. Our boy Bjorn quickly dives into the high-security books, finding their contents incredibly helpful, and even though Lanya questions his late arrival, he's just devouring every single one thanks to her organizing efforts. Naturally, he picks up Complete Analysis of Ruptures 2, a masterpiece that not only analyzes evil spirits but contains information on organizations like the Secret Police, and all the hidden pieces he painstakingly found over 9 years in the game are right here. Then, his eyes fall on the author's name, Oriel Gabbies, the actual developer of Dungeon & Stone, which instantly means either a player wrote this or the developer himself did, making things infinitely more complex. The problem is, if the developer wrote it, his transmigration might have been entirely intentional, making him wonder if the developer is some kind of divine being, and realizing that tracking down this name could be the key to returning home, he knows he needs to be extremely careful with his questions. He carefully flips through the old pages. As morning light streams in, Bjorn realizes he's been up all night, and Lagna, nodding off from exhaustion, explains she's been organizing, and it's time to open the library. She then asks Bjorn what he's doing. From there, we jump straight to someone banging on Arua Raven's door, and our calculating chief, holding a piece of the Ruptures Analysis, has a very specific favor to ask of the wizard. He needs to know when this paper was made. Raven, true to form, warns him it won't be free, then immediately counters by asking how Bjorn knew to get the goddess Tyr's relic he used to kill the vampire. Bjorn, with his signature barbarian bluntness, claims he just broke the statue because he was bored, which naturally leaves Raven utterly shocked and asking if he hadn't read about it somewhere. She insists he must have. In his head, Bjorn is genuinely distressed, realizing she must be talking about Complete Analysis of Rupture's Eye, and he's baffled at how he managed to use the relic so perfectly without even knowing what it was, just assuming it would be useful because it had a drawing of a goddess on it. Lanya, still tired, admits her seniors are pestering her, and she'll analyze his paper if he agrees to help them with their research just once. She confirms it's a one-time thing, promising the results next week, but she sternly warns him not to visit her so early again without notice. Suddenly, Misha Karlstein bursts in, shouting Bjorn's name and confronting him about not being at his place, openly wondering if his business at the library was a rather scandalous affair. Bjorn, bewildered, insists he was just reading books and asks why she's giving him such a scared look, before asking what she wanted to say yesterday. Just then, other team members arrive, cutting off their conversation as they gather to discuss their current predicament. When asked for ideas, Bjorn, direct as always, simply suggests they look for someone new to replace Dawaki. Hikarad Murad tries to explain they've already asked 2 mages, but Bjorn cuts him off, clearly impatient, while Murad tries to calm the situation and asks for other ideas. Murad then suggests talking to Baron Martoin himself, which puzzle Misha, but Murad explains the Baron frequents this tea house, showing up right around this time, and they'd have to wait a whole month if they didn't act now. Desperate, Misha and Murad beg Bjorn not to leave, offering 300,000 stones each. Honestly, Bjorn admits to himself the only reason he's staying is for that sweet 300,000 stones. Soon enough, Baron Martin arrives with his entourage, and the team identifies him as Dwaki's second brother, leaving Bjorn to step forward. In a bold move, Bjorn kneels before the Baron, announcing himself as Dwaki and struggling to get his words out, while the Baron, vaguely recognizing the name from Carolina's family, asks his business. But just as the Baron seems ready to listen, Bjorn drops the entire act, pressing down on a blonde noble's head and declaring, "Nice to meet you. I'm Yandel's son, Bjorn." The Baron notes Bjorn's barbarian nature with some interest, as Bjorn immediately demands the ban be lifted for Dwaki, who was dragged off by the Moslan Knights and banned from the labyrinth. Yet the Baron acts completely clueless, making Bjorn why he pretends not to know. Meanwhile, the blonde noble is completely shocked, realizing there was a bastard son and admitting he never reported it because it wasn't significant. All while Bjorn keeps him pinned down, the aide leans in to whisper to the Baron, and Bjorn, seething internally, labels them all bastards for their petty schemes. Surprisingly, the Baron starts laughing, delighted to meet an explorer the Count himself was interested in, and as a reward, he offers Bjorn 200,000 stones, asking his name once more. The Baron then promises to lift the ban, but only if Bjorn agrees to do a favor in return, leaving our Barbarian with a concerned expression. Bjorn asks if that's all, but the Baron, in what Bjorn perceives as a demeaning stereotype, asks if he has some talent to show off at a banquet, like bending metal with his bare hands, offering 1,000,000 stones in return, which just sends Bjorn into an internal rage. The Baron stares back, clearly surprised by whatever Bjorn's response was. The team is back together, with Misha and a dwarf welcoming Doc with shouts and questions about his return, who just casually says that getting back into the labyrinths was almost too easy. Misha, however, isn't convinced by his nonchalant attitude, wondering why he still looks like he's in a bad mood. But in his head, Dwaki's just reflecting on how much power a noble name gives you, while Bjorn offers a massive reward of 900,000 stones for Dwaki's reinstatement, which Kurode immediately rejects, asking why he would repay him, utterly confused by Bjorn's generosity. Honestly, Bjorn doesn't care who repays him, but the barbarians have their own warrior code, and Kurode insists on paying him back tenfold for this favor. From there, we jump straight to the labyrinth's entrance, where the young warriors are practically buzzing with excitement for battles, and our boy Bjorn gives them some solid advice, which they eagerly accept, calling him Son Bjorn and Little Valkan. He even leads them straight to the labyrinth, garnering shouts of respect and good luck, and a dwarf observing him from the side notes how genuinely nice Bjorn is to his own kind. Bjorn just chuckles it off, replying that he only did what he could, knowing that learning from harsh experience is no joke. A few days later, one of the explorers mentions working as a guardian in a second-floor team, and sadly, the rest of his team is mostly dead. A grim reminder of how unforgiving the labyrinth can be. As a knight casually invites them to enter, Bjorn reflects on his own terrible luck in the labyrinth, with his last 3 runs being shitty, making this his 4th entry. He stands before the swirling portal, wondering what fresh shenanigans await, knowing he needs to ditch any complacency and be ready for anything. The team dives in, fighting through a chaotic mix of monsters, and Bjorn explains that all 3rd-floor monsters appear here, including dangerous 6th-rank ones, making it a golden opportunity to farm massive EXP. They quickly cut through corrupt gnomes, kobold shieldmen, and stone golems, reaching the 4th-floor portal in just 4 days. However, when they gather to discuss the rewards of 780,000 stones per person, the team feels a surprising sense of disappointment. But Bjorn knows this is actually a normal amount, and they even earned this much because of his mimic's passive skill, Greed, which increased magic crystal drop rates by 30%. He also remembers spending his time in the city productively, researching how the game started, and finding that the founding king's death, the beginning of the game, and the creation of a key book all happened 150 years ago, at the exact same time. Sadly, he has no way to find out what truly happened back then, so he has no choice but to keep going into the labyrinth. More time passes, and Bjorn embarks on his 5th adventure, but this time, nothing special happens other than leveling up and earning a similar 790,000 per person. Suddenly, Bjorn wakes up with a jolt, looking troubled and clutching his head, driven by the need to prepare for the worst-case scenario to survive. He might look insane to anyone else, but in his head, if he's going to look insane anyway, he might as well be insane and alive. Misha, ever observant, immediately notices a violent spark in his eyes while cooking, but Bjorn dismisses her concerns. He realizes he must have been a bit cold to her and that he should reflect on his behavior, when Misha, out of nowhere, offers to let him touch her ears, explaining that her oldest brother used to say it made him feel better. Bjorn, utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected offer and his own internal thoughts about her brother's perverted habits, quickly warns Misha not to say such things to others, as they might misunderstand her, like he might have if he didn't already know she was into skinnier men. Later, Bjorn meets with the blue-haired woman, presumably Lagna, who calmly states that he seems to be doing fine, and, as always, she knows when he has something on his mind. She then drops a heavy warning. A dimension collapse might soon happen in the labyrinth, something that used to occur only every 100 games or so when he was playing. Bjorn realizes this is why things have been so peaceful lately, and when she tells him the information comes from a mage named Chernel Fergon from the Tarupane school, he thanks her for the warning, saying he'll look into it. He leaves her office, having just gotten a new quest. After 10 days, rumors about the dimension collapse begin to spread like wildfire, with even Misha rushing to confirm what Bjorn had already heard, and patrons in a tavern discuss the growing panic. Bjorn, however, sits thoughtfully, wondering how a rumor could spread so far without any real evidence or source. He suspects someone is intentionally spreading this information and, frustrated by the lack of hidden intelligence, pulls out a small red pill. He was going to wait 3 months before taking it, but he decides 2 months should be fine, swallowing the memory-erasing pill, ready to dive into the forgotten to find answers. Chapter kicks off with a detective digging into a baffling missing person case, as the company reported the man gone for a month when he didn't show up for work. Problem is, when the detective asks about his family, the guy's own mother just coldly says she doesn't care. Naturally, the violent crime unit is confused why this strange case is being dumped on them. See, security footage shows him entering his home, but he's never seen leaving, and all the windows were locked, which is definitely fishy. The worst part is, there's there's no sign of forced entry, nothing stolen, and his cards haven't been used in a month, making it totally unique. But here's the catch. The clothes he was wearing were found neatly arranged in the room, almost like his body just vanished out of them. Honestly, whoever did this has to be completely insane, so they request the National Forensic Service to investigate. Just before they pack up, one officer shows the other something truly bizarre. A monitor from the missing person's room that isn't even plugged in, but is somehow on, displaying a strange message about completing a coming-of-age ceremony, equipping a new item, and then flashing Bjorn's name along with an item level increase, leaving everyone utterly baffled about what the hell is going on. Apparently there have been a few other similar cases overseas too, and our protagonist, now in Bjorn's body, realizes it's been 5 months since he opened his eyes in this new world. He's done all kinds of barbaric things to survive in that time, but our barbarian with a gamer's brain starts to wonder if he still has any of his modern society nature left, thinking about his old computer and the password he always used. He then realizes that even though this is his body now, it feels alien to him as digital magic energy explodes around him. Suddenly he thinks, wait then, as he lunges for a refrigerator, delighted to find it stocked with Coke cans. He can't hold back even if it's all just Coke, and downs one eagerly. He lets out an almost silent scream of pure joy, but then he cries as he realizes this comfortable space is just a manifestation of his memories, a place where he can't even feel the carbonation of the Coke. A voice then asks if she can come in, and Bjorn realizes because his defense stats are so high, this soul queen can only see things here as smoke, meaning she's here to check on the fake password he put in. He quickly deduces this woman is the soul queen, a guide for Ghostbusters, and remembers the doorbell he heard earlier was just her calling out, since she can't actually see his room. Luckily she assures him he's an official member now, so they won't be splitting any souls like they did with NPCs, and there are other ways to check his status. The soul queen then tells him he just needs to make a username, and our boy, still wondering if she means actual people when she says NPCs, quickly learns how to use the community forum. Problem is, the username he usually Stone Ivan is already taken, and when she asks if he's a fan of the original, he's just confused, deciding to change the spelling. With that, she takes off, telling him to just put in a request for one-on-one help if he has any issues. It feels like he just finished a tutorial, and he easily navigates the community forum, jumping into a chat room to get used to it. He's immediately welcomed by the room leader, who introduces himself as Dartman, and asks where Bjorn is from. Bjorn answers, Korea, while Dartman explains their simple room is due to a lack of points for decoration. Asking their simple room is due to a lack of points for decoration. Asking Bjorn to set his nickname to be visible. Dartman has to explain that he can manifest things with his thoughts here, which Bjorn, never having been in a chat room before, quickly understands. As Bjorn sets his nickname, everyone suddenly freaks out, because he's accidentally used the nickname Elfnunna, the name of a legendary player who wrote the stat analysis and who many thought was a developer. Naturally, the whole room erupts, demanding to know if he's that Elfnunna, with Dartman barely able to calm everyone down. Our boy, confused because that post only had 100 views, finally puts it together why the Soul Queen asked if he was a fan earlier. He realizes he might have gotten famous without even knowing it, but before he can deal with the situation, someone declares they're his fan, pointing out a subtle difference in spelling in their own nickname. The effect is immediate, everyone quickly loses interest and just walks away, leaving Bjorn standing alone, calling them so harsh. He considers just leaving, but then another player, Pink Guy, asks how many years he's been here, and Bjorn, deciding to just say he's been here for a year, learns that most people get invited early on as evil spirits, not for fame. Apparently it's only been 70 days for him in this world, which means only 1 month has passed on Earth, giving him a weird feeling that someone might have reported him missing by now. From talking to Pink Guy, he learns that time here flows differently, with 1 month on Earth equaling about 5 months in this game world, but nobody really knows why. He also discovers that the first ever player has been here for 20 years, and that's when this entire community was created. Honestly, despite their silly appearances, these players are all pretty impressive, having cleared the Gate of Abyss before him, but when he asks what difficulty they beat it on, the other player just laughs and says, cheat mode, explaining they used the game file uploaded 5 years ago to change the EXP and drop rates. Our boy Bjorn is horrified to learn they cleared it on 50x difficulty, with max EXP and 100x drop rates, realizing this is how everyone else was able to beat the game. Meanwhile, they casually joke that even that was hard. Elsewhere, a woman confirms to an older man that they took the computer and erased the memories and all traces, so there won't be any articles about the missing person. They discuss the man, admitting he's formidable in every aspect except this game. Despite that, he beat Oriel Gaba's Legacy, a world-building masterpiece that was shut down 5 years ago because no one could clear it. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain is leveraging his time in the virtual world to gather intel, finding that talking with other players, even about things as simple as pizza or the absolute joy of a hot bowl of rice with Coke, is a huge stress reliever. This mental space won't last forever though, as its duration keeps shrinking from 12 hours to just 7. So our boy quickly dives into the trading market, a gold mine for information he can get with ghost points. He's scrolling through requests, like methods for melee training or details on Sky Tower events, and filtering by the highest prices, he spots some serious intel. Problem is, the really juicy stuff, like strategies to defeat the first floor lord or secrets about Skull Island on the 6th floor, costs thousands of ghost points. But that's no problem for Bjorn, who quickly snatches up both, boosting his GP to 139,000, and almost immediately, a seller responds to his ad, boasting about knowing everything about the game. Bjorn focuses his inquiry on the mage Charnel Fergan and the Taro Tane school, specifically what the mage has been up to lately, since it's hard to tell who's lying in this virtual space. He mentions rumors of a dimensional collapse, asking if that's the reason for his interest, and explains that the Taro Tane school studies dimensional magic and labyrinths, hinting at a powerful master conducting experiments. When the seller asks for an extra 20,000 GP for information involving high-ranking political strife, Bjorn agrees, realizing this isn't just a simple game market. People here are truly selling valuable, dangerous dangerous knowledge. He mentions the royal family stepping in to control rumors, and the seller agrees that they won't just sit back if magic stone supplies decrease. What he doesn't know is that Bjorn just wanted to verify his source, so he cuts off the extra payment, completing the transaction for just the promised amount. Oddly enough, the seller, who's clearly an old fan of the Little Volcan, as in Bjorn's old nickname, doesn't even bat an eye at giving up 400,000 stones, which only confirms Bjorn's suspicion. This isn't just a game world. This person is deeply established here, with access to details Bjorn couldn't find, reminding him that while he was once a legendary player, here he's still a newbie figuring things out. And honestly, this is so much fun. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain doesn't even consider the thought of failure. Back in the real world, the system announces he's completed his coming-of-age ceremony and entered the second floor of the labyrinth, even after stepping on a goblin trap, all within 2 months. Meanwhile, unknown observers are shocked that Bjorn, despite having terrible starting conditions, has achieved an overall combat index of 4085.3 and absorbed essences like Corpse Golem and Vampire Guardian. They call him a monstrous bastard, an outlier defying all statistics, especially after he just died in the labyrinth, his health reaching 0, activating a countdown. They consider his growth abnormal, as one elderly man remembers a time everyone called it a failure. Luckily, Bjorn wakes up, confused, realizing he's back, and the 1 hour in-game equals 1 second on Earth ratio means he's only been defenseless for 12 seconds. He stretches, noting that diving into the virtual world was a good call, securing valuable information for his next real-world move. But first he needs some sleep, because he's off to Baron Martin's house in the morning. The next day, our barbarian with a gamer's brain is leading a horse carriage, complaining his legs hurt and just wanting to clear this place to use the Sky Auction House. An aide scolds him for his poor posture, demanding he uphold the Baron's dignity, but Bjorn just picks his ear, clearly annoyed by the inefficient gear. A man on a balcony shouts at him for his lack of respect, while the Baron, delighted by all the attention Bjorn's causing, promises a generous reward. Bjorn stands alone in the crowd, drawing stares and whispers about ancient demons. He's starting to get PTSD from all this, but then another man approaches, inviting him to rest together until the Baron arrives. Bjorn asks if it's okay for him not to mingle, and the man, Carl's Airmore, a former explorer, says he wouldn't be welcomed anyway due to noble arrogance. Carl's butler then demands Bjorn stand up, pulling his ear, insisting he must act like a warrior of iron and blood for the Baron's reputation. Even as Carl tells his aide to stop, the butler whispers that people will think Bjorn is weak, making Bjorn visibly annoyed, but then he remembers the 1 million stones reward. He stands up, towering over the shocked butler, deciding to act exactly as they want to earn that reward. Our barbarian lets out a fierce yell in the garden, startling a couple and making a little boy stare in awe. Carl's, shocked by his sudden outburst, asks what he's doing, and Bjorn casually replies, "I just felt like it." He then grabs a piece of meat from a cutting board and force feeds it to the terrified butler. Aristocrats look on, criticizing his barbarian behavior, but Carl's is internally delighted, shouting that this is exactly what he wanted. Bjorn grabs the butler by the collar, growling that he wants to crush his skull, truly embracing his monstrous role for the sake of that sweet money. Bjorn's roaring display continues, sending his aide running in terror, the aide muttering about the insane things Bjorn used to do in the guild. While the aide flees, Bjorn casually laughs with an ally at the banquet, then finds himself surrounded by noble women eager to touch his armored arm and hear him shout again. An elderly couple watches on, fondly calling it barbarian opera mode, as Bjorn feels like an animal mascot being cheered on, all while knight apprentices snicker, calling him little clown, and questioning his pride. The thing is, this particular insult, questioning his manhood because his thing is small, really gets under our boy's skin. Then Baron Martwain sweeps in, apologizing for the scene, and introduces Bjorn to other nobles, claiming to protect him. Bjorn plays along perfectly, dramatically declaring that a warrior does not forget goodwill, which of course boosts his fame stat by 10 with each introduction, leaving him with 13 more conversations to go before he's met everyone. He ends up introduced to all the nobles, achieving fame he wouldn't have until much later in the game. Next, Paul Kravitz, a captain, approaches, praising Bjorn and offering him a position in the order. Bjorn, confused by this unexpected reputation for merely collecting corpses, tries to decline, but Kravitz insists that the order treasures their relationship. Problem is, the Count then approaches, greeting Bjorn not as Little Valkan, but Big Valkan, and Bjorn instantly gets a bad feeling about the Count's effusive praise. The Count, suddenly inspired, invites Bjorn to participate in a sparring event between knight apprentices. If he wins, he gets a cool 1,000,000 stones. Bjorn is nervous about this sudden quest, especially as a hidden event flashes before his eyes, Garbaz's necklace, a rare low-number item, which like the Frost Spirit Ring, is unique but deemed useless due to its random output. The catch is, it also hides a special event within it. Despite his fears, our transmigrated grinder decides to screw all that, knowing that if he evades things out of fear, only destruction awaits him. He admits he's nervous, but he has to embrace his fears and move forward. He casually states he can crush most guys' heads within 10 seconds. He accepts the challenge, eager for this sudden, financial therapy. Our boy then confronts the knight apprentices, particularly one who called him Little Clown. He demands to know if something's seriously wrong with their heads, challenging all of them to come at him together like cowardly rats. The knights, surprised and intimidated, hesitate, as Bjorn mocks them for ganging up on a fellow participant. They try to tell him to stop, but even the noblemen watch intently, wondering if the barbarian is serious. The announcer declares Sir Arphion the winner of an earlier match, then calls Bjorn Yandel for his duel against Sylvania. Bjorn, smirking, knows he's about to face one of the 3 little musketeers, and the most annoying one, at that. Sylvania, the sword of Baron Hasten, makes a solemn oath to use only fair methods. Despite having insulted Bjorn's manhood earlier, Bjorn, of course, finds Sylvania's formality crude, wondering if he expects the barbarian to be a gentleman. As the battle begins, Sylvania lunges forward, summoning multiple magical glowing blades. Bjorn deflects them all with a grunt, unable to tell which is the real sword, and confidently declares he's a barbarian now. He takes a decisive step, step, activating his Wild Outburst ability, which temporarily boosts his stats. He then delivers a massive sweeping strike against Sylvania, shocking the knight with his sudden, overwhelming power. Bjorn's back glows with powerful tattoos, and he calls Sylvania to him, swinging his massive axe for the final blow. Bjorn's Wild Outburst isn't just about pure damage, it also raises his threat level so much that even people not directly involved in the fight cower in absolute fear, though Misha, being the beast woman she is, just grins and gets hyped for a challenge. Another knight, probably one of those idiot musketeers, snaps at Bjorn, realizing how out of his depth he is, as our brutal protagonist immediately closes the distance, ready to finish this in the most barbarian way possible. Bjorn just casually blocks his strike with an arm, and the knight can't even process what happened, wondering how he ended up defeated so easily. With a look of pure shock on his face, convinced Bjorn must have used some kind of trick, but our barbarian just strikes him in the neck, probably wondering why the guy still has a problem with his head, reminding him of the promise he made that the next time they met, he'd get rid of that problem in his head for him. See, in Bjorn's head, if there's a problem with someone's head, you just need to get rid of the head, which is totally how any barbarian would think. The poor knight is left writhing in agony, and next we see Bjorn by the temporary medic tent, acting all innocent about the whole thing. The medic, clearly exasperated, tells him he should have gone easier on the guy, while our barbarian just shrugs, insisting he only hit the knight with his fist, not even his axe. The poor medic is speechless, revealing Bjorn hit him hard enough for some cerebral fluid to leak out, leaving the priestess, Elisa Behenk, feeling like she just witnessed 3 barbarians worth of stupidity. Our barbarian then hovers over the injured knight, who still can't remember anything, so Bjorn, ever the patient therapist, repeats the knight's own earlier insult back to him, asking if that's all he needs to jog his memory. The knight, clutching his head, finally remembers the derogatory comment he made about Bjorn's little thing, and Bjorn just grins, satisfied that the knight's memory problem is now solved. This leaves the knight begging for mercy and apologizing profusely, while Elisa Behenk, the priestess, looks absolutely horrified by the whole display. A blonde nobleman, probably one of the count's cronies, finally finds Bjorn, who casually says he just fixed a problem even the priestess couldn't solve, explaining he went to check on the knight's condition after the previous match. Our barbarian laughs as he admits he would have just hit the poor guy with his axe if they were in the labyrinth. Genuinely surprised the knight was so weak despite being slow, the blonde noble, with a rather sinister smile, tells Bjorn not to worry, saying it's the knight's fault for not training properly, and even says it's not a big issue if someone dies, encouraging Bjorn to just focus on winning and be as wild as possible to please the count. The announcer then calls the next match, Sir Cortain of the Sophia Baron household against Bjorn Yandel, and our barbarian is absolutely delighted, realizing he got another one of those 3 idiot musketeers. Sir Cortain, clearly shaken but trying to act tough, warns Bjorn that this match won't be as easy as the last, not realizing he's just talking to the wind. The announcer quickly declares Bjorn Yandel the winner, and the crowd absolutely loses its mind, chanting, Night Slayer, as our barbarian raises his fist in triumph. Our barbarian, ever the master of dramatic irony, wonders if crushing someone's head is really that enjoyable, then asks which of them is supposed to be the savage one. He flips Sir Cortain high into the air, delivering a brutal spine-crushing maneuver. Bjorn is announced as the winner again, though he's annoyed that the last of the 3 musketeers wasn't his opponent. He laments not getting to offer the last one any physical therapy. He then sits on a bench, accepting compliments about his amazing technique, and prepares for a bit of rest before his next match. There's only one opponent left, and it's Sir Albatross of the Ferda Count household. Sir Albatross greets Bjorn, holding a massive great sword, and Bjorn politely returns the greeting. Our barbarian has already observed Sir Albatross's earlier matches, noting his orc warrior, Golem, and Cyclops' senses, and Albatross, feeling a bit uncomfortable, assumes Bjorn won't fight like usual with all that raw power. He confidently tells Bjorn to come at him. The match begins, and it's obvious what Sir Albatross is trying to do, which is exactly why Bjorn has been hiding his ultimate move until now, taking full advantage of Albatross's dropped guard. Sir Albatross smiles, thinking he has the upper hand, just before Bjorn activates both Gigantification and Wild Outburst simultaneously. Our barbarian transforms into a towering giant, his face contorted in a furious expression as fire surrounds him. Sir Albatross trembles in absolute fear, unable to even hold his sword, as Bjorn's massive feet crater the arena, causing Albatross to drop his greatsword in sheer terror. His glowing magical tattoos appear on his back, a clear sign of his immense power, as he looms over the entire arena, leaving the crowd in a state of utter panic, screaming for help. Our barbarian then returns to normal size, thinking that made things easy for him. Sir Albatross, completely defeated, is forced off the field, begging for a do-over and trying to explain himself, but a furious elderly nobleman cuts him off, demanding to know how much more shame he intends to bring upon his family name. Our story kicks off at night in a quiet city building, but inside, Erwin is far from resting, lost in a trance and surrounded by elemental magic, muttering about how she needs to get stronger, because for her, that's the only way she can keep the people she loves next to her, and truly have everything she wants. Problem is, someone just walked in and heard the tail end of that, and it's Arua Raven, who calls out her name, only for Erwin to snap out of it and ask if she's alright, completely unaware of how intense she sounded. She just cheerfully explained she was talking to the spirits, leaving Arua to wonder what the hell is really going on. Arua silently debates if she should tell Erwin something important right now, or if it's better to keep her in the dark, because honestly, it's not normal to keep someone you care about so clueless about their own state. She knows this is a huge problem. See, Erwin has made a contract with all 4 elemental spirits, which isn't isn't just unheard of, it's a terrifying level of power that Arua believes is making her grow immensely as an explorer. She's even managed to summon all of them at once. Arua honestly wonders why it took her so long to reach this point, considering how outstanding Erwin is in archery, combat, and even dagger fighting, easily able to fight a 7th ranked monster on her own. So Arua decides not to tell her that she's recently gotten a little, well, worse. A lot worse. But if it helps her grow stronger, maybe it's for the best. To figure out the cause, Arua looks through books, wondering if it's because of the specific essence Erwin took. She finally finds an old text on basic essence analysis, covering 9th to 7th ranks essences. What she finds makes her bite her thumb in thought. Among the essences Erwin absorbed, like Kanabaro and Steel Valley Guardian, there's a recurring stat, obsessiveness, listed as high or intermediate or even low in Goblin Archer. But it's always there, and Arua finally gets it. She doesn't feel good about this discovery, but she can't just erase the essences Erwin has taken. So she decides that once they find an essence that can replace them, that's when she'll have Erwin erase the problematic ones. Back with our boy Bjorn, a carriage pulls up, and Arua can't help but worry what Erwin's obsession will turn into if she realizes that a certain someone is alive before Arua can fix the problem. Meanwhile, Bjorn is receiving thanks for his brutal performance and watching a pile of gold coins being placed on a table, ready for him. The blonde nobleman, delighted by the chaos, lashed that Bjorn should find him if anything troubles him, convinced they'll both be the talk of society for months with this much money for just a day's work. Bjorn just stands there, keeping his barbarian poker face, while the nobleman assumes Bjorn should be happy with all he's done. On the other hand, Bjorn has other things on his mind, as the nobleman mentions Count Ferdehelt seemed irritated by the matches, and that if Bjorn is more prepared, he'll call him again. Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, asks what the hell he means by that. He realizes the Count looked truly like he was going to do something terrible if Bjorn had said no to the offer, and he didn't expect to get a silver necklace as a reward so early on. Holding the small object, Bjorn looks at a massive pile of letters, realizing this is exactly what the Count was talking about, and that from now on, he needs to be careful even when just breathing. Our boy is shirtless, surrounded by invitations to banquets and small rewards, which he admits he could live off of. But he has a problem. He knows going to any of these will just make the Count mad, and he can't ignore them either, since turning them down would also lead to retaliation. In his head, Bjorn knows people like the Count are the scariest, the calm ones who snap when pushed over the edge, and it's even worse because he can't tell what the Count are the scariest, the calm ones who snap when pushed over the edge, and it's even worse because he can't tell what the Count's intentions are. He decides to look into him during the next community meeting, wondering what reason a Count could have for being interested in some barbarian explorer. Before he can stew on that much longer, there's a knock on the door, and Arua Raven stands there, looking flustered as she confirms she needs help today. Her eccentric old master bursts through the door, greeting Bjorn with a cheerful, "Long time no see." Bjorn, utterly exasperated, laughs nervously, reminding Arua that she told him he was helping her seniors, not a literal senior, but admits the old man was just so adamant. The old geezer excitedly explains that he just wants to see if a magical tool he made can detect the soul of an evil spirit, assuring Bjorn it's nothing great but that he absolutely forced this to happen. Bjorn, ever the skeptic, raises an eyebrow and asks, "Magical tool?" In his head, Bjorn realizes he needs to calm down and assume the worst. This old geezer thinks he's an evil spirit, so the keyword to react to isn't evil spirit, but magical tool. The masterful of Altemian School. The master of Altemian School, clearly annoyed, asks if Bjorn doesn't trust him. Convinced this is a reasonable reaction given what Arua has put him through, he pushes further, asking if Bjorn truly underestimates him. Arua, showing her loyalty, points at herself and insists she'll prove it safe. Yor listens, his expression serious, knowing that if the old man is acting like this, it means he's not certain of his own tool, or rather, the tool doesn't actually exist. In his head, Bjorn deduces that if such a tool really did exist, the master would have tricked him to test him already, meaning there's no magical tool at all, and it never existed in the first place. He agrees, figuring if he makes an excuse now, he'd be falling for the old man's trick, and honestly, it won't take long anyway. Arua steps in, trying to calm her master down, asking him to confirm it will only take about 5 minutes. The old man sighs, finally relenting. Arua listens intently, probably wondering what exactly her master was thinking. As they pass the ornate gates, the old master thinks to himself that if Bjorn were truly suspicious, he could have just tipped off the secret police, but the problem is, that would have meant the guillotine for Bjorn. He knew that if he did that, Bjorn would die. The old man walks away, leaving Arua to put the pieces together. Arua calls out, "Master," in alarm, realizing the true meaning behind his words. She gasps in fear, understanding the immense danger Bjorn was unknowingly in. Later, Bjorn is lying exhausted on his bed, thinking that whole experience was really shocking, and the anxiety from it just won't go away. He admits he's been sensitive lately, but at least he reacted pretty well. In his head, Bjorn is still wondering why that old man looked so disappointed, but he hears his own name being called, thinking, "Bjorn, are you sleeping?" "Yeah." He asks what's up, then remembers he gave Misha the keys. Last we saw Bjorn, he was finally done with a crazy day, but Misha pops up right as he's about to relax, and our boy immediately drags her off, telling her he desperately needed her help at this very bright hour, which turns out to be replying to all the nobles who sent him invitations after his arena matches, forcing poor Misha to help him write them all. She looks totally swamped by the sheer number of letters, but Bjorn just grins, writing his own dismissive replies, telling the nobles he's too busy to bother with them and they should look for another barbarian. Soon, a pile of sealed letters is ready to be sent, and Misha wonders what Bjorn is actually planning, as he sits there lost in thought. Meanwhile, news is spreading that the dwarf explorer, Rio Warbdiwaki, won't be attending the upcoming labyrinth expedition, and other explorers are freaking out about rumors of a dimensional collapse, worried it could be the end of them all. The tension is palpable. Misha asks Bjorn what he's going to do, and our calculating barbarian suggests it's best to rest this one out, but in his head, he knows better. Anyone who's played the game knows knows you clear the first floor rupture whenever you get a cooldown, so he tells Misha they'll just go together, just the two of them. Misha is predictably confused, wondering why she has to go too, but Bjorn just thinks about it for a second, and she quickly insists that she wouldn't let him go alone anyway, giggling nervously. Bjorn, surprised by how easy that was, just declares it settled. The very next day, the city is abuzz with news as the royal family quickly dispels all rumors of a dimensional collapse, blaming the Magic Tower's Terror Reign school for spreading false information, which, honestly, is peak bureaucratic pettiness. Later, the dwarf, Real Warb Dewaki, tries to invite Bjorn to enter the labyrinth with him, only for Bjorn to reveal he's already accepted a different request and can't go. The dwarf, of course, is completely oblivious to Bjorn's cunning. Misha, confused by this bodyguard request, asks Bjorn when he got it, and he casually tells her not to mind it, explaining he was planning on going to the rupture anyway. She then asks why he's keeping this secret from their teammate Hikuro'd, thinking it would be better if they all went together. Bjorn counters by asking if she's ever told anyone about her frost spirit ring and contracting with a spirit beast, and Misha, looking intense, immediately replies that he told her to keep it a secret. He then wonders how Hikuro'd would have handled such a secret, thinking he'd blab about it once he got drunk, and then asks about Dachi and Rotmiller. Misha isn't sure about Rotmiller, but Bjorn knows the scout would keep it quiet, though he'd definitely get suspicious, making him the easiest person to figure out. So Bjorn explains his reasons for telling Misha. She's thorough and doesn't spill secrets easily, plus, she's terrible at lying, so he'd know if she did. He sums it up simply, he trusts her, and Misha, flustered, tries to play it off as the room suddenly being hot. Next, our dynamic duo is out buying equipment again, as Bjorn prepares for their expedition. He's getting enchanted gear, imbued with the aura of lightning, which, Misha points out, requires the most expensive potions available, wondering if he's really going for it. He's buying lightning scrolls, thunder herbs, and advanced potions, things he's wanted for a while and knows won't be a waste. Meanwhile, the tribal leader is impressed with Bjorn's financial success, bringing in 4 million stones in just 2 months, and we learn that the 2 million stones spent on this equipment came from a joint account Bjorn and Misha made. Misha is even serving him food, clearly a devoted companion. She teases him for going to the library, wondering if she can come along. But then Arua Raven makes a surprise, embarrassing appearance, casting a spell that illuminates the room. Arua, completely flustered, explains that this is a special spell she only does for Bjorn and can't use it in front of others, then tries to make Misha forget she ever said anything, which just makes the whole situation even more awkward. Bjorn, of course, is utterly confused and shocked by Arua's sudden display. From there, we jump to Bjorn getting his Magic Tower entry pass back, as he prepares to leave the Barbarian encampment. The Barbarians thank him for his advice and guidance, wishing him good luck, telling him to be careful of humans, and reminding him to protect his heart. Our boy Bjorn finds their politeness incredibly endearing, and Rotmiller, ever the scout, tells him not to be so humble, adding that it must be nice to have such a dependable mentor. Bjorn, looking surprised, reminds him to be careful and doubt anyone who's being friendly. Honestly, that's solid advice for any adventurer. As Misha nervously points out, they're still waiting for their client. Arua Raven, staff in hand, waves them off with a cheerful "see you later" as magic swirls around her. Bjorn and Misha stand before a glowing portal, and she asks if they're going in, but Bjorn tells her to wait. Then, with perfect timing, he declares now, explaining that this is why people don't like newbies. If he tells her to wait, she should just wait. He interacts with the portal, and Misha is completely stunned when it opens to the second floor, asking how it's possible. Her eyes are practically spiraling. Bjorn, a little confused himself, admits he can't explain it well, he just knows it from the game, and then expresses pity for Rotmiller, knowing the scout would feel all his hard work was wasted if he knew about the shortcut, much like Misha felt after using her spirit ring. Bjorn agrees that Rotmiller, being a serious scout, would indeed feel deprived of work if he knew this bug existed, but quickly adds that Rotmiller dreams of opening a portal with his own hands anyway. They step through, only to find themselves in the stone desert, which Bjorn says is a bit unlucky. Apparently, to get the magic crystal he needs, they have to trek 2 days east to the beast's lair. So, they start walking, fighting off mud like no monsters along the way, with Bjorn striking at enemies. He complains about having to pick up all the magic crystals himself, wishing Daki were there to do it. As Misha notices another group approaching tasks them, Bjorn deduces they must be speedrunning it, as the other adventurers push ahead, rushing to get through the already open portal. Misha, impressed by their gear, asks Bjorn if they need to be that stacked to open portals themselves. He playfully asks why she's so shocked, telling her they'll be like them one day too, realizing she's still used to being treated like an outcast. She playfully nudges him, wondering if he's insulting her, calling him an idiot, before insisting she meant he's cool. Honestly, our boy Bjorn knows he's got a good one in Misha, someone he can truly trust and rely on. As our boy Bjorn and Misha stroll through the labyrinth's second floor, their high-tier gear and confident aura are making other explorers stare, leading Bjorn to an uncomfortable realization about how powerful they look to others. He also can't help but think back to his first party in this labyrinth, specifically his old fairy friend Erwin, wondering how she's doing since he hasn't seen her in ages. She was his very first party member here, after all. Suddenly, a random adventurer glares at Bjorn with an intense look that our barbarian instantly reads as pure greed and envy, which surprisingly makes him feel even worse. Bjorn, never one to back down, asks the guy if he has something to say, but the man immediately denies it, even as Misha tries to calm Bjorn down. As his girlfriend tries to pull him away, Bjorn is intent on figuring out what's bothering him, and as Skilberus Cram tries to pull him away, Bjorn is intent on figuring out what's bothering him, and asks the man for his name, Hanscht Ivan. Bjorn instantly calls him out, demanding if he's really Hanscht, because in his head, that name is all wrong and carries a heavy, unsettling weight. Surprisingly, Hanscht admits his name used to be something else, and that's the moment Bjorn realizes why this guy made him feel so shitty, sternly warning him to never change his name back to avoid future disaster. Suddenly, a nearby rupture opens up, glowing ominous red, which instantly snaps Bjorn into action, running for their lives. In his head, there's only one explanation for this phenomenon. The rupture is opening soon, and someone just beat him to it, which annoys him to no end since he spent so much preparing. Bjorn quickly grabs Misha, shielding her with his body as he crashes through the crystalline barrier of the rupture, landing in a new, snowy landscape. They immediately encounter other explorers already inside, a stern-looking beastman, Abman Refried, and a knight-like woman, Jensia Nafrin, who are both surprised to see them. Bjorn, in his usual fashion, introduces himself as Thor's son and Misha as Michelle, much to Misha's barely contained exasperation. Aban asks them what their skills are, internally assessing that Jensia seems first floor level, and his companion is about second floor level, making Bjorn internally confirm his suspicion that these guys are beginners. The problem is, if the rupture hasn't been open for 5 months yet, there's no way intermediate to upper floor explorers would be here, so Bjorn realizes he looks just as suspicious to them. Amon questions Bjorn's peculiar answers, asking for more detail, so Bjorn casually reveals he's a 6th rank explorer, and Misha is a 7th, usually active on the 4th floor. This naturally shocks the others, who are 5th rank and lower, making Abman immediately ask why they're slumming it on the 1st floor. Bjorn, ever quick-witted, fires back, asking them the same question, and they explain that a problem with their usual team left them only 2, which Bjorn can tell is believable. Bjorn can see the others suspect him of hiding his true identity, but he's more concerned about who opened the rupture before him, knowing he was planning to be the first. They decide to share the remaining essences, with Misha slated to eat the Guardian essence, but Bjorn still can't shake the weird feeling about the whole situation, especially since his luck isn't usually great. The group gets into formation and heads deeper into the rupture's snowy depths, which feels strange and disorienting after the labyrinth's usual dark maps. Half an hour later, they encounter a massive Yeti monster, and Bjorn, ever the gamer, instantly knows this means it's guarding one of the correct paths. Bjorn then tells everyone to stay back, declaring he'll go first, readying his sword, but Amon steps up, aiming his crossbow, and fires a powerful energy bolt, which cuts through the air and crashes down, hitting the Yeti, but the monster manages to block it, much to Amon's annoyance. Yenxia identifies the attack as a hook arrow skill, but Amon just tells the rest of the team to handle the monster, clearly not interested in doing more than his share. Suddenly the Yeti lunges forward, but a warrior charges head-on to meet it, realizing this is for the better, since Amon is pretty strict about sharing the work. The warrior clashes with the beast, shouting for Misha to join, and our beast woman dives into the fray, driving her blades into the Yeti's eyes, quickly securing the kill. The others watch in utter shock, impressed by Misha's skill and her cat-like reflexes. Amon then warns Misha not to get caught, which is rich coming from the guy who handed off the fight. After Misha landed a killing blow on that huge Yeti, she dashes across the ice like she's floating, and our boy Bjorn is watching her, absolutely amazed by her power, internally screaming about how fast his cat's skill level is increasing. Apparently, some people in the party have a warning for anyone caught off guard, but a man just smiles, noticing how well Bjorn and Misha work together. The thing is, they don't have much time to bask in that victory, because now they're fighting off a whole pack of frost wolves, and Bjorn is right in the thick of it, doing his best to keep them from getting overwhelmed. Honestly, Misha and Bjorn are doing most of the heavy lifting, though the bear mana man does manage to take out a couple with his crossbow, which seems great for single, strong attacks, but not so much for wider area damage. After clearing the pack, they reach a frankly ominous set of stairs, but Bjorn knows exactly where they're going, because with his game knowledge, he's aware that these directions would get them through this entire section in an hour, and even Misha is excited by how bright and sparkly this deeper cavern is, especially since it's much prettier than what they just left, making her exclaim about a huge mysterious pillar. One of the other adventurers immediately identifies it as a key. Bjorn, for his part, knows they're not wrong, thinking that a few monsters are about to appear and then a path will open, which is of course a very gamer way to think. But then the ground trembles and a terrifying Frostlord and its ancient demonic beasts awaken, sending the party into a panic as they decide to fall back to the stairs for a better defensive position. Frost wolves immediately charge them, and they're barely fighting them off before an ice golem appears, which Bjorn knows has a stacking debuff that slows you down, so it needs to be destroyed on sight. Luckily, they manage to take it down quickly, but the relief is short-lived, as the monstrous Frostlord Katoomba itself appears, hitting them with a depression spill that Bjorn recognizes from past encounters with plunderers. Misha looks completely alarmed, while another warrior struggles to move, and Misha even bites her lip hard enough to draw blood, just to try and counteract the debuff. Bjorn, on the other hand, knows you just need a high resistance stat to deal with it, but one of the warriors isn't waiting and charges in recklessly, making Misha scold him for jumping into battle alone. Frostlord fires a massive wave of ice energy, but the warrior holds strong, even though it clearly stings, and manages to land a heavy blow, striking the beast, and then recoiling after taking a hit himself. Suddenly, Amon yells at everyone to run if they don't want to die, and he levels a gigantic crossbow, biting down on a spear, unleashing a dark red shockwave that ripples outwards, taking down all the mechanical opponents in range. Misha stares in astonishment at the resulting explosion, wondering what kind of arrow that was, and realizing it's damaging all the monsters in its path. She thought he was just a burst damage dealer, and she's absolutely fuming that he's always had an area of effect attack skill and never used it, as the party watches the aftermath in the snow. And then, surprisingly, 2 essence crystals manifest in the air. Bjorn immediately states that they've divided their rewards earlier than expected, and a man casually waved them off, saying he doesn't care about them and they can share. 2 companions look surprised, but then one of them commands them to wait. Bjorn points at one of the floating essence crystals, saying he doesn't care about Frostwolf essences, but they'll take this particular one, which another adventurer recognizes as the Yeti's essence. Bjorn simply asks if they have any complaints, and when no one responds, he declares there's no problem. Misha, however, is a nervous wreck, asking if there's a problem because she's only asking to avoid misunderstandings. Bjorn just looks puzzled, wondering what kind of person she thinks he is. Misha then asks how much she owes him if she eats it, explaining that essences are very valuable. Bjorn wonders if she's even listening, thinking about how good the stats are from a 7th rank monster Yeti essence, and again asks how much she wants for it. Misha grabs his forearm, looking distressed and emotional, asking if he's still asking her to pay. She's clearly confused, but he tells her not to worry about it, explaining that caring about such things is only for temporary party members. He adds that he has to invest at least this much for his own safety, and just like that, the Yet's essence is absorbed into Misha Stein's soul. Bjorn says she'll get used to it, then asks the other two what they'll do with their essences. They both exchange uncertain looks and decline, clearly suspicious of Bjorn's motives for wasting such a precious item. Misha absorbs the Yeti essence, powering up like crazy, and Bjorn just tells her she'll get used to it, which is easy for him to say since he's not the one feeling weird. The other temporary party members, on the other hand, are avoiding the Frostwolf essence drop like it's cursed, both of them making excuses that they don't want it, which immediately makes Bjorn suspicious. Apparently they're newbies who saw this particular essence drop from a Frostwolf, and our boy Bjorn's running the math, thinking there's no way they're this unlucky. Bjorn's suspicious. He knows the specific rift has a high chance of dropping essences, but Misha also explains that erasing essences is super expensive, so it's a big mistake to make. See, Bjorn was already wondering if one of them was the Mafia, the group who leaked info from the labyrinth, but their perfect answers now mean he can't rule anyone out, which is a huge problem. Suddenly, the ground starts cracking violently, and Misha looks up in pure alarm. A massive claw punches down from above them, revealing a giant boss wolf monster, and the party freaks out because this thing is way too big to be a normal lycanthrope. Of course, Bjorn knows this is Tyrant Taran boss, a boss they're supposed to fight later, and the enraged monster immediately casts ice destruction. The shockwave sends the party flying, the ground cracking and collapsing all around them as they fall straight into the abyss. They land in a special ice cave region, instantly hit with a hypothermia debuff that halves their agility and doubles ice damage, and Bjorn starts shivering like a leaf. The heavy sword slams down near them, marking a harsh reality check. In his head, this is all thanks to the damn reality patch, because in the game, he'd just wait through a loading screen and warp out of the water, but instead, he was tossed around like a rag doll and nearly drowned. Misha rushes over to him, tears in her eyes, asking if he's okay, and Bjorn quickly reassures her he's fine, despite feeling sore everywhere. Amon the bear beastman even helps another fallen comrade to their feet, which is nice. Then, to everyone's surprise, Amon lights a campfire, making Misha wonder if he just carries firewood everywhere, which is a weird thing for a solo player to do. The problem is, despite the fire, Bjorn still can't get warm in this special region, realizing this must be some kind of special region where the cold is part of a stat debuff. Misha, on the other hand, barely feels it, because her cold resistance is probably around 40. Bjorn tries to explain that he's shivering without it hurting, but Misha, bless her heart, calls him a stupid barbarian, so he decides they'll set up camp separately, just him and Misha, since he still doesn't know who the Mafia is. Misha, ever the protector, immediately tells Bjorn to sleep first, and then she whispers something. Apparently Misha had an observation about the others, making Bjorn grin, and he commends her, knowing it's smart to keep an eye on everything. From there, the group continues through the cave, Bjorn relieved that at least there's only one path to follow. It's a twisty path, but their objective is simple. Follow the main route, destroying the 8th rank monsters that pop out of the ice walls. Bjorn observes that most monsters here are 8th rank, but the difficulty is still higher than the blood-tinted castle, where 7th rank knights appear. The cold resistance debuffs hit hard. This special region doubles ice elemental damage, making it a true challenge. Honestly, Bjorn can help but wonder why the other companions are even here if they're just gonna complain constantly. Suddenly, they spot an ice orc frozen in ice, its skin ghostly white, and the group wonders if they'll have to fight these 7th ranks monsters too. Bjorn assumes they're here for a reason, and sure enough, the ice orc breaks free with a screech. The companions panic, but Bjorn shouts orders to get into formation, making it easier for Misha to keep an eye on them all. The ice orcs slam their hammers down, charging straight at them all. The ice orcs slam their hammers down, charging straight at them. In his head, Bjorn still doesn't know who the culprit for the Mafia is, and he's not sure if he's innocent or just trying to clear the rupture. However, Bjorn decides he needs to prepare for any other possibilities, knowing this would be the perfect time for someone to try something if they wanted to, so he hides his true strength just in case. Meanwhile, one of the companions asks Misha why she's still here instead of running to her lover, which Misha immediately denies. As the party continues through the icy caves, an explorer goes down hard, bleeding from his chest as Misha screams in genuine terror, her eyes wide with panic as another ice orc closes in. He lies unconscious, a bloody mess on the ice. Meanwhile, one of their companions completely loses his cool, shouting in a panic, as a massive gray ice orc prepares to swing its hammer down, but Bjorn is already moving, blocking the strike, and a glowing blade cuts into the monstrous creature. Another companion looks on, completely shocked by the speed of the counterattack, and Misha quickly shouts for her companion to get out of the way as she dodges a magical blast. Luckily, Abmon Urukfried, the bear beastman, fires his crossbow, unleashing a dark energy bolt, which hits the ice orc sorcerer before it can finish summoning a wall of ice. The sorcerer looks completely shocked that it actually got hit, and with that, the system confirms the ice orc sorcerer has been defeated. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain smirks, realizing this is the essence he needs to proceed with his plan, when one of the women in their party, Jansia, changes her armor in an instant using an ability. Then she grins, activating a beastly walk skill that gives her a massive increase in movement speed, making her vanish from sight for a brief 3 seconds. Suddenly, the male warrior who was panicking earlier collapses, struck through the chest by a glowing blade. Jansia reveals herself, smiling brightly as she casually admits this attack just earned her 30 million stones. An ice orc gets struck by an ability as a potion flies through the air, shattering right against Misha, who cries out. But Misha quickly recovers and shouts for Bjorn to act. Our protagonist unleashes a wild outburst, slamming his massive weapon into the ground with immense power, which barely catches Jansia, making her grunt in pain. She tries to use her stealth ability again, but it immediately fails, as she realizes Bjorn knew exactly what she was going to do. Jansia looks stressed and confused, muttering about having to kill all those orcs and wondering how he knew, as she asks the group if they think the fight is over now. The remaining members of the explorer team debate the situation, but Bjorn confirms that her constantly pointing out key points while pretending not to know was suspicious enough, and Misha quickly backs him up, tapping her chin as she explains Yanja smelled like the beast slayer. Problem is, Misha can recognize the scent of that place, so Bjorn quickly puts it together, deducing the dirt on Janja's shoes must be from the beast slayer. Janja's, "You're caught dead to rights," simply smirks. Misha immediately swings her sword at the traitor, who dodges with ease, but Misha keeps pressing the attack, swinging her sword downwards. Genshia reacts with a shocked exclamation and dashes away, creating a glowing blue trail as she tries to flee. What she doesn't count on is that Bjorn is already there, blocking her escape, and he lands a heavy blow, cutting her off. Genshia coughs up blood from the impact, her hand gripping the ground in pain. The traitor shouts in frustration, cursing him as a damn NPC. Bjorn, unbothered, calmly states that he doesn't care if she's a player or not if she tried to kill him, and he holds up his shield ready to keep fighting. Suddenly, an ice orc raises its massive axe, preparing to strike Bjorn from behind, but he simply tanks the hit on his shield, the blow clanging noisily off the metal, as Genshia looks on, absolutely terrified by Bjorn's casual indifference to the monster. Our barbarian continues his relentless pursuit of the fleeing Genshia, trapping her at a dead end of the ice cave. A heavy boot steps into the frame, as Bjorn moves over her, his face mostly obscured by his shield, staring intensely. Naturally, another ice orc is right behind him, preparing to strike, but Bjorn simply engages it while keeping his focus on Genshia. He gives a stoic grunt acknowledging the situation, while Genshia looks terrified and tense, glancing desperately towards him. A boot steps again on the frozen ground, and Genshia throws up her hands, pleading with Bjorn to talk, claiming there's a misunderstanding. Bjorn tanks another powerful magical attack on his shield, immediately realizing she's just stalling for time, and Genshia lets out a panicked shriek as another attack flashes. She throws everything she has at his armor, creating a flash of light, but Bjorn knows she'll try anyway, and a heavy weapon swings, striking Genshia down hard. Her glowing magic sword drops to the ground, no longer useful, as Bjorn stands over the kneeling traitor, offering to listen if her explanation is reasonable. Genshia's face is distressed and tearful, but she hesitates, saying she doesn't know if he'll believe her. Just as Bjorn swings his massive mace downwards, Bjorn looks on, unimpressed, as he loots her magic sword and boots, wondering internally if this woman is stupid. He kneels over the defeated Genshia, mace in hand, and announces he's done looting, and now they can talk. His armored gauntlet grips the weapon's handle, and he admits he already destroyed all her limbs, forcing her to use her armor change skill. Bjorn looms over the crying Genshia, having looted all her beginner equipment too, and demands to know why she tried to kill them, but she desperately pleads for mercy, promising to do anything. Bjorn's eyes narrow as she mentions a rupture, explaining that whoever came in with her must be in 8th ranks at most, and Genshia looks injured and shocked by his deduction. What he doesn't know is that the rupture she's talking about is a lot more serious than he first thought, and Genshia cries out in distress, begging for help. She looks up at Bjorn, pleading for him to save her, claiming they're real people and he shouldn't kill them, then immediately changes her tune and apologizes, admitting she thought he was an NPC. Our barbarian, however, simply stares with a cold expression, leaving the crying traitor to her fate. Just as our barbarian hero thinks he's finally dealt with one crazy situation, Misha, our fierce cat-like beast woman, bursts onto the scene demanding to know where he's been, rushing past him with a worried look because she thought something terrible had happened to him. And honestly, it almost did, with a giant ice monster about to finish off a panicked armored explorer. The poor knight is barely holding on, struggling under the brute force of the creature's attack. Luckily, Bjorn is there to assess the situation, instructing Misha to take care of the monster, which surprises her, but she's always ready for a fight, activating her combat enhancements and her new cold affinity skill in a flash. The monster roars, probably thinking this little beast woman is no match. But Misha has other plans. While the knight, still pinned, screams sheer terror, about to be crushed. Misha, meanwhile, leaps through the air with incredible speed, landing a surprise attack that makes the monster recoil in shock. The knight notices the monster's arm is frozen solid, a clear sign of frostbite damage. Honestly, this cold affinity skill is pretty neat, because it not only stops bleeding, but also regeneration, which is super useful against some monsters. From the background, Bjorn watches the monster, confirming the damage. He directs Misha to aim for the neck this time, knowing a normal monster would have already suffered much worse frostbite. So Misha jumps, striking with precision and power. The impact is brutal, and Misha, ever the eager student, asks Bjorn if her attack was good. Bjorn, satisfied the damage went straight to its brain, tells her to get ready, having checked what he needed to check, because then, the true fight begins as the party engages the actual boss, Tyrant Base. The tyrant's face alone is enough to send shivers down your spine, as magical energy crackles around the beast, sending shockwaves through the cavern, and it roars with massive fangs. Fully recovered and ready to fight, Misha quickly scales an icy wall, knowing this guy has a few special traits now that he's fully awake, and Bjorn faces off against the massive white lycanthrope. In his head, Bjorn knows this. Tyrant Base is no joke. It's 1.5 times bigger than a normal lycanthrope with double the stats, wielding an ice club that inflicts hypothermia. Our barbarian chief, with a fierce expression, swings his own ice club against the giant wolf, but he's got a trick up his sleeve, reaching for a scroll. Even as he clashes with multiple giant white wolves, he bites into the consumable item, knowing it will significantly boost his lightning damage for 10 seconds. The glowing magical scroll dissolving in his mouth. Of course, this guy is really weak to lightning, so the white wolf creature is immediately struck by a powerful burst of energy, its face paralyzed, but Bjorn knows he can't let his guard down, realizing the monster has a skill that cleanses movement restriction debuffs. The Tyrant Bass uses its fortitude skill, shaking off the paralysis, however, since it just cleanses the debuff instead instead of making it resistant. Misha jumps in, casting a spell, knowing they can just paralyze it again. The snarling wolf is hit once more, and then a massive impact rocks the cavern. Stylized onomatopoeia fills the air as intense lightning flashes from what were known in the game as stormes, or lightning bombs. The energy fades, leaving Bjorn standing before the defeated wolf, which is now completely unconscious. The previously terrified knight looks on, utterly shocked that Tyrant Taranbas has been defeated, and naturally it dropped its essence, along with a bonus for defeating a guardian monster. Misha, asking if it dropped too, waits for Bjorn's permission. Bjorn in his head can't help but wonder what kind of person Misha thinks he is, but urges her to eat it before it vanishes. No. That the fight's done. Misha's soul absorbs the lycanthrope's guardian essence, but then, a surprise, the injured knight is still alive, lying on the ground. Abman, barely coherent, mumbles for a potion from his bag, making Misha shout in surprise and delight that he's alive. Misha, holding up a red potion, promises to use it, warning him not to complain later that they used this expensive item, because she was sure he wasn't breathing a second ago. Abman urges her to just pour it, but then he asks for an antidote, which confuses Misha because his injury isn't healing. She hands him another potion. Abman explains that the blade must have been imbued with some kind of poison that stops healing and regeneration. Knowing the normal drinkable antidote wouldn't work on it, Misha looks genuinely concerned for Abman, urging him to wake up and grabbing another top-tier potion. Bjorn, holding their loot, points out they haven't shared their spoils yet, explaining that after using 5 of his advanced potions and Misha's top-tier one, the injury only barely closed, confirming it must have been a really strong poison that even a top-tier potion couldn't fully heal. Amon reacts with surprise, hesitating about the shares, but Bjorn tells him to take it, since he didn't even get an essence from the fight. Amon is shocked by Bjorn's unexpected generosity, thinking he's quite the nosy kind but doesn't need to be so nice. Misha, with a smirk, walks away, telling him to just take it. Abman, still injured, remarks on his luck, wondering why Misha is looking at him like that. He then offers to pay for the top-tier potion, acknowledging that he's lucky Bjorn and Misha didn't just profit from his death. Bjorn looks surprised as Abman offers 5 million stones, because a top-tier potion is usually only 1 million. Abman, the seller, explains that an item's value changes with the situation, even if Bjorn thinks he's getting scammed. Since Abman doesn't have the money on him, he offers one of his numbered items as collateral, a skull bracelet. Bjorn holds the bracelet, realizing it's the necromancer's arrogance, which lets the user enter suspended animation and become immune to damage after critical hits, explaining how Abman survived and making Bjorn wonder if he should just take the bracelet instead of the 5 million stones. Misha reacts with shock and surprise, asking how he knew about the item's power. Abman, standing before a red rift, thanks them, promising he won't forget what they've done for him. Misha questions Bjorn about which way they're going, but Bjorn tells her to come with him, as there's something else they need to take. Bjorn heads deeper into the cave system, with Misha hurrying to follow him. They run together through the cave. Bjorn holds up a glowing sphere, confirming it's something good that he also took for himself, and hands one to Misha. Later, Bjorn and Misha sit by a small campfire in a cave, trying to get some rest. Bjorn lies down under a blanket and Misha watches him, wondering how things would have turned out if she was alone, and admitting that back then, she saw herself in the player Bjorn killed. In her head, that scene felt like her own reality, hoping she would open her eyes again. Meanwhile, Bjorn grits his teeth, deep in thought, clutching a potion bottle. He thinks about a sinister woman smiling over a defeated man, promising he'll be worth 30 million stones, and admits he was greedy. He recalls pouring potions onto Abman's wound, even though in his head he thought he could have raised his spirit seal to the 6th level right away, just by waiting and watching him die. However, he decided that letting Abman die wasn't something he should do while working with someone like Misha for the foreseeable future. Misha is partially obscured by the potion stream. Despite his corrupt morals, he realizes that if Misha wasn't there, he might have just let the man die. Misha is resting peacefully, her hands resting calmly. As Misha asks what he's thinking about, Bjorn invites her to come closer, because it's cold, and she, surprised, agrees. Misha is super hyped about her new sword, saying it feels incredibly good, and her ears twitch with the realization that it might even be a numbered item, which would be a huge deal. But Bjorn just stands there, watching her excitement, and tells her to just use it for now, and not worry about him selling it, asking what kind of prejudice she has against barbarians. As they continue through the labyrinth, Misha, striking down wolf monsters, asks if they're headed to the 2nd floor, and Bjorn agrees, wanting her to get used to her new sword and essence. But after she confidently declares herself adjusted and ready, a nervous Misha can't help but ask Bjorn if he's really sure about this, wondering in her head if he's just making her fight because he's lazy, a doubt he catches instantly, asking if she's really doubting him. Honestly, watching her pose with that glowing sword, our boy feels a surge of pride, despite her reasonable doubts. Luckily, they picked up a lycanthrope guardian essence, which boosts agility, penetration, and cold affinity, and grants skills like Blood of Frost to multiply her cold stats, Icy Destruction to amplify damage on frozen enemies, and Fortitude to instantly cleanse any crowd control, leaving Misha easily one-shotting frozen wolves, much to her own amusement, as she wonders if punching them would still work, since they still die with just one hit, and Bjorn, already knowing the answer, just accepts that they can't do anything about that then. Bjorn, looking utterly frustrated, wonders if he'll have to keep this tedious grind going on the 2nd floor too, but Misha, completely confident, cuts him off by predicting he's about to say the easy path is the slow path, and laughs as she urges him to move on, leaving Bjorn to wonder why she's so excited about reading his mind, and concluding he should probably just pretend to lose arguments to her sometimes to calm her down. As they approach a region glowing with red crystals, Misha alerts Bjorn that the dark region is coming up, but Bjorn, knowing someone must have summoned the floor lord, reassures her that it's no big deal and they should keep going, though he himself still yells, "Lord," wondering if she has PTSD from the brutal Ryakis, as he explains that this first floor lord is usually calm and will quietly disappear if its raid fails, unlike the bloodthirsty 3rd floor's lord is usually calm and will quietly disappear if its raid fails. Unlike the bloodthirsty third floor, only needing 5 or more people gathered to be summoned. Apparently some impatient idiot bought a tutorial for taking down the first floor lord. Perhaps a clan eager to prove themselves. But Bjorn and Misha emerge from the portal into the second floor, the land of the dead, with Bjorn complaining that not having Miller with them really slows things down, and admitting he hasn't been here in a while. The second floor immediately brings back bad memories for Bjorn, as he remembers a past encounter with a psychopathic warrior who said she'd only let him live if he swore not to tell anyone, and how he almost died, making him suddenly feel sick to his stomach, with Misha asking if he really hates this place, to which he admits he chose it only because it makes reaching the third floor much easier. They soon encounter a group of 6th rank monsters, which Bjorn sees as a perfect opportunity to test just how strong Misha has become, and to gain some experience. So Misha, with an intense look, agrees to stop the monsters while Bjorn focuses on using the consecutive attacks he wanted her to try on the first floor. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain prepares for battle. As the battle intensifies, Misha leaps into action, striking with magical energy as a horde of zombies charges, and though Misha screams a warning, a zombie latches onto his arm, making him scream in pain, and he's quickly swarmed by multiple monsters, only for a powerful blue energy attack to rip through them, leaving a shocked Misha asking if he's alright, before she stares in utter disbelief as Bjorn, already completely healed, snaps at her to keep fighting, then asks if he's alright, before she stares in utter disbelief as Bjorn, already completely healed, snaps at her to keep fighting. Our boy just thinks she might not see him as human once he's done leveling up. They continue heading north, training relentlessly, with Misha leaping through the darkness, and Bjorn walking with his gear on, as Misha finally masters fortitude, learning to precisely control her cold element attacks for hypothermia or frozen status, even encountering a chimera wolf with a crowd control skill. But when Bjorn warns her to use her MP wisely since fortitude uses so much, she teasingly asks if she looks like a little kid, only to end up completely drained and carried on Bjorn's back, saying her body feels strangely empty, still insisting she can walk as Bjorn tells her to just focus on recovering and use her MP better next time. After a while they set up camp in some ruins, with the sleeping Misha unaware that Bjorn has discovered another group camp nearby, and as he observes them, he can't help but think that people are scarier than monsters, realizing they set up camp without knowing he was there. So he decides to wake Misha up. However, Misha is completely dead asleep, letting out a soft Nihon sound. Suddenly, Bjorn's eyes widen as he overhears them casually discussing how mages prefer fresh ingredients, meaning they plan to take his and Misha's hearts while they're asleep. Naturally, this sends Bjorn into a sudden rage, and he clenches his fist, realizing there was also a baby. The chapter opens with a harsh truth about labyrinth expeditions. Only a fraction of those who venture in ever make it back out, with barely 1/3 surviving. Honestly, most of them are already dead, eaten by monsters, but our boy Bjorn is wondering if monsters are the only reason for the high death toll around here. Meanwhile, our barbarian grinder finally gets some rest, leaving Misha on watch and wondering when his turn will come to lead again. Misha is woken up from her nap by Bjorn, who clearly had some intense thoughts during his watch, internally debating whether he should just kill off their ambushers, deciding that while it's an easy solution, it's not the best option for Misha's future. He tells her to get up and change, while the other barbarians, still unaware of their fate, sleep soundly around their campfire, completely oblivious to the danger they're in. Our boy Bjorn, ever the strategist, is planning something else entirely. Soon enough, Bjorn lets out a loud yawn, startling the sleeping group awake, and they're all confused by the sudden noise. Misha, playing along, asks why he's shouting so suddenly. Bjorn just yells that he felt like it, then dramatically points out some people, aka them, as they emerge from the shadows. The other group immediately looks suspicious, holding their weapons tighter. One of them looks completely shocked, realizing who it is. Another explorer wakes up, panicking and telling them not to come any closer, shouting for someone named Louis to wake up a bastard. The newly awakened Louis immediately asks if it's monsters. He's confused when he learns it's just explorers, complaining he was sleeping fine. Suddenly, a warrior named Karen recognizes Bjorn, smiling widely and remembering he was told explorers are just as dangerous as monsters. Karen cheerfully greets Bjorn, with flowers seemingly floating around him. He gives a big friendly yo, and introduces himself as Tarson's son. Misha, watching these two barbarians with a hint of concern, notes that while she knows Bjorn is acting, she still wants to stay far away from him. Bjorn, now playing the part of Thor's son Bjorn, urges the group to put their weapons down, assuring them he's not a bad explorer. Karen enthusiastically agrees, yelling that he also isn't a bad explorer. Another explorer, seemingly impressed by the barbarian's dramatic performance, agrees that names are important. Bjorn, still hamming it up, yells "Alright Thor," before correcting himself, remembering that Thor is his father's name, and insists they call him by his full name since they aren't that close yet. The shaved-head man looks terrified, as Bjorn continues to smile down at the smaller explorer. The campfire glows between them. Bjorn looks surprised as his helmet glows. He asks, "What?" Then adds, "Right, then get going," which the explorers misinterpret as an invitation to join, happily declaring they've been looking for a place to rest. Our clever barbarian is internally smirking, knowing they're already sick of him, but this is just the beginning of his plan, reminding himself that overnight companions don't last long on the second floor anyway. His helmeted face glows with a smug smile. One of the explorers grips his weapon nervously. They ask Bjorn if there's no need for them to become overnight companions, and Bjorn, playing innocent, agrees that it's common sense to travel with people you can trust. Then, as his helmet flames, he yells that they are too stupid. He explains how foolish it is to travel with a small group when a larger one could easily share night watches, asking if their heads are just for decoration. The muscular man reacts with shock. The explorers, completely oblivious to his manipulation, are amazed by his smart idea, wondering why other explorers haven't thought of it. They thank Bjorn, praising him as a great warrior, and and preparing to depart. One of them looks wide-eyed, clearly buying into the act. Misha, watching Bjorn's effortless deception, smirks, realizing the genius of his plan. Her own lips curl into a knowing smile, her fangs glinting. An explorer looks down nervously. One of them asks what she thinks. Misha, playing her part, claims she's not sure, but since they have a barbarian with them, they can't be bad people. Jan. She then helpfully explains that Bjorn actually lost his weapon, so he couldn't stand night watch anyway. The group, reassured, tells Bjorn it's okay, believing he'll fight with his fists, and Bjorn quickly spins a tale about a monster running off with his weapon. One of them sweats nervously, saying, that can happen, completely falling for the lie. Our boy Bjorn, internally admitting he just half-assed his explanation, has them exactly where he wants them. The explorers, now completely taken in, reluctantly agree to be night companions, because they are getting sleepy, deciding to let Bjorn and Misha take the last shift. So Bjorn and Misha pretend to rest, with Misha snuggling against Bjorn, who whispers for her to be quiet. Bjorn promises her a wish later, which Misha happily agrees to, still playing her part. The explorers move quietly. Suddenly, Misha senses them coming, whispering the warning to Bjorn. Bjorn, pretending to be deep in sleep, even drools a little for effect. His axe lies innocently beside him. Then, as two armored guards stand over him, Bjorn wakes up with a dramatic yawn, noting to himself that two are here and one is on Karen's side, clearly planning a simultaneous attack. He innocently offers them beef jerky, asking if they want some. As the assailant swings a blade, Bjorn just calls him an idiot, then yells, goodbye. The blade swings wildly. The assailant looks utterly stunned as his attack fails. Bjorn looks at him, calmly asking, what? He glares intensely at the foolish attacker, berating him for not even trying to keep attacking. The terrified assailant tries to apologize, stuttering that he shouldn't make mistakes like that even if he's hungry. Bjorn delivers a powerful bloody punch straight to the man's face. The panicked guard tries to explain that his hand slipped because he was hungry, too. Another guard screams for Louis to shoot Bjorn, wondering what's going on, but Bjorn easily blocks the arrow with his axe, wincing slightly from the impact. He then turns to the assailant Louis, his eyes bloodshot with rage, demanding to know why Louis shot him. He violently strangles him. The victim gasps in terror as Bjorn demands answers, asking if he's not going to answer him. The man coughs up blood, unable to answer him. The man coughs up blood, unable to answer. Miche was a bit iffy about Bjorn's plan, but concedes that he was right all along about these jerks. The remaining ambushers are clearly regretting their life choices, trembling as they realize that Bjorn and Misha, the naive barbarians, are actually terrifying monsters, especially when one nervously comments on Misha's looks, prompting Misha to snap that she's going to kill him. Naya. Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, finds the idea of a kind plunderer truly baffling, knowing there's no such thing. He then deliberately leaves a scar on his arm, pouring only a bit of potion on it, knowing barbarians see scars as medals to remember their mistakes and grow stronger, which is classic Bjorn. After looting the fallen enemies, Bjorn picks up a new warhammer, and Misha eagerly encouraging him to take more equipment so they can sell it, agreeing to escort the remaining survivors to the first floor. As they journey, Bjorn finally drops the Thor's son act and reveals his true name, Yandel's son Bjorn, to the survivors, who immediately recognize him as the infamous Little Volcan. Seeing their awe, Bjorn internally reflects on the barbarian tribe's weak position as targets for malicious people due to a lack of education, realizing that if he helps people like this, it might increase his kind's influence, just like the mages. He even offers Karen some blunt advice about choosing teams with otherworldly species, all while secretly seething about crushing anyone who dares to show their true colors. 2 days later, our duo is in the gloomy land of the dead, searching for a death knight, and Misha, ever the realist, tells Bjorn to stop poring over dusty books and join her outside more often, because not all theories are correct, but before they can decide what to do, they feel a tremor, realizing the death knight has already been summoned and is being fought by someone else. So, naturally, Bjorn decides there's only one option, activating his stupid barbarian mode, and charging straight into the ongoing battle, catching everyone off guard. Misha, totally exasperated, can only shout in panic as other explorers stare in utter shock, probably wondering what the hell is going on. Some of the stunned explorers quickly recognize Bjorn as the little Valkan from the 3rd floor, just as a creepy guy named Hans steps forward to introduce himself. Bjorn, ever the polite barbarian, gives his own name, and Hans, with an unsettling smile, introduces himself, reaching out for a handshake. Honestly, that guy gave me the creeps immediately, but Bjorn has a firm handshake, which is quite satisfying. Bjorn then wonders about his reputation, thinking about the concept of acts within kindness, which he considers a great tactic. He then reflects on how shocking today's incident was, deciding he'll only take humans as overnight companions from now on. In his head, he's ready to crush the skulls of anyone who shows their true colors, knowing that if any young warrior comes across him, he'll share what happened today and give advice. For him, for his kind. The other barbarian with them, realizing the depth of Bjorn's thinking, simply agrees that with Bjorn around, enemies are absolutely doomed. 2 days later, Bjorn and Misha are trudging through the gloomy land of the dead, Bjorn looking concerned. He asks if he should give up on finding the Death Knight, since they're having no luck. Misha, ever practical, tells him not to be so sad, explaining that the theory about a large gravestone where the Death Knight is summoned on the 7th day might not be correct. She suggests he stop staying cooped up in the library and go out with her more often. Bjorn, surprised by her suggestion, gets a new wound. Suddenly, they both feel a tremor. Misha immediately notices Bjorn's wound. It turns out the Death Knight's active skill, resentment, has already been activated, meaning someone else aggravated it as soon as it was summoned, and they're already fighting it. Misha, completely panicked, asks what they're going to do. Bjorn, however, is already thinking of solutions, knowing there are ways to get EXP even if someone else is fighting. Suddenly, in the chaotic blur, Bjorn switches switches to his stupid barbarian mode and charges straight into the fray, leaving other explorers absolutely shocked and confused. One of them recognizes Bjorn as the little Valkon from the third floor, and Hans, with his usual creepy smile, reaches out to introduce himself. Hans Christian immediately freaks out as a mystical flame appears above his helmet, desperately trying to distance himself from the group, which only makes Misha Karlstein look on with a worried expression as Bjorn Yandel, confused by the sudden commotion, charges ahead, Misha barely keeping up and shouting. See, Bjorn's already feeling a familiar unease, thinking he should have brought some salt to ward off bad luck in the city of Rafdonia, as a man reunites with his daughter, while another laughs manically with an aura. Meanwhile, Karen and his barbarian companions are having an emotional reunion, absolutely delighted by the massive bags of loot, and Karen loudly credits all their success and new equipment to Bjorn's wise teachings. The barbarians then loudly praise Bjorn as a great warrior, and little Valkon, even getting a fame stat increase for the trouble. But our boy Bjorn is watching from the shadows, totally annoyed by their loud enthusiasm, muttering that their hearts are the only useful thing about them, before loudly declaring he will teach them everything he's been taught. From there, we jump straight to Bjorn and Misha, now heading to the third floor Pilgrim's Passage, with Misha still fretting about the rumored Hans curse, and wondering if they made a mistake by not going back to the city. Bjorn, though confident, admits it makes him feel less icky to share the burden of worry, which makes Misha blush as she realizes she's unconsciously started to depend on him. But of course Bjorn, being Bjorn, immediately ruins the moment by saying he was just kidding, sending Misha into a furious, leaping chase, though he still ends up carrying her across the river of darkness, safely reaching a resting point before the water rises. There, they find the rest of their team already waiting, explaining they finished their business on the second floor early and are now on a backup request, deciding to push onward to the fourth floor. As they stand before the portal, Bjorn hears a familiar voice, then they're instantly plunged into chaos upon entering the sky tower, immediately assaulted by a terrifying combination of orc shamans, stone golems, living armor, and even a Dullahan. Luckily, Arua Raven, one of their mage companions, unveils a powerful new spell that easily obliterates the monsters. Misha is impressed by its strength. Finding a room full of glowing portals, Arua and Misha quickly agree they need to go up the tower fast, as lower floors don't offer much reward. This leads Bjorn to decisively choose the Stairs of Wisdom path, a complex but direct route to the fifth floor. He tells everyone to keep up, wondering what might have happened if they had chosen a different path, leaving us with a final unsettling image of a demonic beast. Bjorn looks intently at the magical portal, while Arua Raven suggests moving up the tower quickly. Misha agrees, noting the lower floors don't reward much. Bjorn decides on Wisdom. The Stairs of Wisdom, a route requiring a scout, is complex and full of traps, but offers a direct path to the fifth floor. Bjorn tells his team to keep up with him, stepping into the golden portal. He can't help but wonder what might have happened if they had chosen a different route, as he remembers the warnings about Hans. A terrifying demonic beast lurks, its hand gripping the dark floor. Just as Bjorn's team enters the fourth floor, the sky tower, the ground starts shaking so violently that debris flies everywhere, and a monstrous troll with glowing yellow eyes appears out of nowhere, drooling and ready to fight. Naturally, Misha instantly freaks out, asking what the hell this thing is even doing here, while the troll lunges forward with a massive attack. The other warriors are just as confused, cursing about this piece of trash appearing in all places, because they know this kind of monster usually brings more of its terrifying friends along. The beast emerges from the shadows, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger that makes the entire team freeze, which immediately makes everyone scream about the infamous Hans effect, sending the entire team into a full-blown panic, leaving the veterans visibly shaken as they realize they've walked into a nightmare they aren't equipped to handle. Problem is, there's no time to panic, so one of the warriors shouts for everyone to get it together before he charges the troll, using a wild outburst skill to gain the first strike, and with a guttural roar, the monster lunges, closing the gap before anyone can even draw a proper defense. He braces his shield against the massive blow, but even with a powerful skill, the impact hits like a falling boulder, slamming into the shield with enough force to kick up a cloud of debris and blind everyone in the immediate vicinity. He's barely able to hold on, admitting that he almost dropped the shield entirely. Another ally rushes to help him, yelling that they're ready, but the warrior struggles against the troll's raw strength, using a weight balance skill to resist the knockback. He channels a blue light into his shield, yelling instructions at his companion. Just as the troll roars and prepares another powerful strike, a warrior swings his sword with all his might. Our warrior lets out a desperate guttural scream, bracing his entire body against the overwhelming weight of the creature looming over him, while a mage readies a powerful reinforcement ice spear, firing it straight at the monster. But just as the troll prepares for the kill, the mage channels a torrent of raw magical energy. The blast of ice magic hits the troll square in the chest, knocking it backward for a moment, blasting the monster backward and buying the group a few precious seconds to regroup. But it quickly counterstrikes, slamming an icy attack into the ground. Though the beast barely falters, slamming an icy attack into the ground. Though the beast barely falters, slamming a jagged icy fist into the floor with enough power to shake the foundations of the dungeon. Misha isn't giving up though, darting around the troll and targeting its thick skin. But even she finds its hide impenetrable, frustratingly admitting that its skin is just too thick. Everyone starts screaming in a full-blown panic, yelling that they need to run and that its defense power is too damn high, wondering if it can even be frozen or if they'll ever be able to defeat this thing. But Bjorn's not having any of that, snapping for them to shut up and focus on the battle. Bjorn plants his feet, his armored boots digging into the stone as he prepares to absorb the next wave of punishment. He hunkers down behind his shield, a human wall protecting the others, while the monster towers above, a mountain of hate ready to crush the life out of him. Its claw descends like a guillotine, carving through the air, while Misha fires back, asking how the hell they would even run from a monster like this. In his head, Bjorn is already doing the math, remembering how against a 5th rank monster, he had a 6th rank mage with him, who rained down sun elemental attacks on an enemy that happened to be weak to the sun. Even before that, he'd used goddess tears, monsters, which made him strong enough to one-shot a Death Knight. But even then, it was still hard to kill a monster. He knows this troll has the best regeneration rate and defense power out of all 5th ranks monsters, far surpassing even vampires known for their high regeneration. In his head, Bjorn decides this might be barely doable if they have the specs, so he orders everyone to listen closely, because a drawn-out battle like this, which feels like it's been an hour, has a very low chance of success. But the mage isn't finished, igniting the staff with a burst of dark, pulsating energy. He tells them, Rotmiller will distract the troll and Misha will focus all her damage on it. Misha flashes forward, her blade cutting a silver arc through the gloom, and she drives the steel home, sinking it deep into the troll's hide. The troll roars with massive intensity, sending party members scattering and screaming. The team scrambles to create distance, dragging the wounded to safety, making the warrior charge back in, thinking this truly feels like walking on thin ice. But the beast is relentless, hammering against the defensive line until the shields begin to splinter under the pressure. Another warrior asks the mage how much mana he has left, and then asks him flat out why he doesn't stop using the dulling skill, knowing he can keep going for at least 3 more minutes. A heavy boot slams into the ground as he orders them not to use dulling from now on, which Misha points out gives them a serious time limit. Ikarod Murad charges towards the battle, telling Bjorn he'll take over while asking what Bjorn plans to do, knowing the bones are the real issue. With an opening finally revealed, the fighter lunges forward, a heavy mace swinging in a wide, desperate arc. He hits the troll with a massive flash of magical light, but the troll simply uses its outrage skill, ignoring all pain, and temporarily boosting its physical stats. The troll lets out a deafening roar of defiance, its wounds already knitting back together with unnatural speed. It lunges at the armored fighter, landing a powerful strike, and it lands a strike that sends the fighter reeling, his armor creaking and groaning under the brutal, concentrated force, and continues to punch and strike at the shields with immense force. The warrior swings his weapon with intense energy. He grit his teeth, following through with his own counterswing, but a massive metallic clang echoes as a powerful explosion erupts. Someone screams Misha's name as a massive claw crashes down, sending ice-like energy bursting from the impact and cracking the ground. But the monster doesn't care about pain, slamming its massive claw into the earth, which erupts in a spray of icy shrapnel as the energy surges through the floor. Luckily, Misha agilely dodges midair, pivoting away with her tail brushing past the impact zone. Yet Misha is already moving, pivoting away with her tail brushing past the impact zone. Yet Misha is already moving, pivoting with the agility of a predator to avoid the shockwave, leaving behind a shattered crater where she was just moments before. The claw crashes down again, shattering the solid ground into a web of cracks that force the team to scatter. Suddenly, the troll is surrounded by dark energy and uses its super regeneration skill, allowing it to recover from all kinds of damage to a targeted body location, which truly lives up to its name. We can see the flesh warping and twisting, the troll's own body consuming its energy to force a rapid recovery. The good part is, this active skill means it'll take 2 minutes for that part to grow back, which means it can't use super regeneration again during that time. The team realizes that if they destroy its brain or heart in those 2 minutes, they might actually have a chance, and Bjorn stands firm, glowing with green energy, ready for whatever this monster throws at him. So Bjorn readies his shield one more time, his eyes locked on the monster as the ground beneath them continues to buckle under the strain of the fight. The massive troll, fueled by its super regeneration, is still completely rabid. Bjorn isn't just shouting, he's losing his mind, and Misha is already closing the distance, eyes glowing with that familiar, terrifying predatory focus. Their mage watches, clearly wondering if they're actually going to survive the next 10 seconds, while Bjorn's blade bites into the monster's hide like it's trying to carve through solid rock. The shield bearer braces for the inevitable impact, and the monster's face is just pure, unadulterated rage, before a massive claw slams into the floor, sending stone shards spraying everywhere like shrapnel. Bjorn doesn't flinch, pouring dark energy into his next swing, but the resulting shockwave forces his allies to scramble back, sending them flying as if they're made of paper. Bjorn barely dances out of the way of that massive swinging weapon, but one wrong step leaves him wide open for a hit that nearly snaps his ribs. Mishi lunges in, her blue blade cutting through the gloom, and that magical strike carves a jagged scar across the air, sending raw energy rippling outward. Amidst the carnage, a hand reaches out, and Mishi drives her ice-cold steel deep into the beast's side. The staff flying broken in the dust is a bad sign for the rest of their gear, but Mishi isn't stopping, chaining another magical strike into the enemy, striking down with a feral intensity that would make any normal monster bold. A dark, violent slash of energy cuts through the smoke, and she's bloodied, screaming, and pushing way past her limits. Bjorn follows through with a crushing blow, but the monster's claw impacts the ground with enough force to turn their bones to powder. Now he's down on his hands and knees, fighting to even stay conscious, with Misha's tail twitching nearby in the ruins of the labyrinth floor. That boar thing looms over them, teeth bared, but Bjorn's back glows with those terrifying tattoos as he readies one last push. Misha keeps the pressure on, buying him the seconds he needs, and finally kneels beside their fallen mage, who looks about as close to death as you can get. Bjorn forces a potion into his mouth, praying this mage is actually worth the investment. Misha hides her face, finally letting the exhaustion break her, but then those tears turn to joy, realizing they actually made it out. Bjorn's bludgeon swings with the weight of a man who's done playing games, even as that boar beast charges with glowing hate-filled eyes. He's a blur of motion, leaving light trails in the wake of his weapon. Somewhere in the back of his mind, that spectral antagonist watches with a twisted grin, as if she's just waiting for the perfect moment to see our boy crumble, with death himself standing right behind her. They finally take a breath, regrouping in the dark, with the other explorer still looking like he wants to die right where he's lying. The dwarf starts rambling about the hall and Bjorn just listens, arm heavy with the marks of his strength, sitting there in the dark like he's trying to calculate exactly how much he's been screwed over. The sign hanging in the gloom is the only thing welcoming them back, and that white-haired woman is waiting with a smile that's probably going to lead to nothing but more trouble. And Bjorn is holding on for dear life, screaming for his teammates to get some of his blood in there there too, hoping to trigger some kind of weakening effect as he grapples with the monstrous beast. Misha then charges in with glowing eyes, joining the fray. But here's the catch, even her fierce blades can't seem to pierce the monster's thick skin, making her shout in frustration that her attacks aren't going in, while Bjorn takes a hit and another teammate lands a powerful sword strike, but again, it just scrapes against its hide. Here Creed tells Misha to aim for the brain, knowing it's their only chance to bypass its regeneration. And of course this bastard seems to know exactly what they're up to, retaliating with a massive claw that crashes down, sending debris flying, as Beard channels dark power for his own strike, and a teammate grabs the mage Dwaki, screaming that the troll is going right after him, making Misha hit its eye in a desperate attempt to distract it. Bjorn struggles against the monster, cursing this bastard out, realizing it knows exactly where to run despite not being able to see, and he wonders if it can detect mana. A warrior screams to stop as he raises his shield, but the troll strikes him down with a powerful force, leaving him coughing up blood from the heavy impact. A companion watches in horror, wondering if Bjorn didn't have enough MP to use his weight balance skill. Bjorn screams at everyone to just focus on killing this thing, pushing them to their limit, and Misha responds with an intense battle cry, unleashing a glowing blue blade that tears through the air, driving her icy attack deep into the monster. And with the impact, the curses on their troops are instantly undone. Bjorn screams for Misha to keep going, and she, bloodied and yelling, unleashes her icy destruction, tearing through the air and striking down at the monstrous troll, finally making it fall as our barbarian hero collapses, utterly exhausted on the floor, while the dead boar-like creature looms behind him. Our hero then struggles to get back on his hands and knees. Despite all that effort, they only get one magic crystal out of the monster, and as our tattooed tribal chief staggers, injured and exhausted, he admits this truly made him realize that this isn't just a game, it's brutal reality. That was probably why Misha is screaming for Rotniller. Bjorn screams internally, remembering the critical decision he made earlier, lamenting how Doggy was injured because of it, and as Misha pleads with someone in the background, kneeling beside their injured companion, Bjorn reflects that the heavens really helped, since Rotmiller only injured his leg and Hikuro just passed out. But Misha points out the real problem. It was definitely Doggy. Misha points out the real problem. It was definitely Doggy. Hinnis, asking what they should do as Dwaki isn't breathing, but Bjorn shouts at them to move, and pours a potion into the unconscious mage, knowing it's nothing more than a temporary fix since Dwaki is a fragile human mage, whose spine was basically folded in half, his leg broken, and bleeding from severe internal injuries, making Bjorn curse, wishing he hadn't used his top-tier potion in the ice cave back then. Luckily, a teammate offers Bjorn their own top-tier potion, which they bought just in case, and after Bjorn uses it, Dwaki should be better now. Misha, hiding her face and crying into her hands, was a kinning, looks up with tears streaming down her face and overwhelmed with joy that they're all alive and none of them died. Bjorn grits his teeth, telling everyone to listen closely, as too many things are bothering him to feel truly happy, because while he did well, planning accordingly and evading the monster's powerful strikes, swinging his heavy bludgeon weapon, he ultimately knows they were just lucky. Its entire brutal experience makes him truly ponder what it really means to live as an explorer in this damn world. He thinks about what it truly means to live as an explorer in this damn world. A bearded dwarf, looks relieved, saying they all made it, and other adventurers agree they should donate to the temple once they're back, but a teammate reassures Bjorn that none of this was his fault and they should be thanking him. Yet, our barbarian knows Rotmiller should know what choice he made in that critical moment. Atraning, Misha checks on the injured Dwaki, telling him they're all okay and not to move. The group sits resting, happy they made it out alive, but one teammate complains that they won't be able to brag about killing a troll on their own since they didn't even get an essence, and the dwarf points out Bjorn even used a top-tier potion. Bjorn smiles, finding relief in not being called greedy, and laughs at the thought, but he sits with arms crossed, quietly fuming that they didn't benefit from that damn troll fight at all. He sighs, frustrated by the lack of rewards. As the team rests, a young woman with white hair suddenly appears, speaking to someone with a bright smile. After that brutal troll fight, the team drags a critically injured Dwaki straight to the Tetless Temple, hoping divine power can do what even top-tier potions couldn't, and luckily, it works like a charm as Dwaki jokes around with the dwarf. Feeling much better, Misha, of course, rushes over to greet him, relieved to see him up and moving again. But Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, asks the mage if there are any lasting side effects, even as he's internally amazed at how divine healing surpasses even the most potent elixirs. With Dwaki on the mend, the team decides to take a 2-day break, giving everyone a chance to rest after the ordeal. Despite Dwaki's confident claim he could go back into the labyrinth right away, our barbarian with a gamer's brain, however, is probably just calculating how many stones this whole recovery cost, likely around 400,000 per person. Now Misha, hearing Bjorn suggest they go back together for a bath, completely freaks out and takes it the wrong way. She immediately denies thinking about running off, even though it's pretty clear that thought was, in fact, absolutely crossing her mind. Naturally, to avoid wasting time going all the way to her place, and then to his, she just decides to take a bath at his place, but she's utterly surprised when he's already done showering, leaving her a bit flustered. He tells her to take her time, since he'll be busy organizing his inventory anyway. Turns out, he's got quite a mess to sort through, and that's what he's doing, picking through his stuff to sell or keep. Suddenly there's a knock on the door, and a guild member nervously asks if Mr. Bjorn Yandel is inside. The guy, clearly intimidated by our barbarian, stutters out his request. A barbarian named Karen Tarson wants Bjorn to be his witness. See, Karen needs Bjorn to clear his name and prove he's not a plunderer, which is a pretty serious accusation in this world. Problem is, Miche is in the middle of her shower when Bjorn bursts in to cancel their plans, leaving her confused and annoyed. She yells at him, demanding an explanation, but Bjorn just tells her to go home once she's done. Meanwhile, back in the 9th district, Erwin the fairy is absolutely tearing through the streets. She's running like a madwoman, convinced that the person she's searching for must be alive. Her heart leaps as she spots someone. We get a quick flashback to her mentor explaining how to navigate the labyrinth using mana sound waves, a skill Erwin is clearly now relying on in her frantic search. Other fairies notice her frantic dashing through the magical forest, wondering where she's going. She's following a voice, one she recognizes as rough but warm, and she just knows it's him. Erwin is absolutely certain she's found his voice as a bright light erupts behind someone in a clearing. And then she sees him, an armored figure amidst a glowing explosion. His equipment looks a bit different, and his face is hidden by a helm, but she's still certain it's him based on his gear. Even a quick look at the details of his gear is enough for her to be sure. Erwin cries out, desperate to reach him. She's overwhelmed by the bright light and the certainty of his presence. Her mentor tries to stop her, yelling at her to slow down and stay back. The mentor scolds Erwin, reminding her that rushing to the 4th floor risks her being mistaken for a plunderer. Erwin breaks down, crying and demanding to know why she was stopped, insisting she knew it was him, even if she couldn't get a good look. Her mentor tries to comfort the distraught fairy. Sadly, Erwin then overhears other explorers talking about Yandel and Volcan being famous, and how someone saw him even on the 1st floor. She's utterly surprised, realizing she's been stuck in her room like an idiot, completely missing all the news about his rise to fame. Determined to apologize, Erwin heads straight to Bjorn's door. She's blushing and nervous, steeling herself for the encounter. As she reaches for the doorframe, her heart is clearly racing. She hesitates for a moment, her feet shuffling on the wooden floor. Her expression is shy but expectant, full of hope for the reunion. She closes her eyes tightly, perhaps imagining a perfect scenario. What she doesn't expect is Mission, a red-haired beast woman, to open the door and ask who she is. Erwin is completely flustered and embarrassed, unable to properly explain herself. Misha's cat ear twitches, sensing something is definitely off here. Misha, ever the direct one, asks if Erwin was to wait for Bjorn inside. Erwin is utterly shocked by the suggestion. Misha, smiling slightly, presses her for an answer, asking if she's going to leave or finally explain herself. Erwin hesitates again, her feet shuffling nervously. Misha, with a playful smirk, asks again if she's just going to take off. Erwin, with a determined smile, decides to stay. So, the two potential rivals stand awkwardly in the room together. They stumble over their words, clearly unsure how to proceed with this unexpected meeting. Misha then casually asks if Erwin is an explorer too, trying to make conversation, but she quickly gets flustered, waving her arms and insisting Erwin shouldn't misunderstand anything about her relationship with Bjorn. Just then, a woman completely unseen in the panel interrupts, confidently stating she isn't misunderstanding and knows Bjorn would never do anything. Suddenly, magical energy surges with an intense flare. Blue energy pulses through the dark background, and then comes the chilling reveal. A sinister woman with glowing eyes looms over a terrified Misha, coolly stating that it's only right to be punished for wanting what belongs to someone else. Bjorn, our calculating barbarian, is back at the Explorer Guild, and he's already annoyed that some woman he took hostage wants to see him, which just sounds like a huge waste of his time. He casually asks why he should even bother, and when the official explains nothing, Bjorn makes it clear he's busy and hungry, so he's definitely not wasting his time on this. The official panics, pleading with Bjorn not to leave, shouting his name to get his attention. Luckily, another official confirms Bjorn is free to go since his past actions were all self-defense, and then the first guy tries to rope him into another meeting. Apparently, the woman is Miss Urbans, which makes Bjorn realize this is the district manager's daughter he messed with, and he curses himself for not getting the full context earlier. Meanwhile, the district manager himself is having a very disturbing conversation, listening to his daughter scream that she refuses to be his puppet. Her father, the arrogant idiot, just dismisses her plans to meet with the barbarian as a rebellious phase, but his smug smile quickly fades as he quietly decides he'll have to get rid of both her and Bjorn himself for getting on his nerves. Honestly, this guy is a real piece of work, plotting against his own daughter, and using her as leverage while drinking tea like it's a normal Tuesday, even planning to get rid of Bjorn. Later that night, Bjorn finds himself caught in a sudden downpour, and retreats inside to eat. He receives his meal, but as he starts eating, he can't help but think about Misha's cooking, admitting in his head that her meat is definitely better. He wonders if he should ask her to cook for him tomorrow, and what she might be doing right now. Suddenly, he gets hit with a wave of homesickness, wishing for spring onion pancakes and rice wine, but knows those probably don't exist in this world. He realizes how much he's gotten used to everything here, and even though there are shitty parts, he's grown attached to this world. In his head, he's certain he needs a new team to climb to the higher, more dangerous floors, where monsters are even worse than the trolls. He can't expect his current group to get lucky forever, since this is a goal he can't achieve with them. Just then, a beastman named Abon Marikford approaches his table and immediately asks to join Bjarn's team, reminding him that he wouldn't betray him since he saved him before. Abon highlights his powerful bear summons and long-range attacks, certain that he'd carry his weight on the 5th floor. Bjorn, however, promptly refuses, explaining that his team is already fixed, and suggests they can talk again if there's an opening or if he decides to leave. After that, they talk about Amon's 5 million stone debt, and agree to meet again in 10 days before Bjorn borrows a raincoat and heads out into the storm. He considers this a deserved punishment for wanting what belongs to someone else. Wait, no, that last thought wasn't Bjorn's. It was Misha, watching the rain and realizing she's feeling resentment toward Erwin, even though she knows Bjorn isn't an object, and she chose to party up with her own sister before. She wonders if she could win a fight against Erwin, which, honestly, is a pretty intense thought to have when you're just sitting at home. Erwin, meanwhile, is startled by Misha's Misha's unexpected intensity, and they finally introduce themselves. Misha finds Erwin's name pretty, and after some awkward small talk, Erwin teases Misha, a chattering Bjorn. Misha quickly clarifies she was just borrowing his bathroom, but Erwin, the little trickster, just doubles down, claiming she and Mr. have a special relationship since they were each other's first teammates. Misha, already annoyed, points out that Erwin's special relationship is only meaningful to her, since Misha has been with Bjorn for months, and has never heard a thing about Erwin. Suddenly, Misha's smiling face turns into a menacing glare as she warns Erwin to stop being so obvious with her resentment, and to stop treating her like an idiot. This Catwoman is not messing around. Erwin, now completely terrified, can only stammer out "cat" as an icy draconic creature manifests around them, and Misha, leaning into the terrifying vision, just coldly says, "You." Panicked, Erwin drops to the ground, begging Misha not to take Bjorn away from her. Not again, her realizing her head is completely says, "You." Panicked, Erwin drops to the ground, begging Misha not to take Bjorn away from her. Despite her previous confidence, she collapses to the floor, pleading desperately, "Please don't take him away from me, please," utterly distraught at the thought of losing Bjorn, and seeing a memory of a bloodied hand. Honestly, it looks like Misha's just unleashed a wave of trauma on poor Erwin, who really needs a hug right now. Heavy rain beats down on the building, providing a dramatic backdrop for Erwin, who is still begging on her knees not to lose Bjorn. But steps are approaching, and the door is opening, as Bjorn walks into the room, genuinely surprised to find her there. Our boy stands in the doorway, while Misha, already inside, greets Erwin with a triumphant smirk. Erwin, in tears, immediately rushes to Bjorn, desperate for comfort, and Bjorn just looks down at her, completely bewildered by her emotional state, now sweating with confusion. Misha, playing the innocent, asks if nothing ended up happening with Bjorn after all. Bjorn explains that it was just a misunderstanding with Karen, but Misha just clings to his arm with a coy smile, making Bjorn visibly confused by her behavior. She even helps him dry his hair, acting like they're family. But then Bjorn turns to Erwin, genuinely happy to see his first teammate, and says he was about to look for her. This, naturally, sends Misha into a devious grin, as Erwin just sits there, listening to them talk. Erwin then shows off her magical spirits, demonstrating her mastery over water and stone, and explains she's already reached enlightenment in 3 elements, making Bjorn think she's a prodigy. But his expression turns serious, because he knows her sister Daria is a problem she needs to overcome. Misha, however, just agrees that Bjorn is right, and tells Erwin she needs to find her own path, all while playfully teasing her about whether something happened between the two women. Misha insists they're super close, but Erwin, clearly terrified, refers to Misha as Misha's Karlstein, revealing just how much Misha has her spooked. What Bjorn doesn't know is that Misha just traumatized Erwin, and he just thinks something is definitely off between them. He promptly kicks them out after the rain stops, and the two rivals walk together into the sunset. Misha already calling out Erwin for trying to sneak back into Bjorn's room. Erwin glares back, while Misha, feeling flustered, suggests they just go together, which Erwin begrudgingly agrees to. As their feet walk side by side, Erwin glances at Misha, still serious, remembering how close she came to begging on her knees if Bjorn hadn't walked in. She leans in, blushing, worried Misha thinks she's a weird woman, while Misha just walks on. Erwin then asks if she's weird. Later, in a tavern, Erwin admits she wanted to spend time with Bjorn, but Misha just tells her to keep what happened between them a secret from Bjorn. Soon after, Erwin's older sister Daria finds her crying and asks if she met him. Meanwhile, Misha resolves to become stronger, vowing to stop anyone who tries to steal Bjorn from her, giving a devious smile. The next morning, she bangs on Bjorn's door, telling him to get up. Bjorn, clearly annoyed, sits up, clutching his head, wondering what time it is, as he opens the door to a very excited Misha. She tells him she'll treat him to something yummy, wanting to go out. She then waves goodbye, telling him they need to stop by Commelby. Bjorn walks back into his room, only to find Erwin waiting by his door, who immediately greets him. Bjorn asks if she's been waiting long, and she tells him she's starting special training with her sister tomorrow. She blushes, then sadly tells him she'll only be able to see him once a week and runs off, promising to see him next week. As the night falls, Bjorn gets a bad feeling and thinks of Braun Rottmiller, who is currently sitting in the district manager's office. The manager's desk is covered in books and vials while Braun stands across from him. The manager, with a suspicious smile, asks Braun about his 8 years as an explorer, then tells Braun that he's too wary of him. Bjorn and his team divide their profits, and everyone praises Rottmiller's skillful skinning. He humbles himself, saying it's the only way he can be useful in combat, but Bjorn is satisfied seeing his total profit jump to 1.27 million stones, not counting the huge 5 million from Mr. Bear. Suddenly, a dwarf shouts at Bjorn for finishing his drink alone, making Bjorn look utterly confused. The dwarf insists they all down the first drink together, and so the exploration team clinks their mugs, passing to their safe return. Soon after, Misha announces she has to leave to visit her family. Bjorn nervously wonders about their next meeting, and tries to stand up himself, but he's too slow. Feeling frustrated, he's still stuck. Thankfully, the dwarf finds new friends, allowing Bjorn to finally escape the awkward silence with his blonde companion. His blonde companion is quiet, making Bjorn wonder why they've never talked alone, so they clink their mugs for a toast. Bjorn, trying to break the ice, asks if that was the first time he'd been folded in half by a monster, recalling the traumatic event. The flashback shows a monster brutally attacking the party, leaving the blonde man traumatized on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. The blonde man, still clearly shaken, says he'll get over it by the next exploration. Then he laughs, saying he's determined to be an explorer because it's fun. Even though Bjorn is surprised, he presses, recalling that his companion once wanted glory for his barren father. The blonde man, looking nervous, admits that was a lie, explaining that his real motivation was his father's attention. But the old man died, leaving him feeling numb. He leans forward, flushed, saying he felt like he was floating on water. Then, with a sudden declaration, he shouts, "Because I had you guys by my side." Bjorn can only watch the other patrons laugh and drink, feeling frustrated by the unexpected emotional confession, and telling him he won't bring it up again. He slams his mug down, wishing he had just left. But his companion has another question, making Bjorn look up, surprised, as the blonde man panics, asking if Bjorn is dating Misha. Bjorn walks away, realizing this was the real reason he was kept here. Walking through the busy street, he looks contemplative, while the district manager, at his office, tells Braun Rotmiller he saw his records. The manager brings up Braun's 8 years of hard work for rank 7, then smiles sinisterly, contrasting it with Bjorn's rapid rise to rank 6 in half a year, and chillingly suggesting that Braun's teammates will inevitably abandon him. The manager continues his manipulation, asking how long Braun thinks they'll stay with him. He stands outside the grand building, reflecting on the words a close-up of face. Back at Bjorn's inn at night, Bjorn looks frustrated, realizing his companion is completely passed out. Suddenly, Miss Urbans, the district manager's daughter, appears, asking to see Mr. Yandel. She says she came because Bjorn refused to see her, revealing that her father met with him, and she suspects manipulation. She warns him that he should probably watch out. Bjorn, exasperated, asks her what her goal is, and she bluntly states she wants her father's downfall. She explains that otherwise, she'll live like a doll, but Bjorn just tells her to get out. She looks alarmed, trying to convince him that helping her will greatly benefit him, but Bjorn knows making an enemy of the district manager will only be his downfall, and she slams the door shut. Bjorn sits exhausted on his bed, relieved she's finally gone. After that, he falls back into his usual routine. Barbecue breakfast with Misha every morning, library study, and weekly meals with Erwin, all while keeping up his knowledge of this new world. He also attends team meetings, and Mr. Bear demands his 5 million stones back, then returns Bjorn's mysterious bracelet. Bjorn wonders why he didn't just give him an ordinary bracelet. Later, Bjorn searches for Barbarian chat rooms online, noting that the hello chat for Barbarians has 0 active users. Suddenly, his finger instinctively clicks on an NS chat room, and he's surprised by the luxurious room skin, realizing it's a room for tanks. We open on a close-up of a military uniform, as a man in a suit looks on in disbelief, asking if he was. A soldier stands with his back turned, then cries, revealing he was discharged for mandatory service that very day. The man in the suit reacts with extreme fear. He clears his throat and introduces himself as Lee Hansu, 29 years old, while the soldier introduces himself as Lee Hansu, 23. Lee Beiko, smiling nostalgically, explains it's been over 10 years old, while the soldier introduces himself as Lee Beiko, 23. Lee Beiko, smilingly, Lee Hansu tries to point out that makes Beiko older, but Beiko quickly cuts him off, insisting they count his real-life age, as he plans to go back. Lee Hansu looks caught off guard. Beiko makes hand gestures, then, feeling cautious, asks if he can run a test, saying he should, just in case. He explains it might be a bit embarrassing. Beiko sets up a word association test, and asks if he should begin. Kimchi? He asks, and Lee Hansu replies, Chigai, Arabia, Beiko says, and Hansu instantly answers, soup. Beiko shouts out their resolution. Lee Hansu comments on their former profession, and then tries to shift the conversation, but Beiko stares intently, asking about Li Wenyong, only to realize it's the wrong person, and shouts that Hansu is taking this too far. Beiko, smiling, declares he trusts him, knowing he's definitely Korean. He smiles with sinister eyes, saying Hansu is a Korean player dragged into this world, making Hansu look troubled and suspicious. Beiko admits he's just playing out a fantasy in his head, realizing he was lonely and had been missing conversations like this, and Hansu understands that this environment would drive anyone insane, asking what's up with that. Hansu asks what's up with that. Beiko, looking thoughtful, wonders if Hansu understands he's different from ordinary newbies. He then asks what difficulty Hansu beat, and Hansu replies 10 times, joking that Koreans are the best at games. A muscular barbarian stands behind Hansu. Beiko bursts into tears, calling him his sworn brother. Beiko gets up from his chair, then smirks, asking if Hansu knows who runs this place. He warns Hansu never to reveal his identity in this community, because some bastards are siding with the royals. Hansu looks skeptical, thinking the realm was remodeled, not created by the royals. We see a group of people standing before a magical light, an open book with glowing runes, and a person holding a magical hourglass, showing a hooded figure presenting it to a man in a study. Beiko gestures enthusiastically, explaining he's been farming information. He admits he's been in seclusion and lacks recent information. Then promises to tell Hansu about a veteran player community for up-to-date intel. Beiko then bows to leave, explaining that a pill he took only lets him stay for an hour. Hansu looks shocked, realizing Beiko raided the secret police headquarters for that pill. Bjorn then sits at his desk, seeing the observer of the roundtable chat room with restricted entry hours. He enters the customization room, filled with masks, and realizes he needs to disguise himself as per the rules. He chooses a lion mask and walks down the hallway, his shoes stepping on the carpet. He continues to walk, then enters a hall where other masked figures are seated, a deer with antlers, a crescent-headed figure, a jester-style mask, and a fox mask, who is interacting with the jester. As Bjorn walks, he thinks to himself, then is challenged by the others to state his identity and recommender, and to tell the truth. He recalls hearing that lying would break his mask and get him expelled. As the jester mask watches, and others listen, including the fox mask and expelled. As the jester mask watches, Bjorn then remembers Beiko's instructions to be intense in here, realizing they're just curious. He understands why Beiko was so adamant about that, clenching his gloved hand. One of them asks, you me, and Bjorn, channeling Beiko's advice, declares, I cam here. Beiko's advice declares, I come here, be coming did it. A gloved hand is placed on the surface. The masked figures react with shock and anger at his insult. With the fox masked figures react with shock and anger at his insult. With the fox masked figure reacted with shock and anger at his insult. Bjorn feels the energy of a skill manifesting on his hand, a unique power only usable within Ghostbusters, and he confronts the fox masked woman, enveloped in ominous red energy, daring her to say that one more time. A mysterious dark figure stands shrouded in ominous red energy. Our boy Bjorn has fully unleashed that ominous red energy, and he's internally reveling in how this blood bloodlust skill makes his skin prickle and gives him goosebumps, even if it's mostly just for scaring off newbies and not all that useful. He pushes the fox mask to say her piece again, almost daring her. Honestly, her own bloodlust is getting more intense, but Bjorn just doubles down, coldly asking her what the problem is, and casually adding that her mom recommended this place to him. Naturally, that drops the mask right off of everyone in the room, who all react with utter shock, as one of the masked figures wonders if this whole thing is interesting or just too far. The thing is, Bjorn is meticulously cultivating an image for himself as a crazed man, because an attitude like that will make an enemy out of anyone, which is exactly what he wants. The poor fox mask is absolutely furious, asking how he dares mock her, while Bjorn internally assesses that his evaluation so far is interesting, arrogant, pathetic, and annoying, and he's still unsure if this whole bloodlust act is impressive to veterans, but decides that if he keeps pushing it, his opponent might just get full-blown PTSD. As the pressure mounts, the fox mask completely collapses, begging him to stop, as her brain feels like it's being squeezed like a rag. The Adler mask, clearly worried, demands to know what the hell he's doing. Bjorn is absolutely terrifying, but when the Jester mask asks, he just flat out denies doing anything at all. Our boy Bjorn can feel the skill taking its toll on him too, but he keeps going for a second longer, until the fox mask finally hits her limit, completely breaking down and begging him to stop, and Bjorn cuts off the skill just in time. Honestly, the deer mask thinks Bjorn is going to be a handful, but admits it was an interesting experience and wonders how much more he'll have to kill to get bloodlust that intense. The Jester mask stares at Bjorn, who is still emanating a strange aura, as the fox mask slowly recovers from her ordeal. Bjorn internally realizes that he successfully transformed himself into a crazed man, so terrifying that no one would dare mess with him. And just as he thinks that, the massive doors to the meeting hall slam shut, signaling the official start of the meeting. The fox mask, still a little shaky, announces that it's time to begin, and directly asks the lion mask, our boy Bjorn, who recommended him, assuming that his intense bloodlust meant he was an old member and maybe even invited by the master himself. Bjorn, standing confidently, challenges them to explain why they think that, and they tell him it's because he joined long after the master disappeared, meaning he's a newbie, and that's why the fox tried to test the waters and ended up suffering. Bjorn, still maintaining his cool, simply refuses to answer. The hooded character acknowledges his refusal, and the Jester mask attempts to smooth things over and move on. See, the rules of this room are simple. People take turns giving information, and if half the people didn't know it, the crystal glows green, but if most already knew or it's false, the crystal in the middle glows red, forcing you to say something else, which immediately happens when the Jester's news about the king's disease makes it glow red. The fox mask criticizes the Jester's vague information, and the hooded character demands something more useful, because everyone knows that. The Jester, trying to save face, berates Bjorn for not understanding how important this is, even though the Jester himself admits that he'd never heard such rumors in the city. Bjorn, seeing the Jester's little game, decides to stay still for a moment, then drops a bombshell. The captain of the Rose Knight Order died yesterday. The fox mask is immediately interested, exclaiming she knew it would be him, as the tension in the room thickens. The hooded figure is surprised but grateful they joined, then shares information about triggering 3 Livganis on Silent Fairies Island. The crystal glows red again, with someone internally wondering what the hidden piece is, as they can't ask for more details. Another masked character, feeling the pressure, reveals that the fairies have found traces of the divine relic thief, which is top secret information on its own. The Jester and fox mask discuss if traces is too vague, but concede that the sheer sensitivity of the information makes it valuable. Bjorn internally thinks about whose turn is next, as a man is relieved it's his turn, and, trying to maintain his mysterious image, shares that defeating a half-daemon with 3 people guarantees an essence drop. The fox mask is absolutely shocked, and the yellow armor character is visibly shaken, realizing he means the third-ranks monster. Bjorn, with his gamer's brain, is utterly confused by their surprise, internally scoffing that it's an easy monster to deal with, even with 3 people. The Jester, however, dismisses the info as useless because it's so hard to come across and kill a half-daemon with just 3 people, announcing he's done for the day. The other mask also bows out, not confident he can come up with anything these two wouldn't know. The Jester presses Bjorn to continue, but Bjorn also decides to stop. Problem is, Bjorn knows if he keeps going with just the 2 of them, there's a higher chance of revealing that he's actually a newbie. He's carefully crafted this image, and he can't risk someone testing him and the crystal glowing green, exposing his ignorance. As Bjorn surveys the room, everyone expects him to say something before leaving. Figuring he was the main character for tonight, he decides his best exit line to maintain his images. Is that all you had to offer? He stares intensely at the others, as the fox mask is still trembling, reassuring herself that the pressure will stop soon, as he didn't keep it up long enough to do long-term damage. What truly shocked her was that Bjorn stopped the moment he realized she was at her limit, and the hooded figure internally marveled at how quickly he was able to completely erase a manifested will. The deer mask, trying to process it all, asks what they think about what Bjorn said earlier. The Jester and fox mask discuss how absurd it sounds to defeat a half-demon with 3 people, even in the game, and wonder if he just learned that information from playing. The Jester, worried Bjorn might lose interest, asks what the hell that information was and why someone like him finally joined. He continues, almost hysterically, asking if they even heard what Bjorn said before he left, still fixated on our boy's parting words. They all sit there replaying that moment. Is that all you had to offer? Back in his room, as time passes, Bjorn reflects on the experience. He finds the Observer of the Round Table to be an incredibly interesting place, the best place to get hard to obtain information, and he realizes he better thank Baeko the next time he sees him. Our boy also knows he can't just keep receiving things from Baeko, and he won't, especially since someone who smells like a veteran player wouldn't be stupid enough to just give things away. As relationships last long when you know not to cross lines, suddenly Misha bursts in and wakes him up, asking if he's been asleep all day. He yawns, barely coherent, as she asks if he's been there since the morning and mentions she even met up with Waki and stopped by her family home. Bjorn is immediately surprised, as Misha casually adds that he had something on his mind he wanted to talk about. Our calculating barbarian Barbarian quickly remembers that love between party members, even in Dungeon and Stone, was a shortcut to death, and he presses Misha to tell him what Wakey wanted. He's clearly suspicious about his friend wanting to talk to Misha privately, knowing full well that they are all friends, but these kinds of private conversations could stir up trouble within the team. Misha brings up a private conversation she had with Dwaki about whether he should confess his feelings to someone, which has our pragmatic Bjorn wondering what the heck she's even talking about since he doesn't seem to think anyone is close enough for that kind of talk. Misha gets all flustered, trying to explain that Dwaki said he didn't know if he should confess to his crush, which naturally makes Bjorn ask what she told him. Problem is, Misha didn't give much relationship advice, admitting she didn't know people use those tactics in real life, and abruptly asks Bjorn if he would come home with her. Bjorn, casually unbothered, agrees to meet her father. Misha is utterly shocked that he said yes, stammering that she needs to tell her father she's not ready yet, but Bjorn points out that she's always been too busy whenever he asks to hang out. Misha, blushing, then realizes she's making it sound embarrassing, but insists that meeting her father would be for the best. After that weird interaction, Bjorn wakes up from a solid 36-hour nap and heads to the sanctuary, feeling much better, and vows to avoid using bloodlust for a while, since it just activated the 5th level of his immortal seal. Luckily, his mentality stat jumps up by 80, leaving him just one more level until he can finally use that secret ability he's been waiting for. Meanwhile, we get a quick flashback of Misha's father discussing a glacial magical beast, Scadia, and warning her to keep it a secret between them for now, then demands she bring the Barbarian to him within the month. Honestly, this whole conversation has Misha terrified, knowing her father means he'll finally accept her as a proper child of the house if she complies, but she can't understand why he's so obsessed with seeing Bjorn. Back in her head, Misha wants to be more confident in front of Bjorn and thinks his connection with her family could help him, but she never wants him to know the true problem she's facing. The worst part is, she's endured glares from her siblings and servants for constantly visiting home, because she learned from Bjorn that running away solves nothing, and she just needs to hold on until her father makes his announcement. Back in the present, Bjorn is just listening intently as they approach Misha's home, which turns out to be a grand gate that shocks him, especially since his tribe chief sleeps in a tent. Misha, realizing Bjorn is probably confused by the grandeur and her earlier nervousness, asks him not to get mad no matter what happens inside, confessing that only her father knows she has a contract with a spirit beast. When Misha tries to get the guard to open the gate, the miserable bastard looks past her at core and calls her a whore. Misha, ever the peacekeeper, nervously tries to tell Bjorn to ignore it, but the damage is done. Bjorn's face hardens into a menacing grin, the air around him practically vibrating with his rage. Poor Misha desperately calls out to Bjorn, trying to hold him back and reminding him her father will make an announcement soon. But our boy Bjorn is already past the point of no return. In his head, he's seething that this father figure just stood by while his own child was treated like garbage, letting her suffer for his own benefit. He sees only malicious intent from this giant mansion. With his jaw clenched, Bjorn unleashes a bright red energy slash, cutting straight through the decorative metal crest on the gate. It was gone. The shot guard immediately yells at Bjorn, demanding, "What are you doing, Barbarian? Mind your manners." Bjorn just stares him down, arms crossed, and coolly fires back. Manners, huh? What Barbarian minds his manners in the face of the enemy? Misha is utterly panicking, grabbing Bjorn's arm and screaming if he's crazy, desperately trying to stop him. But Bjorn just means business. He calmly asks what she thinks he shouldn't do, all while Misha is holding onto his arm with a look of terrified realization. Bjorn means. A bright red slash energy wave cuts across the air. A decorative metal crest on the gate is sliced through by the slash. The Beastman guard looks shocked and yells in anger. Bjorn Yandel stands with arms crossed, staring down a Beastman guard. Misha Karlstein, a red-haired beast woman, panics while grabbing Bjorn's arm to stop him. Misha Karlstein, looking distressed, yells at Bjorn as he continues to stand his ground. Bjorn Yandel stands calmly, arms crossed, ignoring the confrontation. Misha Karlstein holds onto Bjorn's tattooed arm with a look of terrified realization. Our Barbarian stands completely unfazed after tearing down the gate. Meanwhile, Misha is absolutely terrified knowing her family won't take kindly to this blatant disrespect. She grabs his arm, pleading for him to stop, but Bjorn just stares her down and asks if her family is more important than her own life, demanding an answer. He wants to know right now. When Misha can't speak, Bjorn simply pats her head and assures her that whatever she's worried about isn't going to happen. He's already walking forward, completely dismissing her fears. Before anyone can process his words, some random Beastman guard loudly cuts in, but Bjorn just casually punches him mid-sentence, sending him flying across the room. The nearby bystanders are utterly shocked. As the poor guy screams through the air, Misha can only wonder how her father will react to this, while Bjorn calmly replies, "You'll see." Suddenly Misha's brother Karlstein appears with an armed entourage, recognizing Bjorn and clearly not happy. Karlstein demands an explanation, but Bjorn just scoffs, asking why his old acquaintance is acting so hostile when he actually saved his life once. He points out that this servant not only treated him as inferior, but dared to insult Misha, a daughter of the patriarch. He asks if they don't see a problem with that. In his head, our Barbarian is disgusted, realizing this family expects outsiders to behave, but they themselves are worse than he imagined, and he wonders if Karlstein knew about this hypocrisy all along. Karlstein tries to smooth things over, claiming they'll punish the guard if he really insulted Misha, and be satisfied with that. But Bjorn looks far from satisfied. What a surprise. Our Barbarian is about to go even further, completely disregarding their empty offer, and directly asking if Misha's poor treatment is because she hasn't signed a contract with the spirit beast. Misha of course tries to stop him, but it's too late. One of the guards shouts at Bjorn to stop, but Bjorn just just looks at them with intense killing intent, unbothered by their threats. The Beastman guards tense up, and Karlstein admits Bjorn is right, clearly surprised that he already knows the family's secret, but still tells him to mind his own business. Bjorn, however, counters with a smirk, asking what if that was a misunderstanding, and what if Misha did enter a contract? Would they apologize for their previous actions and accept her into the family? Karlstein, confident that Misha is a loser and that such a miracle would never happen, tells her to show them. But Misha is terrified knowing her father won't forgive her. Bjorn tells her to just do what she wants, asserting that family should apologize, but Misha still hesitates. Just then, the patriarch of the Karlstein family arrives, demanding everyone step back and effectively ending the standoff. Bjorn, ever the polite barbarian, thanks him for the invitation, but internally he's thinking that this is the insane bastard Misha was so afraid of. Without warning, the patriarch immediately uses his Lord of Nightmares skill on Bjorn, attempting to send him into a state of fear. Our barbarian is momentarily overwhelmed by a truly messed up feeling, but then he shakes it off, admitting it's easy to see why Misha was so terrified. The patriarch demands to know why Bjorn isn't saying anything, but Bjorn just casually asks why the patriarch is even touching him, completely unfazed. In his head, Bjorn realizes there were a few reasons he needed to visit this family. First, if Misha had been accepted by her family, the chances of that happening were pretty likely, and a powerful family like hers could have connections to larger clans. Second, he needed to prevent them from getting suspicious of him being an evil spirit, since Misha's late awakening would definitely garner attention. He had to visit to come up with a proper excuse, but their treatment of her hasn't changed. And now, the patriarch is trying to assert dominance for no reason, asking Bjorn if he's not afraid of death. Our barbarian, with a smug smirk, simply replies that he doesn't know about death, but he knows he's not afraid of the patriarch. This guy is truly insane. Naturally, Karlstein, probably tired of Bjorn's unshakable confidence, tells him not to act cool and reveals he knows about that item, the one that lets someone sign a contract with the glacial magical beast, Skadia. Bjorn immediately plays dumb, asking what Karlstein is talking about, while internally wondering if the patriarch knew about the frost spirit ring. He presses Karlstein to explain the item nonsense, demanding to know what item he's referring to. Karlstein hesitates, sensing something is off, and Bjorn, having dealt with enough shady characters, instinctively realizes that the patriarch is lying right now. Poor Misha can only stand by, visibly distressed by the escalating confrontation. Misha's father, a mysterious beastman, eyes Bjorn and realizes the sudden power-up is a completely natural awakening, especially since he was hoping to manipulate Bjorn into a contract with the glacial magical beast Skadia, which he conveniently knows a lot about. Bjorn, meanwhile, is telling Misha he'll totally resolve her problems once he gets Skadia, leaving her a teary, emotional mess. Her father, watching, can tell Bjorn's sincerity isn't an act, and he's genuinely impressed to see such talent. He dismisses Bjorn as a member of an inferior race, which is exactly the kind of arrogance you expect from a manipulative bastard like him. Problem is, Misha has to play along, returning to her father, who promises her full acceptance into the family, as if she wasn't already considered an outsider until now. He declares she is now his daughter. Misha stands frozen, struggling to reconcile her identity with this sudden unwanted claim to her heritage. Later, Misha follows Bjorn, desperately asking if his oath of honor in front of her father was all just a lie. She just wants to know the truth, and our boy is caught completely off guard, struggling with the weight of her direct question, but he calmly admits it was indeed a lie, because Misha is more important to him than any warrior's honor. He even thinks about how hard her life must have been, which sends Misha spiraling into her own emotional turmoil. She confronts her supposed father, questioning his authority and accusing him of knowing the truth about her mother's death. Her father, predictably furious, shouts about her throwing away a golden opportunity, claiming he would have accepted her as a true family member if she hadn't opened her mouth, but Misha, with a flushed face, screams that she wanted to be accepted her as a true family member if she hadn't opened her mouth. But Misha, with a flushed face, screams that she wanted to be accepted. Then, we skip forward 10 days, where Bjorn is chilling at a tavern, bothered by a pain in his neck that stems from not trusting a party member because of something an outsider said. Turns out, someone warned him that Rotmiller's dad tried to manipulate him, so Bjorn confronts Rotmiller directly, asking why he went to the guild after their last expedition. Rotmiller, looking a bit sheepish, admits he was wondering why Bjorn was seeing him so frequently lately, and explains he heard a proposal from the district manager to keep some secrets. He looks genuinely concerned, but says he promised to pretend he hadn't heard anything, hoping it answered Bjorn's question. Bjorn, surprised, asks why he didn't say anything until now. Rotmiller explains he thought it would ruin the group atmosphere, and Bjorn simply thanks him for finally telling him. After that, Erwin, the elf woman, cheerfully stops by to say goodbye, wishing Bjorn luck and telling him to come back safe. Right as she leaves, Misha bursts through the door, looking annoyed and demanding to know what Erwin was doing there. 7 hours later, Bjorn is waiting outside, wondering why Dakai and Hikarat are late. Suddenly, a group of young barbarians approaches, wary of his human appearance as they demand to know his identity. He introduces himself as Yandel's son, Bjorn, and the group instantly erupts in cheers, hailing him as Little Volkan. They're honored to meet him, but also confused why he's stating the obvious about humans. Apparently they don't even know how to read maps, and they've been taught to protect their own hearts from humans, which, honestly, is a pretty evolved barbarian mindset. Misha cannot believe what she is hearing, wondering which soul in the sanctuary filled these children's heads with such distrust, and they tell her it was Tarsen's son Karen before bidding Bjorn farewell. Bjorn smiles confidently as the team prepares to leave, but just then someone comes running, apologizing for being late. Bjorn smiles confidently as the team prepares to leave, but just then someone comes running. He crowed, never one to miss an opportunity, ribs Dawaki for eating too much and suggests he had a lot to push out, leaving Dawaki mortified. Man, what are you you embarrassed for? It's just us here. With Dwaki finally caught up, they enter the first floor's crystal cave. The team walks in, ready for action, their boots echoing on the ground. A few days ago, Rotmiller suggested they attempt a speedrun, and since he had always been passive before, the team readily agreed. Bjorn, carrying a teammate, asks if this is speedrunning, and Misha immediately charges ahead, finding it kind of fun to do in real life, with Rotmiller sprinting right behind her. They're all just running, Misha yelling to speed it up. She leaps into a group of goblins, with Rotmiller looking back in alarm. She continues to yell, and attacks the goblins with an ice skill, leaving a trail behind her. Rotmiller watches from behind, as Misha charges forward, leaving a clear ice trail. She lands, screaming Rotmiller's name. The rest of the team flees, Misha still yelling not to stop but also acknowledging she's being a burden. Bjorn yells for them to keep going. They continue running this way, covering their left, their boots hitting the cave floor. Right, center, they're sweating like crazy after hours of running, even with their essence-boosted stamina, and Erwin jokingly tells Dwaki he thinks he's gotten heavier. Dwaki, taking her seriously, asks if he should eat more, but Erwin reveals she only said that to stop him from confessing to Misha for a while, which Bjorn thinks is a good idea. Sadly, despite all their effort, when a bright magical portal to the second floor finally manifests, the exhausted team gathers in front of it, and Bjorn collapses in agony, cursing that he couldn't open it himself. Bjorn clenches his fist, determined to make up for lost time, knowing 3 other teams are already ahead of them. As his teammates agree to push forward, he Kiro'd Murad rounds on them, asking if they all have mental issues. Rotmiller, clearly exhausted from just getting here, argues that trying to overtake the first team, who already have a half-hour head start, will only lead them to their graves. He quickly apologizes for losing his cool, claiming it's already forgotten. The team continues their journey, effortlessly passing through the Stone Desert and Pilgrim's Passage, with Rotmiller guiding them expertly despite Bjorn's lingering suspicions about his strange demeanor. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Misha gushes over the beautiful glowing landscape, wondering why she never noticed it until now, only to declare the whole moment completely cheesy. Bjorn mentally runs through the monster type she recognizes here, and the 4 possible trials for the next stairs: bravery, wisdom, patience, and fate. He knows wisdom means going through traps and monsters but lets you skip floors, while patience, which involves recalling shitty memories, is generally avoided, though it offers powerful numbered items or 6th rank essences if you're lucky enough to finish the trial. Later, as Bjorn inspects a chest that only contains magic crystals, one of his teammates, Rotmiller, unexpectedly announces his plan to leave the team after this expedition. Bjorn asks if it's because of him, but the man explains it's due to an offer for a position in a large-scale clan. Acknowledging his own greed and admitting the district manager's involvement, he confesses that while he knows it's probably a lie, the offer excites him, and he realizes it's time to leave, accustomed to talent effortlessly climbing the social ladder. He's been abandoned many times over the past 8 years for not keeping up, sometimes leaving on his own to avoid feeling pathetic, and that's how he's managed to survive as an explorer. As everyone wakes up, Bjorn reassures him by revealing that he and Misha plan to leave the team anyway once they're back in the city, suggesting there's no need for anyone to feel pressured to leave because of him. Misha sleepily agrees. Bjorn battles a tough combination of monsters, realizing he can never let his guard down in the labyrinth, when the team notices something they've never seen before: a golden crest glowing with intense energy. This, Bjorn immediately recognizes, is a Stair of Fate, and there's usually no reason to pick it since it's full of unpredictable factors. Misha confirms she once entered one and it was just monsters. Bjorn knows that even if you pick the Stairs of Fate, most people get the trials of bravery, wisdom, or patience, but the problem is, there's a 20% chance it won't be one of those, with 32 total trials possible in the game, from fighting 5th rank monsters for 3 days, to battling 99 goblins, or even being forced to return to the 1st floor. As Misha and the dwarf discuss collecting more stones, Bjorn, looking confident, declares they are absolutely going in, knowing that if all 3 stairways are fate, it can only mean one thing: a special stage. With no enemies nearby, they enter what's called Larukaz's Maze, a place Bjorn doesn't recognize from his game knowledge. Misha frets about being trapped forever like in the Rupture, but Bjorn realizes the field effect, Guardian of Balance, is active, evening out everyone's stats. Misha feels lighter, and Bjorn feels strangely full of energy, though he knows this means his own high stats were lowered, while weaker members were boosted. He can't tell the others directly, but notices Rotmiller feels noticeably weaker, making Bjorn decide to give him a hint. Our boy Bjorn expresses his belief in Rotmiller, asking what he thinks they should do now. Rotmiller, feeling strange and weak, suggests they explore and try to find a way out, hoping for good rewards from an unknown place. The dwarf adds that they only have 4 days before they might be trapped, so it's probably a good idea to look around. Another teammate shouts that this might be an arrangement by the last great sage Gabrilius, which Misha recognizes immediately. Bjorn agrees, connecting it to the Stairs of Fate. The dwarf, confident no impossibly strong monsters will appear from the 4th floor, encourages them. And so, with 4 days until the labyrinth shuts down, the outcast team's last expedition begins. As they walk, Misha notes how quiet it is, fearing something will pop out of nowhere. Our teammates joke about protecting each other, with Dewalkie getting cheered on despite one soldier's frustration. Suddenly, a 6th-rank Vikunderth creature appears, its monstrous eye full of malice. It grips its massive weapon, and a soldier yells a warning. The Vikunderth lunges, striking with a shockwave which a warrior barely blocks with a shield. Bjorn struggles under the heavy attack, realizing he's weaker than the monster, feeling like he's fighting a 5th-rank beast instead of a 6th rank because of the shared stats. Dewalkie then casts an 8th-rank support spell, Freeze Intensify, and an 8th-rank attack spell, Ice Spear, hitting the monster with a bright magical attack as Misha warns Bjorn to watch out. Another warrior charges in, landing a glowing axe strike. Misha, the dwarf, and others react in shock, as Dwaki realizes he has a massive amount of mana, enough to use 6th rank magic, wondering if that power was truly his own. This makes the warrior in the helmet smirk, realizing clearing this level might not be so hard after all. The team is now deep inside the hidden field of Larakaz's maze, where even a guide's talent is useless, designed specifically to get anyone lost. But Rotmiller, surprisingly, reveals he's been memorizing the path by counting his steps, and he updates the map with such precision that Bjorn is genuinely impressed by his hidden talent. He asks the others to give him the map, admitting he didn't know Rotmiller was this capable. Rotmiller, ready to move, quickly warns the team that 4 enemies are approaching their 12 o'clock. Erwin, the mage, confidently takes charge, unleashing a powerful double-casted ice spell, which even Bjorn notes has an unusual trajectory. The magical ice spell creates a blinding blue trail, hitting a 2-headed beast monster head-on, and causing a massive blinding explosion that utterly shocks the rest of the team. Erwin, ecstatic, realizes the Guardian of Balance field benefits mages the most, multiplying their mana since they can't intake essences like others. He excitedly tells Bjorn that after observing everyone all day, his analysis shows the team is now roughly twice as strong as before. Turns out, it's much more efficient when everyone can fulfill their roles in a team game, compared to just having a single overpowered person. Bjorn, contemplating this, sadly realizes this is exactly why he wanted to leave this team in the first place. Later, Misha angrily confronts Bjorn for ignoring her during night watch, while Dwaki sleeps soundly, oblivious to the drama. Bjorn, casually dismissing Misha's complaints, is more concerned with finding the boss room for an item, lamenting that if they just had one more week, he could have farmed a lot more. Suddenly, a nervous Dwaki asks Bjorn if he was serious about Misha's preference in men, and Bjorn, recognizing the moment, calmly turns the question back on him, saying the truth doesn't really matter. Then, with surprising honesty, he confesses he has a crush on Misha and plans to tell her once they return to the city. Dwaki, utterly distressed and shocked, asks if Bjorn likes her too, even thinking about knocking him out, but Bjorn tells him to stop, saying nothing will change. Dwaki screams in frustration, declaring that he too will confess to Misha, which Bjorn immediately recognizes as a death flag. He realizes they've hit a dead end, so the only thing left is to find the hidden space without being too obvious. He runs his hand along the wall, and a hidden door slides open. Inside, they find an ominous magic circle and a goat skull on a pole, in a strange dark place. Misha immediately suggests they just leave, but Bjorn notes this is actually better than the other option. The problem is, he needs to spray blood to summon the boss, and he can't do that out in the open without looking suspicious. Suddenly, a massive mana surge hits the team, shocking everyone, as they realize their mana has drastically increased. Bjorn curses under his breath, realizing other explorers have entered the maze and Rotmiller must be thinking the same thing. Meanwhile, in a separate stone chamber in Larakaz's maze, a hooded antagonist with a horn stands over a wounded man. He callously threatens an old man, demanding to know how to get into the place he's been trying to enter for a whole year. The hooded figure smiles, saying finally, as the old man prays in fear. He asks if the old man wants him to take out his tongue, and clenches his hand. He then grimaces, kicking the injured scout who only lost an arm, telling him not to be so dramatic. He scoffs that there was such an easy way to get in, just by sacrificing a 5th rank scout's arm, making the old man plead, asking if the injured man wasn't even his teammate. The hooded warrior kicks the injured man again, demanding he get up. The old man pleads again, but the hooded figure simply tells him to stop. Suddenly, the hooded figure notices a change in his divine power, and asks the old man if 10 of his changed. He questions the old man further, wondering if this is the Guardian of Balance, but noting the change is unusual. The old man confirms. He realizes the high priest's circumstances make sense, but is surprised that even a 5th rank scout's power is weakened. Smirking, the hooded antagonist observes magical energy manifesting, saying it looks like there are rats running around. He closes his eyes, tracking their position, and then with a scarred smile, prepares to hunt them down. Our team is staring down a dark dungeon entrance, already worried because apparently, other explorers are way stronger than them, and already inside. Even if our scout Hikarod Murad tries to calm everyone down, reminding them they're also way stronger than before. Luckily, Arua Raven the mage agrees, pointing out that their own power gap has closed considerably. But honestly, Bjorn's already decided it's smarter to avoid any conflict and just find an exit, which means he's acting first and convincing the others later. Suddenly, a monster detects blood and a map lands on the ground, revealing Baphomet, the demon of the labyrinth, has just popped up. But our barbarian makes quick work of it, leaving him wondering how strong those other guys must be if that was supposed to be a challenge. The good news is the dropped map clearly shows them the fastest way out, and Bjorn immediately warns Hikarod that they need to move before running into any of those stronger explorers. Hikarod notes that Bjorn's acting a little strange, but still agrees to be careful. The whole party looks worried, knowing the gap between adventurer ranks is usually massive. From there, they sprint through the corridors, taking a right at every fork, until some nasty horned creatures suddenly appear to block their way. Bjorn doesn't even hesitate, shouting for the team to leave them to him. He charges forward, already knowing they've got this. Arua quickly follows up with a cold tempest spell, instantly freezing one monster's head solid, and the team pushes through, showing off their newfound strength. Bjorn feels the power surge through him as he shatters another frozen monster, realizing they've all gotten much stronger than he expected. The ice explodes on impact, clearing their path. The party runs through the icy chamber, not even breaking a sweat. Honestly, Hikarod admits he feels better than when they ran on the first floor, even asking if they can just rest for a bit. Bjorn confesses to feeling anxious too, comparing it to the unsettling feeling he got on the 3rd floor before they met the floor. His eyes widen as he admits just how unsettling it is. Hikarod insists they've run long enough, and Misha Karlstein agrees, urging Bjorn to be honest about his plan. Hikarod doesn't understand why Bjorn thinks going to this specific place will help them escape. The rest of the party is shocked, clearly not happy with the route he's chosen. Hikarod asks if Bjorn is serious about this risky move, but Misha just nervously smiles and touches Bjorn's arm, already agreeing. Hikarod quickly follows suit, saying he agrees as well, and the whole team prepares to push through for one more day. Misha and Hikarod Hikurode are practically begging Bjorn to wait, but our barbarian just pushes them onward. Suddenly, a glowing-eyed creature charges them, charging up its magical energy, and roaring as a light effect strikes. Misha worries aloud that this next boss isn't going to be something crazy like a 4th rank monster. A glowing magical symbol pulses on the ground, hinting at what's to come. Bjorn braces himself, wondering if it really is a 4th rank monster. Then, Larokaz, the Minotaur boss, emerges with a roar. Bjorn runs into combat, quickly assessing the threat and realizing it's not actually a 4th rank like Misha feared, but probably a 4.5, an advanced mutant variety boss that's still no joke. He blocks a fiery strike with his shield, confidently stating he won't even need his Gaidikification skill. Larokaz, the maze's owner, unleashes its burning leather attack. The Minotaur packs Bjorn with fire, but he holds his ground. Our barbarian pushes his boot into the floor, not budging an inch. A magical staff glows with energy as the team prepares their counterattack. Under the protection of a water shield, the team attacks, showing off their synchronized efforts. Larokaz roars as magical energy swirls, but it's too late. Misha readies an attack, her energy glowing brightly. Bjorn slashes the Minotaur boss, delivering a decisive blow. One of the team members looks genuinely surprised, noting how well they're working together, like they have auto hunt on. Inspecting the remains of the boss, the team is stunned, realizing they just took down an advanced mutant variety boss in less than 10 minutes. Bjorn explains that they're a close-range DPS team who can consistently and boldly deal damage, which sounds pretty impressive. Misha Karlstein, the close-range DPS, poses with her weapons drawn, radiating confidence. Arua Raven, the team's mage, readies her staff, looking powerful, and Hikurod Murad, the scout, steps forward, sword in hand. However, they can't find any essence or a portal, so they're still stuck. Brown Rotmiller, always the pragmatic one, suggests they check beyond the stone doors. Arua senses great mana coming from a jewel, realizing it's something she needs, even if it's not a portal. Bjorn investigates the area near the ground, trying to find a clue. Brown then points out a blue dot on the map, confidently asserting it's where the portal is, before taking the jewel, just in case. Hikurod reacts with genuine surprise, wondering if Brown's scout senses are really that strong. Just as they're about to move, Bjorn realizes Brown was right. Our barbarian looks on with wide eyes, already knowing what's next. One of the exhausted characters gasps for air, leaning on a companion, as their next challenge approaches. Right after defeating the boss, a horned warrior immediately rolls up on Team Halfwit, demanding thanks like a total jerk. And while Misha and the others try to calmly beg him to just take whatever he wants and leave them alone, our boy Bjorn and the rest of his crew just stare in absolute shock at this new problem. The dungeon's flickering torchlight does little to hide the tension. In Bjorn's head, this is the absolute worst-case scenario, and he's sweating buckets trying to figure out a plan. The horned barbarian just keeps pushing, asking if they're really going to ignore him after he supposedly made their boss fight so easy. And while some are busy praying for a miracle, it's clear the gods have clocked out for the day. And the other explorers keep pleading with him, hoping he'll just take what he wants. But this psycho gets annoyed when he thinks they're ignoring him, while Bjorn is internally freaking out, wondering what the hell to do. As the horned warrior stands back for a moment, Bjorn quickly uses his fate tracker ring, casually asking for directions to buy time while his ring assesses the threat. Honestly, the craziest part is that it shows a yellow light for these guys, meaning there's a slight chance our barbarian could actually win. This is both good and bad news, because while it's great for Bjorn, it also means this arrogant idiot knows Bjorn might be able to fight back, eliminating any chance of a surprise attack. The horned warrior then reveals his terrifying arc longsword, and a knight looks on anxiously as the warrior demands a glowing red gemstone. That glowing red gemstone be said to be their ticket to safety, but then the horned warrior decides he's just gonna take it. Team Halfwit watches in sheer terror and intimidation, while Bjorn recognizes the sheer power in front of them, leaving our sweating friend here with a smile that screams he's absolutely terrified. And this bastard just lunges, screaming barbarian. His strike lands with a brutal impact against a shield, nearly ripping through the knight holding it. The shock doesn't even have time to settle in, who then asks, genuinely confused, why the attack suddenly stopped. The knight realizes the attack would have ripped through his intestines, and that the warrior clearly knows about the item he's carrying, because the horned guy is already standing in their path, sword ready and looking entirely too comfortable. And as the armored vanguard watches from above, the horned warrior summons a magic circle, and one of the explorers desperately asks for a day's time, promising they won't act cowardly. But this psycho just looks at them, asking if they really expect him to spare them, then immediately cuts them down, laughing at their broken promise. He grins, explaining that a warrior doesn't beg for his life, and asks if they seriously think he'd trust them now. The rest of the adventurers brace themselves like they're waiting for an execution rather than a fight. He mockingly asks if they truly believe they can win against him, even as they plead for a day to rest and fight fairly. Bjorn, however, refuses to give up. Suddenly, the group is running through the dungeon. Even a quick rest in this suffocating dark feels like a trap, and when he glances back to bark an order, because Lagar has granted them a mere 12 hours before he comes for them, you can practically see the exhaustion seeping into their bones. Bjorn mentally pushes past all the despair of his past. Then the looming shadow of a beast makes their fatigue look like a luxury, and as it lets out a roar that rattles the stone, knowing he needs to erase every unnecessary thought and focus on a single goal, survival for everyone, all they can do is clutch their gear and pray their armor holds. He points to a corner on the map, predicting the team's doubts, but asks what they should do now to survive. One of the team members, a blonde, voices his concern, admitting he doesn't think fighting this guy is a wise choice. Bjorn, knowing how strong this new threat is, asks Hikurode, Misha, Rotmiller, and Dwaki to trust him just one more time. Bjorn's grip on his hilt is the only thing keeping him grounded. Hikurode reluctantly agrees to trust him, listening as the cloaked man drops the grim reality of their situation, and that bead of sweat tells you everything you need to know about how dire this is. And that's when everyone starts freaking out, realizing the horned warrior is none other than Dragon Slayer Lagar Vegas, a member of the Orculus. Our boy Bjorn is instantly on edge, because the Orculus are a group of psychos whose goal is to kill the king. There's Gold just sitting there, mocking them, but Bjorn and his crew aren't here for loot. They're here to survive. Lagar Vagus is a draconic human who received a curse for killing the ancient dragon, the head of his tribe, and after disappearing for a while, he terrorized the fairy sanctuary 10 years ago and officially joined the Orculus. Luckily, his draconic human skill has been sealed away by that curse, and his main weapon is the arc-long sword, known as the Dragon Slayer sword. In Bjorn's head, he knows Ligar supposedly has 6 essences, 3 5th rank, 2 4th rank, and 1 3rd rank, making him a typical swordsman with popcorn stats. But what this villain doesn't realize is that coming to the labyrinth lets him compensate for that flaw. So Bjorn needs to quickly get something he stashed away, which means every door they point to is just another potential coffin. Honestly, if it weren't for the Guardian of Balance, Team Halfwit would have already lost their heads before they even knew Ligar was there. When that magical circle flares, the air starts to taste like ozone and bad decisions, but that just makes Bjorn's one thought even clearer. Running away isn't the best solution here, especially now that the labyrinth's demon Argos can sense blood. Misha looks absolutely disgusted by the new demon, admitting to herself that running away isn't the best solution, prompting the wizard and the fighter to lock in for the fight of their lives. And just as the heavy blade comes crashing down, you realize there is absolutely no room for error left. After our main character and his crew somehow defeated 2 mid-bosses, including the labyrinth demon, Argos, Bjorn finds a strange scroll with some unsettling words from his fairy companion Erwin. But our boy with the gamer's brain knows this is exactly what they need to survive, so he decides to use anything he can get his hands on. The thing is, they've been looking for specific rooms in this dungeon, and these definitely aren't the ones he was looking for, which is a problem. But before Misha can even ask what's wrong, Bjorn pulls out a lantern, and then, surprisingly, he just tells everyone to stop. He walks over and closes a container, telling them they're taking a rest, and if they make it out alive, he'll explain everything. Later, as his team finally rests, Bjorn knows he can't just tell them he read about all this in some book, especially not the ever-skeptical Rotmiller, so he focuses on getting them all out of this place alive. Our boy Bjorn finds the Scroll of Flames of Greed genuinely interesting, and as he reaches a massive stone door, he activates the scroll, his feet walking across the floor as the essences begin to swap. He observes an ornate carving of an orc hero, and as a glowing stone door appears, Bjorn touches it. Then he reaches for a door with an engraved image, which causes a magical light explosion, leaving him shocked and confused by what he just unleashed. Turns out, the scroll granted him the Lich Essence, a classic 4th rank monster with powerful skills, and then a Soul Colossus Essence, another 4th rank monster known for its destructive skills, and its Chest of Souls ability. What he realizes is that these essences pour all their power into mentality stats since they lack strength and agility, and while 2 Guardian Essences are rare, this has happened in the game before. Honestly, this can't be a coincidence. With old equipment lying discarded on the dungeon floor, he's been given an essence he hadn't even considered for his final build, despite it having all the stats a tank would die for. But as he stretches, he admits it was a matter of realism. Ogres are hard enough to kill, and the drop rates for their essences are abysmal, with no guarantee of getting the color he wanted. In terms of raw defense, the 4th rank Steel Giant is more efficient anyway. As our Barbarian with the gamer's brain mostly went with a defensive tank build in his past life, he thought it made more sense to level up a DPS than to try and get the Ogre Essence. He was right too, as that's how he reached the Gate of Abyss in the original game, a place no one else had ever reached. Now, as he grips a mace, he's a bit taken aback that his dungeon gacha luck is so good, but he wonders what the hell the conditions for this are. The catch is, if he offers a Vampire Guardian Essence, it raises 2 ranks and guarantees a Guardian Essence, which just increase their chances of escaping this place by 30–40%. But just as he makes that assessment, his team reacts in fear, telling Bjorn something is coming. A large armored warrior stands ready, his booted foot stepping onto the floor, as the terrifying Ligar Vakos the Dragon Slayer appears, having cruelly left an old man behind to weep. Luckily, our boy was correct in assuming Ligar would ditch his teammate, or else he'd have to face them in the center of the room. Ligar, with a sinister smile, asks if one of them ate Vikundard's essence, and Bjorn just stares him down. The Dragon Slayer inspects a glowing magical weapon, but Bjorn, holding his shield, just smashes some red gems on the floor, casually stating he broke them because he was bored. With a nervous grin, our protagonist apologizes, but Ligar just smiles, telling him he never planned on keeping his promise anyway. Bjorn starts sweating, knowing he never said he was sorry, as he barely dodges an attack, a powerful magical slash tearing through the air. But luckily, Liordwaki cast a quick counterattack, trapping Ligar in a swirling vortex of ice. Sadly, Ligar just yells in frustration, unleashing a fiery attack, but Bjorn consumes an item, realizing Ligar did have it, which sends a burst of energy at their horned adversary. As Ligar stands in a massive swirling magic vortex, a sharp glowing sword cuts through the magical chaos, leaving Bjorn to wonder if this is why Ligar was so confident. The armored figure stands amidst debris, and as a blade approaches Bjorn's face, our Barbarian grunts, blocking the horned assailant. Ligar, enraged, tells our sweaty Barbarian to die, but Bjorn hits him back, admitting he didn't want to reveal his first proper attack skill this early. Gripping a spiked weapon, he unleashes the Ogre's Iron Leather passive skill, which doubles physical resistance and, even better, doubles resistance against slicing attacks, knowing someone at Ligar's level would instantly recognize it and try to counter. So Bjorn, tired of holding back, decides it's finally time to use his first proper attack skill, a devastating swing that drastically increases his blunt weapon's destructive power, and that horned bastard, Ligar Vagos, sees it coming in his eyes. The attack lands with brutal force, tearing into Ligar and leaving him bleeding, but our boy follows up immediately, kicking Ligar to disorient him further. Ligar, clutching his rapier, tries to yell yells something, clearly infuriated, but Bjorn just observes his dislocated shoulder and knows this fight is far from over. Still, Bjorn keeps the pressure on, lunging forward with his glowing weapon, making Lagar grit his teeth in pure rage as purple energy starts to surround him, and then Bjorn swings down again, relentlessly attacking the kneeling knight. Our barbarian chief strains under the intensity of the combat, because with Ligar giving it his all, Bjorn's agility stat is barely enough to react in time. Ligar, shouting in frustration, unleashes a glowing blue energy attack, but Bjorn just meets it with an intense smile, still enjoying the chaos. Another hit sends Ligar recoiling, but he still clutches his sword, refusing to yield as Misha Karlstein moves in to provide support from behind, ready for anything. Problem is, Ligar manages to stab Bjorn, who immediately roars in fury, while Misha fires back with a taunt about Ligar needing to know his place. She then really leans in with a personal jab, asking what he's saying with his uneven ass horns. This, naturally, causes Ligar to stomp his foot, visibly shaking with anger, and he grimaces in pure, murderous rage, clearly taking Misha's insults to heart. He swings his sword wide, screaming at them not to get cocky. Luckily, Hikurod Murad leaps into the fray, his hammer crackling with electricity and intense lightning energy surges as the combatants clash, with Hikurod unleashing his skills. The Horn Knight responds by stomping his armored boot, making debris fly, and channels his own lightning through his weapon, ready to escalate further. A fierce glowing red eye amidst dark energy shows just how desperate Ligar is becoming. As one of Bjorn's teammates holds up a potion, discussing strategy in the chaos, Ligar manages to dodge a powerful strike, but he barely manages to trigger a defensive barrier, realizing that the Guardian of Balance is still active, which means his negative effects are sealed. He also realizes his shield is completely useless against Ligar's arc greatsword. So Bjorn decides to charge in, trusting in his iron leather skill and activating Wild Outburst, hoping to catch his opponents off guard in the chaotic battle. The Horned Warrior responds by unleashing his own skill, temporarily increasing his threat level and physical stats threefold. He then unleashes a massive, blinding attack called Holy Blade, screaming at everyone to get out of the way, and a blinding flash of energy erupts, threatening to consume them all. A massive beam of light strikes the battlefield, causing widespread chaos and sending Bjorn shouting for Misha. Misha quickly reassures him that she's alright and not to worry, even as the Horned Warrior falls back through the air, still clutching his weapon. Misha watches him, her expression one of utter shock, realizing the true power of that attack. Ligar, now with a scarred face, yells triumphantly, thinking one of them is down, and moves agilely in mid-air, swinging glowing blades, while screaming at them to get back. He then lands firmly on the stone floor, ready to continue his assault, just as Rottmiller charges forward with his massive club, ready to jump in. Bjorn, breathing heavily, pushes through with sheer determination, while Ligar looks completely exhausted and strained, huffing from the exertion. Despite his exhaustion, Ligar lunges forward with a fierce expression, and delivers a brutal hit to Bjorn's head, sending blood spraying, making the battered and bleeding Ligar wonder how our barbarian chief can even handle that pain, calling him a crazy bastard. A bloody foot steps forcefully on the ground, signaling that it's about time Bjorn ended this fight. He moves with rapid speed, creating an impact, then readies his massive club while facing his opponent. Bjorn looks intently at Ligar, clearly preparing for a decisive move. He lunges, catching Ligar off guard, who can only react with a surprised shout. Bjorn's hand reaches for a glowing red ring on Ligar's armor, knowing exactly what he wants. He lets out a powerful roar, exerting all his strength. As Ligar reacts in shock to being grabbed, his unique gigantification and wild outburst skills activated. Bjorn powerfully grabs the horned enemy, moving only as much as necessary, and the visual effects of a massive swing descend, signaling it's over now. Energy ripples through the point of impact, shaking the very ground, and the screen itself appears to shatter under the extreme pressure of the blow. Bjorn grins wildly amidst the chaos, having pulled off his daring move, but then, a dark swirling vortex appears overhead, and a large figure leaps towards the portal, clearly not giving up. His teammates look up towards the descending threat, bracing for the worst, and Bjorn swings his club down at his horned opponent, trying to stop whatever is happening. Ligar is shocked and coughing up blood, asking what the hell Bjorn just did. See, a mystical red heart pulsing with purple energy appears, and Bjorn immediately realized it was the Draconic Tongue, the exclusive skill all draconic humans are born with, something Ligar was supposedly unable to use because of his curse. Miss Karlstein suddenly feels weak, dropping her sword, realizing it was Ligar's Draconic Tongue. Silence of the soul. The problem is, this field effect is tied to something called the Guardian of Balance, which effectively makes all stats equal. In addition to that, this field effect makes everyone's stats equal, completely negating their advantage. But the bruised and bloodied Ligar holds up a hand with a ring, revealing he also sealed a 4th rank's essence. Bjorn clashes his greatsword against Ligar's weapon, still fighting, and delivers a massive punch, having saved his ultimate attack for the right moment. Ligar, standing tall with a stern expression, admits he thought this would be enough to defeat Bjorn, even as an 8th floor explorer. Bjorn gasps for breath, sweat dripping down his face, realizing he was a fool for underestimating him. Our boy looks ahead with a somber expression, his past flashing before his eyes. For that, we get to see young Bjorn sick with a rare disease when he should have been playing outside, then getting into a car accident and losing a loved one on the way to a vacation, followed by the relative's house he'd been living in catching fire, and finally, his mother suddenly vanishing after saying she'd be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, Ligar is still kneeling in the dark dungeon, clutching his sword, struggling for breath, his face visibly wounded and gritting his teeth in pain. He reaches for his glowing hand, cursing that he won't be able to use that particular skill anymore. Bjorn and Misha, breathing heavily, ready themselves for battle, thinking about all the time they they just wasted. But then Bjorn gets hit again by Lagar, spitting blood from the impact, and Misha shouts in alarm, seeing him get struck. A gauntleted hand gripping a weapon tightly prepares for another attack, and then Misha shouts in alarm, seeing him get struck down by a foot. Ligar crouches in the dungeon, still holding his sword, looming over them. Bjorn looks over his shoulder, his back covered in tattoos, assessing the dire situation. Projectiles fly through the air, with someone shouting for Bjorn and Misha to move. Ligar stands in the dark, blaming them for his current predicament. Bjorn's back, covered in sweat and tattoos, shows how much he's struggling, feeling goosebumps at the gap between their strength, while his teammates worry about Misha and him. One of the dwarf warriors, gritting his teeth in fear, thinks Ligar might have some secret, but it's not the kind of potion he can use in battle, and the situation looks terrible. A mage holds a glowing magical artifact, wondering what they should do, realizing they can't even run away. But then Ryelwer's Duwaki uses an 8th rank attack spell, Ice Spear, bursting with ice energy. He swings his staff with determination, and streams of magical ice energy surge forward, because mages and because explorants MP exhaustion. In other words, a powerful blast of ice energy surges across the battlefield, and Bjorn looks on as the mage casts his powerful ice spell, realizing it's still too early to give up. As the desperate battle continues, a memory flashes of Hector Ludwig, deep in prayer, hoping his team can escape, but a mocking voice cuts in, calling him a hypocrite and questioning his false hopes. Other terrified soldiers cower in the darkness, hoping the stars will guide them, but the vision shifts to a horrific scene of a horned demon holding a child hostage, and the bloody images of fallen comrades confirm this is a memory of pure despair. Another voice, Lapis, cries out in agony, admitting his thoughts were pointless, realizing that even if he could go back and change that day, he'd make the exact same decision, and the mocking voice returns to tell him this despair is entirely his fault. Back in the present, Bjorn gets absolutely hammered by Ligar, who then stomps straight down on Misha Karlstein, shouting that all this suffering is their fault. The chaotic combat erupts around them, and Bjorn screams in agony from another vicious attack. But Ryelwer Duwaki refuses to give up, channeling his magic and shouting that he's going to be the one to protect Misha. Bjorn and Misha brace themselves, confronting their giant foe, but Misha is already on the ground, injured and unconscious. Rial, looking distressed, warns them that they'll all die if they don't fight back, and then a powerful blue magical attack erupts Rentradi. Ligar, the horned demon, just smiles menacingly, deciding he should kill Rial first. Bjorn, despite his wounds, charges forward, yelling at Rial to move and then at Duwaki to fall back. A flashback hits Rial. A large man comforts a child, urging them not to become an explorer, and the young Rial replies that he doesn't want to either. Bjorn blocks another of Ligar's brutal strikes, desperately asking Rial how much longer until his next spell is ready, and then Rial unleashes an ice spear, surprising the hell of Ligar. Ligar recoils in shock from the attack, leaping away as the magical energy surges, giving Bjorn a chance to ready his club while an ally aims a crossbow, and Rial himself stares in shock at what he just did. Misha sits on the ground, completely exhausted, as Bjorn screams for Duwaki to fall back even further. The ally prepares to fire the crossbow, covering Duwaki's retreat, while the blonde wizard casts another spell with his staff. Misha struggles in the background during the spell, still barely conscious, and Rial, distressed, mutters that it was his turn to protect them. The memory continues, a young child asking if they will grow big enough to protect the one they love, and then Bjorn cries out in pain, but his body regenerates due to intermediate healing, sending the horned opponent flying backwards through the air. A glowing arc of energy swings across the room, and an unknown voice shouts that Ligar is too slow, telling them all to just watch. The party reacts in alarm as a dangerous assault approaches, shouting for Duwaki to get back, but Rial is struck down in a fiery explosion, coughing up blood. Bjorn charges forward with his shield raised, still trying to help Hikurod, but then he's struck and collapses, coughing up blood himself. Ligar stares down angrily at the fallen barbarian, when suddenly Braun Routmiller coughs up blood, holding a golden artifact, and declares that this belongs to them. The Tylung Shell magic effect activates, causing a massive explosion of energy, and another character collapses during the clash. Impact explosions erupt on the ground as a warrior dashes across the battlefield with high speed. Misha charges forward desperately, taking a brutal hit that makes her cry out in pain, while a teammate shouts her name in concern. The horned demon reacts with shock as another fighter steps in and takes another hit, coughing up blood. Ligar questions the barbarian's persistence, wondering why he keeps fighting, and mocks their reliance on a mage. Rial has another flashback, seeing Bjorn facing a group of people on stairs, with an unknown voice saying his audacity is sickening. An angry older man points forward, telling him not to even call himself a mage. A glowing weapon is drawn amidst magical energy, and a mage, saying it's too bad, admits he's someone not even considered a mage by his peers. Back in the present, Ligar, the horned warrior, smiles maliciously, thinking Bjorn has already given up. Bjorn sweats nervously, knowing the situation is dire. But then a memory of Misha flashes. The cat girl cheerfully encourages everyone, saying that at least now, they won't have to feel inferior to anyone else on the team. The dwarf teammate expresses his wish that they'll all stay as a team for a long time. Another covered head reacts nervously in the memory, and Bjorn looks thoughtfully while holding his staff. Ligar admits he's never met anyone like Bjorn, grudgingly respecting the barbarian's resilience, but Bjorn pushes forward, refusing to yield. A close-up of a staff and Rial's resolve flashes. His precious teammate is still fighting. Suddenly, Rial's flashback deepens. An elderly robed man and a younger robed wizard stand in a courtyard, and the older man in a hat looks down thoughtfully, telling the young Rial that the price for power is heavy. Rial's hair blows in the wind amidst magical energy, his younger self vowing that he'll do his best until the very end, as a swirling blue magical circle emits emits intense energy. A glowing magical heart pulses with power, hinting at the true cost of his abilities, and the wizard channels swirling magical mana, focusing on perception expansion. Back in the present, a large blunt weapon crashes into the ground with impact sparks. Bjorn, a blade at his neck, dismisses the idea of calling it a sacrifice, because there's truly no name for what they're doing. Powerful blue magical energy streaks upward, and then Riel floats amidst a massive explosion of blue magical energy, activating the Therun shell. A barbarian with a massive club clashes against an armored foe, as more blue energy streaks move through the dark environment, and an extreme close-up shows Riel's face glowing with intense energy during an awakening, signaling his ultimate power is unleashed. As Riel's magic awakened, a blinding beam of energy slammed down on the Dragon Slayer, who genuinely looks shocked by the sheer power, erupting in a wave of light so intense, you'd think the sun just exploded. Ligar Vagos, that horned menace, curses out the mage for hitting him with that much force. He's bombarded by magical beams, barely able to breathe as he asks if Riel is trying to kill himself with this move. The battered Dragon Slayer stands his ground, but more magic beams just keep pummeling him. Meanwhile, our boy Bjorn enters the scene, looking at his companions and realizes Rotmiller especially needs urgent care, but Ligar, the idiot, cuts him off to ask where the top-tier potion is, demanding Bjorn make up his mind about who to treat, which only makes Bjorn decide to take care of Ligar first. Ligar, with a bloody face, glares at Bjorn asking if this barbarian truly doesn't understand what Riel just did. Caught in a massive ice spell, he insists he won't let them stall for time, then grips a cursed magical artifact, admitting he didn't want to use it because of the curse. Ligar screams and swings a massive energy slash, leaving our mage, Jiwaki, in complete shock. Archmagic has a counter, but Ligar's desperate attack, powered by the curse, still catches them both in a raging icy tempest. Misha and Dwaki are caught in the blast, yelling for everyone not to get close. Ligar, the madman, steps forward through the chaos, shouting as he pushes through a shockwave, causing his opponents pain. Bjorn realizes Ligar isn't going to make this easy until the very end, and the Dragon Slayer swings his giant spiked club, grinning ferociously as he closes in. He slams into Bjorn with his shield, practically saying goodbye, and our barbarian genuinely thinks this is it, that he's about to die. But then out of nowhere, a blade pierces Ligar, who screams in pain and frustration, and Bjorn watches as Ligar's sword seems to reject him ever since he used the draconic tongue. Someone shouts for Bjorn to get away from the infected opponent, who now has dark energy consuming his arm, but Bjorn slams into the Dragon Slayer with his shield, confidently thinking they have the upper hand, even though Dwaki can't use bigger attack spells, when a sudden sense of dread hits him and he realizes something feels off. Bjorn then screams for Dwaki to use Cold Tempest, and another panic character yells for him to do it no matter the cost. Bjorn the madman endures the freezing cold, dashing through the icy storm with a shattered companion. Bjorn and Ligar clash blades in an intense melee, our barbarian striking Ligar across the head with massive force. Bjorn gives a ferocious aggressive grin during the fight, forcing the Dragon Slayer back with his shield. Aggressive grin during the fight, forcing the Dragon Slayer back with his shield. His glowing red eye fixated on the enemy, Bjorn lifts his club to strike, as massive dark pillars crash down on the Dragon Slayer. Bjorn's weapon smashes into Ligar's head, causing a bloody spray and an intense explosion of red magical energy, leaving our barbarian kneeling in a defensive position, covered in a bloody red aura. Bjorn reacts with intense frustration and rage, coughing up blood and cursing, a grim look on his face. Sadly, Dwaki kneels on the floor, heavily bleeding and incapacitated. Bjorn's internal monologue reminds him that decision-making and concentration are vital for survival, as Dwaki lies unconscious and bleeding while being given a potion. Another injured character is also being treated, while a dwarf tends to the fallen Dwaki, shouting for him to get it together, and Misha looks down, deeply concerned, asking about Bjorn. The split-screen close-ups show both Dwaki and Bjorn injured, and Bjorn is relieved as his stats finally return. Dwaki is still unconscious, but Misha and the others tend to him, and Bjorn explains that normal potions won't work on his unique injury. Misha worries about finding more potions for Bjorn, but he tells them it's useless for him. As Dwaki recalls a painful memory, he smiles with blood on his face, thanking them for being his teammates, and Misha weeps, begging him not to say something like that. Bjorn firmly holds Dwaki's hand, telling him he was a greater mage and teammate than anyone, honoring his noble choice, and Dwaki replies that he's honored to have been Bjorn's teammate. Our barbarian reflects on being a part of Dwaki's chronicles, feeling relieved yet overwhelmed, but then he admits he's upset and frustrated at the meaninglessness of death, as Misha pleads for Dwaki not to die, and Bjorn urges him not to look past it. A bloody mouth, and then fleshy mass begins to write into appearance. Barely conscious, Bjorn Yandel is wounded and bleeding from his mouth, but in his head he can see the terrifying fiery energy of his own power, and despite the fear, he is already pushing through the pain and getting back up. Sadly, Misha Karlstein is still crying over a fallen comrade, a painful reminder of what they've already lost, but Bjorn reassures Erwin that he's going to win this, no matter what. Our barbarian vows to make sure everyone gets out of here alive, even as he relies on a desperate ability called the Second Heart, which lets him keep moving forward against all odds, much to the confusion of the horned enemy. The thing is, using this Second Heart requires a terrible price, as a memory reveals a character using the power, barely surviving a fatal blow and feeling lucky to be alive. Another fragment shows a blindfolded woman talking to the horned man in a card game, explaining why he keeps losing money, even when he desperately needs to win. In his head, the horned man from the memory replays his losses, realizing he simply wasn't determined enough when it mattered most. Back in the present, a bearded warrior, possibly Hikarad, is crying out in distress, and Misha looks absolutely devastated, but our boy Bjorn manages to take down one of the enemies, standing victorious in the battlefield, which only shocks our horned antagonist, who is surrounded by intense red energy. Bjorn then stands over Hikarad, who is kneeling just as a glowing magical weapon weapon strikes with powerful force, and the horned warrior, bloodied but ready, challenges Bjorn to fight. Ikarod reacts in a surge of pure anger, cursing that arc sword because he knows it's the same weapon that killed Dewaki, and Bjorn has to calm him down, telling him to take a shield and warning that if Ikarod dies, they all do. Meanwhile, Misha, the beast woman, urges them forward with a fierce battle cry, and Bjorn charges forward aggressively, while a dwarven warrior braces behind a shield. Bjorn manages to choke the horned enemy with his tattooed hand, who then uses a flesh explosion ability, proving this guy is truly a determined rabid dog. His teeth are bloodied and broken, yet he fights on, but Bjorn Yandel strikes him with a powerful vertical blow. The dwarven warrior recoils after a hit, then swings his heavy hammer and connects with the horned enemy. The enemy cries out in pain, but manages to kick the armored dwarf backward. His face is bruised and bleeding, yet his eyes glow with a desperate manic energy, and Misha Karlstein is knocked back by an impact. She struggles on the ground as Bjorn Yandel fights in the background, delivering what should be a final brutal strike to this demonic horned antagonist. But our barbarian champion falls to the ground, holding a jagged blade, his bloody hand resting limply on the floor, while the horned character is slumped on the ground, wounded, but then he grins menacingly, screaming, "It's my win," and releases a blast of white energy downwards. Bjorn Yandel lies shaking on the ground, completely defeated, and Misha Karlstein also lies motionless on the ground, as an intense light flashes and someone screams in despair. Suddenly, an elderly man appears and strikes the horned character with a glowing blade, leaving a magical sword embedded in the floor. But the old man stumbles, appearing frail and weak, which only confuses our horned antagonist, who demands to know what the hell he's doing. The old man, breathing heavily, reveals the solution was simple all along, recounting a story of courage for those who had lost theirs, and he kneels before a swirling red magic circle, invoking Weedless and Karui, declaring that he shall follow their will, then offers himself, saying, "I offer myself." Bjorn Yandel strikes the horned enemy once more, as Misha Karlstein lies in pain on the ground, wishing for any kind of deliverance. The old man recalls a young mage who taught him that a person can be noble at any time, even as the horned character suffers from the magical energy, begging the old man to heal him. The hooded figure explains that the Kith and Kim power absorbs the soul of a dead individual to increase stats, even manipulating living beings as slaves, but the horned enemy rejects it as a dark clot entity reaches out towards his bloodied hand. The horned warrior then screams out to Karui, asking what they are doing, as a white-haired person gasps for breath, surrounded by darkness. Bjorn Yandel kneels on the floor, sweat-covered, holding a blunt weapon, desperately asking for the strength to kill his enemy, then begs for the power to protect his fallen friends, recognizing this voice as Karui's, which gives him the shivers. The old man, engulfed by dark magical hands, permits the transfer of power, which only causes the horned warrior to react with shock, before he is pulled into a dark magical vortex, screaming at the old man to stop. But the elderly bearded man coughs up blood, as the horned warrior grimaces in pain from the powerful aura. A glowing weapon then rests on the ground while energy flows, and Bjorn Yandel reaches toward it. An impact explosion occurs on the ground, and Bjorn Yandel blood glowing hand reaches out. Glowing hand reaches out. He struggles as lightning arcs through his arm, accepting the painful surge of power. The horned warrior is struck by a wave of purple energy, and an intense glowing eye stares out. Our horned antagonist glares with intense glowing eyes, vowing that they will meet again. Bjorn Yandel sweats with determined gritted teeth expression, as the horned enemy disappears, promising to survive each day until he is strong enough not to need luck, and Bjorn, struggling on the ground, holds his weapon. Our barbarian is surrounded by a swirling dark vortex, declares that when that day comes he will come find his enemy. A brilliant flash of pure radiant light rips through the labyrinth chamber, leaving our barbarian utterly stunned by the sudden, intense magical energy, as he reaches out toward a sword now glowing with divine power. The dying Liorwar Vwaki thinks this new divine power is super overpowered and feels warm and cozy, but sadly, it can't heal his fatal wounds. Bjorn, kneeling beside the old man, can only ask why he sacrificed himself, handing him a small folded note that Dewaki acknowledges is from the follower, and Bjorn presses him, wanting to know why he did this. Dewaki simply closes his eyes, leaving Bjorn to understand the old man's choice in silence. The party gathers around them, with Misha looking wounded and deeply shocked by everything that just happened, and Rotmiller asks if Bjorn is alright. Our barbarian can only reflect that he didn't keep his promise, because he was so confident when he made it. Rotmiller kneels respectfully on the floor beside the fallen mage, wishing they could have shown him more of the world. Bjorn pulls a lever on the wall, announcing they have everything they need, and the party wonders what this chamber is. Bjorn explains it's a trap chamber designed to teleport them to the middle of the maze where the portal is, and Rotmiller agrees it would have been hard to escape that Dragon Slayer guy even with the plan, knowing that escaping him probably would have been very hard. The party rests by a fire, with Misha quietly watching over Daki's body, which is now covered by a white cloth, as a wizard casts a glowing dark spell over it. Bjorn tells them he's going to stay there with the body. While he waits, our boy reads the letter the old man left behind, and the information in it instantly surprises him, revealing a bunch of details about Orculus and an underground portal that weren't in the game. Honestly, with all the new information about Karui and other things to research, it was time to throw away unnecessary thoughts and rest. Yet Bjorn finds it impossible to sleep, staring blankly into the darkness of the cavern. The labyrinth closes, teleporting everyone to Rafdonia. From there, we jump straight to them registering Dewaki's death. Bjorn observes that death seems common in this world, and the knight asks if they have proof of their involvement with the great priest Ludwig. Bjorn, a bit confused, asks what kind of proof they're talking about, as the knight knight explains it's a very sensitive matter. Bjorn sweats nervously, looking anxious, and Misha calls his name, clearly concerned. An official places a small white card into Bjorn's hand, who asks if there's a problem. Genuinely surprised, the official asks them to wait a moment, calling it a very serious matter, and soon massive, ornate double doors open. Bjorn enters a grand church hall, looking completely shocked by the priest standing in rows, his face etched with surprise and anxiety. As he stands in the center of the church, the priests welcome them and offer them comfort. The problem is, all the important figures of the order are here, including a young child Bjorn has never seen before, and the explorers nervously introduce themselves to the religious figures. The elderly priest, ignoring Rotmiller's glare, thanks them for relaying Ludwig's letter. Bjorn, tense and surprised, is then asked how he came across the letter, and he briefly explains what happened in Laracas's maze, handing them Duwaki's pendant. The cardinal takes the pendant. Admitting it's not what they were looking for, but it will comfort Duwaki's soul. A paladin then asks Cardinal Greyond how much of the reward they should receive, and the cardinal immediately agrees to a proposal, leaving Bjorn and his companions absolutely stunned by the sheer amount. As a dawning realization spreads across our barbarian's face, the cardinal tells them he cannot reveal more information, but then a bright magical light manifests, and energy erupts as priests surround the glowing child figure. Bjorn watches, sweating, and asks in shock what that is, as one of the men in clerical robes announces they have received an oracle. Bjorn, utterly confused, sees his hand suddenly glowing with mysterious magical energy, and the smiling figure says the goddess has spoken. They are left with a twisted metallic ring, a tangible sign of the strange divine intervention. The chapter picks up right after a young saint declares the goddess has spoken, leaving our barbarian hero utterly bewildered by the divine blessing on his hand. In his head, he's an evil spirit, so he can't understand why any goddess would gift him something like this, especially after all the chaos he's caused. His party members are just as confused, openly wondering why a deity would bless an otherworldly species. Priests quickly carry the unconscious saint away, leaving everyone with questions about the oracle's true meaning. What a mess. The group quickly pulls Bjorn aside to discuss old records of barbarians who were kicked out as heathens for reasons tied to the spirit seal, a sensitive topic the holy archbishop ordered everyone to keep quiet about. This secret is crucial because improving as a barbarian relies entirely on the spirit seal, and getting kicked out of the tribe meant losing everything. Bjorn reassures Misha and the dwarf that he trusts them with this info, with Misha immediately swearing she heard nothing. But here's the catch. The real problem isn't their discretion, it's the magical rings he's wearing. He's trying to focus on the bright side, hoping his Dragon Slayer warding rings will take at least half a year to break, but Misha immediately points out, one just shattered, which means the star's blessing is now fulfilled. Sadly, that blessing seems to involve Misha finding the Dragon Slayer, Lagar Vagos, severely injured outside the fortress walls. He's burned to a crisp, bleeding everywhere, with a dislocated shoulder, making Misha wonder if he sacrificed Dwaki and the scout to dimension hop here. He's in truly awful shape, shattered and bleeding a lot. The actual culprit, a malicious red-haired woman, stands over the beaten Liger, confessing she's always wanted to kill this guy, and taking his ring and other valuables. She decides she has to finish him off, knowing he'd come for her if he survived. She then pins him down, smugly assuming he'll think he was just robbed in the labyrinth. She's pretty sure he's not getting up from that. She wonders though who beat him so badly in the first place, calling him Dragon Slayer in her head. With one foot on his chest, she casually drops a valuable medicine on him, while the poor bastard writhes in pain. In his head, Bjorn accepts the fate of his rapidly breaking rings, focusing only on when the last one will snap, not worrying about it too much until then. Meanwhile, a beautiful elf woman Erwin tries to visit him, dressed up all pretty, hoping to chat about the labyrinth and the troll fight, but Bjorn, completely drained, just tells her he's tired and she should leave. His party meanwhile discovers Dwaki's will, where the old mage left everything to the orphanage he grew up in. They feel a heavy debt for his sacrifice, but Misha cuts in, saying Dwaki wouldn't want them to repay him. Bjorn then meets an armored knight asking for secrecy before unveiling a magnificent crystal-hilted sword. He then asks if the knight can identify what it is, revealing its true identity as the Dragon Slayer's sword. He goes on to explain it's actually the dragon's sword meant only for draconic humans, not for anyone else. He reveals Lagar Vagos got cursed by the ancient dragon he killed, turning him into a hybrid and changing his heart, which ironically allowed him to use the sword. The knight implicitly acknowledges Lagar's betrayal and the price he paid for stealing the sword. Bjorn then mentions Krobitz advised him to return the sword to its rightful owners for a reward, thanking the knight for the advice. The knight, grateful for Bjorn's help, offers his assistance whenever needed. With that handled, our barbarian chief heads to the tavern where his team is waiting. Still mourning, our boy Bjorn is feeling seriously awkward about something that happened, and for a big tattooed barbarian, he's blushing like a schoolgirl after a confession. Misha is close by, possibly the source of his current discomfort. Speaking of discomfort, Erwin is clearly worried about Daria, who visited Bjorn recently, but Daria just calmly eats an apple, claiming Bjorn just didn't seem to be doing well after his time in the labyrinth. Erwin, flustered, insists nothing happened, so Daria offers to look into it herself, which makes Erwin even more surprised. Later that night, Misha is absolutely fuming, calling Bjorn a bastard and a fraud, punching him in the chest while accusing him of leading her on about her feelings. Honestly, our narrator thinks it's about time Bjorn realized Misha wants him, and he probably wants her too. The next morning, Bjorn stands alone, likely pondering the chaos of the night before, only to find himself shocked by a boiling pot of carrots, as Misha, with a humph, tells him to chew properly, a classic cat's revenge move. Bjorn, feeling guilty for being harsh, eats it all, and they both look a little nervous, as Bjorn tries to contemplate the current situation, and Misha tries to reassure him not to overthink overthink it. She looks thoughtful, suggesting maybe she hopes he does overthink it a little. After that dramatic morning, the team gathers, and it's always something with these guys. Suddenly, someone slams their hand on the table, announcing they're buying Dwaki's home. A dwarf offers a drink and then declares he's quitting being an explorer, dropping a bombshell on the group. Naturally, everyone is shocked, wondering what'll do now. He explains that he's leaving because he realizes he doesn't have the talent, and staying would be an insult to Dwaki's memory. Misha smiles, seeming to understand his sentiment, and even Bjorn manages a closed-eye smile, feeling the bittersweetness of their team's end. But the surprises aren't over, as Bjorn drinks from his mug and calmly announces he was going to leave the team anyway. Mirad is shocked, asking why the hell he'd leave, but Bjorn just says he's good enough now and that's all. Mirad eventually offers words of encouragement, trusting Bjorn to achieve his goals. Bjorn then declares, with a determined look, that he and Misha are going higher. Someone jokes that Misha's gonna have a hard time keeping up, and she just smiles coyly, clearly up for the challenge. Then it's time for a toast, which Bjorn gives to the graduation of the outcast team, giving Misha a sly smile, and soon enough, everyone is passed out drunk at the table. Even Misha, who must have mumbled something about wanting Bjorn to stay with her. Bjorn watches his sleeping companions, realizing their last get-together as a team is perfectly on brand. However, the mood shifts as Rotmiller has a serious question for Bjorn, asking him flat out if he's an evil spirit. Rotmiller slams his hand on the table, demanding a good reason for such an insult, but the other man, possibly another member of Team Halfwit, calmly responds that he would have thought Rotmiller was genuinely mad if he didn't know him so well. He explains that Rotmiller isn't the type to care about honor or oaths, and then gives a sinister grin, asking if he's right. The scene cuts to a couple embracing, with someone peeking in the door as one of them sheepishly apologizes. The intense discussion from the previous night continues as someone slams their hand on the table in anger, and Bjorn confronts the man who calmly drinks from his mug, showing absolutely no fear. Bjorn looks serious and intense, his hand clenched tight. The man finally speaks, admitting he doesn't feel good being accused like that by a friend. Even Bjorn looks down as the man continues, taking another drink with a satisfied Kia, then smiling warmly as he explains his reasoning. He says he initially suspected Bjorn of being an evil spirit because he appeared to prioritize emotions over all else, unlike the typical cold, calculating evil spirits that treat people like puppets. The bearded man looks amused, wondering who would be so dense. He confesses he couldn't believe Bjorn was an evil spirit because he wasn't like those described in books, prompting Bjorn to question if he still suspects him. The companion apologizes profusely, admitting he thought Bjorn was an NPC and wouldn't have acted that way if he knew better. That sparks a memory for Bjorn as he walks through a dark environment, recalling a woman who indeed treated people like puppets. He looks surprised, summoning a magical light in his hand, as if pondering how he ever got mixed up with that type. The man across from Bjorn smiles with flushed cheeks, perhaps from too much ale. Another man intently listens, agreeing that there are people in the world who are more loved by the gods than others, and history calls those people heroes. The table falls silent. Bjorn, surprisingly flustered and shy, coughs, claiming it's too much. But the man insists Bjorn tends to underestimate himself, calling him a hero. He then explains he brought it up to give Bjorn a warning and some advice. Bjorn is curious, asking what kind of warning and advice. The man leans over to help a drunken companion, probably just emphasizing the importance of discretion. He advises Bjorn to hide himself as much as possible since he can't tell others about the Oracle's blessing, and as Bjorn and Misha approach a grand statue, he sincerely hopes Bjorn's path is full of light, but Bjorn knows he'll probably just try to survive, no matter what he has to do. Misha asks what he's thinking about, and he brushes it off as nothing, wondering what he'd do if a teammate he'd gotten close to thought he was an evil spirit with evidence. Then he asks if he said anything weird while drunk, but Bjorn just teases her, telling her they need to meet Krovitz and head to Kommelby, leaving Misha to beg for answers. As they walk, Bjorn decides it's best to return the Dragon's Layer's sword for a reward, rather than risk its cursed history. They arrive at the bustling central trade market. Bjorn hands over the throbbing heart of immortality from a troll, the requested item. Misha is amazed by a newly purchased sword, but then laments her 18 million stones gone. She vows to save up the rest of her money, but then reacts in shock to something Bjorn says. He asks why, telling her not to save but to invest in beast blood, to unlock her spirit beast powers instead. After hours of spending basically all their money, they return to their neighborhood, with Misha crying about being broke, and Bjorn telling her not to be so dramatic, all while carrying a tiny crying red cat beast that they presumably just bought. Misha surprisingly states that she's fine as long as her teammate isn't a fairy. And Bjorn realizes her only condition for a teammate is her speciesism against fairies, which genuinely shocks him. He's so shocked by her prejudice that he frantically gestures and leaves, despite having more to talk about, telling her he has somewhere to be. He heads to a restaurant where Obman is cleaning a table. Obman greets Bjorn. Bjorn intended only to talk, but Obman brings him food and drinks, laughing about Bjorn being embarrassed to be a family man, which Obman himself finds admirable. They settle in with food and ale. Obman asks if Bjorn left his team, assuming he's here for a new one, and Bjorn confirms that the team was disbanded, losing someone precious. Obman agrees it's a messed up thing, then starts discussing team composition, asking about Misha and themselves, and if they need more people. He explains how difficult it is to find a priest for a team, requiring 3 members above 5th rank and temple missions, and that a guide is also hard to find. Bjorn says he understands and will look for a temporary scout while Abman continues the conversation. A woman laughs while holding a food plate, presumably at their struggles. A man then asked Bjorn if he had a former party, which makes Bjorn nervous. A man speculates if Bjorn used to go to the labyrinth without telling his wife. Later, Bjorn heads to the Barbarian sanctuary, only to find no one there. He confronts another Barbarian sanctuary, only to find no one there. He confronts another Barbarian, asking if he's there for Keduva's funeral, looking solemn as he thinks of Keduva. They arrive at a forest clearing, where a group of barbarians is gathered, and Bjorn is shocked to see Einar sitting alone on the ground. He calls out her name, and she reacts with equal surprise. Einar looks down with concern and regret, wondering why Bjorn is here alone. She admits she wouldn't have done this if she knew what would happen. The narrator explains that Einar has been undergoing a brutal training known as tempering for the past year, making her body the perfect vessel for strength. We see her doing push-ups with a giant boulder strapped to her back. A shaman channels glowing red energy through two people, implying the harshness of the barbarian training. Bjorn stands with a group of barbarians, watching Einar as an older bearded barbarian smirks, and a large elder barbarian stands over Einar, arms crossed. Einar stands up to confront the elder, the vice chief, defending Kitivo's warrior honor, but the vice chief glares back with an angry expression, and then grabs Einar by the throat, making her gasp or Einar, but then grabs Einar by the throat, making her gasp again. He shouts at the young warrior, her face contorted in pain as she's restrained. Honestly, as the narrator says, there is no one in the world who does not feel pain. Barbarians mourn Kituva, emphasizing that pain is the true path of a warrior. An older, scarred warrior grits his teeth in frustration, likely at the tragic loss. A group of tattooed barbarian warriors gather as the older white-haired warrior laments that Kituva's soul has left his body to become one with the forest. He consoles an injured blonde woman, who has a bloody nose, likely a consequence of the harsh tempering training or the conflict with the vice chief. Meanwhile, at a dome-like structure, a horned shaman greets Bjorn, having expected him. Bjorn is there with ingredients for a spirit seal, confirming he has them, and when asked if he got them himself, he admits he bought them, but refuses to say for how much. Bjorn closes his eyes, thinking, probably about the ridiculous cost, as the shaman smiles slyly. Bjorn flat out refuses to answer about the price, and the shaman says that's not bad either. However, the shaman ominously tells Bjorn that the more precious things he loses, the stronger he will become. Before Bjorn asks for the spirit seal, the shaman looks down with a knowing smile, placing an object into a pot, and then crows fly into a golden sunset sky. As the shaman declares it's time to start, the shaman smiles menacingly while holding a needle near their chest. As the text reveals, Bjorn's body is imbued with a soul of armor, giving him a new skill called Unity. Two candles melt as they burn, symbolizing the ritual. Bjorn breathes heavily, covered in sweat from the ordeal. Unity is a passive skill that constantly increases his equipment effectiveness based on his stats. The armored warrior holds a massive club, showcasing the skill's potential. The narrator explains that Unity is useful on its own, but its hidden feature is that all his equipment will become larger with him when he uses gigantification. We see the warrior raising a massive club and shield. Bjorn is ecstatic, realizing he won't have to take off his clothes to use the skill and will be able to crush enemies with a massive mace and shield. A large tent stands under a starry sky as Bjorn revels in his new power. A small character laughs menacingly in the dark, calling him insane, and the horned shaman echoes that he's definitely not sane. The next morning, Bjorn wakes up, letting out a satisfied Kia, only for the shaman to greet him and ask a shocking question. How was he chosen by the goddess of humans? Bjorn looks utterly confused. The shaman points to the rings on Bjorn's hand, revealing they're intertwined with his fate, then reassures him that no one else has noticed. Bjorn, nervous, asks if the shaman is going to share ancient legends, which the shaman does, recounting how barbarians left their homeland and came to this city. We see a group of barbarian warriors approaching a massive stone gate. The shaman speaks of learning about the gods, and Bjorn, confused, asks what they're trying to say. The shaman, gesturing intensely at Bjorn, asks why he needs to deny the existence of these ancient powers. He looks at Bjorn, pressing his point. A shadowy figure swings a large scythe violently in the dark, illustrating the shaman's wisdom. Bjorn brings up how the other tribes like the Rheanthropes, dwarves, and fairies have abandoned their outdated traditions, asking why the barbarians haven't. The shaman asks if Bjorn is worried about getting kicked out, then simply says that he should become the chief. Bjorn swallows nervously. The sorcerer, though a sorcerer, is still very much a barbarian at heart. The shaman asks if becoming chief isn't more befitting the path of a warrior, and another barbarian calls the idea interesting. He smirks thoughtfully. Bjorn walks alone down a peaceful forest path, pondering the shaman's audacious suggestion. He thinks that even if he doesn't become the chief, he'd be a better supporter. He then discovers Einar sleeping soundly on the forest ground. Bjorn, ever the deadpan comedian, asks if she was sleeping here this whole time, and Einar jumps up in a panic, claiming the ground is standing up, while Bjorn calmly retorts that her head is the one lying down. They sit together in the forest. Another figure, and Bikewell, likely a trainer. Einar struggles on the ground, carrying a heavy stone, still in the thick of her tempering. A muscular man smirks, watching her struggle. The man crouches, observing Einar, who lies exhausted on the ground. Bjorn looks down, observing Einar, noticing she's not as happy as she used to be. He attributes it to the death of her teammate, Kitiva. Bjorn then explains his ideal team composition: a tank, melee DPS, range DPS, and a mage, noting the scout position. A tank, melee DPS, range DPS, and a mage, noting the scout position. Thanks to Mr. Bear being a guide, he considers filling the spot with another mage for explosive damage, or perhaps two melee DPS for stability. Two swords are shown crossed, symbolizing melee DPS. He tells Einar there's only one spot remaining, other than the mage position, and he was planning on putting another mage in that spot, but suggests she do her best. Einar leans against a wooden post, listening intently. He's clearly saying she needs to earn her spot. Einar leans against a wooden post, listening intently. He's clearly saying she needs to earn her spot. Einar swings a massive flaming club down at Bjorn, who blocks the blow with his shield. She continues her assault with a massive blade, unleashing a flurry of fiery slashes against him. Bjorn observes her, noting she's definitely a lot stronger, and admits he didn't expect her to have inherited this essence, finding her quite lucky and deciding to test her a bit more. Einar reacts with shock to an incoming attack from Bjorn, and Arnar Cactor looks anxious, holding a sword, as Bjorn's heavy boot slams onto the cracked ground, Honestly, our boy Bjorn should know by now that peace never lasts. Because out of nowhere, a massive attack slams into him, unleashing a blinding flash of light and action effects that send him flying. Despite being bloodied and clearly outmatched, he still insists he can keep fighting. But Einar just coldly tells him he's done, and then poses, ready to take over. See, Einar, always the calm one, tells him she's incredibly patient, and Bjorn just quietly thinks it over, while she nervously puffs out her cheeks. Eventually he agrees to work with her, confirming her exact thoughts. After that, Einar is completely wiped out and panting on the ground, having done all the hard work while Bjorn just walks away, looking for a mage, but she yells at him to wait for her at the gates, promising to raise her rank quickly so she won't be rejected. From there, we jump to an older warrior greeting Bjorn, inviting him to help train the young, but our transmigrated grinder. From there, we jump to an older warrior greeting Bjorn, inviting him to help train the young, but our transmigrated grinder is already set on becoming the new chief. Next, a threatening warrior riles up the crowd, spewing venom about their enemies, and the whole crowd immediately starts chanting Bjorn's name in praise, proving Karen's brainwashing is very effective. Honestly, the sheer exhilaration of it all makes Bjorn question if he's truly just a barbarian at heart, but he quickly leans into it, telling the mob to buy video recording spheres if they get money, while another barbarian warrior just screams in fury. The fighting begins, and Bjorn leaps into the air, feeling chills down his spine as he uses his bloodthirst skill. Suddenly, a muscular fighter reacts in pure shock, then Bjorn is violently blasted backward by a powerful explosive force, leaving him furious as he crashes to the ground, demanding to know who the hell attacked him. Turns out, it's the chief, who has been getting letters from the guild about Bjorn's actions, and he confronts Bjorn, demanding an explanation for killing humans for money instead of monsters, asking if that's truly what a warrior should do. Bjorn realizes his excitement is draining away, knowing there's only one way out of this, and he shouts at the chief, telling him that the chief himself is proof of the problem. Another warrior gritting his teeth in anger as a group of barbarians prepares for battle, and a discouraged warrior reports that 9 out of 10 of his team are dead. He asks the chief if such massive losses were normal when he became a warrior, knowing the answer is no. The chief tries to explain that mages want their hearts, which is why so many die, as another barbarian listens intently, knowing the chief is holding back, and the chief looks shocked as he tries to justify how they are treated like goblins by monsters wearing human skin. Meanwhile, other warriors take heavy damage and struggle in combat within the labyrinth. A crowd of warriors gathers, arguing about tradition, shouting at the chief, telling him to look at them, demanding he see how they've changed. One warrior gravely states that they are no longer warriors in the labyrinth, they are prey, as another warrior watches on, serious. A warrior shouts at the chief to calm down, demanding he give them something more than just tradition, and Bjorn stomps his boot, cracking the ground, demanding he give them something more than just tradition, and Bjorn stomps his boot, cracking the ground. The chief questions if Bjorn crossed the line, asking what he is trying to say. Suddenly Bjorn wakes up, confused about where he is, then remembers the chief was silent for a while after his announcement, and suddenly swung his axe at him, which Bjorn narrowly avoided. He admits he fought back, using his giantification ability to throw a powerful punch, sending the elderly warrior flying backward. Ultimately, Bjorn wasn't good enough, and the chief counterattacked, knocking him out cold. Later, the chief dismisses a remark about his broken nose, saying it looks better than Bjorn's, then claims he was never mad. Our boy Bjorn just fires back that wanting to hit someone is literally being mad. When asked if he wants the chief's position that badly, Bjorn just flat out says yes. The chief observes that Bjorn is clearly different from other warriors, as they only want his position for honor, but Bjorn wants it for the tribe. The chief continues, thankful that Bjorn doesn't think he's an evil spirit, and tells him about the former chief who was just like him, willing to do anything for the tribe, then explains that the sacred war began when a barbarian picked up a divine relic of the fairies in the labyrinth, leading to a captured warrior. The warrior died fighting, which enraged the former chief and sparked a year-long war against the fairies, until the royal family mediated an end to the brutal conflict. Sadly, the former chief also died in that war, leading to the barbarians weakening, and the magic tower announced that barbarians' hearts were valuable magic ingredients, making the chief realize his own foolishness for not teaching the young warriors about the world's dangers. He admits that what he did will only make them hate humans, leaving him sitting in the candlelit room with Bjorn, reflecting on his mistakes. As our barbarian with a gamer's brain steps into the tribe's common hall, he notices everyone staring at him and whispering about the chief getting his nose bloodied. Suddenly, Einar rushes up asking if he's alright after fighting their chief, but the other barbarians are already excitedly spreading rumors that he declared he'd become the next leader. Bjorn casually explains that the chief told him to get stronger and prove his worth, and while the others are sure that will take a long time, Bjorn just confidently states it won't take him long at all. From there, we jump to our boy and Einar discussing things with their fellow barbarians, who apparently can't agree on whether all humans are inherently evil, until someone reminds them of Bjorn's former human comrade, who sacrificed himself to protect his friends. Suddenly, everyone gets teary-eyed, realizing even humans can be noble warriors, and they all enthusiastically agree that this human is a great example of what a warrior should be. Honestly, Bjorn thinks their logic is right, considering they're actual barbarians. After leaving the sanctuary, Bjorn takes Einar back to his home and shows her the empty room right next to his, which naturally leaves her a little overwhelmed, especially when she starts promising to do anything for him, forcing Bjorn to cover her mouth and pull her onto the bed to silence her. The problem is, at that exact moment, Misha Karlstein walks in, looking confused as she asks who this strange woman is. Bjorn awkwardly introduces Einar as their new party member, but Misha just narrows her eyes, clearly suspicious. She immediately confronts Bjorn, asking how a small person like that could possibly be a barbarian. Of course, Einar completely misinterprets Misha's words, getting furious and demanding if Misha is insulting her for being short. Misha nervously tries to apologize, but Einar cuts her off, shouting for a duel right then and there. Bjorn just watches the chaos unfold, while Misha, utterly bewildered, asks why calling someone pretty is an insult. Bjorn, having enough, just walks walks away to attend Chavin's monthly meeting. He only goes because Chavin, the bank deputy director, sometimes has useful information on the government, and during their casual chat, Bjorn starts trying to get Lagna, the librarian, to become an explorer. In his head, Bjorn knows Chavin wants him to get closer to Lagna for some reason. He asks again if she wants to be an explorer, which Lagna points out he's already asked, and Chavin immediately yells at him, furious he's even asking. Chavin immediately yells at him, furious he's even asking. Chavin immediately yells at him, furious he's even asking. She declares she won't go anywhere, preferring to stay a librarian. Bjorn is a bit disappointed since he found out she's at least a 5th rank mage, so Chavin asks him what happened to the mage who was on his team before. From there we jump to Bjorn asking Arua Raven to join his party again, who, naturally, reminds him of her previous conditions, which required everyone to be at least 6th rank and, if possible, include a priest. Bjorn honestly tells her they don't have a priest, but Misha is a 7th rank close-range combat dealer, and while Arua thinks that's not bad, she seems a little dissatisfied, so Bjorn quickly adds that Misha will reach 6th rank this month and tells her about the essences Misha has. He doesn't need to explain much about Einar, but Arua is surprised to hear about Abin's 4th rank's essence, and she thinks he'd be a welcome addition anywhere. While Bjorn looks serious, Arua then asks about the last person. Bjorn casually drops the bombshell that the last member is a guide, which absolutely astounds Arua, because guides exponentially increase profits. Bjorn, with a smile, explains that this setup should finally lure in Raven and be a great opportunity for her research funding, leaving Arua a bit flustered. Arua, still calculating, tells him she has one condition. Bjorn considers it, and after a moment, he agrees. He just makes sure to tell her to give him advance notice if she plans to leave, and she smiles, shaking his hand and officially calling them colleagues. Bjorn agrees, looking forward to working with her. After successfully recruiting everyone, Bjorn is just sitting there. Meanwhile, Einar nervously snacks on some treats, when suddenly Misha Karlstein walks in, surprising them both, and immediately looking furious about something. Honestly, what the hell is going on? Someone is about to get smacked with a frying pan. Apparently, our boy Bjorn's old comrade has been waiting for him, and not so patiently, calling out for Hansu like his life depends on it, utterly distraught that it took a whole 3 minutes and 28 seconds for Bjorn to show up, and screaming that he thought Bjorn had died. Bjorn quickly tries to calm him down, offering a seat on the fancy couch, and his comrade, though still dramatic, the soldiers around him are clearly feeling a bit too confident, laughing and saluting as if they've already secured the win, is just relieved to see him alive again, even if he's internally holding back information. What he doesn't realize is that Bjorn has no idea who Karina and Winter are, which leads to a truly awkward conversation bouncing between K-pop idols and military training, with Bjorn trying desperately not to offend his overly emotional friend. His comrade can't help but laugh, reminiscing about Korea, right before the sheer absurdity of the situation hits them. But then the mood shifts, as he wonders if they'll even make it back home without needing a mental hospital. The worst part is, their new normal involves thinking things like, kill when someone gets in our way, kill when someone seems suspicious, treating a person's life like just some game characters, which he admits is an insane way to think, despairing over the psychological toll. Our boy Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, calmly reassures him that they'll adjust quickly enough, just like they did here. His comrade agrees, leaving this guy scrambling to explain his way out of the disaster. But then, ever the tactician, turns the tables by asking why Bjorn is so curious for information, clearly trying to get some intel himself. It's a tense scene in there, made even more claustrophobic by the dim light. The problem is, this guy is sharp, and Bjorn quickly realizes his friend is testing him, but thankfully, he already knows about Orculus and the stolen 6 treasures, which his comrade confirms were all taken half a year ago on the same day. His comrade admits he couldn't find any clues on the thefts, but still, he pleads with Bjorn to let him know if he finds anything. While out in the yard, these two barbarians are busy plotting in the shadows, because it's their only way back home, leaving Bjorn to muse about how much he's actually learned, despite getting off topic. His comrade, ever the competitive one, asks if Bjorn sees him as competition, then reveals that up to 5 people can open the door back home, which Bjorn, ever the realist, finds ironic, since his friend claims to have beaten it on easy mode 10 times. Luckily, his comrade has more interesting intel, looking visibly concerned that everything is spiraling out of their control, mentioning a guy called Dragonslayer and the Ormi Revolutionary Front, and that the royals might be gathering an army to attack the Nork-Orculus alliance. The craziest part is that someone supposedly lost their memories without a head injury. Someone is already making threats, which Bjorn immediately connects to a broken vine on his ring, and unfortunately, a high priest letter has exposed the Nowark guys, clutching that damning document like it's a death warrant. Just as he's giving a stern warning not to join any raid against them, his comrade suddenly vanishes in a flash of light, leaving Bjorn alone and confused. And once the digital evidence is pulled up, he checks his ring, wondering if it's finally time to make his move. Our boy Bjorn, now thoroughly warned and with a new enemy in mind, dedicates himself to gathering all the information he can about Orculus, assuming they'll become his next big headache. Time flies, and it's suddenly time for the observer of the round table. The room is practically suffocating under the flickering candlelight, where masked figures wonder if a certain powerful individual, a newcomer with extreme bloodlust, will even bother showing up this time, since he doesn't really need them. One goblin masked guy, in particular, thinks it's all a prank, since the only thing they can really explain about this person is their bloodlust. Of course he does show up, as the masked jester starts playing with his prey while the fox stays eerily quiet, making sure his gear is perfectly in place before the chaos starts. And despite the formality of his steps, you can tell he's sweating buckets, standing right behind the unsuspecting goblin masked guy, who in his head tries to establish dominance over the newbie, realizing just how deep he's in. Instead, he finds himself choking as Bjorn instantly puts him in his place. While others watch in concern, a jester-like figure who everyone just calls the clown, enthusiastically declares he's found something interesting enough to impress even Mr. Lion, a man clearly important enough that the clown's words actually carry weight. Mr. Lion lion, meanwhile, is already tired of this nonsense, but he has to admit, the clown rarely disappoints. Our boy Bjorn finds himself among the group of intimidating masked figures for a secret meeting. Standing center stage is this cheerful jester who clearly lives for the drama, where one of them, who everyone calls Goblin, is struggling so badly he's on the floor, barely recovering from what seems to be a brutal ordeal that the jester casually points out went easier than last time, leaving the poor guy to apologize for his state, while that fox-masked observer watches him like a hawk, sensing something is off. Suddenly the atmosphere shifts as a beast-like figure lets his mask slip, revealing a face so feral it makes the whole room tense up, saying he feels much better now. At the head of the table, their leader finally takes charge. As the meeting progresses, the fox-masked character questions why some knew about certain things already, despite an unwritten rule against exposing such knowledge, and you can practically hear the whispered conspiracies between those two in the corner, even asking if it was the clown and the deer antlers who knew, and what happened to their agreement, while the jester casually tells everyone to be more careful about it. But another masked figure wonders if the jester, who seems to know entirely too much, is secretly from the temple or the underground city. That jester is still hamming it up outside the gates, probably enjoying the chaos he's about to start. And if he wasn't the one who exposed information last time, leaning in, the horned figure demands answers, acting like he's the only one who didn't get the memo. Problem is, our transmigrated gamer, making sure to note down that the horned mask is likely a paladin, then hears the same figure reveal that the royal family is planning a massive raid on Nork, which immediately makes Bjorn decide he wants absolutely nothing to do with it, remembering his old comrade's dire warning. Then the cloaked woman in the moonveil speaks, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. Before anyone can react, a swirling portal rips open in the center of the table, spewing raw energy, and even the toughest demon warrior looks like he's seen a ghost. Next, a cloaked figure describes a bizarre incident where a soldier lost his memories without physical injury, not even knowing what attacked him, leading others to theorize that it might be a powerful drug, or some internal conflict at play within the underground city. When it's finally his turn, the jester, beaming with confidence, reveals that in just 3 years, a new unity magic will be created for up to 6 people, a calamitous event that will completely change how guilds, royal families, and clans function. Our fox-masked friend is looking genuinely rattled, while that glowing blue eye scans them all, searching for a single sign of weakness, leaving everyone stunned by the possibility of such a shift. Honestly, one masked participant slyly observes that such a change would be a very big deal, allowing for combinations and synergies previously impossible in the game, before mockingly praising the jester, who is clearly just like a kid wanting a star sticker for his performance. Around the table, the rest of these masked weirdos just sit there in stunned silence, though the beast mask guy looks like he's ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. Even our jester has dropped the act, finally realizing that playing games with this crowd is a quick way to get yourself killed. The beast mask participant admits the quality of information shared is making him feel pressured, as everyone seems to be sharing their best pieces, while the jester, still feeling smug, offers up a tidbit about the oracle as if it's a reward for having entertained him. See, the jester's casual mention of the oracle is quickly followed by him touching glowing green crystals, which instantly shocks the horn-masked figure, who shouts in disbelief. He keeps shooting nervous glances toward the exit, and honestly, that sweat drop on his armor says everything you need to know about how terrified he really is. As other participants react with visible alarm to whatever implication the jester has just made, and he just cackles. Everyone is locked onto the jester now, waiting for him to justify the absolute mess he just created. He tries to recover with a sly grin, gesturing as if he's still in control of the situation, but the fox-masked woman isn't buying a single word of it, her hand tightening until her gloves practically groan under the pressure. The entire hall goes deathly quiet as the moon-veiled figure stares them down, making sure every single person understands the stakes. There, pulsing in the center of the table, lies a glowing heart design that looks like a ticking time bomb. The jester keeps pointing fingers, trying to shift the blame before someone loses their temper. As the discussion continues, the jester shares an observation about the struggling goblin, noting that he seems weak but shrewd, which another participant finds annoying and not particularly important, though the jester insists on talking about the Explorer Guild. Just when things seem to be winding down, the masked figures reveal that the legendary Stone of Resurrection exists, and they all lean in, terrified to even breathe while staring down at the creature they've unleashed, which completely shocks some of them, as one confused attendee asks if he's the only one who didn't know about it, and wonders what the hell it even is. Fresh off the bombshell reveal of a Stone of Resurrection, our masked council members are, understandably, completely losing their minds about it, with one woman looking utterly flustered by the implications. The priest, for one, just wants to know, can you really resurrect someone who's dead with it? Of course, before they can descend into full panic, a masked figure cuts them off, demanding silence. The item is clearly in high demand, but nobody expected this kind of reaction, leaving some wondering what to even say to this intense crowd. Another council member admits they're not entirely sure either, while the lion-masked man seems just as clueless about what could even entertain these people. Meanwhile, our boy Bjorn is internally weighing his options, realizing it would be easier if he could just claim the information they brought was completely lame. He wonders what kind of information he'd even need to bring to impress them, and with the crescent moon masked figure remaining silent, the meeting finally wraps up. The lion-masked man lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting he's not sure what he's supposed to say next, but he still promises to look forward to their next gathering, though his expression is anything but thrilled. After that, the goblin-masked man is convinced Bjorn might be one of them, happily noting all the sweet information he brought, especially since only about 10 people in the entire order even know about the oracle. But the jester-masked man quickly scolds him, asking why he's so simple-minded, slamming his fist on a table in frustration. He wonders why Goblin can't consider the possibility that one of those 10 high-ranking oracle members could be Bjorn's subordinate, reminding him that people look down on him for exactly this kind of thinking. The goblin-masked man, naturally, is shocked by the implication, thinking it's ridiculous that someone not chosen by the goddess herself could hold such high rank. The lion lion-masked figure, however, sits contemplatively, realizing it doesn't make sense otherwise. And perhaps Bjorn is far greater than they ever imagined, especially since he already seemed to know about the Nork raid. The fox-masked woman adds that Bjorn must have eyes and ears in the palace to get such information, while the jester notes Bjorn's complete disinterest in double-numbered items. Suddenly, the council demands an explanation, leading the goblin-masked man to wonder if he's the only one always falling behind again. The fox-masked woman, however, has a bright idea, thinking they could find a clue to Bjorn's identity by studying his mask, his tribal tattoos. In this case, the deer-masked figure agrees. If what the clown said is true about Bjorn's high connections, and the fox-masked woman starts speculating about lion legends, like how they purposefully drop their cubs off cliffs. That sounds a little dramatic for our barbarian, but the jester-masked man jokes about an unemployed king, and the crescent moon-masked figure notes that Bjorn didn't seem like the type to work for anyone else anyway. The goblin-masked man, ever the scholar, chimes in about lions symbolizing emperors or courage in Eastern mythology. Others wonder if it means he'll be king someday. Or perhaps, internally, one suggests he's just blessed when it comes to women, though that thought is quickly dismissed as kept strictly to himself. A few hours later, we jump straight to Bjorn and his team relaxing at a tavern in the 7th district, where Misha is offering him a bite and everyone's enjoying the food, with Amon Urikfried correcting his mistakenly shortened name. Sadly, the good vibes are quickly interrupted when someone argues that Iris the Einar isn't qualified for equal distribution of loot, calling her the least qualified among them. Naturally, Einar is furious, feeling completely betrayed by the accusation, so Atman tries to calm her down, suggesting Bjorn will take care of it. Bjorn, ever pragmatic, cuts straight to the chase and asks if they want higher shares, explaining that if their seniors joined lower-level teams, that's their problem, not the team's. Erwin, however, isn't backing down, demanding to know if he's saying she's not in the same situation. Bjorn clarifies that a 6th-rank mage like Alua Raven should be treated as a 5th-rank explorer, which is only right, making it clear that he plays fair by rank. Then he makes a quick decision, allocating 25% to Amon, some of it from Einar's share, which completely shocks Amon, who can't believe it's that simple. Someone points out that they haven't even gone on their first expedition yet, but Bjorn internally thinks it's much easier to handle these negotiations. After doing all the background checks, knowing who respects him, he figures the biggest problem is resolved, but then the team starts firing off a barrage of questions about team registration, funding, what happens if they find treasure, and if the distribution should change during a rupture. Bjorn just casually confirms he's listening, but someone points out he's falling asleep, and Erwin, holding a stack of papers, exasperatedly announces they still have 31 topics left. She laments that it wasn't this complicated when it was just Team Outcast, wondering how much more they need to discuss, but they decide it's too late and agree to take care of the rest later, despite not even halfway through. From there, Bjorn receives a wax-sealed letter from Kravitz, and suddenly, he's teleported away by what feels like an otherworldly summoning. He wonders if this is the Dragon Temple, assuming they want to meet him because of his Dragon Slayer's sword, but then a voice challenges him, asking if he's aware he's not the first barbarian to step foot in here, and Bjorn is immediately struck by an overwhelming invisible force, a true dragon fear. He's now facing a colossal dragon head looming over a throne, and a terrifying dark presence confronts him on his staircase, ready to deliver a chilling warning. In his head, this pressure is immense, a stark reminder of the power he's just stumbled into. Our boy Bjorn is still reeling from that dragon fear, realizing this high-ranking draconic noble just unleashed it on him, and he's absolutely furious at the intimidation. Honestly, Laffer looks completely caught off guard by Bjorn's sheer audacity, because our main character is about to make a very bold move. Bjorn struggles under the intense magical pressure, standing firm before a colossal ancient dragon and its descendant, even as he nervously questions his own outburst. Laffer, playing it cool, just smiles confidently, then casually points at Bjorn from his grand throne. Bjorn, ever direct, introduces himself and asks flat out if this is the chief of the draconic human tribe, and Laffer gives him a vague "I guess so," before launching into a ridiculously long, complex name. Thankfully, Laffer quickly laughs it off, realizing how utterly unhelpful that was, and tells Bjorn to just call him Laffer. Bjorn, taking it all in stride, offers his own name, as Laffer watches him with those sharp, glowing eyes. Bjorn halpered his own name, as Laffer watches him with those sharp, right? Now Laffer closely examines the Dragon Slayer's sword Bjorn is carrying, and the mood instantly shifts as he comes to a disturbing realization. Laffer murmurs that the ancient dragon has gone that far, which utterly blindsides Bjorn, who suddenly finds himself wrapped up in a secret about reclaiming the dragon sword, and is absolutely stunned to learn the ancient dragon has died, and was Laffer's younger brother. Now, with the sword held upright, Laffer gets down to business, and starts listing his generous rewards, starting with money that could apparently cover Bjorn in advanced armor. Then, a demoness appears, offering one of her kind to join Bjorn's team for 2 years. Bjorn, seeing the immense value of such an offer, politely passes on it, pushing for something more as Laffer prepares his final offer, the Arc armor, to be created next year. But our boy Bjorn knows Arc is a special material only draconic humans can handle, and frankly, he's not impressed, pushing for something even better, a tattoo. Specifically, he wants a dragon's blessing, the very thing that makes draconic humans so overpowered, and Laffer is absolutely floored by his audacity. He just can't believe Bjorn would ask for something so significant. But Bjorn, picking his nose, tells him to stop being petty and just do it. After all, Laffer is the descendant of the dragons. Problem is, Laffer is sweating nervously, calling Bjorn cheap and worrying about his own kind finding out, which would make him look like a traitor. But Bjorn doesn't let up, reminding Laffer he called him a savior earlier, then drops a bombshell about the goddess of light's prophecy. He and the Garvagos are destined to meet again, connected by a powerful evil fate. He even reminds Laffer he couldn't stop his brother himself, and promises to do it for him, which finally makes Laffer crit a check with the temple. Just as Bjorn lets out a relieved sigh, a mysterious knock is heard, and suddenly, he's back in Rafdonia, facing Julie Urban, bonds. Julie reveals her team fell apart, and it turns out her father, the district manager, tried something, making Bjorn realize this problem will only fester if he doesn't take care of it himself. So, our pragmatic barbarian grabs a weapon, which understandably makes Julie absolutely panic and beg him to wait. But Bjorn isn't listening, swinging his weapon as he barges into the district manager's office, sending guards shouting in shock. The official, clearly smart enough to know what's coming, dismisses his guards, and Bjorn compliments his intelligence after smashing the desk into debris. Our hero makes himself comfortable, demanding a reason for all this, but he's already visibly frustrated. The official, however, questions if Bjorn is betraying his own daughter, listening with a tense expression. Julie, flushed and irritated, demands to know why Bjorn came with her. As Bjorn calmly sits amidst the ruined library and prepares his move, he casually threatens to expose all the official's misdeeds, knowing full well the man can't trust a scout's testimony against a crowd of protesters. See, Bjorn has barbarians and protesters ready to back his demands, and he reassures the official they won't crush his skull, which makes the official visibly panic. The official, now completely cornered and cringing in fear, asks what Bjorn wants, and Bjorn, looming over him with dark energy, warns him about future misunderstandings. He makes it clear that if the official tries anything behind his back again, there will be consequences, then casually announces he's hungry and leaves. After his peaceful negotiation with the district manager, our boy Bjorn is so mentally drained that he can barely process new information, and even more paperwork for his new team just has him looking completely overwhelmed. Luckily, Einar is absolutely delighted by the new team, even shouting out their chosen name, Apple Pie. But Erwin, our resident fairy, has her own suggestion, a much cooler name like Narok, which means those who walk in darkness in the ancient tongue. So with the team officially formed and name debated, they dive straight into training. Of course, this means a lot of practice against dummies, but then Bjorn calls out for Misha and Einar to join him, because nothing says team bonding like a good old-fashioned brawl. And, naturally, they tear through their training targets. As the team begins to gel, Bjorn finds himself in the library, where Aura Raven casually joins them. Shortly after, Misha finds Bjorn greeting Abman Urikri, because what's a team without an expert beastman on board, right? Now with everyone accounted for, Bjorn's full team is finally ready to tackle the labyrinth. But almost immediately, things hit a snag as Bjorn asks Abman what the hell is going on. It turns out a man, who is supposed to be their guide, is completely lost in a crystal cavern, even cursing himself for being caught off guard so fast. Even with Bjorn's knowledge, it's clear a man's usual navigation skills are a bit rusty, and he asks Bjorn if he realized how bad it was. Erwin, understandably annoyed, points out that they started at the monument and ended up back in the same spot after 15 minutes. To make matters worse, a man suddenly remembers they're 45 minutes late, adding a late fee to their problems. The rest of the team is less than thrilled with his sudden realization, so Bjorn takes charge, grabbing Abman's shoulder and making it clear this isn't going to fly. Even Erwin looks stressed as their journey starts with a misstep. The team tries to figure out what's wrong with Misha, who insists she has no idea either, though she also looks shocked. Abman, now looking serious, is ready to follow Bjorn's lead. So, with his game knowledge kicking in, Bjorn carefully picks their path across the rocky cave floor, guiding them through the glowing blue crystals. He explains that he needs to avoid hilly areas because they'll likely lead to dead ends, and on the outskirts, he has to choose darker paths with fewer crystals. And just like that, they reach the second floor in only 12 hours. Even Misha is surprised by their speed. Next, they encounter a series of portal stones, which is always a fun game of guess which one actually works. And, naturally, this one is not it. Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, asks Admin for the correct direction. Luckily, Arava, a raven, is there to help, her mana recovering quickly as she points the way, making Aban realize how great it is to have a mage guide. Even Daki, one of their companions, is impressed, admitting the mage he worked with before wasn't this great. The dark forest path is now illuminated by Arava's magical light spheres, but the rustling bushes signal that their path won't be easy. Sure enough, two feral goblins, one with a hammer, leap forward aggressively. But our barbarian chief is ready, his powerful dark-furred hand preparing for action. With a mighty throw, a warrior hurls a hexagonal hammer into the night sky. Then a leg steps into a glowing purple magical field, indicating a defensive spell. Einar and Abman walk confidently through the mysterious forest, knowing they're backed by their powerful team. Meanwhile, Misha checks on a sick-looking fairy companion, worried about the ominous mana in the air. As they stand before a towering, dark and twisted forest landscape, Misha spots a hidden castle, wondering if the fairy just wanted to shout for no reason. The fairy companion looks at Bjorn with concern, admitting they reached this point about as fast as they did with Rotmiller, and that talent sometimes can't be outdone by effort. Bjorn stands firm as the fairy touches his back in fear, warning him about the ominous mana making her nauseous and urging them to go inside. But they have to wait for the barrier's color to change, because it means another team might already be inside, and they don't want to be mistaken for plunderers. The magical barrier shifts in intensity and light. With the color changed, Bjorn roars as he charges into battle against half-trolls, combining giantification, wild outburst, and unity for maximum impact. He shouts with an intense, enthusiastic smile, ready to rip through anything in his way. A massive impact explosion signals the start of the chaos. It's Keening, Beatriatord, brandishing his shield and weapon, leading the charge. Monsters scream in pain during the brutal assault. A reptilian monster roars with its tongue out, clearly not having a good day. Bjorn braces his shield against a massive blow. A true tank, Abenirikfried supports the team, aiming his large crossbow with deadly precision. Monsters are engulfed by Arua Raven, holds her magical staff with a deadly precision. Monsters are engulfed by Arua Raven, holds her magical staff with a confident smirk, clearly enjoying her work. Bjorn, confident behind his visor, thinks it's nice to have 3 people who can really carry the team. Einar screams enthusiastically as she charges into battle, desperate for a piece of the action, realizing this team is much more complete and can take care of any monster under 6th rank within 3 minutes. With their combined strength, those two will do their jobs just fine, allowing them to head to the 5th floor. A tactical map appears, showing traps and a red dotted path floor. A tactical map appears, showing traps and a red dotted path to a monster icon, preparing them for the next challenge. After all that action, Abman agrees it's time for some rest. A campfire burns brightly in the darkness, offering a moment of peace. Misha tries to share her own first-time experience in the labyrinth, but Bjorn is clearly not paying attention, making her blush with a confused expression. Seriously, he just ignores her mid-sentence. And there's Bjorn, lying under a sheet, pretending not to look, which is just classic him. The next morning, Bjorn wakes up with a confused expression, ready for a new day. A fairy explorer approaches ledger in hand, to tell Bjorn that based on her calculations, they won't make much profit and can't stay long on the 5th floor at their current clearing rate. The fairy looks thoughtful, trying to reassure him that as it's their first expedition, they'll get faster with time. But her skeptical "if you say so" makes it clear she's not entirely convinced. Deep in the labyrinth, a barbarian's hand reaches for a weapon, but pauses. Suddenly, a swirl of smoky, ethereal energy begins to manifest in the shadows, and a terrifying, ghostly figure rises behind a blonde female explorer, who sits on the ground looking absolutely terrified. This is not going to be a fun expedition. Bjorn, surprised, realizes he can hear the ghost's thoughts, and he immediately fires back that he could say the same thing about them. The female explorer, touching her shoulder confidently, assures Bjorn she didn't put a spell on him. But still, this is getting weird. See, Arua Raven's seniors always told her to use detection magic, and it turns out that was a smart move. Bjorn, observant as ever, quickly pieces together that they weren't detected before, but were detected just now, wondering if this is a tip passed down in the magic tower. As an ethereal figure with a dagger manifests near the explorer, Bjorn notes that it could also be a stealth technique above Tumthank, but that's not very likely since they just got detected, and he's already made a decision. The blonde explorer looks worried, sensing the danger. Bjorn isn't waiting around. He prepares to swing his massive blade. An abstract, menacing silhouette looms above, signaling trouble. A star-shaped emblem flashes dramatically, and a piece of gear spins through the air, indicating the enemy's attack. A shadowy silhouette stands menacingly, ready to strike. The blonde explorer cowers on the ground, screaming. A violent collision occurs as combat erupts. A masked enemy stares in alarm, caught off guard. The blonde explorer shouts in panic, her terror evident. A red-haired beast woman turns around looking alarmed, realizing they're under attack. An explosion of dust and debris erupts as someone shouts, asking if it's an enemy. Bjorn grabs the blonde explorer, protecting her from the masked attacker who tries to take her down. He then delivers a massive punch towards the enemy, but the cloaked enemy is fast, evading his blow. Bjorn holds the blonde explorer, alert, realizing the enemy is fast and has hidden again. His team looks surprised, but he orders everyone to prepare for battle. The party forms a defensive circle, Aman wielding a crossbow, as Bjorn tells them some rat just tried to kill Raven. He clarifies that there's an enemy here, noting that they're all pros, but then Misha compliments Bjorn, saying he's amazing and she didn't know there were rats in the labyrinth. The female explorer, panicked, points to her eye, saying he's gone and she can't detect him, making Bjorn wonder why she's not more surprised it's not a real rat. Aman, gripping his weapon tightly, tells her to keep using her detection until she finds him. Bjorn confirms it's someone using stealth, and when asked how many, says they think it's just one for now. The exploration party stands in a defensive formation, concentrating, knowing he'll reveal himself when he attacks. Suddenly, an overhead shot shows a glowing magical portal on the dungeon floor. The swirling blue magical portal glows with pink energy, a clear escape route for their hidden attacker. Sure enough, a masked hooded figure stands near it, surrounded by purple energy. Anar shouts toward the intruder as a man readies his crossbow, and a large bolt is fired, hitting the hooded figure. The hooded figure is hit by an arrow, dodges, and runs. Misha asks what happened, but Bjorn calmly tells her there's no need to worry. The hooded figure just went through the stairs of courage, so they'll follow. A soldier and a mage gather their equipment, preparing for the pursuit. Bjorn and Erwin examine an expandable bag they found, perhaps a clue from their mysterious enemy. Two characters look down from an opening into a dark area, scouting ahead. An armored character prepares his shield, ready to lead the way. A close-up of a boot walking in a dark dungeon, feet walk across a stone floor. A narrow glowing light opens between walls, beckoning them forward. A soldier wearing a helmet looks toward the light, saying he'll go in first and they should join him on a signal. He peeks through the narrow opening, surprised by what he sees. The exploration party stands in a defensive formation, ready for whatever awaits. Magical blue and yellow fire burns on the ground, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Horned beasts and wolves prepare for a fight, but our team is ready. After taking care of the monsters, the team surrounds a dark corpse, with someone asking Bjorn if this is him. Another asks Raven for confirmation. A hand uses a stick to examine the remains, confirming there's no ID. Two companions look concerned, asking if he killed himself then. Man, that's ominous, Bjorn thinks, having met all kinds of desperate people, but this is the first time someone has killed themselves like they were protecting a secret. He definitely wasn't an ordinary plunderer, and there was no identity plaque in the bag they found. Bjorn, holding his shield, asks Arua if she's alright, noting that the enemy likely didn't have his plaque on him, and it would have burned anyway. Arua yells in embarrassment and anger, reminding him that she threw up last time when she looked at a golem's corpse. Misha tries to reassure Anar that she's usually fine with this kind of stuff, as they thoroughly inspect the corpse but find nothing, making her wonder if they should sleep more. With that, they agree to rest, and a camp campfire burns. Bjorn, ever vigilant, keeps watch by the fire as the others sleep. He silently wonders who this mysterious person was and why he chose to die rather than be captured. Meanwhile, an unseen antagonist declares they will meet again, hinting at future encounters. A man in a suit looks scared as dark energy surrounds him, perhaps a victim of this very antagonist. Bjorn watches over the campfire, and the sleeping Arua Raven, who's mumbling in her sleep about her conversation with Bjorn, well, perhaps a nightmare about the district manager. She then wakes up, calling out Yandel and making Bjorn wonder if she's having a nightmare, and if he should wake her up. He watches over Arua, who is still sleeping deeply. Her peaceful sleep stands in stark contrast to the dangers they just faced. Bjorn thinks to himself, wondering if she wants an honest answer about his thoughts. He recalls adventurers carrying fallen comrades to a desolate area, a harsh reality of their world. Bjorn's gaze drifts towards the past, reflecting on his experiences. He remembers Hikaru Murad, recalling how Daki was down after coming across his first plunderers, and how Rottmiller showed him a beautiful scene on the third floor to try and comfort him. But looking at Arua, Bjorn smiles softly at the sleeping Raven, knowing she will get through this. She sleeps peacefully, unaware of his silent resolve. Arua examines a mysterious glowing item, asking the team who they think the plunderer from last time was. Misha agrees, realizing he wasn't an ordinary plunderer at all, especially with the way he killed himself to protect a secret. Einar, ever the enthusiast for loot, excitedly asks Bjorn about their rewards, and Erwin, in true fairy fashion, asks how many cotton candies that's worth. Bjorn, holding a pouch, reacts in surprise when he sees it's only regular loot, perhaps expecting more from such a mysterious enemy. Apparently, getting items evaluated by the special evaluators is different, because as a blonde woman takes notes, they explain that you have to rely only on your knowledge, not any skills, to evaluate items, suggesting Bjorn should study for a license to make negotiations easier. Back in the dungeon, Miche is tired, asking if they're going to wander around the Stairs of Wisdom all day, to which Bjorn admits they don't have a professional scout, but he'll do his best, adding he never loses in arguments. She collapses, exhausted, declaring she's tired. A mage, likely Erwin, is timing their progress, clocking them at 4 hours and 34 minutes. Bjorn, feeling the pressure, meekly promises they'll get faster. He thinks to himself, wondering if she's going to keep timing them like this, which is just classic taskmaster behavior. Someone explains that Einar stepped on a trap, causing a delay, and Einar admits she can't breathe. Finding the situation strange, the team ends up sleeping around a campfire, accepting the setbacks for now. On their 16th day, Misha asks why Bjorn is standing in the way, but he apologizes, announcing they finally reached the 100th stage. Someone notes they broke the 2-hour mark, clocking them at 2 hours and 41 minutes, acknowledging they did get faster. Bjorn asks the mage how long a professional scout takes to get to this point, to which they reply, about 12 days. Bjorn internally grumbles, thinking a 4-day difference isn't bad and fights from the 5th floor will be easier without a scout, wondering why she can't just compliment him. Misha smiles, complimenting him on a job well done, betting they're the only team with a barbarian acting as a scout. Bjorn, realizing he can only depend on Misha for genuine praise, decides it's time for Mr. Bear to take over the scouting. Yes, Mr. Bear, to take over the scouting. Bear needs to do this job now. They explain that from the 100th stage onwards, they can find a portal leading to the 5th floor, detailing the choices: Stairs of Courage or Stairs of Wisdom. A companion with tattoos looks on from above, listening to the options. Party members stand near a glowing portal, ready to make their choice. An armored party member reacts enthusiastically, asking if it's like that vampire and shouting, nice, though someone quickly warns that the last room on the 4th floor has a guaranteed 5th ranks monster. Einar, smirking confidently, declares it'll be different this time. A blonde wizard holds a staff, looking at the team with a mix of anticipation and concern. Misha and her companion look on with blank expressions, with Misha wondering if they can just go in, feeling she can concentrate better. Bjorn thinks to himself, this is the kind of attitude his current team has when it comes to 5th rank monsters, realizing he would have told a previous team that not even half the people who go in here come back alive. The party confronts a giant troll, Misha shouting in surprise that she didn't expect another one, but Bjorn says it's fine. He adds that essences are expensive too, thinking it needs to be at least a troll for him to truly feel like he's graduating from this tower, and he wonders if he should cast a distortion spell first, noting that troll parts sell for a lot of money. Misha and her companion react in shock, remembering how their outcast team all froze up when they first saw a troll. The troll roars, daring them to come at it. Bjorn, ever the frontliner, blocks the troll's attack with ease. Then he swings his axe with powerful force. He hits the troll, thinking he'll go for the head later, but for now, he'll take out its shoulders, using his swing skill. A close-up of the troll shows its massive size. Bjorn dodges and counters with fluid movements. The fighters strike the monster, and Bjorn realizes how strong he is now, giving a nice nod to Misha. Einar swings her sword, shouting, whoa, it's this easy, but in reality, it's the power of her aerial sword, worth 12 million stones. She performs a powerful slash, showcasing her impressive weapon. But even with her expensive sword, Einar is struck down, as someone curses the bastard troll. Bjorn immediately checks on Einar, concern on his face. Einar, getting back up, charges forward with her sword to attack the giant monster again, showing off her resilience. Bjorn thinks to himself that she's fighting just like he taught her. Arua and Abban watch the battle with Arua cooing and Bjorn thinking he better get her a nice attack skill first. Arua screams angrily at someone for calling her a lady, which is just classic Einar. Abban shouts, whoa whoa, as he fires energy beams from his crossbow, joining the fray. An arrow hits its target with an impact. The arrow pierces the skin of the creature. The arrow hits the joint area of the monster, showing skilled teamwork. Misha and Einar launch coordinated attacks on the monster, working together seamlessly. The monster falls to the ground, under their combined assault, but it immediately begins to regenerate its damaged tissue because trolls are annoying like that. Bjorn stands ready as someone tells him to wait, saying there isn't much to see anymore. Arua casts a spell and replies, "Could you not call me that?" to being called the Third Lady, clearly unimpressed. A powerful lightning spell illuminates the corridor, finishing off the regenerating troll. The monster's arm is hit by residual energy, confirming its defeat. Einar and Misha cheer after the fight, proud of their victory. Arua, Bjorn, and a band walk away, with Arua nonchalantly asking if that was it. Misha blushes and looks away, perhaps still thinking about the lady's comment. Bjorn reflects on the journey while looking at Misha. A flashback montage of characters flashes by, hinting at their shared history and growth. The party walks away together through a cave, heading towards their next adventure. A close-up of a character's eye wearing a helmet shows their determined gaze. They will engrave their past into their bones, but they must continue to move forward. The party stands before a massive glowing portal, ready for what's next. After all that, the team celebrates the end of the season with beer, declaring it's time for a real expedition. As our Barbarian team ventures deeper into the labyrinth, they realize the 5th floor is no joke, leading them through barren, rocky terrain that seems to stretch forever. And naturally, the atmosphere around here is enough to make anyone sweat, leaving even seasoned explorers praying to their goddesses. This floor you see is notorious praying to their goddesses. This floor you see is notorious for its elemental rift, and the frost rift, and even the icy revenant rift. What he already knows from his past life as a gamer is that this is the kind of floor where large clans breeze through, while smaller teams hit a wall, which is why the starting point always looks like a permanent camping ground. Surprisingly, Bjorn's team notices their spirit status has gone up, and a fairy explorer explains it's what they call a baptism, a good thing for everyone, particularly for non-mages. Misha, being the pragmatic beast woman she is, asks if that makes it useless for mages since they can't eat essences, but quickly catches on, realizing she would have come here much earlier if she knew this. Problem is, Bjorn and Amon can tell something is off. There are just too many people cramped in this safe zone. Just then, a man named Carl excitedly approaches Amon, asking if he was also ambushed on the 4th floor, which Amon confirms. Carl reveals their team, like others, was ambushed on the 4th floor, making them wonder if they weren't the only ones attacked. Carl asks if Bjorn's team has any ideas about what's going on, but our Barbarian simply replies that they were lucky, knowing only 3 teams, including Carl's, made it up here without any losses. Bjorn inwardly breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the attackers weren't specifically targeting his team, and quickly dismisses the news that the palace is planning to raid Nork, understanding it's likely a declaration of war against the king, but still not their immediate problem. Misha, confused, asks what their next move is, and she and Einar are shocked, as Bjorn decides to ditch the safe zone and move on. So, they venture into the Hellfire Rift, a desolate, fiery landscape with skies as red as blood. Naturally, Misha instantly complains about the scorching heat, which the fairy explorer agrees is just as hot as they'd heard. Luckily, Bjorn's team is ready, and a powerful staff increases their fire resistance, making Einar, the fairy, and a man all sigh in relief, as the temperature instantly cools around them. Soon enough, they encounter a horned, fiery Ifrit monster, growling menacingly, and the battle begins. Einar, wielding her ice-imbued weapon, struggles to land a solid hit, admitting it feels like she's not hitting it at all, and complaining about her dislike for spirit-type monsters. The fairy explorer quickly supports the offensive, unleashing a powerful freezing spell, but the Ifrit remains a formidable opponent. As our Barbarian charges forward, his sword glowing with intense magical energy, Misha leaps into the air for a powerful strike. After a fierce fight, Bjorn finally levels up to 5, but Misha is disappointed to find no essence dropped from their victory. Suddenly, an unknown team fighting another Ifrit expresses shock, with the soldier anxiously wondering if they should just retreat to the safe zone. A mage from their party, clearly tired as hell, suggests they just kill it, and an archer fires a glowing green arrow, which pierces the Ifrit. When it finally falls, a 5th rank's Ifrit's essence orb appears on the ground, leaving both teams completely stunned. A sly-looking man from the other party, Nelbo, steps forward to claim it, telling his team to stay still, but Bjorn's fairy explorer anxiously warns him not to. Bjorn and his team get nervous, as the fairy confirms they are facing 5 human-type monsters. The tension builds, with both sides preparing for a fight, crossbows and bows being aimed, and weapons drawn. Bjorn's team takes a defensive stance, standing back to back. The helmeted soldier from the other side issues a stern warning, telling them to back off. In his head, Bjorn knows this is about to get ugly, and as he grips his mace, he calmly decides he'll eat the essence himself, even if it's a race later, planning to use giantification and knock their leader off the cliff. Sure enough, our Barbarian kicks an armored enemy off the cliff edge, and a mage with a top hat yells for him to stop. Suddenly, a blonde woman, Raven, joins in, telling Yandel to put down his weapon. The other team starts arguing internally, with the mage being told to stay still, but Alua and Afrain are already at odds. Alua tells Afrain to drop his attitude because he's not even that strong, threatening to quit the party if he keeps acting up. Then, Raven steps in to mediate the situation, arguing that customs are just customs, and it's clear they were the ones who killed it, believing even the committee would recognize this as a conflict and start a review process. She continues stating it won't be easy for Bjorn's team to be seen as the good guys if they started the conflict by ignoring customs, and asks if they really want to go to the committee over just one essence. Raven, praised by another unknown character as the best at arguments, ultimately convinces the opposing mercenaries. They reluctantly give up, with one mercenary nervously admitting they don't like doing stuff like this anyway. Raven, securing the essence for her team, asks Bjorn what he'll do with it, and he simply says they're going to sell it, making this surprisingly peaceful resolution a done deal. Our Barbarian with a gamer's brain is back in a labyrinth with his team, but unlike their usual monster hunting spree, something's definitely off, with Bjorn intensely studying a map while the others worry about what new problem he's cooking up, and they're pretty sure he's going to break the pen from how hard he's gripping it. Even after packing up, that tension isn't going anywhere. Abman finds a map, which sparks the realization that they really don't have another choice. But as they walk, the team can't help but feel frustrated that there are so few monsters around. The thing is, Misha points out that big clans are monopolizing hunting grounds way more intensely than they ever did in the game, making it super disappointing to come all this way to the 5th floor for nothing. They even got told to leave after only taking down one monster, essentially blocking them from farming mana stones or essences. Bjorn is absolutely seething at this gatekeeping, but he resolves to climb to the top no matter what. Luckily, our team still has options, and Erwin steps up to remind them that there are plenty of ways to grow stronger. But if you actually ask seasoned explorers, they'll give you a very different answer about the real difficulties of this place, like the constant lack of light, the inability to sleep when you want to, and the way your body gets absolutely soaked with sweat and dirt. These aren't huge issues on lower floors, but they get worse the higher you go, and she wants something in return for this info. She's heard it too, but really, she just wants them to say outright that they want better food. Bjorn agrees to the idea of better food, and Erwin quickly explains her plan to cook without spreading the smell, then cast her spell, which clearly impresses everyone, and soon a delicious stew is bubbling over the fire. Einar shouts a marriage proposal at Misha because the food is just that good, while Misha, serving everyone, is just glad they like it, and Aban, along with Arua Raven, are genuinely surprised by the magic. Arua, looking mighty self-satisfied, says she's just very skilled and never thought they'd have a proper meal like this on the 5th floor, while Bjorn and Aban prepare to dig in, and the stew boils invitingly. As they all eat by the campfire, Bjorn, taking a bite, casually admits the stew tastes good, and he understands why Einar and Raven want to marry Misha. Misha walks away in utter shock at his casual marriage comment, leaving Bjorn confused and wondering what's wrong with her. But a sudden rustling in the bush, followed by a bright magical flash disintegrating a plant, quickly grabs everyone's attention. Bjorn instantly becomes alert, signaling for silence as he directs Arua to prepare a spell, placing a hand on her head to focus her. Arua bites her finger in concentration, casting a detection spell, which sweeps over the landscape in a wide magical grid, positioning the party defensively. Instead of a dark entity, what appears is just a fluffy little creature whose head and ear are unbelievably cute, as its tiny paw steps on the ground, and the chubby Malar rodent squeaks while holding a piece of food. Misha instantly goes, "Yeah, it's so cute, Nayan," though Einar and Misha are also looking at it with a different kind of hunger. And despite Arua Raven screaming, "Wait, wait," Abman quickly captures the sparkling-eyed rodent. He defeats the Miller rodent, hearing them a bit of EXP. After the cute little incident, Misha and Arua Raven examine a small handheld mirror that dropped, looking closely at it and wondering if it's just a regular mirror. Bjorn, ever pragmatic, blushes while asking his team if they can eat it. The party then asks Arua how they're supposed to use that thing, and Arua looks at the mirror with a curious, "Huh? This mirror," as she cautiously reaches for its glowing surface, with Bjorn and Aman reminding her to be careful, just in case. Luckily, she catches herself from making a big mistake, saying that whatever book she read didn't mention everything, then tries again, leading to a magical activation on the dungeon floor. The party steps through the mirror or fire portal, with Bjorn noting it feels exactly like a rupture. Einar immediately screams a warning as a bunch of monsters charge them, rushing forward in a fiery torrent. Bjorn, however, stands ready with his shield, a confident smile on his face, telling everyone to get ready for battle because he knew this was coming. A massive fire monster stands near a glowing mirror, and the entire exploration party faces the towering, flaming beast. With Upman and Arua Raven looking tense through the mirror frame, Abman fights with his crossbow as Arua casts a magical buff, shouting, "Bear," empowering a heavy weapon with green energy for giantification, and a heavily armored warrior swings a massive hammer downwards into the burning zone. As our crew plunges into the mirror of fire portal, the hunt starts with the wolves, and they are not here for show. Ayana immediately charges headfirst into the monster horde, as Ayana Finalin cuts through the chaos, proving exactly why she is the one you want on the front lines. Slashing with a wild, joyful scream, she drops the creature before it even knows what hit it, making everyone wonder how she always fights with such feral grace, avoiding every attack, while still swinging like she hopped up on something. Meanwhile, Arua is already casting a flurry of ice spells, but the vanguard holds the line, with shields raised against the tide of monsters. But her mana is burning fast, leaving her with less than a third left, so Bjorn quickly tells her to cut the attack spells and just support them, which she readily agrees to. Misha's doing her part too, slicing and dicing. Then comes the hammer, smashing right into the monster's face like it is made of glass, and soon enough they've cleared the immediate area, leaving behind steaming monster corpses. Walking through the gore, our boy steps over the debris and a ton of glowing red mana stones. Luckily, these stones are much denser than usual, meaning the double reward event is in full effect to collect the red mana crystals hovering in the air. Basically the only reason they keep doing this, and Arua can already smell the money. Problem is, Arua's mana takes almost a full day to recover naturally, so Bjorn tells her to save every bit of it from now on. Suddenly, they spot a headhunter essence, and Einar, being Einar, screams for it, wanting to snatch it up, but Bjorn quickly tells her to behave, as it's not good for her. Arua then explains the biggest catch of this mirror world: they can only take one single item from it. Naturally, everyone's wondering what rare artifact they should be looking for, but even Arua admits information on this place is hard to come by. Bjorn turns to Amon. Can he detect the portal? He decides he'll take first watch. Scanning the horizon, they search for the next threat. Amon confirms he'll take over soon, and then we get a time skip to day 22, almost a week before the labyrinth shuts down. And Einar gives Amon a rare smile, probably because surviving a labyrinth together is as close as it gets to a date. Our team has been relentlessly grinding, defeating Hell Guardians, Gremlins, and Doom Warriors, racking up experience and clearing out chaos bugs and destructive fire fairies. It's been a long, exhausting trek with Abman and Erwin looking completely drained, and even Erwin getting startled by an ambush. So they set up camp in a rocky cave with Bjorn on watch. Turns out, all that hard work in the labyrinth labyrinth is paying off big time, as Bjorn sells off a haul of mana stones and essences to a beaming merchant. Back at the shop, Bjorn stands at the counter, and honestly, the man is happier counting gold than killing demons. Getting showered in a cascade of golden coins. Watching the coins rain down is a beautiful sight, and he grabs them like he's catching falling stars. He's happily catching the raining gold, feeling pretty good about actually earning money stones now. But while Bjorn's team is focused on their grind, other adventurers outside the mirror are noticing a decrease in monsters near their portal, right before a soldier reports something shocking to his captain, who stares in disbelief at the news. Because just then, a truly terrifying demonic creature starts emerging from a glowing cave gate, making the commander immediately shout for his team to get into formation. But the peace is short-lived, because suddenly a massive demon hand tears through the space, leaving the red-haired fighter completely stunned, as everyone around stares in sheer terror, while the rest of the party watches in absolute horror, fear written all over their faces as the real monster finally reveals itself. Watching the beast's monstrous face appear. Back with our team, they're traversing a dark burning forest, finding nothing too exciting, until they finally spot a strange demon, a giant beast named Vertars, who seems momentarily confused by their presence. Dust chokes the air as the ground splits, but then a warrior charges straight at it, and Vertars lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation of the labyrinth, making the beast roar in fury. But our red-haired warrior doesn't flinch, charging straight into the belly of the beast. Vertars unleashes a massive explosion. Vertars swings, his arm moving like a falling pillar, slamming its fist down on the warrior, who, surprisingly, just smirks, bracing for more, while a fairy companion evaluates the demon's mana, and slams his fist into the earth, desperate to turn them all into paste. The monster continues to pound him, striking with flaming punches. The strikes keep coming, raining down with terrifying precision, and our team watches the intense battle unfold from a distance, and a flaming punch connects, sending our guy flying through the debris. But even as the fist lands, the battle is only hitting its stride, as the Rua Raven observes all of Verter's devastating skills, knowing exactly what they're up against. Someone from the other party finally shouts, asking how long they're just gonna watch, demanding help, and Arua, now fully aware of Vertars' weaknesses, tells everyone it's time to end this, as she and Aban prepare their combined powers. They unleash a massive explosion, and essence floats victoriously in the air. The team is still cleaning up from their last monster encounter, and naturally, someone suggests that Einar should take a glowing essence they found. Our girl Einar is absolutely thrilled by the idea, grinning from ear to ear, and Misha slyly says she knew this was coming. Problem is, while Bjorn is busy negotiating the details, Einar is worried that she's being sold off to some random mage, but Misha just tells her to stay still. After a quick cuddle with Aban, it's decided that Einar is indeed taking the essence, leaving her feeling surprisingly stronger. They tell her to try out her new skills, so she gets ready, feet planted, but trying to summon demons and rays of destruction ends up being a spectacular failure. Einar, determined not to give up, raises her arms high, channeling energy, and miraculously, the Wings of Greed skill triggers a massive success, making Misha shield her eyes from the sudden bright light. Then, with a burst of golden energy, huge feathered wings erupt from Einar's back, instantly transforming her into a beaming Valkyrie. She's completely over the moon, showing off her new look to Bjorn, who looks a little unnerved, but our girl just keeps stomping her foot, excited to demonstrate more. Unfortunately for Einar, her joy is short-lived when she realizes these gorgeous wings don't actually let her fly. Just as Einar is processing his grave disappointment, a man looks suspiciously skyward, sensing trouble, and a massive explosion erupts in the snowy forest. Einar spins around in shock as ferocious white wolf beasts lunge at the team, signaling a new test for her non-flying wings. Misha notes that Einar seems both stronger and faster in her new form, making Erwin ridiculously excited for future experiments. A short while later, the party finds themselves walking through a dark, foggy forest, eventually stumbling upon a giant broken stone monument. Erwin, with her fairy intuition, suggests that Bjorn touch the glowing monument. Not long after, Misha spots a dilapidated house in the distance, and the team heads inside, finding the interior creepy and ruined. As they explore the house, Einar finds an old book, which turns out to be a diary written in ancient language. Misha translates some chilling entries, revealing a long-lost expedition, a witch, and a desperate plea to use an item in the basement to save the world. Naturally, they immediately head to the basement where Bjorn opens a chest to reveal a glowing red orb. As soon as it's exposed, the orb registers Bjorn as its user, making Erwin suggest they take it to a special evaluator. From there, they jump straight to Kamobi Trading, where Bjorn asks the merchant how much the orb is worth. The problem is, the merchant explains that the orb of fire can only be used by the person who found it, making it essentially priceless and unsellable. Erwin, absolutely stunned, rounds on Bjorn and asks if he knew this, while our boy just sweats nervously, claiming he had no idea. With that valuable, yet unsellable, artifact in hand, Bjorn and Erwin walk away, with Erwin still questioning the orb's true value. Back at the inn, Erwin reveals the shocking price tag of the essence Einar took earlier, a staggering 4 million stones per person, instantly turning Einar to stone from pure shock. Luckily, Bjorn, our generous chief, offers to cover Einar and Aban shares, and Misha, ever the pragmatist, says she can wait for them to pay it back. Misha even laughs good-naturedly as Einar dramatically wails about going deep into debt after spending all her earnings on new gear, leaving her with nothing but a mountain bills. A little later, Bjorn is resting in his room, reflecting on the brutal truth that many explorers died on the 4th floor of the labyrinth. Suddenly, Misha bursts bursts in with an urgent message, a document about a massive raid on the underground city Nor castle. After reading the terrifying details, Bjorn immediately decides his team will not be participating, remembering a warning about the Orculus. When he asks about Einar, Misha tells him her girl is ridiculously excited, thinking this is her chance for fame, but Misha reassures Bjorn she'll talk some sense into her. To get a feel for public opinion, Bjorn scouts out taverns, realizing that ordinary explorers, despite the clear danger, have surprisingly positive opinions about the raid. What he doesn't expect is for some drunk idiot to start running his mouth, insulting barbarians, which of course, makes Einar absolutely furious. Bjorn, tired of the loudmouth, steps in and casually threatens to bash the man's head in, making the scared idiot back down immediately. Later, Bjorn talks to a light-haired woman who's incredibly relieved that he's not joining the raid, then gets flustered, admitting she was worried about him. Back with his team, Bjorn bite him. Back with his team, Bjorn, Misha, and Einar are enjoying candied apples, and our chief tells Einar to go get a seal for something. The good part is, Misha effortlessly activates her spirit beast ability, glowing with magical energy, and Bjorn reflects on how smooth everything has been since they hit the 5th floor. From there, we jump to Bjorn meeting a man in a suit at a cafe to discuss some vague career paths. Later, the team is having dinner, and Erwin, with an annoyingly smug smile, credits her fairy intuition for something, much to the visible annoyance of both Misha and Einar. As Misha and Einar start arguing, Bjorn sighs, wishing they'd get along, especially since Erwin might join their party at some point. His tiring day is cut short when he wakes up abruptly, completely alert, to find a man in camouflage fatigues standing over him, demanding to know if he heard about the raid. Our boy Bjorn is suddenly startled as his soul is ripped away to a virtual realm, where a mysterious figure appears and warns him to never, ever attend the upcoming raid. The figure quickly leaves, explaining that a minute in this realm is only 0.02 seconds outside, which means they are in the middle of a truly intense battle. Back in the virtual battle, Bjorn watches an archer get fatally wounded and impaled, showing just how brutal this fight truly is. He starts typing frantically on his keyboard, commenting on the dying archer's forum post and urging them not to give up. After a while of silently reading through the archer's past comments, he can vividly imagine their whole life. When he refreshes the page, the archer replies, saying that if they return, they will write a letter to Bjorn's address, making Bjorn wish them well before hitting enter. He steps away from his desk, knowing deep down that he will probably never see that archer again. Meanwhile, in the underground city Nor castle, a masked man concludes a meeting, announcing that time has run out and there aren't enough members for the raid. From there, we jump to Amelia Rainwiles, a striking red-haired woman, meeting with the white-haired corpse collector, who wasn't expecting to see her. Amelia asks him how bad the situation is, and he reveals that a powerful family has unleashed a craze of fecker, causing a lot of deaths. She then asks if the Dragon Slayer is fighting, but the man dismisses him, wondering what he can even do with his arms like that. Honestly, Amelia just wants to know if he's improved so she can kill him if he's useless, casually admitting she dislikes his snake eyes. The man then reveals that the Dragon Slayer will be better in a year and is currently looking for his sword to regain his memories. As they enter the throne room, Camilla, a light-haired woman, eagerly greets Amelia, excited to hear that the crazy man is down here. Sadly, they decide to lock down the city for 2 years, meaning no one can leave or enter even through secret routes. Camilla and her companion approach an electrified dungeon barrier, and she dramatically tests it, confirming she really can't get through. Back in Rafdonia, Bjorn is tirelessly scouting taverns, gathering rumors about the Nork raid army. He learns that the Nork army took heavy damages, saved themselves by locking down their city, and 3 of the 10 greatest clans are all dead. With all the information he needs, Bjorn decides they will, once again, enter the labyrinth. As he walks through the street, exhausted from his tedious work, our chief spots someone unexpected. It's the red-haired woman, Amelia Rainwiles, who with a worried glare and drawn sword, declares, "This isn't good," and threatens to beat him up and wipe his memory. Bjorn stares down the red-haired Amelia Rainwiles, instantly knowing 2 things: she didn't come looking for him, and she definitely doesn't want anyone here to recognize her connection to the underground city. In his head, he connects her sudden appearance to the Nork lockdown, realizing she's here to erase his memory, not kill him. He shouts dramatically about keeping his promise, while internally planning to play along and hide the fact that her memory erasure pill won't work on him. Her comment about last time makes him smirk, wondering if his act was a little too obvious. Amelia attacks him with a furious kick, but Bjorn dodges, a confident smirk playing on his lips as her blade whizzes past. He notes her clever sound-dampening skill, realizing it's a very clear "I'm about to ambush you" signal. Meanwhile, our team, Misha, Ayer, Erwin, and Abman, arrives at the labyrinth entrance, ready to get their tags checked. Problem is, the portal to the labyrinth is shrinking fast, and everyone's panicking that they won't make it. But luckily, Aman, our beastman, doesn't hesitate. Using his giantification skill to grow massive and carry everyone inside with a roar, they land in a chaotic blue maze, a dimensional instability phenomenon, and the team is totally confused about how they even got in. Erwin, our resident fairy expert, quickly explains it as a rare warp, one that happens to save them a ton of travel time. Bjorn, always the pragmatic one, uses Erwin's mana sensing to navigate this strange bug in the system, gleefully abusing the shortcut. As they head north to the floor's beast's lair, Erwin can't help but tease Bjorn about being so famous. The conversation quickly turns to who's carrying who, with Misha complaining she's too slow and suggesting Bjorn should carry her since he's empty-handed. But our barbarian is not a horse, so he suggests she carry Einar's backpack instead. And of course, Abman finds the whole argument absolutely delightful, as Einar ends up carrying Erwin, who complains about her being squishy. Our team pushes forward through the crystal-lit cavern, with Einar gamely carrying Erwin on her back, who complains about Einar's squishiness. They decide to set up camp and rest for the night, waiting out the 4 hours until the gateway opens. Luckily, Misha brought an insane spread of food from the pocket realm, and Bjorn devours it like he hasn't eaten in days. A man, ever the cautious one, asks about night watch, but Erwin waves him off, explaining that her detection spells haven't picked up anything, making watch unnecessary here. As the others sleep, a strange phenomenon starts, and Erwin quickly asks Bjorn if it's what she thinks it is. Bjorn confirms they've stumbled into an instance dungeon, a stairs of patience that exists on each floor, and Erwin naturally is immediately game to go searching for it. Bjorn directs him on to the rupture location, and the two explorers express anxiety about the mental challenges inside. Though Einar seems oddly curious, Bjorn internally wonders if learning about this hallucination-type dungeon will shed light on his own normalcy as a transmigrated gamer. He enters the stairs of patience, instantly recognizing the hallucination-type dungeon and grumbling, "Not this again," as his past trauma, hospital visits, and discharge papers flashes before his eyes. He tries to shrug it off, telling himself he's an adult now and that pain builds tolerance. But the dungeon is updated, and soon ghostly figures appear, accusing him and asking if he's happy to be alive in their place. Our boy Bjorn doesn't hesitate, attacking the fake spirits, knowing they're just an illusion. Unfortunately, Misha, seeing his struggle, is absolutely terrified, weeping and clinging to another companion. Suddenly, they find a giant portal, only to realize it's a cage trapping them inside. Bjorn, annoyed, explains there are 2 types of ruptures, then leads them to take a break and debrief. Erwin, seemingly oblivious to the danger, excitedly points out how lucky they are, having found a mirror, a rupture, and even the blood-tinted castle, all on their second expedition. Bjorn just dismisses her with a flat, as if. They decide to rush to the center for rewards, and it's a good thing, because they quickly run into an armored doppelganger of Bjorn himself. Our barbarian warns his team to stay on guard, knowing just how strong he is. Abman, shocked, calls the copycat a monster, as Bjorn and his companions clash in a devastating burst of red energy. But with everyone's help, Bjorn strikes down the doppelganger, celebrating that getting lucky with teammates is also a skill. The rest of the team just stares in blank shock at the raw power they just witnessed. Boy Bjorn's doppelganger deftly blocks his attack, and Bjorn realizes this copycat has even picked up his foul play habits, seemingly enjoying the fight just as much as he is. Misha, of course, is completely horrified by his enjoyment as the 2 Bjorns wrestle. She charges in to help, but the doppelganger, in a moment of pure chaos, uses Bjorn's voice to confess, "I love you," to Misha. Our poor beastwoman blushes bright red, while the rest of the team stares in utter shock, with the man yelling for them to kill the air already. Bjorn, finding the whole thing incredibly fun, just smirks as the doppelganger is pinned. His teammates cheer him on, but the clone curses him out, revealing it was all a ruse, leaving Misha absolutely furious at the damn barbarian, threatening to kill him. Apparently getting lucky with teammates is a skill, and so is knowing their weaknesses as another doppelganger fight kicks off. Abman is genuinely shocked by Bjorn's strength, while Erwin, our resident mage, wonders aloud why he's still only 6th rank, given this power. Given this power. Apen, in a moment of dark humor, even suggests killing the original Bjorn instead. Misha, after making quick work of her doppelganger, demands Bjorn tell them his weaknesses, and our man, sighing, reluctantly spills the beans. 4 hours later, after debriefing, they move cautiously through the cavern, knowing there's a good chance they'll run into other teams' doppelgangers. Problem is, they immediately encounter a hooded figure, Kristen, from Bjorn's past. The team, ever helpful, shoves Bjorn forward, telling him to fight Kristen alone, and Misha confirms it's the guy from back then. Kristen, not one to wait, immediately summons monstrous beasts, a massive turtle and a fiery tiger, unleashing a chaotic blast of fire and explosions across the cavern. As the dust settles, they find a small item on the ground, wondering if it's some kind of trap. A guard trips, and Bjorn, recognizing the pattern, wonders if the infamous has effect, his own legendary bad luck, is already kicking. Abman frantically urges them to hurry through the cramped passage. Inside his head, Bjorn, as Hans, quickly reveals Kristen's weaknesses. He has no leg armor, his shield can't cover his legs, and while his fire resistance is decent, ice magic is key to stopping his bleeding, while wind and earth count as physical attacks. Bjorn, ever the practical one, spits on his own wound to clean it, grossing out Misha. Erwin then warns them that Kristen bites hard when cornered, leaving Bjorn utterly exasperated. So, our barbarian Bjorn and his exploration party are taking a well-deserved break in a dimly lit cave, but something definitely makes Bjorn tense and surprised, with Einar looking equally shocked right beside him. Einar, never one to admit fear, even kneels to tell a fairy wizard that H was surprised, but not scared, and of course, just as she says that, the narrator's favorite running gag, the Hans effect, kicks in hard. First, we meet Hans, a sinister-looking dude with a creepy smile who introduces himself along with a note detailing his crimes. Then Hans Arget pops up, involved with a cultist, followed by Hans Staub, whose note mentions his greed for Bjorn's money, and finally, Hans Horger, who has an arrest note by his name. Naturally, the fairy mage is totally exasperated, muttering about how this definitely doesn't seem like a coincidence. So, she offers her concerned party members a mage's blessing, which Bjorn mentally dismisses as a sham, just mages walking around hoping old people or kids will beg them for good luck. Still, ever the pragmatist, Bjorn asks if she can do it multiple times. And then, without missing a beat, he kneels in front of her to get that good luck. She touches his forehead to perform the ritual, announcing that he has received her good fortune, and a bright light appears, signaling the magical blessing. The fairy mage looks absolutely shocked by the sheer intensity of the magic. Anar, still yelling at Bjorn to get it together, reminds him he's their team leader, but our barbarian just confidently smiles, admitting he doesn't know about luck, but he does feel better. The thing is, his teammates know the Hans effect is just a jinx that will pass eventually, and the fairy mage looks on at her sitting party members, confused, as she hadn't run into a Hans effect is just a jinx that will pass eventually, and the fairy mage looks on at her sitting party members, confused, as she hadn't run into a Hans when she met the dragon slayer. She's honestly left wondering if all explorers are this weird, as Bjorn's internal monologue reveals he's now analyzing the clone team they faced earlier, noting they're a 5-person group with a guide and far less skilled than his team. The two teams interact with sinister smiles, and Bjorn believes they won't have to worry about the clones messing with loot sharing. Misha looks sideways nervously as the others agree, because they don't know anything about the third team in the dungeon. Naturally, Bjorn quickly gets back to punching opponents during combat, landing hard hits on their faces. Then, a magic crystal chest is discovered again, and Einar, ever the barbarian, rummages through it, wondering if there's anything else inside, with the whole exploration team gathering around as magic flows from the chest. A female fairy explorer examines a stone structure within the labyrinth, as Bjorn observes how odd it feels now that he's experiencing it in real life rather than just playing a game. An armored explorer stands before a glowing rift portal, pondering the world's true nature, asking if it's a game or just another world. So, they get up earlier than usual and head toward the deepest part of the cave, moving through the dark cave system. When a dwarf explorer suddenly looks downward while speaking to his companions, a companion is confused by the sudden command to stop approaching. As an armored knight with a shield steps forward demanding their tags, another man laughs nervously, trying to de-escalate the tension, and a hand holds up a silver identification tag to show credentials. Two characters compare silver tags to verify their statuses, asking if they're set. The group gathers, with one asking if there's a problem, then suggesting they introduce themselves. Bjorn introduces himself as Yandel's son, noticing along with Einar and Raven that these guys are not from the city. They realize the tags have numbers in an ancient language, very small, revealing lower-ranked explorers get a 1, intermediates a 2, and advanced a 3. Bjorn's determined eyes show he thinks it's a bit shoddy but a smart choice, even with loopholes. The tags they showed Bjorn's group had the number 1, so Bjorn, in his head, knows these guys are rats from Nork, wondering if they should just take violent action against them. The other explorers, unaware they've been caught, suggest working together and pretend not to know for now. An armored character smirks with skepticism at the mention of reading up on the rupture. Then, an explorer points to an altar, explaining they need to put their hands on it to open a path. A warrior in a helmet tells his companion they are useful, because if they follow this path they will come into a forest. A young man smiles happily and laughs, and another character suggests the group should take the time to get to know each other better. A party member exclaims in excitement that they have a priestess with them, claiming good luck. A female character looks down with a judgmental expression, and a fairy character reacts with annoyance to a rude comment. An armored warrior yells in anger, intimidating the others. An elf and a wizard look concerned together, as a group negotiates the terms of their dice roll, suggesting they subtract 1 from their dice roll, dice. A nervous adventurer requests they subtract 2, but they'll use their other advantage. A blonde woman suggests a reasonable rule: if a team makes a mistake, they subtract 1 from their dice, and add it back if they make up for it. The party discusses the rule in the cavernous setting, then they walk through a dark forest cave, entering a special field called Doppelganger Forest, which brings a distrust status abnormality. The group moves through the woods, and a tactical map shows the player and 3 boss monsters, indicating a tough fight ahead. A warrior in a helmet sighs in frustration as they realize what they're up against. Shadowy figures move through the forest at night, and a close-up of a boot stepping onto forest ground shows the tension. The party faces a monstrous beast, with one member yelling that they need to cut off its tail first. The beast's massive paw slams into the ground, delivering a devastating blow. A massive creature clashes with a warrior's shield, while teammates watch and prepare in the background. A warrior faces the monster in the mist, with everyone doing their jobs. A young male adventurer looks surprised and nervous, and a bearded dwarf reacts with alarm as the chaos unfolds. Suddenly, a soldier in a helmet yells for everyone to stop moving, and a glowing magical essence rests on the ground, as someone shouts for Raven to take out the dice. So after defeating the monstrous Manicore, its golden swirling essence appears, offering stat increases for judgment, appetite, and leaping force. But Bjorn notes its unique nature. A system window for the heredity passive skill reveals a character consuming a red crystal, and Bjorn realizes only the leaping force is truly useful here. Bjorn, wearing his silver helmet, smiles nervously, because in his head, he knows this essence's true value comes from eating magic crystals to raise stats. He, Kurd Murad, Real Warp Che, and Brown Rotmiller react in surprise in the forest as they realize what Bjorn's getting at. With the glowing essence floating near his boots, Bjorn acknowledges that his team also knows its true worth. He tells everyone to back up and then interacts with the system window for his passive heredity, which is at 200 to S the 200, because the real value of this essence only shows itself once it's erased into temple. Bjorn absorbs the essence via his passive skill, permanently obtaining a part of its stats as the Manticore's essence is removed from his character's soul. As his teammates gather, he explains that it lets him keep 20% of the stats, essentially a super potion that gives him 40 bonus stats, and asks if anyone wants to give up on it, or when Fornachi Josha and the others immediately clamor for it, saying it's useful for everyone except the mage and priest. Admin Eurofried looks serious, internally scoffing at the idea they'd give up on something so expensive. Bjorn then asks how they plan to take it, wondering if they intend to sell it since they don't have space for more essences. His teammates look on with serious expressions, knowing the stakes are high. Admin Eurofried, shown in a small head inset, explains they'll still participate, and if they win, they'll just watch until the essence vanishes. Erwin Fornaci di Terzia holds out a 10-sided die, smiling, ready to roll for it. The multi-sided die is tossed into the air over the group, and the young explorer frantically reaches out as it falls. The die lands, glowing intensely with the number 10 showing, much to their shock. The explorer gasps in shock at the perfect result, while a close-up shot shows a hand holding the 10-sided die, everyone screaming in excitement. Explorers in a forest clearing react as the die is triumphantly dropped. But then, another die rolls on the forest floor, showing the number 9, and party members react in the shock and horror. Bjorn in his helmet looks around, questioning reality and cursing the crazy dwarf. Realizing he had it in him. In his head, Bjorn knows they've basically already won, and he cannot give up now, because too many things depend on him. Misha Karlstein and Erwin Fornaci de Terja smile and encourage Bjorn, saying it's not like him to be nervous and believing he can pull it off. As a hand reaches down towards a group of adventurers, dice roll in the air, and Bjorn admits he won't talk about the probabilities. A close-up of a die lands on the number 10, and a close-up view shows a face reflected or appearing on the surface of the die. Einar Fenelon shouts in excitement, thinking they've won again, but then a die rolls across the rough ground, kicking up dust, and lands, showing the number 1. Bjorn stands with his teammates around the single die on the floor, utterly defeated. A dwarf laughs hysterically at the result, and Einar Fenelon immediately defends Bjorn from being mocked. The dwarf, however, just mocks their previous confidence, saying how scared he was and how certain they looked. Bjorn regrets the outcome and his choice, a look of despair on his face. He then asks how much they're going to pay for his trouble, and the red-bearded dwarf quotes high prices, 15 million for the test tube and 5 million for something else. Bjorn, finding the offer profitable but still too low, decides to walk away and ask someone else. The adventurers explain they don't have a test tube because it's really expensive, so Bjorn confronts the dwarf about the price, suspecting they're trying to rip him off. Bjorn picks his nose, refusing to negotiate, telling them not to buy it if they think he's too short to know the law of supply and demand. A close-up of Bjorn's face shows his unwavering resolve. The adventurers, lacking funds, offer payment in the city. The red-bearded dwarf angrily deprices significantly. A tense close-up shows the dwarf looking grim, as if this deal is far from over. Suddenly, a horned beast roars furiously amidst crackling magical energy, and a massive explosion obliterates the enemy. Then the party discovers an ancient ruined structure in the foggy forest at night, and Misha Karlstein asks if it's what they're looking for. Erwin Fornaci de Tirsia and Misha Karlstein discover a magical barrier, asking what it is. One character warns another about placing the wrong person on the altar, as the dwarf contemplates that one of them was switched out for a doppelganger, and they need to find them and place them on the central altar. As the adventurers with weapons travel through a dark area, Bjorn finds it more suspicious that someone is singling him out from the start. A character carries a red-capped creature on their back, and a blonde-haired character walks with a staff, adding to the mysterious ambiance. Crafter walks with a staff. Bjorn, in his armor, walks alongside the group, ever vigilant. The full group of adventurers walks together in line, carefully navigating the environment. The line of adventurers continues through the forest, a picture of cautious progression. Bjorn defends his stance against accusations, saying he just pointed out what was strange, and that accusing him for it is even more suspicious. A blonde female adventurer suggests they just use a verification spell instead, noting that he wouldn't be easy. Point adventurer suggests they just use a verification spell instead, noting that he wouldn't be easy. A brown-cloaked explorer and a bearded dwarf discuss the verification spell, confirming it doesn't work on doppelgangers, which at least decreases the number of suspects. A beast man with silver hair and pointed ears reacts suspiciously under a floating scale icon, asking why they're asking that. The silver-haired beast man stands with eyes closed, asserting that he is a man under the glowing scale icon. A character in a purple hat affirms the statement with a smile, and a blonde-haired female character in a purple hat affirms the statement with a smile, and a blonde-haired female character in a beret nods, and then agrees briefly. Portrait cards flash, showing that none of these people can be a doppelganger. Portrait card of a silver-haired Therian swordsman, confirming his identity. Portrait card of a guide character with brown hair and a cap. Portrait card of a bare-eared guide and archer. Portrait card of a bare-eared guide and archer. Portrait card of a red-haired Therian swordswoman. Portrait card of a blonde barbarian warrior. The full group adventurer stands in the forest at night, realizing the doppelganger is among the remaining 9. An elf character in green looks nervous, suggesting a memory check, surprised that more than half remained after that, figuring most of them are veterans. A close-up of a warrior in a helmet appearing ready to start the verification. A bearded dwarf warrior stands alert, gripping an axe, asking why they are being questioned. A brown-cloaked traveler reacts defensively to the questioning, refusing to say anything. The dwarf and an armored warrior argue heatedly about essences, with the dwarf accusing the other of being insane for asking about essences. The group of adventurers argues loudly about doppelganger accusations, with some accusing others of not remembering because they're doppelgangers, and others firing back that they were accused without proof. A female elf with a bow shouts in frustration at the barbarian, saying he's too logical for a barbarian, which she calls speciesist. The elf argues defensively while looking at the brown-clad traveler, asking if he remembers when they first met him in the land of the dead. A character threatens another with violence in a heated moment, asking if they want to die. The adventurers descend into chaos, with some apologizing and restraining others. A cattered beast woman looks annoyed and realizes something. A close-up of the elf's frustrated eyes and scowling expression makes her wonder if any of this makes sense. The elf stares in astonishment at a glowing stone hovering over an altar, a clear sign of truth. The group of adventurers stands around the altar, watching the glowing truth stone, which they say is created at that moment. A warrior in a helmet holds up a crystal, confronting the group and stating he's not the doppelganger. The bearded dwarf angrily crushes the crystal with his hand, answering that he is not the doppelganger. The group reacts in shock, with a mage questioning what happened, realizing he told the truth. A close-up of a heavy boot taking taking a step forward on the stone floor, signaling a shift in momentum. An intense close-up of a pair of eyes glowing in the dark, indicating a hidden threat. The barbarian warrior lets out a loud roar in the midst of a battlefield, ready to confront the real culprit. The armored barbarian thrusts his fist aggressively, accusing someone else of being the suspicious one. An unseen person points at the archer, ordering him to the altar, accusing him of attacking and convincing the dwarf. The panicked archer shouts in defense, saying he wasn't the only one, but another voice dismisses him, claiming they don't need an archer anyway. The archer looks down with his eyes closed, resigned to his fate. The angry dwarf warrior confronts the archer about taking responsibility, saying they need to check someone from his team now. A close-up of the armored warrior looking shocked tells the others to stay calm. A group of adventurers confronts a wizard holding a staff while a beast woman looks on intensely, asking how this happened. A hand holds a mystical circular item glowing with a scale symbol, indicating a truth-telling artifact. A shocked character with wide trembling eyes looks up in terror. The wizard with a blue hat and scarf holds the mystical object, speaking seriously, and a knight in a metallic helmet looks forward with a serious expression. Ready for the next step, a bearded warrior with reddish hair grunts in agreement. A glowing magical effect swirls as a character speaks their intent, stating they'll ask a question just to check if it's working. The team stands within a glowing blue magical circle on the ground, and one asks if his name was Marthin. Then another asks which city he's from. A dwarf with a red beard looks on with shock as a wizard, and another man suddenly appear, completely out of nowhere. A close-up of a glowing eye staring intensely confirms that this is no ordinary encounter. Without hesitation, the dwarf strikes the wizard in the head with an axe, kicking off the chaos. A knight in armor shouts for everyone to prepare for battle, with the fairy explorer looking on, horrified. A young man looks shocked as a hand is placed on his shoulder, calling out, Parhayan, in alarm. One man is knocked backward by a strike while other party members watch, unable to intervene. The dwarf warrior with a red beard charges forward with his axe, a whirlwind of fury. A fighter holds a glowing weapon, while a panicked man stammers, barely able to speak. The dwarf warrior faces a group of fearful adventurers in the forest, clearly enjoying the chaos. He shouts angrily at the group, claiming he is proof of their treachery. A hand holds a glowing coin with a scale symbol, which is apparently that proof. A warrior stands before a massive explosion looking stunned, asking what as the blast hits. A figure is caught in the massive magical explosion, screaming in pain, a harsh consequence of the fight. A man panics and apologizes while summoning fire with his hands, desperately trying to defend himself. A close-up of the elf looking terrified and sweating reveals he's from the same place as the attacker. A close-up of the soldier's face shows pure shock at the unfolding events. A close-up of a dwarf looking angry and frustrated, knowing things are escalating. A character in a cap looks dazed and clutches their chest, reeling from the impact. An archer aims her bow while someone sits defeated on the ground, stating she did all the dangerous things until now and that they should stick together because her secret got out. A man and elf archer move quickly through the forest, cursing the damned bastard dwarf. The elf archer aims her bow as something approaches, ready to fire. A large warrior in armor looks on from the background, assessing the situation. A dwarf warrior with a shield prepares for combat, anticipating the next attack. A cloaked figure holds an axe with another character nearby, both ready for action. A magic user casts a spell while holding a book, adding more firepower to the fray. A fighter in armor charges with a shield and weapon, ready to take on whatever comes next. A fierce combat scene unfolds as a fighter strikes and collides with another. A character threatens their opponent while holding a glowing weapon, vowing to take the light away from them. The character delivers a swift, powerful strike to their opponent. A blast of energy hits the ground as a character reacts in frustration to what was just said. A close-up of a fighter being struck shows them crying out in pain. A wolf beast man blocks an attack with a shield, holding the line. A red-haired fighter with cat traits swings her sword, asking if he really thinks that was cool. A white-haired warrior grits his teeth as he defends against a slash, finding her rude. A warrior faces a red-haired combatant in a dark forest clearing, explaining it's just a habit as a martial artist. The two characters clash swords while trading insults, asking what's with the Nayas. A blonde warrior charges forward with a look of fury, ready to unleash their full power. An intense explosion erupts with glowing slashes and debris, a display of successive slash and scars of explosion. A character falls back in terror as energy surrounds them, screaming. A blonde warrior with tattoos leaps down with great force, a true barbarian. Then, a huge glowing red centipede-like monster strikes, sending rocks flying, catching everyone by surprise. Adventurers react in shock as the glowing monster emerges, asking if it's just in time, or if it's a worm. A man in brown clothing is blasted backward by glowing magical energy, crying out in pain. A blonde woman in green armor grimaces in anger, cursing the situation. She leaps away from incoming glowing green arrows, yelling for someone to do something. A blonde fairy character shouts in terror, telling them to wait. A large bear monster attacks as a blonde mage prepares a spell, cursing why a bear sounds like that. The blonde woman grimaces with an angry symbol above her head, still wondering why a bear sounds like that. The blonde woman grimaces with an angry symbol above her head. A beast man with bear ears pulls back a crossbow with a dark aura, noting it's a rude thing to say. A helmeted warrior in armor holds a shield against a fiery blast, as Abman Erikfried uses enhancement and hazardous material. A dwarf with an axe stands amidst an exploding field, asking if they knew. A close-up of a bearded man's mouth smirking reveals he knows they're gonna die soon. A mysterious figure stands in purple magical miasma, stating that the dwarf is the core of their team. The bearded dwarf with an axe looks forward with a serious expression, ready for a fight. A massive shadowy statue holds two small figures in its palm, as Bjorn realizes a character has entered the special field Crossroads of Fate. Two warriors stand at opposite ends of a giant stone palm, revealing that only followers of Karui can use this power to send two opponents to a separate realm. The armored warrior holds a club and shield, while questioning the dwarf's confidence in bringing him there, knowing one of them has to die unless someone cuts off the power from the outside. The bearded man looks thoughtful as he speaks, confident that his teammates would defeat the others as long as he's not here. A large armored warrior confronts a small dwarf in an arena, considering his plan a waste of time. The armored warrior roars as he charges forward, ready to end this quickly. The small dwarf races nervously behind his shield, preparing for the inevitable. The dwarf is struck forcefully in a red-tinted impact, crying out in pain, as the warrior wonders how far he can run on those short legs. A close-up of a brute pressing firmly into the ground shows the warrior's resolve. Two warriors face off on rocky terrain, with one stating their defense is dependable. A high-impact strike hits with a red fiery explosion, and the warrior challenges him to endure this too. A dwarf pops out from a hole in the ground, asking if this is whack-a-mole. The bearded character reacts in shock as he is struck, wondering what happened after the 13th hit. A triumphant armored warrior stands over a defeated dwarf, who cries out in despair. A hand reaches out towards a glowing attack, demanding it back, as the dwarf reveals he didn't expect to get this core item like this, which is the No 2988 Guard Knight symbol, giving him 50% shock absorption. A hand holds a glowing potion bottle as the field deactivates, and the unknown character, having retrieved their items, feels much better now. A warrior in white armor looks at a fallen character, checking if everyone is fine, having wondered what his plan was, and yelling at them to get down. A close-up of a muscular hand activating a glowing magic potion or item. The party struggles while fighting against a shadowy creature in the dungeon. A blonde character wearing a hat looks shocked and fearful while holding a magical staff. A companion holding a book looks on in terror alongside a beast-like warrior, watching his leap and genification are activated. Misha and a blonde barbarian look on with amazement and excitement, with the barbarian yelling she wants to do it too. A barbarian plunges downward towards the ground at high speed, surrounded by energy but Charon. The barbarian strikes the enemy positions with a massive impact from above, a true meteor. Two characters fall through the air as one yells angrily at the dwarf, accusing him of saying he could do it. A helmeted warrior in the foreground stands observing the chaotic battle, admitting that did something at least. A warrior readies an attack while a priestess watches from a distance, anticipating the landing effect and a significant increase in threat stats. A barbarian warrior smiles confidently while surrounded by fiery energy, activating Wild Outburst. A giant armored barbarian warrior stands victorious over a defeated opponent, knowing his threat level will be 3 times higher, and physical stats will also increase. Fallen allies lie on the ground during a fight, a testament to the brutal battle. A wounded person reaches out their hand in desperation, signaling defeat. A terrified fighter panics, while looking back as defeat approaches, screaming that they lose. As our barbarian team stands victorious over a pile of defeated foes, one poor captive can only stare up at Bjorn, genuinely convinced that he's an ogre and pleading for his life. Even Erwin, the fairy explorer, has to admit they've lost big time. Then Bjorn turns his attention to a group of captives, who are still gagged and bound, and asks his team, with perfect deadpan seriousness, where in the world they found gags for monsters. Arua Raven, bless her heart, looks absolutely baffled by the question, mentally chastising herself for being offended. But honestly, she cannot process Bjorn's casual query about monster gags. She even has to ask him, slightly nervous, if those gags are actually for monsters, to which Bjorn starts to explain his plan to capture one alive for research, before Arua cuts him off, utterly horrified, wondering what the hell he was thinking. While Bjorn and Raven negotiate a hilarious social distancing in the middle of a battle, his other teammates actually get Elisa, the Karui priestess, to heal the remaining injured. Misha immediately asks what happened to the mage, and Avan confirms that her heart had already stopped, leaving no doubt about her fate. But as Bjorn questions a terrified captive, the captive immediately blames an evil spirit for the mage's death, clearly trying to avoid punishment by shifting blame to a doppelganger. With the situation a mess, Bjorn, ever the pragmatic leader, asks his team what they should do with the captives. Aniar, naturally, just wants to kill them all if they're doppelgangers, while Misha looks deeply concerned about the implications. Raven, ever the cautious one, wonders if these captives would even cooperate, and a man points out the obvious danger of having untrusted allies. See, the Nomarch guys are one thing, they'll disappear once they leave, but these supposed evil spirits are a completely different and far more dangerous problem. A man and Misha look deadly serious as they recall the chief's words on the matter. Then Bjorn turns away from the group, his face set in a grim expression. Erwin steps forward with her rifle, prepared to join the discussion. Out in the dark forest, Bjorn prepares for a chilling reveal. A bound and gagged individual, the one identified as Erwin, struggles desperately. Then our boy Bjorn grabs his spiked mace and in a truly ominous tone promises the captive that it won't hurt. As Bjorn stands there, weapon in hand, Erwin, the actual fairy explorer, comments on the utility of the gag, then wonders why he had to be so rough with it. She tells him she knows they're meant for monsters, but he could have broken them if he wasn't careful. But then it's revealed that she is now the only doppelganger candidate left, and Erwin gasps as the horrifying realization dawns on her. Out of the 9 people the detection spell didn't work on, only she and Raven remain. Bjorn calmly states that he used the Stone of Truth, clearly indicating it pointed to her. Erwin instantly panics, denying the accusation, but it's too late. The other adventurers round on her, expressing their shock and disbelief, while Erwin desperately pleads for them to recharge. Einar, however, is having none of it and mocks Erwin, asking why they would wait. Erwin is practically crying, pleading for trust, and begging them to bring back Aru, her precious mage colleague. Bjorn just looks grim through it all. Then, in a moment of pure genius, Erwin suggests that doppelgangers are really good at playing dead, wondering if someone is still alive. And just like that, Bjorn realizes she's right on the money, delighted that she said exactly what he was thinking, without him even having to prompt her. Without hesitation, our barbarian attacks the dead mage, and begins to pour a strange liquid over the body, explaining that a truly advanced disguise is almost impossible to tell from a real corpse. The mage screams in agony as the liquid takes effect, revealing her true nature. Bjorn pins her down, ending the charade. He slams his hand down, sealing her fate. Bjorn then gives the order to chase down the thief and kill her before she can regain her power. Anar and Missa watch, the grim reality of the situation sinking in. The group quickly gathers around the now injured, revealed doppelganger. Einar rounds on Erwin, still frustrated by the previous confusion, reminding her that she's a mage and human, not a monster. Erwin, clearly annoyed, grumbles about Einar's pronunciation of Aru, but then she hugs Einar, admitting that she can call her whatever she wants, especially after such a terrifying misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Bjorn stands with his party among ancient ruins, an internal thought about using this situation to his advantage. Two explorers look concerned as they discuss their next move. Bjorn, now back in his helmet, asks his team to tell him everything they know about the ruins. One nervous explorer hesitantly begins, admitting that he won't be much help in battle, only in finding the way forward. However, he assures them that Parthian, the sleeping mage, should be a great asset. He explains that Parthian specializes in non-attack spells but is still a powerful 5th rank mage. Bjorn is shocked, realizing Raven is only a 6th rank, and wonders how Hans got someone this skilled on his team, knowing they still can't take out the Guardian with just 7 people. So, they decide to scour the loot the dwarf team dropped earlier, finding a magical ring and a magical belt. Parthian then wakes up and, catching snippets of conversation, mentions Nork and evil spirits, agreeing that they need to use everything they can. He then looks up at Dorn, ready for instruction. A hand casts a glowing spell over the magical belt, inspecting it. The mage studying the belt asks if they're from the Narman school, finally getting around to introductions with the Altamian school wizard. Meanwhile, Einar is absolutely thrilled with some new gear, showing Misha how perfect it looks on her. The team gathers around a mysterious document covered in symbols, seeking more answers. Bjorn, now more confident with their enhanced resources, declares that they'll proceed. He then casually tosses some gear to Misha, clearly having planned her upgrades. The camera focuses on a shiny silver earring, one of the new items. Then an armored boot steps onto the grass, completing Bjorn's new look. Suddenly, a system message pops up, identifying Bjorn as character equipped number 8 Sex 7, Outlaw of the Barren Lands, leading him to wonder if this new gear is finally the counteraction to his cursed Hans effect. Bjorn's crew is on a night mission through a creepy misty forest, with one of his party members reporting that the guide is already waiting at the altar since he's too useless to fight, when suddenly something startles the whole group. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain immediately raises his shield, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle as the first enemies appear. Apparently these horned armored soldiers are enemies of the Empire, and they're advancing with spears, ready to fight. Our boy grips his fist, ready to show them why you don't mess with his crew. The enemies don't even know what's coming when Bjorn leaps into the air with a massive green energy burst around him, activating his gigantification skill, which not only makes him weigh over 500 kilograms, but also adds a special rebound effect to his damage as he violently clashes against the dark entities. He screams in exertion, putting his all into every strike. Meanwhile, a flaming projectile flies through the air, striking an enemy directly in the shoulder, helping turn the tide. Soon enough, his party stands victorious on a field covered with fallen foes. Bjorn sighs in relief over a fallen helmet, the battle clearly leaving him and his team exhausted, and the poor wizard looks particularly nervous. Luckily, the party's mages channel a powerful 5th rank spell, Reinforcement, to bolster the team, with a female mage shouting as she unleashes a powerful thunderbolt. Powerful lightning strikes down from the sky, and it seems hunting a bunch of enemies like this is the best way to make progress, as the seal they're investigating is now 20% undone. From there, they rush through the brush like they're running from time itself, with one of them telling a fairy named Aru to hold on tight at Supleth, with one of them telling a fairy named Aru to hold on tight. Suddenly, Misha Karlstein, our cat-tailed warrior, spots a mysterious, large hole in the ground, shouting in surprise. The adventurers start arguing about whether to enter the hole, but it seems they make a decision as a fairy examines a glowing crystal. The problem is, as Bjorn walks by, he's suddenly attacked and entangled by glowing green tendrils from a crystal pillar, which someone touches to activate. Then they're all walking towards a bright pillar of light in the distance. Bjorn, overlooking the forest from a high cliff edge with a mage, sighs, admitting that's all they can do for now. Now the real fun begins. It's time for the boss fight, as they enter the hiding spot of a thief. Inside, they find a figure crouched in injury on a large stone inscription, who screams in terror, asking if they're there to kill him too. Our barbarian looms over the terrified character with his mace held high. A bright magical pillar erupts vertically, illuminating the dark forest, signaling the first phase of the fight has begun. Bjorn, now in gladiator armor, readies his mace against a shifting, swirling green creature, activating the protective mimicry skill, which is exclusive to doppelgangers. He takes an intense red energy impact straight to the face and curses out the 4th rank monster, calling for Raven to support him. Sure enough, a 9th rank's curse magic, dulling, flies the enemy's way as soon as he pings for support, which definitely makes things a bit easier. But this only fulfilled the first condition for the fight, because now the real first phase begins. A green multi-eyed creature suddenly attaches itself to the back of an armored fighter, and tentacles lash out from it, surrounding the fighter in the cavern. Luckily, Erwin Fornaci di Tirzia, our blonde fairy mage, casts a powerful fire spell from her staff, unleashing a large torrent of fire across the arena. She then shouts that there are 4 left, and Bjorn, always ready for chaos, declares, "Is that so? Then don't mind me," as he rushes forward, commanding them to get rid them fire before Erwin screams, "Be they reserve them fire." Before Erwin screams, "Be there all hands Kaishrin," a shocked party member grips their mace, unable to believe what they're seeing. The team stands ready in the cavern, with Erwin leading the organized attack, even as a grinning helmeted warrior sticks out his tongue in defiance. The creature begins to split apart, creating fiery energy on the ground, and then two giants loom over the party, with Misha, our cat-tailed warrior, reacting in distress, even as Raven burns as much of them as possible before they fully take shape. Erwin, looking weary, states that the first phase is finally over, even though some of them really put them through suffering. Bjorn stands on a glowing red circular inscription, sighing in relief and declaring the third vibration is complete, meaning the seal is now 40% released, exactly as he predicted, while Erwin looks concerned into a glowing magical pouch, and a warrior watches as a massive grotesque eye opens on the surface of the green creature. This new phase has the explorers tense and confused, wondering why it's starting with Erwin nervously holds her staff, and suddenly, she's pointing a finger, shouting that the other one is the fake, right before a blonde fairy mage is struck through the head by an arrow. Someone screams Aru's name, asking how they're going to find out which one is real now. As an armored warrior stands over the fallen fairy with a large sword drawn, the monster's crossbow is locked onto a circular floor design. Then, a broken trust artifact appears, borrowed from Parthian, signaling the third and final berserk phase of the bubbling monstrous entity. A warrior wearing a helmet looks confused, contemplating where the monster's voice is even coming from. Another warrior, radiating focus, prepares for battle, warning everyone to watch out if they go down. Suddenly, multiple nameless thief monsters emerge, auto-reproducing and surrounding a beastman warrior, who expresses concern about this many before another voice reassures him they're much weaker than the previous ones. Meanwhile, the seal release progresses quickly from 50 to 70% as a hand inserts a card-like item into a mechanical slot. A fierce warrior, radiating intense red energy, strikes at a monster, declaring with certainty that he guarantees their success. He had been here before, and he can do it with any species, humans, other goblins, and even elves. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. And he can do it with any species, humans, other goblins, and even elves. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Our chubby young master is about to pull the rarest skill in the whole game, and the entire forum loses its mind trying to figure out how. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Right before he humiliates every player who doubted him. Everyone's asking about the outlaw of the barren lands, and Erwin, ever the warrior, insists it's too dangerous to pursue, fearing they'll all go after Bjorn. But our boy Bjorn just calmly smiles, already thinking about how he just needs to stay alive. His confused team just stares, but Bjorn knows that enduring all kinds of hardships to land an ultimate attack is his specialty. Erwin tries to protest, knowing that's not exactly a strategy, but Bjorn is already swinging his giant weapon down with an impact that startles everyone, leaving even their wizard sweating but smiling. With the seal progress already at a terrifying 90%, Bjorn leaps into action, activating his gigantification skill, making him a terrifying sight to behold. He unleashes a wild outburst, fully in Barbarian mode, delivering an ultimate damage strike. He crashes down, slamming into green slime, then focuses his blows on the glowing crystal at its heart, knowing that's where the real damage stacks. Even as the crystal shatters in its final struggle, everyone knows this is going to be a tough fight. The team is surrounded by countless clones, battling fierce magic lightning, with Bjorn taking on multiple attackers at once. Erwin shouts that their mana barrier won't hold up for long, knowing the mages will run out before even a minute is up, which is exactly why Bjorn had to do this on his own. Misha, worried sick, needs reassurance that Bjorn, the great warrior, will be okay. Just as the crystalline structures glow, and he finally feels relief, Bjorn's eye widens in sudden shock, because the magic that was supposed to protect them has run out earlier than expected, leaving Misha screaming for someone to stay back, as a violent impact sends their armored fighter flying. With their armored fighter knocked down, green energy builds, and a jagged red slash lights up the scene, as Bjorn raises his glowing sword for a final, crushing blow. The massive impact sends fragments of green crystal flying, and Bjorn stands in a surge of light, having not just defeated the doppelganger, but secured a massive boost to his blunt weapon's destructive power, increasing it by an insane 771%. Our boy just earned a ton of EXP, and a guardian bonus for completing the raid. The moment the boss fight was over, some of the team went to pick up their guide, Sarman, who's now incapacitated on the ground. Our group prepares to put him out of his misery, while the mage and another guide get ready to move through a green energy rupture, hoping they can come back to claim the help offered by a mysterious figure. After resting for a day, they find all the treasures they wanted from the rupture, including sealed fragments of evil, which permanently raise resistance by 1 when consumed. Bjorn, being the thoughtful leader he is, suggests they get 5 and take 2, leaving Misha surprised, right before Mandrakes scream as they're uprooted, revealing themselves as a pricey ingredient for an elixir. Problem is, the doppelganger didn't drop anything useful, and Bjorn suspects it's all because of damn Hans. The team, including Misha, eventually rests in the forest, agreeing not to dwell on the poor loot. Staring out over a fiery dungeon, Bjorn is convinced Hans is to blame for their bad luck with drops, but luckily the clans are gone, making hunting easy, and after an easy teleport they find themselves in Rafdonia, meeting Elmaras. Bjorn immediately demands to know why Elmaras is there, only to learn their entire party, especially the mage from Altemion's school, has a bounty on their heads. Misha is shocked, realizing she completely forgot they used skills within the city and entered the labyrinth illegally. Elmaras, however, reassures them they won't be killed, because times are tough right now, which only makes Bjorn groan as he learns his sentence. 20 days in Bifron. The rest of the party is surprisingly amused, realizing it's just Bjorn going to Bifron, while they only have to pay fines. Apparently, Rafdonia, the final fortress of humanity, is divided into 14 districts, with Bifron District 14 being essentially jail, something Bjorn quickly quickly realizes wasn't like this in the game. He's still trying to get a clearer explanation of his sentence when he and someone else are unceremoniously dropped, distressed, into Bifron, which might as well be called jail. In his head, spending 20 days in a lawless place like this is a real pain, especially recalling his past self, Lee Hansu, being intimidated by thugs. But now, Bjorn just roars, sending the thugs screaming and running in terror. He smirks, openly asking if there are any other noobs around, clearly feeling like he's smurfing in a low-level zone. Our boy Bjorn casually asks if there are any noobs around, and then starts screaming at the top of his lungs, laughing like a maniac, hoping to scare off any potential attackers by looking completely unhinged. Problem is, Misha warns him this place is truly lawless, so he should be careful. Neon. As he walks through the streets, everyone gives him a wide berth, whispering for others to stay away. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded figure watches the entire scene unfold, a suspicious smile playing on their lips. 2 days later, the rest of the party is gathered at a tavern, wondering about their cut of the loot, and Einar almost loses her mind when she hears it's 100 million, a sum she's never even dreamed of. It turns out all that cash came from the equipment they looted from 7 explorers. Honestly, one of the companions admits that while Bjorn was there, he didn't notice, but it's kind of boring without him. The blonde mage, clearly stressed, is arguing that the test 2 price is fine, but 40% is too much since it wasn't in the contract, making Aru nervously realize this might not have been a good idea. Luckily, someone suggests they just hold on to the money until Bjorn returns, which Misha agrees to, offering to lend Einar money until then. Another companion points out Einar already has a mountain of tel. Anarquina points out Einar already has a mountain of debt, so a little more won't hurt, which just makes her panic. The blonde mage can't believe they're trusting her with all that money, wondering if they're not worried at all, but Misha just looks at her, confused as to why she should be. Misha asks Aru what Bifron is actually like, and he admits it's an unpleasant place where even the most dignified people become dirty and pathetic, thanks to hunger and poverty. Suddenly, we see Admin Yurkfried gasping for breath as he runs through a dark environment, remembering how he once lost all his equipment and had to survive on rock-hard bread for a whole year. Misha then recalls almost dying because she couldn't make enough for taxes, and wonders if Bjorn is doing well. When the blonde mage asks why she's so worried, Misha admits she doesn't think anyone in Bifron would be brave enough to mess with Bjorn, suggesting it might even feel like a vacation to him. Einar, on the other hand, just laughs, completely confident that Bjorn is a great warrior who will thrive even better without laws, as the strong eat the weak. Meanwhile, Bjorn is screaming, radiating pure power, standing on a balcony as people shout below in the street, creating utter chaos. He asks if anyone can hear him, then casually says messing with some kid wasn't hard, because they tried to deceive him, so he just got in there and wreaked havoc, and it totally worked. He then warns everyone not to cause harm to others, which they immediately agree to. Unfortunately, he warns them, the area is also exposed to radiation, which causes boys to grow sick and end up bedridden, forced to take pills. Suddenly, his subordinates warn him that the Eastern Federation guys are here, and probably heard about them, and Bjorn just asks if they want him to beat them up too. He then tells them to avoid a certain red-haired woman, who he recognizes as Amelia Reinwals, and it's their 4th meeting. He can't help wondering if this is fate or what, admitting it's time to change his attitude when it comes to her. A different older man is yelling at Bjorn, warning him he'll die if he doesn't keep up, as debris flies around the man revealing a 211 score. Bjorn leaps forward. Bjorn leaps forward mid-attack as dust and energy erupt around him. The red-haired woman from before yells down, asking who he is and why a barbarian is here, but Bjorn just calmly asks her the exact same question. Amelia Reinwals offers Bjorn help, asking why he's so wary, but Bjorn, suspicious, immediately asks if she's trying to ambush him while pretending to help, which offends her. He finds it insulting that she'd even suggest he would do something so cowardly, though he quickly recalls that he once threw a mace at her in the underground waterway. He agrees to hear her out, then tells an older man, who appears to be his new subordinate, to go spend time with friends instead of fighting, before using his leap skill to jump over a building and leave the man behind. Sure enough, the older man is immediately confronted by a hostile group who tell him he's in their territory and will face consequences. Amelia, watching the scene from above, questions Bjorn about leaving his subordinate behind, wondering if he's sure it's okay. Bjorn explains that the man tried to beat him up, so he beat him up instead and took on the leader role. Amelia, clearly skeptical, observes that he just does whatever he wants. Bjorn, noticing she isn't being sarcastic, then asks why she's here. Amelia explains she's looking for an explorer who might be in Bifron. Bjorn immediately clenches his fist in frustration, saying he wasn't trying to break their promise, which Amelia vaguely remembers, asking what promise, and admitting she didn't expect to meet him here, either. Suddenly, we're shown a flashback of Amelia telling him to promise he won't come see her again, which he agreed to. Bjorn reassures her that he wasn't thinking she broke the promise, internally wondering if she has some kind of obsession with promises, then offers to lend her his subordinates since she just needs people for her work. 5 hours later, Bjorn warns everyone not to worry about petty details because the eastern part is now his territory. Suddenly, a massive crowd is cheering, celebrating Bjorn becoming the super boss of the VLA Federation, a union of the West and East. He immediately renames a battered one-eyed subordinate Cyclops, asking him to address him as bots, which the man nervously accepts. Bjorn then lays down a rule: don't hurt anyone under 15 years old. Luckily, the smoking man also makes it clear that he expects no harm to come to kids. Meanwhile, Bjorn has a new goal. He just found a clue that Oriel Gabus, the legendary author of the Complete Analysis series, might still be alive after 150 years. Honestly, Bjorn knows this is a fantasy realm with dragon people who live for centuries, so it's entirely possible he's alive, and he believes if he can find him, everything will change. He then talks to Oriel Raven, who says she's in Bifron for personal reasons, and Bjorn notes she didn't lie, but that's not what's important right now. He knows if Oriel is truly in Bifron, he has to find him to ask a mountain of questions. So when a companion asks if he wants to leave Bifron and then come back, Bjorn eagerly asks Haruo to show him the passageway. Haruo agrees to show him the passageway. Haruo agrees to show him, and Bjorn notes they they talked quite a lot in the time since. He didn't expect her to be willing to answer most of his questions, even admitting she doesn't eat food with wheat because it makes her skin itchy. Bjorn tells Arua that they're both barbarians, and admits he fights because people deserve it, even though he doesn't know why he's telling her this. Arua then says it's late and she's leaving, asking if he'll be there tomorrow. Bjorn just stares, completely confused by her sudden question. Bjorn is at a meeting talking to a man named Elfnu Nalov, who sold him information about rupture breakdown rumors, but he's confused because he expected Lee Beiko to be here, and he swears he's seen Elfnu Nalov before. The man with glasses nervously admits it's nice to see him again, while Bjorn has a bad feeling, so he stays quiet. Bjorn just doesn't get it when a stout man says he took Beiko from him. He tries to interrupt, but the man says Beiko made a big mistake and he's just letting Bjorn know so he doesn't waste his time waiting. Honestly, Bjorn has no idea what's going on, but it feels like the stout man has a lot of authority here. He realizes he might have just met the GM and decides to stick to reading posts from now on to avoid revealing who he is. Luckily, Bjorn, now wearing a lion mask, makes sure to enter on time for this meeting. When he arrives, another masked figure notes he's early this time, hoping everyone else is there too. Fox Mask reports that Goblin Mask isn't here yet, and they discuss the intense battle against Nork, admitting a lot of lives were lost and no one knew Nork had such a strong military force. Clown Mask observes that everyone took a pretty big hit in that battle, but Lion Mask, Burness, shrugs it off, saying he doesn't care. Clown Mask says it must have been an intense battle, wondering if Goblin Mask should be dead, but then Goblin Mask arrives, and Deer Mask notes he's alive. Goblin Mask claims the gods really helped him, but Clown Mask immediately taunts him, saying he was probably just hiding like a goblin because he's weak. Someone remarks that Goblin Mask is scared, and then the Lion Mask, Bjorn, is asked if the promise about the Stone of Resurrection still holds. The masked figure asks if he promised about the Stone of Resurrection still holds. The masked figure asks if he's confident this time, admitting he's just desperate. Suddenly, an unprecedented silence falls over the masked individuals, something that had never happened before. The closed doors open again, letting someone in. An elderly man in a suit looks down calmly at the Lion Mask character, noting nothing's changed, and Fox Mask reacts with sudden shock, realizing she's not the only one. The elderly man looks towards the table of masked figures and asks who they are. As others shout, "Master," Bjorn gasps, realizing this is the person who made this room, and attendees react with confusion, thinking Lion Mask said he invited him. Lion Mask Bjorn clarifies that he never said that, only avoided answering the question, thinking Lion Mask said he invited him. Fox Mask angrily confronts Lion Mask, asking why he fooled her into thinking he knew him. Someone demands a proper explanation from Lion Mask, asking him to be curious. The elderly man simply says, "That's enough, I see who you are." He remarks that he thought Bjorn would be a tiger, or perhaps military, and the moment he says that, a forgotten puzzle piece clicks in Bjorn's head. Sergeant Lee, the only one he gave a code without an expiration date. Someone in white and purple robes reacts with surprise, apologizing if that hurt Bjorn's feelings, but explaining how great this guy truly is. Others murmur in agreement, not realizing he was that great. Bjorn thinks to himself that this reaction is advantageous for him, as the older man seems surprised by his observation. An angry man lunges forward, demanding to know if there's no risk to being deceived. Bjorn internally worries that he might get permanently banned for tricking the GM. He asks what he should call the older man here, but the man avoids the question, saying Bjorn has strange taste and that it's enough about this topic for now. Bjorn admits he can't stay here long, asking if the older man will come back, to which he replies, "In a year maybe." The other masked figures realize he had something to tell them. The older man confirms they caught on quickly, announcing there will be 6 keys that can open the Gate of Abyss. He then declares the meeting will now begin. Bjorn, the Lion Mask with a smug expression, then offers to start. As the masked meeting continues, the jester, ever observant, brings up a point he'd already made, but then the elderly masked man turns to Bjorn with a very specific question, asking if he's grown fond of these people, which has Bjorn internally sweating because this guy seems to know way too much. Bjorn manages a small, "ooh," trying to play it cool as the old man continues to press him, even warning Bjorn to stop looking at him because he's scared of what you might say. His hands glow with energy, as if he's about to reveal something big, when his own fox-masked subordinate calls out, "Master!" The old man turns in surprise, glancing right at Bjorn, and Bjorn, never one to miss an opportunity to mess with people, corrects him, insisting, "It's not old man, it's old geezer," which makes the old man realize, in his head, it is, "Old man, it's old geezer," that this is exactly what the damned kid called him. Honestly, Bjorn knows this guy had him pegged from the very beginning, thinking I knew things were working out too well. The elderly masked man then decides to cut things short, telling Bjorn they can talk about who he really is when they meet again. Our boy Bjorn can only grip his armrest, clearly frustrated by the old man's antics. After the master leaves, the remaining members discuss his mysterious year-long absence, with the jester suggesting it is something to do with the game master himself. A cloaked, veiled woman adds that it looked like the master was losing his connection, raising the question of how he could possibly come back if the GM had him restrained. The fox-masked character then turns to Bjorn, asking if Mr. Lion knows anything. Bjorn, our calculating barbarian, admits he has an idea, but of course, he's not about to say he doesn't know, opting to keep his cards close. The fox-masked character eagerly asks him to share, jumping to conclusions about something happening, but Bjorn slams his gloved hand on the table, cutting him off short. In his head, Bjorn loves this, thinking, life is going to be hard for you soon, Fox, as he smugly believes he has more people on his side now. He just looks bored, letting the silence hang. A masked man then reveals a shocking piece of information. The magic tower is looking for a way to destroy the barrier protecting Narquark, learning that divine power has a big effect on it. The antlered masked character adds that they've been secretly preparing this for a long time, estimating estimating it would take about 2 years. Oddly enough, the fox-masked character reacts to this by pointing out that if it's starting next week, they would have found out anyway, and the antlered masked character agrees, but then adds there's one more thing to discuss. He reveals the royals are planning on punishing clans that paused exploration for their own safety, a detail which seems to relieve the fox-masked character. The antlered masked figure continues, explaining that large-scale clans are preparing for a labyrinth boycott, and then surprisingly for a labyrinth boycott, and then surprisingly asks if Bjorn Yandel is present, making everyone wonder why our protagonist is suddenly being mentioned. The discussion then shifts to Bjorn Yandel, explaining that what should have been just a fine threw him into Bifron, and Bjorn, our main character, can only sit there, clearly taken aback thinking, oh that? He sits there, visibly sweating under his lion mask, realizing his past is indeed catching up to him. The anthropoid figure then asks the jester to go first, and the jester with a casual readily agrees, preparing to share his intel. Everyone listens intently, including Bjorn and Misha Karlstein. As the jester delivers a bombshell, he shushes an impatient orc-masked person, while the fox-masked character dismissively asks, that again? But then the jester drops the real bomb. The 6 treasures, keys to the Gate of Abyss, no longer exist. The orc-masked figure grabs his head in despair, while the solemn crescent-hooded figure speaks up, realizing the weight of this news, and the orc-masked figure, now truly panicking, cries out that they aren't supposed to be destructible. Even the antlered figure looks nervous, asking for certainty. Green glowing crystal shards pulse with energy, visually confirming the destruction. The jester just smiles from behind his mask, clearly enjoying the chaos, and Bjorn, seeing an opportunity, contemplates his next move, thinking, what do I do? He can't say this isn't interesting. Bjorn then firmly states that only a select few should be aware that the 6 treasures are truly gone, a statement that shocks the fox-masked character and visibly alarms the crescent-hooded figure. The crescent-hooded figure's hands tremble on the table as the realization hits, and he painfully acknowledges that Bjorn already knew. Our boy Bjorn simply confirms it, realizing the despair the other members must be feeling at this revelation. The discussion shifts, revealing that the Stone of Resurrection can be found on the 9th floor, leaving an unknown character utterly confused and scared, wondering why someone is being nice to them. Bjorn, our pragmatic chief, remarks that it does the job, thinking, out of nowhere, and contemplating selling his soul if it means getting that item. Bjorn, our pragmatic chief, remarks that it does the job, thinking out of nowhere, and contemplating selling his soul if it means getting that item. He realizes this must be a big misunderstanding about his situation, but of course he says nothing. The masked character, still confused, asks what Bjorn is talking about, clearly thinking Bjorn already knew the situation he was in. The conversation winds down, leaving one character sitting alone at the large table, when he suddenly remembers something important. The fox masked character then asks about their master, leading to a revelation that will shock everyone. The game master did not make this community for him, he simply remodeled it. Everyone looks down in confusion, completely stunned by this new information. The fox masked character, utterly surprised, immediately asks who then made the forum. A white deer masked character reacts with worry, while the crescent-hooded figure looks on nervously, as this meeting just keeps getting wilder. Even after the master's bombshells about the 6 keys, some masked members are still unimpressed, one of them half-joking they hope for more interesting information next time, since today felt like there was nothing worth listening to. Of course, this leaves the others a bit gloomy, with one fox-masked figure sighing, and another asking if the master might even be mad at them. Honestly, another masked figure is quick to point out that they're likely overestimating their own value, wondering if they're truly worth getting the master angry over it all, and the jester-masked guy just smirks at the conversation. Soon, the discussion shifts to whether anyone else knows the game master, with one person stating they're sure there's a world they don't know of. That's when the jester-masked character chimes in, playfully pointing out how everyone was so doubtful last time, but now they're just going along with everything. But then one of them asks if they were the only ones who felt something unusual from the master's approach to Bjorn, specifically, an intention of thought. Others quickly agree, realizing the master and our barbarian, the lion mask, were likely communicating through telepathy, right before the master left the meeting. Naturally, the fox mask character is shocked at the mention of telepathy, especially since even the master himself said it was a difficult skill to use. One figure asks if anyone knows what they were talking about, to which another replies that while they don't know the specifics, they did get something out of it, which is that they didn't feel the lion mask's thoughts at all. This, of course, instantly leads to the chilling conclusion that our boy Bjorn might actually be even more of a monster than the master himself, leaving another masked figure to gasp in shock, as the jester confidently states that Bjorn is perhaps even more of a monster. One nervous character hesitantly asks if it's possible that the telepathy was just one-sided. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a stern-faced man with round glasses recounts giving someone their last chance before a permanent ban, noting that the person, who seemed like a fan, declined the offer, even though they supposedly missed home and could have worked with others to find a way back. He just can't understand why the person wouldn't cooperate. Suddenly, a hooded mage is contacted late at night about a strange connection record, showing someone logged in around 3 a.m. with no user ID, implying they entered the system midway through. The mage immediately theorizes that a private chat room which they could only monitor from the outside opens at that exact time, functioning as a meeting place to avoid their surveillance. He quickly realizes this must be the work of the observer of the round table. The problem is, they couldn't access his inner thoughts due to an insane mental barrier, making it impossible to confirm his connection to the chat room directly. The hooded figure agrees to attempt to infiltrate the private chat room, even though they thought such places were beyond the game master's reach and would take months to breach. While discussing it, they suddenly recall a user named Elf Nana, wondering if it could be our barbarian, Bjorn Yandel, who unusually chose a shield, especially since an invite sent to him earlier got no response. So, the mage asks his colleague to investigate this Elf Nana user. Meanwhile, Misha Karlstein is already getting ready to leave by noon, and Bjorn asks her why. She simply replies that she has something important to do. Later, our barbarian is waiting in line at a supply center when he spots an elderly man, and, to his surprise, the hooded boy he once cruelly paired with Squidward, instantly recalling the kid. In his head, he remembers how he messed with this kid's life. Our boy Bjorn, ever the manipulator, casually asks the trembling boy how he's been, reminding him of his dream to become a scholar, to which the terrified kid can only squeak out a yes. Bjorn, ignoring the boy's terror, just asks what he means by that. With that, Bjorn casually tells the boy, "Let's go," ignoring the kid falling behind him, and as he walks with the elderly man through a dark tunnel, he reveals a secret passageway to the outside. Bjorn, ever the one to read people, thinks to himself that he can tell the old man is already celebrating, assuming he'll be free from Bjorn in just a few days. Our boy Bjorn might have gotten a yes that wasn't exactly what he wanted, but in his head, he knew he'd just have to make it happen anyway, even if he got a no. Apparently a bunch of robed horned figures were ready to greet him, calling out to him as he stood in their ritual circle, surrounded by swirling pink magic. Problem is, these aren't friendly faces. The horned elf-like leader barely finishes his greeting, before Bjorn slashes the air, and then slashes again. Suddenly, a giant dragon with glowing yellow eyes appears out of nowhere, sending all the cultists into a panic. After the chaos, a female horned figure adjusts her cloak, asking Bjorn if summoning a dragon was really necessary just to make a point. Our barbarian, clenching his fist, is clearly ready for a fight, and the female elder tells him he doesn't have to answer her question if he doesn't want to, but Bjorn stands firm, proposing they skip the talk entirely and just fight it out instead. This makes another character, Renave, power up with demonic fire, ready to accept the challenge, until a gloved hand cuts him off, telling him to stop making such requests. Bjorn, however, is all for it, declaring nothing is more certain than fighting with bare fists. In his head, he's actually surprised Renave agreed so readily, especially since he was about to ask to borrow a mace. As he looks around at the horned figures, Bjorn thinks about death, realizing that it's because he is afraid that he needs to fight more. Naturally, the female warrior with long light hair smiles, calling this the true essence of a barbarian. She explains that they are born warriors and they will die if they cannot fight, leaving Bjorn to wonder if all barbarians are really like her. A red-haired, bearded barbarian smiles cunningly. The female horned character with pink hair then pivots, asking if Bjorn has someone he loves, but then quickly moves on to his next test. Our usually fearless barbarian actually blushes a bit, looking slightly nervous as interlocking metal puzzle rings appear in the air for him to solve. An elderly horned character with a white beard watches, smiling. Bjorn examines the intricate puzzle, but quickly gets frustrated, wondering why it won't work and what the hell this thing even is. 10 minutes pass, and his opponent casually asks how far along he is, offering him a chance to give up. The onlookers seem perplexed as Bjorn struggles hard with the metal knot. Then, our boy Bjorn shouts as his body glows with green magical energy, using his giantification skill to simply rip the puzzle apart. The elderly horned man stares in shock as the rings scatter to the floor, his attempt at a clever test completely demolished. Another character grabs the shocked elder, while Bjorn smiles, flushed and satisfied, as he chews on something. The elder smiles cunningly, and Bjorn just touches his nose, smug. The older horned man watches in disbelief, as Bjorn explains exactly how he dismantled the rings. After that, Bjorn addresses the group of onlookers in the large hall, casually confirming that he's the one they've been looking for. A serious-looking character watches him, and Bjorn meets his gaze. Bjorn explains that he had to think about each person one by one as he gave his answer about why he killed them, telling the inquisitive horned figure it was simply because they all tried to kill him. The figure steps forward, seeming to accept this. Another horned figure with white hair asks if Bjorn told only the truth. Bjorn shakes hands with him, looking assertive. The white-haired horned character smiles, declaring they are done, and Bjorn wonders if the guy has a lie-detecting ability. The assembled group then tells Bjorn they will discuss among themselves and he can rest. As Bjorn walks away, a new horned figure watches him and a woman enter a room, wondering who she is. A horned woman, smiling cunningly, covers her mouth and then bluntly insults Bjorn, telling him he's really ugly. Bjorn immediately fires back, asking if she had no parents to teach her manners, then laughs with his arms on his hips, leaving the horned woman shocked and defeated on the floor. She apologizes, insisting she didn't lie and that she does have a dad, but Bjorn crosses his arms, mocking her further, saying her dad must be too busy to teach her any lessons. A blonde horned woman, amazed, tells Bjorn he's incredible, confessing she's never seen anyone upset Lady Fenitarzov this much. Bjorn reacts in shock, looking at the angry woman in the background, finally realizing he might have just insulted someone important. In an extreme close-up, a dark horned figure's glowing yellow eye gleams, while Lady Fenitarzov, who is supposedly crying, smiles slyly at the camera. So in his head, our boy Bjorn is realizing this horned shaman, the one he just insulted to tears, is not only the ancient dragon's daughter, but she's also super high up on the social ladder, which means he can't apologize now, because that would mean admitting he was wrong, and honestly her teasing him about looking at her only makes it worse. Another horned woman just sighs in annoyance, while Bjorn doubles down, scolding them for being rude. Honestly, this blondie tells him sometimes you just need to know when to keep your mouth shut, but her dad, the horned man who clearly outranks everyone, just greets them like nothing happened, even as the shaman shouts dad and rushes over to Bjorn, which is awkward, to say the least. The horned man, clearly amused, confirms they'll accept Bjorn's request, thinking that Elder didn't tell him what happened with his daughter. The catch is, according to a goddess's oracle, Bjorn will meet the Dragon Slayer again someday, and the condition is he has to bring back his heart. Bjorn looks at them, confused, as the shaman admits this strange request quest is all because of her. The group stands in the grand hall while she explains the situation. See, she's trapped by a curse that stopped her time, but if they can get the Dragon Slayer's heart, he'll return to normal. Which, if you think about it, is a pretty sinister request for our hero. The goal is simple: kill the Dragon Slayer and get his heart. The Horn Man waves goodbye, telling Bjorn to enjoy his time with his daughter, leaving Bjorn alone with her in a quiet courtyard, wondering why the hell he'd say it like that. The shaman begins to explain the 3 types of dragon blessings, showing symbols for earth, volcanic, and sea dragons. She tells him there's power within words, but then asks if she needs to talk about herself, and Bjorn just points to himself, perplexed by the entire conversation. He asks what she means, and she explains she needs to feel his aura to give him the blessing. Then with a playful smile, she tells him to come with her. Once they're in a candlelit underground room, she tells him she'll give him his blessing, and Bjorn, clearly worried, thinks he wants it somewhere no one will see. As she nervously holds her clothes, Bjorn reacts angrily and defensively, yelling, "How dare you!" She just looks up at his towering figure, forms a magical gesture, and smiles confidently, knowing exactly what she's doing. Suddenly her hand pokes the sole of his gigantic foot, releasing a smoking effect, and Bjorn screams in pain. She then calmly introduces herself, explaining that the Earth Dragon's blessing has been imprinted onto his soul, instantly increasing all his bonus stats by 20%. After that, Bjorn internally deadpans that he passed out, or rather, fell asleep. Back in a ruined village, a man reacts in shock as Bjorn hands out spicy items to the villagers. He just keeps walking through the grateful crowd, as one man cries while holding his items, and another just drools. An elderly man is even crying intensely. Einar bursts out of a room, yelling at Bjorn for being so late, revealing there's a huge problem. Some Therianthropes came yesterday from her family and kidnapped Misha. Einar, still getting dressed, quickly explains she overslept and Misha had asked her to greet Bjorn instead, saying she'd be back late. Our boy Bjorn, flustered, thinks Misha didn't look like she wanted to go, which in his barbarian mind is definitely kidnapping. He confirms Misha was kidnapped, and he tells Einar if she doesn't come back tonight, he's gonna look for her tomorrow. Bjorn walks through the village, planning to protect the home, while he goes to see Raven and Abmon before nightfall. In his head, he can't just sit around waiting for Misha, so he starts checking what had happened while he was gone. We see a blonde woman in glasses, and then Abmon, with his serious bare face, greets Bjorn, relieved he's back safe. Bjorn talks to him, presumably catching up on the situation. He then watches Einar eating, telling her to eat lots, knowing she starved because she was broke. Bjorn waits with Einar, thinking Misha is a lot later than he expected, wondering if something really happened. Suddenly, Einar yells. Misha playfully pushes her face away. Bjorn stands, watching Misha look at Einar. With a serious expression, Bjorn tells Misha he's glad she's safe and asks who was responsible. Misha looks saddened, clearly reluctant to explain. She asks how he knew, to which Bjorn replies, "Barbarian instincts," leaving Misha in shock. Bjorn asks if she's not going to tell him, and Misha flat out refuses to go back, mentioning her son of a bitch father, but Bjorn immediately offers to go in her place. He even gives a slight smile. Later, sitting at a table with Einar, Misha, and Abmon, Bjorn asks for the total profit, and Einar instantly gets excited about having money again. Misha smiles slyly, while Abmon nods, discussing the expenses. Bjorn and another character look over documents, reviewing the numbers. Bjorn announces they're getting new equipment after the upcoming expedition, and Einar cheers, thanking him, while Misha watches. Bjorn looks down with an intent expression, and Misha hesitates, about to speak. A close-up of Misha's eyes and mouth suggests she has something important to say. Honestly, while our crew is out there grinding, a bunch of shadowy nobles are busy hatching some truly dumb schemes, starting with one of them asking if Amelia found someone, only to be told she hasn't and that the Archmage is about to start handing out new identification seals to all the explorers this month. To our red-haired noble, this sounds mighty suspicious, almost like a trap for magical artifacts. The problem is, this angry noble just wants to shut down the labyrinth entirely, gritting his teeth as he orders it, ignoring his advisor's pleas that the people will resist. Also, they can forge some royal identification artifacts and catch explorers off guard. Meanwhile, Misha is happily planning meals for when they eventually get a place, a thought Einar enthusiastically approves of, making our red-haired beast woman practically drool with excitement. Back with Bjorn and the crew, our boy is collapsing in despair over their recent earnings, lamenting how little they managed to bring in. Einar can't believe it's this little, even after counting the Outlaw of the Barren Lands as a team item, and Misha, ever the opportunist, can't help but remind Bjorn exactly how much he borrowed from her. Bjorn, convinced they won't be getting a house anytime soon because of the 13 million stones he still owes her, is then surprised when Einar says at their current rate, they could actually afford a place in just 4 months. And of course, just 4 months later, the team is practically screaming with delight because they've finally made it home. No more endless traveling. Einar dashes ahead, barely able to contain her excitement, while Misha shakes her head at their antics. After a long day, Misha has food ready for Bjorn, who rushes to join her and Einar for a well-deserved meal. Our little family settles in for a quiet dinner, and later, Bjorn rests, looking up at the ceiling of their new home, while Misha watches over them, a warm smile on her face. Later, Bjorn meets Erwin, who casually announces that their business is done earlier than expected, which gives her more time to get things ready. She thinks to herself. As she scribbles away at a tavern table, Bjorn watches her with a serious expression, making Erwin ask him if something is up all of a sudden. Always the pragmatic one, she jokingly tells him he can pay her if he really wants to thank her, admitting she wouldn't have bothered if there was anyone else to do it. Soon, the whole team gathers at the tavern, where Erwin announces their individual cut is a whopping 8.5 million stones, while she happily devours a steak, and Bjorn gulps down his drink, preparing for his big announcements. Then, with a thud that echoes through the room, Bjorn drops a bomb. He's not going into the Hellfire Rift anymore, explaining that over the last half year, they've gone into the other world 3 times and finished exploring all the major fields like the Ash Mountains and Lava Lake. In other words, they've officially gotten all they can out of these places. Misha, clearly confused, asks about the Frost Rift, and Bjorn calmly states they'll be done with that once they get the essence, and casually announces they'll just farm some experience after that and head straight to the terrifying 6th floor. Misha can barely get his name out in shock, as Bjorn gives a decisive nod. Suddenly, we cut to Misha holding a glowing crystal, just as someone off-panel asks for an item from her. Then, in a truly sinister twist, a shadowy figure suggests there's something we can try for a sickly horned man, who looks utterly helpless, all while our beastwoman, Misha, watches him intently, as the figure promises to add some poison first to their solution. Turns out Erwin and Bjorn are having a very important conversation about something our boy said earlier, and we flash back to a promise she made that she'd spend half a year learning from her sister, and then come to him. A promise she made with a slightly nervous expression. But honestly, Bjorn just thought she'd changed her mind since she hadn't brought it up again, which leaves Erwin absolutely flustered and blushing deep red. Then Bjorn prompts her, asking what she means by needing more time, and Erwin stammers out a bunch of excuses about how everyone else on his team is 5th rank and there's no space for her, making Bjorn instantly regret that he hadn't just taken her up on the offer when she first made it. In his head, he's just thinking about all the lost time, and she's still ranting about her place until her eyes widen in pure shock. Turns out she thought he was talking about her joining his existing team, but Bjorn tells her flat out that he's going to create a clan, and she just screams in pure flustered confusion, making him tell her to keep her voice down. Of course, he quickly clarifies it won't be for a couple more months, but when he asks if she'd like to join, she enthusiastically shouts her acceptance and cuts him off entirely. So he just tells her it's a secret, and when she asks if she's the first person he's told this to, this answers that it's obviously true. Erwin blushes at being another first, and realizes he truly hasn't told anyone else, so she just dissolves into happy giggles, leaving our barbarian chief utterly confused by her reaction. After that, the sun streams through the window, and a grandfather clock ticks off the passing hours, until Bjorn is just waking up, deep in thought. Then Misha, our resident beast girl, asks him about his plans for the day, and they quickly hash out their schedules. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman sits reading a novel, asking if he's here for that today, and thanks him for bringing her the 7th volume before she even asked for it. At the tavern, Bjorn is at the bar while patrons drink and laugh, and he takes a long drink from his wooden mug. Suddenly, the mysterious clown bows and bids them farewell for next month, saying something felt off about the observer meeting a few weeks ago. Bjorn thinks to himself that this is the first time the clown has ever said goodbye to them after a meeting, and then he's just walking home, when Misha immediately scolds him for not leaving his dirty clothes in the designated spot, making him react nervously to her anger. As a magical light appears in the crystal cave, Bjorn thinks about how tomorrow is the labyrinth, and Arua Raven observes that the 100% success rate dimensional instability bug is basically a rule now. As always, Raven touches the monument first to open the portal, but when they step in, it's immediately the beast's lair. They quickly turn around and head north through the dark tunnel, with every member of the party moving fast, trying to escape the 1st floor. But then Arua Raven stops them, sensing something is off, and she explains that there's a monostorm at the center. Bjorn, ready with his mace, realizes he'd let his guard down way too much, and he curses, feeling the energy of cursed dark mana, so he knows it has to be north. The adventurers gather, looking grim, and Bjorn orders them to speed up and get out of the 1st floor as quickly as possible. But then something comes from the back just 5 seconds later, and the whole team reacts in shock to the streak of magical energy. Unsure what it was, but knowing it felt like mana. Bjorn is sweating nervously, knowing he can't let his fear show as the leader, even as his female explorer's wide eyes are filled with fear and sweat drips down her face. Both Bjorn and Misha look around with worried expressions as they walk, and Bjorn clenches his gloved fist tightly, trying to keep his tension contained. Suddenly, a magical weapon glows brightly with blue energy over a water surface, raising the stakes even further. Bjorn struggles through thick glowing fog, minimizing his mana usage just to see about 5 meters ahead, and he swallows nervously, trying to keep his composure. He finds himself standing over a bloodied fallen body in a puddle, and an explorer yells his name in alarm, reminding him he needs to stay alert. Bjorn looks up in surprise at someone approaching, and yells back at them not to scream. The stressed explorer then asks if going to the 2nd floor is even the right choice, and as the group walks forward, he thinks about how more than half of the bigger clans didn't enter this time. Then they encounter a woman who excitedly points at Balkan, recognizing him as the barbarian from the 3rd floor's Lord's Lord incident, and suggests that's probably why the Nork guys are doing this. The entire group stands there discussing the grim situation and comments on how famous Balkan is, to which Balkan puntly smirks and invites them to join him. Bjorn in his helmet looks serious, knowing it would definitely increase their chance of survival to stick with other explorers. As Erwin worriedly asks if they should just join up with the infamous barbarian Balkan, Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, agrees that the group's reputation doesn't matter, and what matters is who they're with, which leaves his companions confused as he explains himself. Apparently a rogue mage is nearby, and some shadowy figures are lurking, making the situation too unstable. Honestly, Erwin's frantic agreement just confirms his fears that something is seriously wrong out here, and nobody is safe. So, with a determined gaze, Bjorn steps forward and politely turns down Valkan's offer, prioritizing his team's safety over convenience. He wishes them luck, reminding everyone that only the most cautious survive the longest. After they part ways, our cautious barbarian quickly finds a grim scene, a pile of dead knights, which immediately puts everyone on edge. Erwin quickly crouches down, pointing out got a tattoo that identifies them as knights, but the strange brand on their bodies shows they were treated like expendable pawns. This is a world where even elite knights are just consumables, she thinks, saddened by the brutality. Bjorn confirms they were all taken out with a single attack by just one person, calling the killer a monstrous bastard, and realizes the killer is heading towards Nork. The problem is, Erwin confirms the only way out is through the portal to the second floor, which means the murderer is waiting right at their exit route, sealing their fate. There's no turning back now, and the whole team, including Erwin, Einar, and their beastman companion, braces themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Then, a mysterious hooded figure with a skull-like mask emerges, immediately taunting them for their lack of barbarian courage. Our companions are understandably shocked, and the masked maniac laughs, enjoying the fear he's causing, his giggling echoing eerily in the fog. Yandel, one of the fighters, breaks out in a cold sweat as he recognizes Diora. Remembering a masked figure from his past, he immediately thinks of a demonic skeletal face, realizing this could be someone from Nork, and panics about what the clown would think of him if he saw Yandel acting like such a weakling. The corpse collector taunts him again, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle, just as Erwin casts a soundproof spell, hoping to hide their strategy. But the corpse collector simply grins, commenting that Erwin's magic has gotten a bit better, and he can't understand them anymore. Suddenly, Yandel unleashes his wild outburst and giantrification skills, growing to monstrous size. He uses his massive shield to form a protective front for the party. In his head, Yandel knows this means they can't attack, but his priority is to figure out the enemy's abilities. The corpse collector, annoyed he can't hear them, complains that this is no fun, wondering if Yandel is really going to take on the night killer alone, and then blast him with an explosive energy attack. Yandel's equipment strains, but he blocks the powerful strike, confused why the attacker aimed for his leg with a dagger, telling him to die. The corpse collector whines about having to waste his MP. Erwin warns Yandel that the assailant is an evil spirit. She realizes this is an evil spirit from Nork, skilled enough to kill knights with one blow, and he's not even trying to hide that he's a player. Einar shouts for Erwin to back off, realizing this is the corpse collector. Yandel yells for everyone to stop attacking, confirming the enemy is an agile poison necromancer, specializing in curses and summoning. Suddenly, a swarm of glowing green zombies appears. Erwin, eyes wide, realizes the corpse collector focused his stats on agility to counter close-range combat. Knowing that a poison necromancer's summons are self-destructing weapons, the corpse collector's eyes glow with malicious intent. Just then, a cry for Bjorn rings out, as a skull mask figure lunges forward with a small blade, dismissing him as an obstacle. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain scoffs, knowing his manticore heredity essence has pumped 200 stat points into resistance, and if he combines that with giantification and wild outburst, his resistance stat soars over 400. Red energy sparks around his armor, and he brings his massive foot down, creating a shockwave. Bjorn leaps at the corpse collector, ready to strike, taking a deep breath, knowing he's ready. The corpse collector just grins, taunting him by mentioning freezing corpses and asking if Bjorn turned off team voice, then asking for Bjorn knows the two ways to piss someone off. Bjorn, utterly confused, just stares, as the corpse collector unleashes an enhanced hazardous material attack, covering the area in a surge of red magical energy attack. Our barbarian prepares for a massive impact, and a terrified soldier screams for everyone to run. The remaining soldiers scatter and flee in panic as the red aura spreads. The corpse collector calmly considers chasing them, then casually asks his unseen companion how things are looking. He laughs maniacally amidst the ruins, declaring that all escape routes are blocked, his shadowy figure looming under a dark red sky. Suddenly, the unseen companion questions his strange giggling. The corpse collector chuckles, claiming it's just a habit that comes out when he wears his mask, and tells his contact to call him if anything goes wrong. Our masked maniac stands silently, looking down, ready for whatever comes next. The last chapter left our heroes trapped, so naturally, their only option is to run for their lives, especially after a massive barbarian warrior drops mid-stride, and Einar has to leap over another fallen fighter, while the rest of the team struggles to keep up until Bjorn finally lands firmly, urging everyone to slow down and regroup into their original formation. Problem is, the corpse collector isn't the only threat they're worried about. Einar, clearly still fuming, asks if it wouldn't have been better to just fight the monster head-on, and when Bjorn reassures her that they didn't run, he calmly explains that the corpse collector actually ran from them, a strategic retreat that shocks Einar so much she can't even speak. Bjorn reminds everyone that he never said they were escaping the fight itself, and the team quickly rallies around him, recognizing him as a true leader, a natural-born tribal chief. But their moment of triumph is cut short as a new group of knights appears, looking far from friendly, and Bjorn explains that these people ambushed them earlier, despite having protective seals, which naturally leaves his team feeling wary, especially when one of the knights demands they stop or die. Fortunately, one of the knights recognizes our barbarian with a gamer's brain, and when his comrade asks how he knows him, the knight reveals that he worked with Baron Martwine for a bit, casually introducing Bjorn Yandel as Little Valkon, a title that makes the other knights react with surprised respect. After a tense moment, Bjorn asks if the knights are headed to the northern portal, thanking them for the valuable information, and as they part ways, the knight hands Bjorn a ring with a small red gemstone, telling him to show it to any wary knights, and mention his name. Bjorn gives the ring to Misha, since it's too small for him anyway, and Misha bashfully asks him to put it on her. From there, our team continues onward, the smell of blood growing thicker as they near the center of the labyrinth, when suddenly, they're hit by another ambush. A massive horned beast leads leads the charge, as Misha and other fighters dive into the fray, clashing fiercely with shadowy attackers. But despite their efforts, a powerful impact sends one of their members flying, and Bjorn finds himself facing a chaotic situation, with his team looking exhausted and worried. Then, a massive boot lands, freezing the adventurers in fear as a giant commands them not to move. As Bjorn prepares for the worst, he sees a familiar silver-haired fairy rushing towards him, and Fernacci de Tercia throws her arms around him, relieved to find him safe, making our barbarian with a gamer's brain wonder what this new group is about. Turns out, Erwin's with Versal Guland, the vice leader of the Lalar clan, who introduces herself with a calm smile, recognizing Bjorn as the son of Yandel. Quite the figure indeed. Bjorn admits he knows the Lalar clan to be quite large, realizing that everyone somehow knows each other, directly or indirectly. And Versal, seeing an opportunity, invites Bjorn's group to join hers. Our barbarian's team finds a moment to rest in a crystal-filled cave, and Erwin looks incredibly happy, while Einar and Misha look clearly annoyed by her cheerful demeanor. Erwin goes on about how an amazing mage, Abman Urkfried, has joined their team, and shares a laugh with him over his troll tendon crossbow, which naturally makes Einar explode, telling the grizzly bear to stop smiling since they're in a serious situation. Abman, startled, quickly clarifies he's on Einar's side, but Bjorn just observes the new group as Versil calmly lays out her offer. Their two teams will stick together within her formation. Bjorn considers the proposal, admitting it doesn't sound bad, but points out that Erwin and her sister Daria are mercenaries for the Blue Barrier clan, meaning they have to follow orders from their own leader. Versil assures him she can convince their leader, and with that the merged team prepares to move out. Some of Bjorn's companions complain about being in the front, but he reminds them they have long-range fighters, until suddenly, they are caught in another magical attack, confronting a mysterious figure in the dark fog. The good news is, they are close to the dark region, but the bad news is that Narok forces are standing by at all paths leading there, meaning they have to risk their lives to get to safety, a revelation that shocks Misha and the others. A female mage announces they will pick people randomly, noticing how calm Bjorn remains despite the situation, and then she clarifies that one team will be excluded, leaving everyone wondering who will be left behind. Their combined forces get ready to enter the dark region. The reality of the situation seems to finally hit everyone, and some explorers are already screaming that they're all going to die, while others shout in terror, demanding to know what's going on. But for Bjorn, the only fair way forward is by drawing lots. Honestly, Bjorn isn't interested in a debate with some random blonde explorer, so he just tells everyone that the teams who pick a white rock from this bag will be the ones going in, and the draw begins, with some adventurers immediately celebrating their good fortune, while others are dejected as their luck, as always, was nowhere to be found. As the chosen teams rush to get their preparation spells cast, one desperate explorer tries to bribe a teammate with 10 million stones, wondering why no one is taking his offer, even as he raises it to 20 million. But the problem isn't the money, it's that no one wants to abandon their current party, so he's told to back off. Versil Golan has one final question for the armored soldier, who simply curses in frustration, but there's nothing left to do but accept the outcome. So the remaining explorers simply watch as two women discuss the last details, and one calls out for a woman named Genia to follow her through the portal, hoping Bjorn's group won't resent them for this. With that, the other teams are really gone, leaving Bjorn's party in a glowing chamber to wonder what's next, when a system message immediately warns them they've encountered a wild Nork force, giving them the option to either go to their original destination at the center or hide in the relatively less crowded outskirts, especially with the Floor Lord looming on the third day, which would mean certain death for them all. So Bjorn calls everyone over, telling each one of them to share their rank, essences, and specialty, which immediately sets off a few adventurers, wondering why he's asking for all that now, and demanding they work together. But Bjorn just tells the agitated man that he's really retarded for worrying about something like this, and that it doesn't matter who the leader is. Naturally, some of the adventurers are furious at the idea of a barbarian leading the charge, asking if Bjorn is out of his mind, and another man tries to assert his own leadership, convinced he's the obvious choice, but Tekellen Arvonen steps up, introducing himself as the leader and making it clear that he'll do just fine. So Bjorn simply tells anyone who has a problem to fuck off, because they'll be perfectly fine without them either way. And in the end, everyone grudgingly agrees, with his female companions making a quick joke about not having a Hans this time around. Bjorn gives them a grim assessment, telling them that even if they make it, about half of them will die, because they need to risk their lives just to get to a place others reached with the cast of a spell, which for some of them is already proving boring, despite a warning that anything can happen, even if no one has been seen for hours. Bjorn leads the charge into the storm, his shield glowing as they barrel for the enemy lines, as assailants shout for them to stop, knowing it's about 20 minutes on foot to the safe zone. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain slams his mace down, tossing enemies backward in a shockwave, who crash into the ground while debris flies everywhere, and the red-haired fighter leaps into the fray as two other characters charge forward, making quick work of the monsters, and Bjorn fights in close quarters, deflecting attacks with his weapon amidst a shower of sparks, landing brutal bloody strikes. His team half-wit engages the enemies, knowing they don't need to kill them all, as explosions light up the battlefield, and enemies fall under a barrage of glowing projectiles, with Erwin Fernacci de Tercia aiming her bow mid-combat, dodging and attacking with a glowing blade, pinning down enemies with her arrows and magic, leaving a path for the characters to run across the battlefield, as one armored figure rushes past fallen enemies, sprinting away swiftly, with the shield bearer shouting that they're falling behind and need to hurry. Meanwhile, an armored warrior leads a countercharge, screaming for them to stop, because their mission is to rush Bjorn's party, leaving any unkilled enemies for the backlines. But suddenly, Abun Workfried is seen amidst the battle, surprising everyone, as other fighters struggle under intense pressure. Abun grins maliciously, mocking his opponents and genuinely surprised by his own strength. He demands to know if they think he's some hero, before shouting for Arua Raven to act, and the system announces that Arua Raven has used the 6th rank support magic Oxygen Explosion, unleashing a massive shockwave hitting a fighter with a sudden surprise attack, sending an armored knight blasting backward with a powerful force. See, a man plan had her cast this low damage spell behind him because it has a really strong knockback effect, so he simply uses a low jump to get on top and lands with another powerful impact, as enemies shout for them to stop, wondering if it's already been 3 minutes. The chapter opens on a bloodstained boot as a panicked voice cries out for Cayenne. Lena desperately tries to hold up the gravely wounded Cayenne in the snow, begging for help, but an injured companion sadly confirms that Cayenne is already dead. Lena's face is a mask of pure panic and despair. The chaotic battle continues as a wizard is struck down, spitting blood, and a panicked companion screams in horror. Another character curses, realizing at this rate they're doomed. Amidst the carnage, a barbarian carries a wounded companion on her back, fleeing the battle. Neon, coughing up blood, rides a bear-like creature through the fray, and a dying character tries to reassure him that his organs are fine, right before succumbing. As soldiers run away from the battlefield, another warrior judges them as utterly cowardly. One soldier thinks to himself that if these cowards are going to run to their deaths anyway, they might as well sacrifice themselves for the team. The battle erupts again with a furious cry to kill them. The problem is, 2 people have already died because of suddenly appearing goblins, and that team's cowardice put even more pressure onto Kellen's remaining squad. Arrows fly across the chaotic battlefield as green and black magical aura swirls intensely around the combatants. A glowing purple magical aura swirls intensely around the combatants. A glowing purple magical orb flashes across the scene. Characters shout in alarm, one crying out Irwin. A monstrous bear looms over the battlefield, but thankfully the summoned creature didn't die instantly, though its genification spell has been cancelled due to insufficient MP. Another fighter struggles under immense pressure, and a red-haired character is violently knocked to the ground. Luckily, Misha quickly pulls herself together and continues fighting, keeping their hopes alive. Then our protagonist enters the fray with a roar. The towering barbarian, likely Bjorn, stands over his enemies with a massive sword. He swings his glowing blade downward, thinking to himself that his enemies look especially fun to slice into. A menacing smile crosses his face, a clear sign of his combat enjoyment. But an opponent leaps down, taunting that barbarians never know their damn place. A warrior shouts that the line between life and death is always thin, a dark philosophy for this brutal fight. A shield takes a direct hit. The barbarian opponent takes a heavy blow, still arrogantly. Calling his foe just that arrogantly, calling his foe just that arrogant. A heavy punch lands with crushing force. Then an assailant grabs the opponent by the neck, stifling his screams. A severed arm lies in the ground as the victim curses his attacker. The warrior, now missing an arm, is grabbed by the assailant, his companions watching in horror. He screams in battle as red energy surges around him, pushing back. A glowing slash of light strikes a falling fighter, a system message confirming the enemy used genification. A grinning warrior stares down, threatening to kill him. Another fighter is violently thrown to the ground, taunted about being scared. A terrified blonde woman, holding a glowing staff, is caught in the middle of the chaos. Close up on her tearful eyes, reflecting the pure fear of the situation. Suddenly, an intense magical flame erupts from her staff, a lava outburst, a 4th-rank flame spell. She then ominously asks, as a blazing inferno spreads, if her opponent can handle the heat. The character caught in the flames struggles helplessly, cursing the barbarian and demanding to be let go. A system message flashes, the character's HP is below 50%, and his passive skill, Hero's Path, is activated to raise all resistance stats. Bjorn, our barbarian, endures the searing heat, relying on his flame resistance from the Immortal Seal, Manticore's mana resistance, and the Orb of Fire, yet still finding it brutally hot. His team discovers him in the fiery area, calling out his name, Yandel, and warning that it's dangerous. Asking if he's alright, Bjorn lies on the ground, severely burnt but still fighting. Meanwhile, his opponent's giantification is finally cancelled, making him vulnerable. The fighter is sent flying through the air, defeated. A giant armored figure still towers over the area, but the threat is diminished. The defeated combatant groans, shocked and frustrated that Bjorn is still alive. Bjorn, despite his injuries, reaches out a muscular hand, ready to deliver the final blow. The injured warrior realizes with a gasp that he is about to die. He collapses on the ground, defeated. Bjorn, catching his breath in the fiery wreckage, pants heavily. He stands victorious, looking away from the carnage he has wrought. He grips his sword, proclaiming that their positions have now changed. An armored figure commands someone to stop. A shield warrior reacts with shock, immediately suspicious of any petty tricks, and asking if they really expect to be accepted as allies. The warrior, noticing his missing arm, tries to explain that they aren't enemies, and even have their seals. A beast woman and a shield-bearing knight react in confusion to a glowing ring, realizing some have it and some don't. The beast woman explains that a knight they met gave it to them, claiming it would prove they were allies, and an armored knight recognizes it as Sir Garfizzle's message ring. The knight holding the glowing ring confirms it's a message ring. Misha and the knight read the message. The corpse collector is near the portal. The knight explains that the message ring's purpose is simply to relay information, realizing the previous knight wasn't being overly nice, just efficient. Several armored knights interrogate the group, confirming they're not from Nork, though they're puzzled how they made it this far. A wounded soldier immediately asks if there's a priest inside for healing. The armored knights gesture towards the clinic's location, and the group of adventurers follows them. Misha and a wounded comrade look troubled as they walk. They walk through a desolate area, expressing concern for Daria. A mysterious armored warrior, looking somber, admits he doesn't know Daria's condition, but explains that after using potions and removing the curse, she's still unconscious and needs a priest, entrusting Raven with leadership in his absence. The party members look on with concern, understanding the weight of the moment. Another warrior holds a wounded Lena, tears in his eyes, lamenting how close they were to safety. The soldiers discuss their next next steps, confirming the command to go. A guard on patrol observes that there's no fog here, explaining that they have a defensive magic circle set up. Another guard continues his patrol. Glowing crystals illuminate the mysterious landscape as they learn the fog is actually a poison-type dark magic used by the Norgais, a weaker form, but still deadly if inhaled too long, hinting at a terrifying feast of evil. Looking at a sign for emergency headquarters, one person gets chills, realizing that if they had hidden on the outskirts, they would have only learned about the poison fog after losing comrades. Then wonders if this place was always so big. A barbarian's armored boots walk across wooden floorboards as he reveals that they broke down the walls with magic to expand the space, confirming it was just a lot of work. As someone recognizes and greets him, Persilgulen just smirks, asking if they actually made it this far, but the other person just cuts him off, clearly not in the mood for chit-chat. After that intense moment, our boy Bjorn is brought before a stern-faced commander, who is examining a ring with red gemstones, muttering thoughtfully to himself. This is Marco Alban, the commander of the 3rd Royal Knights, and he makes it clear that he has some questions for Bjorn, demanding honest replies about the corpse collector near the northern portal, which has everyone in the room on edge. Bjorn confirms it's certain, adding that his team briefly fought the notorious corpse collector before escaping, which surprisingly makes Marco Alban ponder their low 5th rank. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain explains that if it weren't for the corpse collector's focus on protecting the entrance to the 2nd floor, his team would have paid a much higher price, and Marco Alban then asks how they managed to avoid those monsters, especially coming through the path Sir Urgos was in charge of. Honestly, Bjorn dryly replies that if there was an easy way, he wouldn't be in such a rough state, which just makes the commander insist on a detailed explanation for their strategy. Bjorn recounts their harrowing journey, concluding that's how they barely arrived, feeling utterly exhausted and just wanting to rest, but knowing there's no choice but to push through. Marco Alban, seeing Bjorn's scarred clenched fist, praises his potential as a leader, but Bjorn bitterly retorts that if that were true, half his comrades wouldn't have died, which only earns him Marco's knowing smile and the observation that despite everything, all his comrades survive. Marco Alban, through a series of fractured reflections, emphasizes that an outstanding commander doesn't make perfect decisions. They simply make the necessary choices, however difficult. Tired of the lecture, Bjorn asks if there's anything else Marco is curious about, clearly ready to go, but Marco Alban stops him, reflecting that the mention of an adamantium greatsword immediately made him think of the Snake of Then. Asks if the man who used aura had a scar on his chin, which Bjorn confirms. Marco Alban lets out a surprised chuckle, realizing the man had served and then run away, and assures Bjorn that his reputation is definitely about to soar. With that, Marco Alban dismisses Bjorn, heading back to continue his meeting. Meanwhile, Raven, a wizard who had been allocated a spot near the group, quietly observes, confirming that she heard everything about the situation. Bjorn then turns to his own companions, explaining that from tomorrow onwards, they'll also have to stand guard depending on their numbers. He asks exactly where they'll be stationed, as the whole team, Anar, Erwin, and Misha included, gather around. Misha looks up with a worried expression, asking Bjorn if he's really okay. Bjorn, looking utterly exhausted but relieved, admits he can finally rest now, accepting that for now, the ordeal is over. His companions, Misha, Aman, Anar, and Erwin, all smile down at him, and one of them urges him to rest up. Elsewhere, Marco Alban discusses the threat of 7 crazy Orcus bastards and the looming menace of the corpse collector, as well as the Blood Knight and the Scholar of Destruction, and finally, the mysterious traitor, all of whom are making the situation dire. 2 anxious soldiers stand by, as Marco Alban looks deeply concerned. Looking out a window, he realizes that soon, all the portals will become completely useless, essentially trapping everyone. A party of explorers nervously makes their way through a dark labyrinth, while others argue, frustrated about being locked up and revealing that 20 people were just killed on the southern path before reinforcements even arrived, wondering how much longer they have to endure this. Amidst the despair, Bjorn finds himself hailed as the Great Warrior, Yandel's son, with people cheering his name and reminiscing about the old days. Raven, ever practical, notes that she'll handle things on her own. Bjorn looks at another warrior with concern, recalling how while he was gone, someone had briefly lost their mind, seeing that his team was still alive, and then criticized him, making him remember how brutal Arua was back then, yelling that she had burned him alive with her own hands. Einar in particular got so angry that she pulled out her sword, making Bjorn sweat just thinking about it, and he admits she's truly brutal when enraged, wondering where that voice comes from such a small body, feeling grateful for his comrades standing up for him. Even as his own expression hardened, he dismisses their concern, saying it's nothing, just hunger, knowing his comrades don't understand the full weight of the situation, especially since Taikalin's fury was justified. A lone warrior stands in the fog, lost in thought. Bjorn looks at this person and quietly asks if they hate him, thinking it's better if only he knows the answer, but the unknown character simply replies, "No, I don't hate you," with a malicious look. In a painful flashback, Bjorn wonders how people can continue to smile amidst such wreckage, and how things could have possibly come to this. A warrior grieves, cradling a red-haired person, demanding to know why Lena died. Bjorn stands, a shocked and desperate expression on his face, as a character with long hair looks on grimly. Back in the present, Bjorn stands with his party in the labyrinth, who all look toward him expectantly. Later, a knight speaks to a long-haired character in the labyrinth, while Bjorn addresses the kneeling knight, telling him that one day, he'll feel the exact same way Bjorn does. A guard checks a registry, asking about Durka, Sparus, and Jakad, questioning if they are mages from the night school. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts as wizards cast powerful dimensional door magic. The commander, Marco Alban, reiterates his philosophy that an outstanding commander doesn't make perfect decisions, but simply makes the necessary choices, ready to abandon anything they judge to be a lower priority, as he once again encounters the knight. The knight looks shocked and tense, as Marco Alban confronts him. Bjorn, recognizing him, addresses Marco Alban by name, who mocks Bjorn's good memory for a barbarian and flashes a mocking smile. The knight reacts with shock, asking what's happening, while Bjorn then flatly asks Marco Alban what brings him here, revealing he heard Marco was looking for mages who can use dimensional door magic, wondering if he's trying to run. Marco Alban's wide-eyed tense expression shows his surprise, as he demands to know how Bjorn heard that. Our boy Bjorn is living in a world that's technically 150 years after the time period of the game he used to play, which means he knows things others can't even dream of. But even with all that knowledge, when a companion asks him about a certain rumor, Bjorn is shocked and asks where they even heard that. The air grows thick with tension as their group listens, and one armored warrior flinches nervously, while another tries to laugh it off. But everyone's faces betray their underlying anxiety over whatever's going on, especially as soldiers in the dungeon hallway begin to draw their weapons, leaving some observers speechless at the unfolding situation, and even our fairy explorer Erwin is completely distracted by the spreading rumors. But Bjorn just laughs, waving off her concerns and telling her not to worry, which naturally frustrates Erwin to no end. Soon after, Bjorn casually points out the new boss they're facing, the Floor Lord, the 8th one. Then, armored royal guards march forcefully past their group, shouting for everyone to move, and Erwin breathes a sigh of relief that they're not going in the direction where Misha went. His companions discuss the guards, with someone pointing out that the first floor's lord doesn't offer many rewards, while our boy Bjorn, in his head, assumes the guards are just pretending to do their duty so they don't notice their true plan to abandon them, leaving him alone with this anxious feeling. His comrades Einar, Misha, and Iman are all looking determined, ready for whatever comes next, as Bjorn reviews some documents with Erwin, putting pieces together, just before Misha suddenly reacts with total confusion, and then shouts at Yandel, realizing the rumors were true all along. Misha suddenly reacts with total confusion and then shouts at Yandel, realizing the rumors were true all along, and a gauntleted hand clenches as a voice declares, "It's begun." Bjorn, Einar, and Iman discuss their next move as Bjorn tells them it's time to go to the center, because he knows the people left behind by various groups will be struggling by the time they arrive. What he needs from them is their strength as an invaluable military force, so the group gathers and prepares to move. Meanwhile, a soldier threatens an opponent, preparing to strike, and soon an enemy is decapitated, showing the brutal reality of their combat, as a commander and his guards stand victoriously over the defeated enemies, their bodies littering the dungeon floor, a bloody axe lying next to a fallen face, while other guards wield glowing swords in the chaotic aftermath, and the captain mutters that it all took longer than planned. But then our boy Bjorn confronts him, asking if he's the one feeling guilty and if he's trying to confirm through Bjorn that he wasn't wrong. Clearly bothered, the captain turns to his men, simply ordering them to move toward the glowing portal. As soldiers fight desperately to protect the portal, a commander shouts for them to stop the attackers for Rafdonia, but then a soldier turns around, surprised realizing the last portal is closing and it's all over, telling everyone to surrender. A soldier reacts with disbelief, and then an officer, getting hit, apologizes and tries to explain that the portal for them isn't open yet, but admits the one that just closed was the last one, which makes Misha immediately strike the officer, demanding to know what he's talking about. She stands over him, furious, asking if he's serious about the last dimensional portal, and when the officer confirms it, Misha screams, "You crazy fucker, then you knew that you were going to be left behind." A warrior states grimly that someone has to stay behind, his resolute expression unwavering, and then the bloodied officer offers himself up, his discarded helmet lying on the ground, a chilling symbol of their abandonment. A warrior screams in despair, falling to his knees, while armored soldiers look on in stunned silence, their shattered sword on the ground reflecting their broken hopes as the chaos deepens. The abandoned soldiers charge forward, shouting for Rafdonia, as chaos erupts with more shouts of Nia Raptardi Twania, and the Arapichdania, and the enraged attackers scream about being tricked, demanding to kill them all, shouting they wouldn't have come if they knew this was going to happen, with a bloody hand gripping the ground as warriors panic in combat against a larger unseen force. And a heavy sword strike causes an explosion of light, as a warrior is shocked by a giant presence looming over them, realizing that of course the explorers knew their position and how invaluable they would be as a military force. Then a giant foot stomps the ground with immense power, as our barbarian leaps forward, pinning an opponent down in a struggle, before performing a massive downward strike with his hands, slamming the ground to create a massive explosion of force and debris, throwing combatants backward through the air like ragdolls. Knights reel from the shockwave, wondering what hit them, as the narrator informs us that with Bjorn's total weight of over 500 kilograms, a special field effect shockwave is added to his damage range, sending another knight flying in distress, overwhelmed by his brutal power. Our boy Bjorn stands before the chaotic crowd, declaring, "I am the little Valkan, Yandel's son Bjorn," and commands those who know him to follow his orders from now on, asserting this is the future chief's orders. He screams desperately at the combatants that he is not alone and they must not fight each other, repeatedly yelling for them to stop. Even though Bjorn yells at the combatants, urging them to stop fighting each other, they argue and continue to brawl. So Bjorn stands tall and demands again for everyone to stop, as a bruised and angry fighter glares, and hooded figures still rush forward into combat, one of them blocking a heavy strike, surprised, while Misha and another companion look on with worry, calling his name. Someone clenches a bloodied fist in anger, frustrated that the chaos shows no sign of ending, but then a cloaked figure looks on, finding it surprising, and the crowd reacts passionately, wondering how any of this is even possible. The cloaked man smiles, truly marveling at a single barbarian bringing calm to this absolute chaos, something no one else could manage. He watches in genuine surprise, as the crowd struggles to comprehend what's happening, a lone barbarian somehow calming the storm. As their heavy boots hit the cavern ground, everyone is realizing what a mess they're in, and it feels just like one of those hero stories from the fables they read as kids. Turns out, they weren't the only ones led into this trap. Honestly, the craziest part is how quickly everyone grasps the truth. Nalter Fend, the Nardal clan's captain, is first to step up, demanding a plan if anyone has one. A priestess named Lacey Narit rushes over to thank Bjorn for stopping the initial chaos, and soon the legendary mage of steel, Kyle, is among the murmuring crowd, while a giant warrior named Smallval Khan insists he wasn't abandoned, but stayed because he just didn't like the original captain. Of course, another adventurer asks if that was because he felt bad for the knights, and everyone looks around for more information. Then this barbarian guy, clearly overwhelmed by the crowd, gets nervous and unleashes a loud "Vahelha," which makes everyone look at him in stress and surprise. He quickly backpedals, explaining he just felt like doing it. Understandably, a red-haired warrior is annoyed by the sheer randomness of it, and another knight is shocked. A confident warrior just asks if that's it, while another snaps back, asking why he yelled so much just to say that. Problem is, the barbarian actually had a plan, but he figured a barbarian couldn't exactly play the smart guy, and a man agrees that his role prevents it, which reminds someone of the prince's words about a lord's role. But here's the catch. The adventurers who were abandoned once might find friendship with each other, which spurs the warrior to yell for everyone to begin talking and share what they know. Soon, everyone's asking if the royal family really abandoned them, and a nervous man confirms it, suggesting it's because of the floor. This warlord is Abyss Lord Razak, another super powerful monster on the first floor whose mere existence makes defeating the Terror Lord an official guild matter. The royal family had to secure their position, but the real question is, what happened before then? An elven woman and a dwarf discuss, and the awful truth is revealed. The portal was destroyed. A concerned man asks if that's even possible, and a soldier reacts in worried confusion, while Bjorn stands grimly, facing the distraught armored man who delivers the news. A bearded man in a dark cloak confirms this, explaining that the enemy wasn't aiming for the knights or big clans. No, they used up more than 100 high-level mages to mention doors, and through that they can cause discord among the royal family and adventurers, ultimately getting rid of more than 10,000 adventurers without spilling a drop of blood. An armored explorer shouts in shock, wondering what they're talking about, and multiple adventurers ask if it's true, but the problem is, the portal is within the first floor maze, so even the destruction scholar couldn't destroy it from the second floor. Bjorn, looking worried, tells the cloaked man that it's an issue even if they go up, because they're probably waiting. He adds that it's still better than dying here, though the choice is ultimately everyone's. As a dwarven priestess look concerned, a commotion starts, with various clans, like the Red Light clan, recruiting everyone 6th ranks or above. Another beast-like character leads his followers in a rallying cry, and Bjorn stands with his companions, waiting for what comes next. Soon, someone asks Bjorn what he's going to do, and he simply says, of course, agreeing to lead, which prompts the bearded man to ask why. The bearded man agrees, but then wonders if Bjorn is sane, realizing no mage in this mess would be. Suddenly, a warrior yells, asking if someone is trying to steal the mage. As others discuss heading east, an armored soldier then sternly asks if, should the east fail, Bjorn would go north or south, and offers to join, but makes it clear he has no plans on going underneath him. A crowd cheers, ready to follow their new chief, and Erwin the fairy smiles brightly as the group gets bigger. Karl's Iramor, an armored explorer, asks Bjorn if he can take him and his comrades, and Bjorn, surprised to find Karl's here too, tells him to come along, as more explorers express their desire to join. A white-haired priestess smiles brightly, urging everyone to follow Bjorn, and two dwarves laugh enthusiastically, ready for action. Another man gestures to his chest, pledging allegiance, while a purple-haired warrior looks stressed. Bjorn now walks forward, leading a massive shadowy group of warriors, becoming their beacon of hope. Come with me, Sebastian, the armored barbarian, urged a younger warrior, who stared forward mourning his dead wife, asking if he looked like he even wanted to live. Sebastian looked down solemnly, then grabbed the man's hand, pulling him along with a rope. Sadly, a shadowy figure fell into the void, a grim reminder of the cost of staying. But some people want to live, Sebastian thought, lunging forward with powerful determination. Tegelen, the grieving warrior, came with them, despite having lost everyone, and Sebastian wondered if he was still asking himself why. Sebastian stands over a fallen comrade in a glowing cavern, thinking someone needs to relay the news, and rationalizing that standing up again is easier with a reason. He looms over the injured, Tegelen, who looks up with a cunning, mysterious smile. Sebastian tells him he'd feel better if Tegelen survived this, using others to feel less guilty, just like that knight captain did. Tegelen laughs, admitting he's self-aware of his hypocrisy, and Sebastian walks through the desolate cavern, passing a fallen comrade, unsure what Tegelen thought after that. But Tegelen did join them, and now, in the present, Misha excitedly leaps toward Bjorn, screaming his name, and she and the other companions hug him, asking for more details, which the mage says they already heard thanks to her spell. Suddenly, the blonde-haired mage looks surprised, yelling for everyone to look. A memory of a muscular figure shouting at a crowd flashes, as Bjorn stands before the mage. A large crowd gathers, happy, and Bjorn, focused and serious, responds with a surprise, huh? Then, a character with a beard shakes hands firmly, asking for the man's name, which is Sebastian, and another man laughs, watching the interaction as Bjorn introduces himself as Yandel's son Bjorn. The crowd asks for his name again, and companions behind him ask for his name too. They're all told not to interrupt, which they assume is a barbarian thing. Someone asks if they knew, and the blonde warrior smiles, explaining he just had a feeling it would be safe with him. He adds that it would be safe with Bim, he adds that it would be safe with Bjorn, and a group of explorers watches, simply saying, just watch. A smiling dwarf named Teddertud shakes hands with a warrior, complimenting his axe, and an armored soldier looks up seriously, assuring them not to worry. Darbarus gestures with his hand, speaking to the warrior, and two armored soldiers shake hands enthusiastically, promising to remember. An armored warrior stands beside a man in a dark cloak, and Misha, the cat-eared explorer, whispers, asking if this is all right, while a bearded man smiles knowingly, telling her not to try and understand. The problem is, ordinary people cannot comprehend their actions and results. Red slash marks appear as the group charges, and armored soldiers yell Vihela in the chaotic battle. An excited knight smiles with flushed cheeks, noting all these people but no Hans, as glowing red crystals in a cave remind someone of their ancestors' guidance. They are running at the very front lines, serving as the guide in the front lines for the eastern portal. A communication device glows green on a belt, but then a bearded adventurer looks alarmed, and red energy impacts, forcing them to stop. Adventurers hold a defensive line with a shield, but dark shadowy tendrils reach out, and flames erupt in the darkness as active skills are locked, a magic nerf, and a monster buff. Two armored adventurers stand in the dim light, breathing heavily, a soldier sweating while looking ahead. Then, an enormous shadowy beast emerges, a giant wolf with red eyes snarling, and impact effects and dynamic slash marks fill the air. The beast snaps its jaws open as someone yells, "Charge!" A warrior blocks an attack with a glowing shield, yelling that he can't endure this with his bare body. Bjorn Yandel swings his weapon at a shadowy wolf beast, telling those in the back to deal with the ones they can't kill. Two giant dark wolf beasts snarl with glowing red eyes, and Bjorn realizes they won't make it on time if they deal with these one by one, urging everyone to keep up. A soldier grimaces, holding his sword and shield against a wolf, as a warrior and his bearded companion charge forward into the chaos. An armored hand reaches out after an injury, showing that the further they go, the more people they lose. A bearded dwarf warrior struggles as a beast bites his axe, highlighting the nerf from the field effect and the lack of adaptation. A dark beast lunges forward with glowing red energy, as the narrator explains that all defensive stats disappear while monsters freely use their skills, like the Abyss Razor main wolf using Inner Madness. Bjorn Yandel grimaces, blocking a massive attack with his shield, as he and his allies stand their ground against multiple red eyes in the dark. Bjorn talks to another armored warrior, seen from the back. An ally speaks to the group, saying they can find another guide, and a beast woman warrior looks determined. Barbarous laughs, and a bearded warrior talks with an intense look, noting what a mess Bjorn looks. Allies reach out, trying to stop Bjorn, but he introduces himself as Karkin and says he's trusting them to open the path while he keeps going. Multi-headed wolf monsters charge, and Bjorn laughs, realizing this is why they're all here. Adventurers run in panic, and Bjorn looks back in surprise. A hand grips a bloodied sword, revealing that all the priests are on this side, and the further back they go, the more lower floor explorers there are. A fighter swings a large sword, yelling that there's an even worse hell here. Bjorn Yandel cries out Misha's name, then blocks a monster attack with his shield as someone calls his name. He grits his teeth, realizing he needs to focus on himself and the path. His shield and an armored warrior roars in battle as a monster is struck by a glowing blue slash. Misha Karlstein crouches with a confused expression, then screams in panic, running and calling for help. Her companions watch in alarm, yelling at her not to go far. Two exhausted, bloodied soldiers huff, while one thinks, Bjorn, you idiot, don't push yourself too much. An armored soldier asks Arbris about Albertine's location, and two exhausted soldiers look grimly at their fallen companion, realizing he died. A wounded soldier with braided purple hair sits slumped, defeated, simply wanting drinks. Bjorn reflects on his past self, who was just a card to be used and abandoned, and who used others the same way, never finding it upsetting or unfair. Now his head throbs, and his heart burns with a feeling he's never had before. Wanting to make it back with everyone alive, he's lying on the ground, surrounded by silhouettes of fallen soldiers as the heat of his flowing blood and its stickiness consume him. He stopped looking for a reason to fight, and a desire he had never felt before stirs in his heart, thinking of the countless people following behind him. Bjorn screams in fury, determined to make it back with everyone alive. His boot steps on the rough terrain, carrying the weight of his desperate wish. As the lower bodies of warriors march, Bjorn looks back, exhausted, asking if the portal is open. A warrior screams in fury. Sadly, they confirm it's destroyed, and he responds with a grim, I see. His blood-stained gauntlet clenches tightly, regretting all the futile deaths. Bjorn stands on rocky ground, hand on his chin, thinking, get it together, knowing there are still 2 portals left and he needs to decide where to go. A bearded warrior laughs, pointing out that warriors decide with their hearts, not their heads, since it's all just luck anyway. He pledges loyalty regardless of Bjorn's choice, and an extreme close-up of a warrior's mouth under a helmet, then a grim smile, shows their conviction. Bjorn stands before a massive glowing blue maze map, asking himself where he would have chosen if he were them. His eye scans the map intensely, and he points north. The Goblin Forest, he declares, listing his 3 reasons for the bewildered group. Warriors prepare weapons before the portal, looking at the map layout and remembering warriors fighting monsters and mining. He grips a crystal device, thinking he should have considered this from the beginning. His companions peek from behind cover, looking worried and contemplative. Bjorn, armored and helmeted, commands his comrades to prepare themselves, because break time's over. Then, he and his team run quickly through a dark, narrow cavern passage, and a boot steps onto a glowing mystical sigil etched into the floor, triggering a trap. A warrior in plate armor looks ahead with wide shocked eyes as Bjorn runs while a massive explosion of light and flame erupts in the background. Someone yells, shit! Priests! Priestcest! But it's too late. A Griestcest! Priestessest! But it's too late. A group of adventurers is caught in the chaos and smoke. A clawed monster's hand hovers over a glowing purple magical seal on the ground, and glowing red eyes of hidden monsters peer from the shadows. What a truly futile death, as if you're unlucky, you can get hit by your counter attribute, instantly killing any warrior. A massive monster's mouth with sharp, jagged teeth fills the screen. Bjorn, looking tense, asks a companion if there's truly no way to sense these traps, cursing these shitty bastards. His face shows sweat and extreme anxiety, asking again if there's truly no way. He clenches his teeth in frustration, realizing there's no choice but to step on them. A fierce warrior looks back at his frightened companion, companion, who apologizes, saying he can't go any further. Bjorn, viewed from behind, declares he'll go first, understanding that warrior who had smiled and laughed even as his arm was torn off. He tells them to follow behind him, because one person needs to overcome their fear and take the first step. Goblins snarl, showing their teeth in the shadows. Bjorn holds his shield defensively, thinking this isn't a noble sacrifice, but simply the way to increase their chances for survival. A fighter is surrounded by a purple energy aura as he battles, arrows flying through the air, and a warrior deflecting coming attacks with his shield. A warrior is engulfed in intense flames, struggling with grim resolve against an explosion. Warriors charge into battle with desperate expressions, because traps are basically activating every 20 steps, and countless skills are being cast on Bjorn. If he hadn't adjusted his mana resistance with heredity, he would have died, but he still pushes forward, trusting this won't be in vain as they follow the great warrior. A group of explorers runs forward into the dungeon battle. Bjorn turns back with a wild, intense grin, shouting, "Fuck it." He and another comrade look on, exhausted and tense, as a surge of powerful magical purple energy emanates from the ground. A massive energy shockwave obliterates the floor, sending debris flying. A warrior shouts to his team to keep running as purple magic erupts, his gritted, bloody teeth and terrified expression showing the toll. A heavily armored soldier charges into the thick of battle with his shield raised, and a metal brute steps onto a glowing magical seal on the dungeon floor. A chaotic battle scene unfolds with adventurers and monsters clashing. Misha Karlstein fights desperately with her sword, and a wounded explorer cries in pain, held during the chaos. When Bjorn comes back to his senses, Einar Fenelon is carrying him, damaged armor plates clanging with a thud. Einar shouts Bjorn's name, moving through the darkness, then calls out again in a panic state. Another badly injured warrior is supported by an armored ally, calling for Bjorn, and two female companions rush forward in clear distress. A bandolier Fried looks down at the injured Bjorn with a grave expression, saying at this rate, adventurers stand in a tense battle scenario. Knowing Bjorn must go forward, companions look on in worry, clearly distressed. An armored soldier and Kyle communicate in the dark, Kyle showing visible signs of intense stress, sweat dripping down his face. He supports the injured soldier, moving urgently, as Bjorn reflects that the priest's divine power bottomed out long ago. Close-up of hands held together in grief and despair. Erwin looks down sorrowfully at the injured Bjorn, asking, "Do you have to go?" Erwin weeps openly, her voice shaking, asking if the others are leading the way right now. Such viciously selfish yet bewitching words, the past Bjorn would have found them reasonable, but Erwin weeps, saying she has to go. Then she charges towards the heavily armored Bjorn, screaming in anguish. A character viewed from behind, wearing worn armor, says, "You don't?" A fallen party member lies defeated, as Erwin thinks, "No more, I'm sick and tired of people dying." Another fallen comrade lies in the dungeon. Erwin Fornaci de Tirsia falls backward through the air, holding her bow. Bjorn Yandel, armored and battle-worn, holds his weapon, telling her, "Rest, please." Erwin looks down with a distressed expression, asking, "Bajbo," then simply stating, "Because." Misha Karlstein looks down in shock and tears at the collapsed Bjorn, repeating, "Because." Boots walk along a stone surface, covered in mud and debris. An elf-like character with white hair is seen from behind, holding a bow. Bjorn Yandel, wearing a helmet, smiles intensely through the grime of battle, fighting through a hazy, magical atmosphere, grimacing in effort. He grins within a swirling energy effect, saying that, even after stepping on hundreds of traps, he's only passed out, and what he realized is that he, at the very least, won't die from this madness thanks to the Manticore's heredity that gave him mana resistance. The scene opens on a grim, muddy cavern, where a heavy metallic boot steps onto the cracked ground, and a group of exhausted explorers carries an unconscious priestess, already pushed past their limits. One of them complains that if she tries to heal again, someone needs to stop her, because they need her to save her energy for when they really need it. But another points out she's incredibly stubborn, making the first guy sigh and say, "Then knock her out," which, honestly, isn't the worst idea they've had all day. As they continue to run through the dusty, foggy labyrinth, another explorer jokingly suggests the first guy do it himself, since his faith is too strong, then awkwardly calls out to someone else to do the dirty work. What he doesn't know is that their leader, our barbarian Bjorn, is facing his own problems. As an explorer, annoyed that Bjorn isn't sticking to the rules and taking a break, challenges his authority, asking if he thinks he's some kind of hero. Bjorn ignores him, remaining silent and stoic, while others quietly worry and suggest he should rest, even though the group knows there are almost 200 traps ahead, making everyone wonder if it'll be over before it's even their turn to face them. Suddenly, the group is startled when Bjorn commands them to keep moving, which makes an explorer ask if they're really stopping now, utterly confused about whether to be happy or terrified. Our barbarian chief, unyielding, simply pushes past them, repeating his order to move, even as his weary companions insist that he needs to get some rest. But Bjorn, however, has no time for their complaints, demanding to know what the holdup is. What he's really reacting to is a sinister glowing red eye floating in the pitch-black abyss, making a warrior nervously confirm his suspicions, as the armored warriors coordinate their planned tactical maneuvers, with one ready to stand by. A sharp glowing red blade slashes through the darkness, giving off an unpleasant stare, but Bjorn just mocks his opponent, asking, "Or what?" before unleashing a violent red magical attack. Unfortunately, the cause of all this chaos is the Abyss Lord Verzak himself, a powerful boss holding a glowing orb of dark energy, who has brought along his own welcoming party, a bunch of 5th-rank goblins and fierce growling wolf monsters that charge forward. Seeing their heavy losses, one of the warriors clutches a glowing magic stone, completely worried, and a concerned knight asks for volunteers to fill the gaps in their formation. Seeing the battle-worn warriors gather, Alexandra Bell, a 5th-rank warrior, steps forward with a determined smile, totally done with stepping on traps and ready for some real action. A dwarven warrior, equally excited, points his axe forward and reminds Bjorn of his promise to buy them a drink once they're out of here, confident it'll be worth it. Honestly, it seems like no one is in their right mind, with a knight sighing in exhaustion, yet still declaring declaring this Verzak encounter will make a damn good drinking story, as adventurers loudly volunteer to face the monster, completely oblivious to the dire situation of having been in the labyrinth for 5 days, 19 hours, and 39 minutes. Our boy Bjorn, conversing with a cloaked man, calmly agrees, while Alexandra Bell just smiles, ready for anything. Then Bjorn makes a critical decision, identifying Darbarus, Cillian, Schreimeyer, and Kiri, and clarifying that they only have one standard for who works best together, assuring a worried dwarf that they need a leader for the rest of the people even if he's not there, adding that this warrior is strong and has the leadership skills. The warrior, looking at his glowing magic staff, reluctantly agrees to take the lead, but not before letting out a few frustrated check sounds, as Bjorn then gives his orders to the main group, instructing them that he's at the back but not far, so they have to get going now, and protect the scouts. As the group prepares to march, facing away from Bjorn, the atmosphere is thick with emotion, as they wish each other to see each other again, with the Kakro member looking tearfully at her protagonist, and the others, though distressed, watching the scene unfold as Bjorn leads his small party through the dark cavern, even as one of them grumbles about not wanting their hair pulled. Finally, Bjorn's small elite squad stands ready, with our barbarian chief confirming that everyone's gone, and then directing them to prepare the magic circle. As they walk through the dungeon, a bit of crude humor breaks the tension when one explorer says he's gotta piss, and another tells him to go now because he won't carry him if he passes out and pisses himself, which honestly feels creepy. One of the cynical explorers jokes that he wouldn't do that to a man, as another asks if everyone is alright, claiming he's been standing by at the back for this moment. But Karkin talks to Garfin, asking if he feels bad for being in the back lines until now, even though everyone else has been on the front lines. When Karkin asks for his name, Garfin Gulen simply states it, clearly ready for whatever comes next. But of course their real problem is the shadowy Abyss Lord Verzak, who laughs, declaring that as long as the results are the same, it doesn't matter how they're achieved, before praising Garfin's cool name and strength. What happens next is terrifying. A soldier reacts in shock as his shield is utterly shattered by a massive impact, leaving him clutching a broken piece, his face filled with fear as he realizes the sheer power of the attack. One man desperately urges the group to hold on for 10 more minutes, but it might already be too late, because the monstrous Abyss Lord Verzak appears in full, surrounded by dark energy and glowing eyes, a boss so powerful he's only truly defeatable in his later phases. His large glowing red eye seems to bore right through them. Our team, led by Bjorn, finally comes face to face with their target, the Abyss Lord Verzak, a truly grotesque monster with a massive glowing pink eye, all tangled up in root-like appendages, which honestly looks exactly like something Bjorn would have fought in the game. As for our barbarian, he's got this weird energy swirling around his arm, and he can't help but notice just how broken this effect is. But while he's busy marveling at his new power, his companions are fighting off pure terror just to keep their composure, because sadly, a shadowy figure is watching the whole thing from the sidelines, wondering if Bjorn can actually overcome this pressure, or if he'll simply drop his weapon and run. As the dark entity starts charging up his own energy, the battlefield explodes in a flash of light, with one of Bjorn's companions screaming his name as our boy lets out a cry of pain. A powerful streak of energy tears through the cavern, and a muscular arm swings down with brutal force, hitting the ground with a massive wave of light. Dark energy swirls as another warrior cries out, but Karkini stands firm against it, gripping his weapon and declaring that the real fight starts now. Bjorn sprints into the fray, warning his team to stay alert because he won't be the Abyss Lord's only target anymore. Verzak, meanwhile, channels pink magical energy, declaring that he needs a sacrifice, an offering. The massive entity hovers above the smaller group of warriors, and one of Bjorn's companions stares wide-eyed in sheer terror. Problem is, the Abyss Lord's attack requires someone to act as a sacrifice, and everyone on the team knows that whoever that person is, they'll have to endure until the rest of the group is. They'll have to endure until the rest of the group is safely out of Verzak's field of vision. The grim reality of the situation is quickly hammered home, as dead fighters litter the ground under glowing red eyes, and one warrior is struck hard in the back, letting out a pained gasp. The battle turns into an explosive frenzy of magical energy, with commands to switch, echoing through the dark, and one wounded fighter desperately yelling at his companions to swap positions with him. Energy slashes tear through the darkness as 3 warriors clash with shadows and magical energy, while another chugs a healing potion, rapidly recovering from the brutal attacks. Our boy Bjorn focuses his intense eyes on the fight, but suddenly a man falls through the air, screaming in panic, and his silhouette is violently struck against a glowing red backdrop. His companion looks on in horror, crying out for Cillian, only to be restrained by another warrior, who warns him that he'll die too if he goes after their fallen comrade. The dark entity hovers, arms spread and radiating power as soldiers nearby stand frozen in sheer terror, unable to move. To make matters worse, small dark abyss creatures start surrounding the armored opponents, and a clawed hand conjures a bright green orb of energy, launching green projectiles forward towards the dark monsters. But as one warrior looks back at the incoming projectiles, an ice orc warrior appears alongside vicious wolves, while a horned monster attacks another fighter, causing them to cry out in pain, and more explosions erupt around a panicking companion. New threats keep manifesting from monster pockets, adding a flame wolf, Iontro, and Vikunderth to the chaotic clash. One warrior stands back to back with a companion, while another chuckles, probably asking about Karkini. The fight is going so badly that a warrior in a helmet looks back at a tense companion, right before the party confronts a towering troll on the battlefield, and yet another fighter is struck down by a violent weapon blow. Bjorn prepares to strike a large monster with his sword, a tense and worried expression on his face, his eyes reflecting uncertainty as he realizes their original plan of attack isn't going to work. While a mage desperately channels energy through a glowing staff, multiple mages form a magic circle on the ground, but they're quickly exhausted and report to Bjorn that they can't use any more magic, barely able to maintain their elemental attributes. A warrior grimaces, accepting the grim news. As another warrior clashes with a massive weapon, Bjorn knows they have no other choice but to continue. A warrior charges forward with grim determination, his helmeted face grimacing as he prepares for the worst. first, because the result of all this effort is devastating. Another warrior strains with effort, and their shocked eye reflects the horror of the situation. A wounded soldier, impaled by black stakes, looks to Bjorn, saying it's a good thing he already said his final words, and a hand reaches out toward the fallen companion, crying out Barbarous. As Bjorn reaches out in the chaotic, bloody scene, the goated mage commands everyone to gather, because they're going to use the magic circle as a last resort. Magical energy flares around the roadcaster, and a soldier urges Bjorn, calling him Yandel, to come over, while a beast-like warrior looms in the dark, screaming for him to hurry. The soldier runs with a tense expression, just as a horned beast shows its teeth, and the soldier barely dodges a massive weapon attack. After an agonizing battle that cost them heavily, our boy Bjorn and his team barely managed to escape Abyss Lord Verzak, collapsing in relief as a Rua Raven checks on their weary, battered forms, asking if everyone made it out alright, which naturally leaves the soldiers completely shocked but relieved. Luckily, they created enough distance to breathe, with Arua confirming they managed about 1.5 times the enemy speed, which Bjorn, ever the strategist, finds incredibly impressive for a zone with such poor mana efficiency. But while the quiet aftermath settles and an armored boot steps forward, a cascade of flashbacks hits, showing the carefree banter of knights joking about the order of their deaths and what equipment they needed, and even soldiers talking happily about their sons, a stark contrast to the grim reality of their current predicament and the losses they've just endured. Honestly, Bjorn has seen enough death, and as a grim determination settles over his face, he resolutely stands, surprising Arua and his comrades as he prepares to push forward with a red aura, knowing there's no time to rest when the Abyss Lord is still on their heels. He hands over his shield to a stunned ally, leaving Misha Karlstein, Einar Fenlin, and the others tearfully watching as someone falls, confirming a death, and a bloodied weapon is grasped, all while they receive his shield, a piece of him, as he steps alone inside a glowing dome of light, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible burden he's about to carry. Seeing Misha still distressed with a bloody person nearby, and Arua and Einar looking worried, our boy Bjorn agrees as Misha clenches her fist, still heartbroken, reaching out as if to stop him, but Arua gently tells Misha to rest, insisting she's done enough, and Bjorn confirms it, acknowledging the immense hurdle still ahead of them, which a nearby man also agrees with, speaking to shocked elves. Suddenly, Bjorn yells for his team to stop, leaving the crowd nervous and confused, as a new group charges forward through an opening gate, and he assigns Arua Raven leadership of the retreat. He confidently tells them they'll be right behind him anyway, accepting their loyal support, while a bearded warrior asks if everyone is ready, and another warrior, with a confident smile, confirms he's been ready for a long time. A lone warrior stands ready with an axe, looking toward a bright light as a boot steps forward, proclaiming he's been through this kind of hell enough times, and he steps alone onto glowing, mystical ground. The problem is, the moment he emerges from the rift, he's greeted not by an empty path but by a shocked warrior, gritting his teeth in surprise, and an angry figure staring ahead at distant, sinister silhouettes, because 3 shadowy figures, a skeleton and a beast man among them, mock his arrival, welcoming the first survivor with eerie smiles. The skeletal figure cackles wickedly, talking about being connected by fate, as the villains bicker among themselves, with another complaining about his theatricality and unexpected presence, while a beast-like man bets he just wants to go home, finding amusement in being the lonely ones who stayed behind. Another red-haired figure gets angry, asking if they really think he stayed for equipment, and the skeletal character laughs maniacally about getting to kill explorers who just barely made it up here, with the smallest bit of hope left maniacally about getting to kill explorers who just barely made it up here. A close-up of the skeleton's glowing red eye confirms his delight, even as an older hooded man expresses annoyance at his theatricality, demanding to know why he sounds so dramatic. Meanwhile, a scarred warrior readies himself for battle, clutching his weapon, eager for the luck of encountering someone he knows, someone he's been wanting to kill. What our boy Bjorn quickly realizes is that this isn't just a few shadowy figures. Behind them, a massive army stretches into the clearing, making the odds look utterly impossible for him and his allies, as the hooded skeleton gestures with a smirk, flicking forward a hand with a flash of magical pressure. A necromancer stands confidently amid a mass of undead creatures, while soldiers look panicked and ready their weapons, and a nervous soldier sweats, asking if they can even fight. But then, with a defiant roar, his allies charge, swords clashing with a burst of light, ready to fight properly, no longer held back by mana exhaustion, but fueled by pure adrenaline. As a warrior activates a golden magic skill, 2 armored soldiers converse casually, one observing he's a rank above the other, while another holds a glowing golden axe, saying they're only below him in height, not rank. They declare they can continue this conversation at a bar as the Flag of Fighting Spirit skill activates, greatly reducing energy consumption during combat. The manic skeleton, delighted by their fleeting hope, screams for them all to die as a horde of zombies charges forward, met by an armored warrior charging with a massive axe, and another leaping downward to strike his foes. As combat intensifies with warriors exchanging powerful blows, and a gladiator with glowing eyes strikes with a mace, our boy Bjorn lands a crushing blow, striking a creature in the head with a fiery impact, proclaiming himself a rank higher as his weapon strikes downward, splattering green fluid, sending a monster's face reeling back from the powerful strike, while the bearded warrior charges forward with a massive weapon, and a powerful purple energy slash cuts through the air, with zombies being struck down as green energy and fluids erupt in the battlefield. But as the battle intensifies, the sinister skeletal figure grins menacingly, looking ready to act, watching combat unfold under a giant glowing eye, making hand signs with a grin, and suddenly adventurers struggle against green magic and explosions in a chaotic fight. Characters scream in agony, clutching their faces as green magical fluid hits them, causing a warrior to pull back in shock as corpses detonate nearby. A cloaked character holds a weapon and looks on thoughtfully, while a monstrous werewolf creature, surrounded by red magical flames, watches intently, noting how everyone still follows Bjorn, and a beast-like character with a scar on their face looks surprised by the unfolding chaos. Bjorn is facing off against a brutal werewolf-like monster, who snidely asks if he's really a barbarian. But just as things are heating up, his comrade Melterfend dramatically dives in to save him, yelling for Bjorn to move, then blocking the monster's attack, and telling Bjorn he'll handle this beast so our hero can go take on the corpse collector. A move that makes Bjorn wonder why Melter, a crucial third-ranks explorer saved for the next floor, is even here now. In Bjorn's head, Melter is a trained explorer, but saving him from a single monster makes no sense when he's meant for the second-floor fight. Problem is, the werewolf, now identified as Blue Mane, scoffs at Melter's intervention, attacking with red energy slashes, and telling Bjorn that Melter's past as an expelled knight who couldn't use aura is obvious from his stance, sneering at the idea that Melter could handle him. But Bjorn just smiles, coolly reminding the monster that it's not me, but us it's facing, then challenging Blue Mane to come at them as his allies surround him, much to the Beastman's savage delight, who growls out an enthusiastic challenge. Ready to play. As the battle rages in the dark forest, the necromancer watches with a sinister grin, but Bjorn suddenly warns his enemies about one more thing before an unexpected icy magic attack hits the battlefield, leaving his soldier with wide shocked eyes and everyone, including his own allies, utterly shocked by his move. And what the hell just happened? As a frozen hand appears amidst falling snowflakes. With the unexpected ice attack, Misha Karlstein charges forward with a glowing blue sword, Einar Fenelin fighting side by side against the undead, with Bjorn, Arua Raven, and a man rushing to the front lines, and Arua yells to others they should be in the back lines, because long-distance shooting isn't her specialty, and it's not just them joining. Just as Erwin Fornaci and her sister arrive in a flurry of battle, an elf archer aiming her bow with magical arrows, Bjorn rallies his team, telling Misha and Einar their target is to crack through the undead horde, as enemies close in and go after the corpse collector, which makes the other soldiers panic, wondering if Yandel is going after the corpse collector again. But as they advance, the necromancer's skeleton minions order the other undead to follow the great warrior, just as a headless armored corpse falls to the ground, and soldiers react in horror, seeing their comrade Mary reanimate, forcing their former companions to fight them and pushing everyone into absolute despair. As the necromancer mocks the adventurers with overwhelming numbers, Bjorn blocks a powerful attack with his shield, as the necromancer gestures, reveling in the sheer numbers of his forces, and Blue Mane growls, "You weaklings," with a mysterious hooded figure floating high above the chaotic battlefield. Bjorn, watching explorers fight in the distance, thinks that if there's a hell, this is it. But then, seeing a chance, he activates a glowing item on his belt, muttering it should be fine to use now, realizing Kyle must have recognized this artifact and assigned him here specifically for this moment. The crowded scene watches as our barbarian chief charges forward, his muscular tattooed arm crackling with energy, unleashing a powerful magical slash, an energy wave tearing through the battlefield in an explosive impact scattering particles, leaving figures caught in the blast reacting with pain and confusion. And Bjorn declares, "I feel like I've become a corpse eraser," as explorers are shouting, "Ho, that's a 5th rank," and comparing him to a dead counter, Arua Raven, watching from a distance with a shadowy hand gesture, admits she can't tell exactly what's going on, but knows she needs to do something about it, especially as the enemies start releasing self-destructive units into the fray. Just when it seems like things couldn't get worse, Erwin Fornaci rides into battle on a large beast, casting wind magic, a figure being swept up by a powerful, glowing gust of magical wind, the energy impacting its target area violently, with combatants reacting with cries of, "Oh!" to the magical onslaught, followed by a hand channeling a massive, blinding orb of magical energy, as the explorers look up in terror at the impending magical blast, the enormous orb of destruction materializing in the sky. Bjorn, seeing a dark figure in the gloom and another character defeated, stares at the overwhelming destructive power, realizing this orb of destruction wasn't in the game and must be a newly created magic by the Scholar of Destruction, as he contemplates his hand while a wolf creature attacks a soldier, who grunts in pain, and Commander Kyle, furious, curses that crazy old bastard who created such a deadly spell, ordering his troops to chase after him and not let him go, knowing it could kill them too. As the orb of destruction, pure destructive power, looms over them, explorers gaze up in terror, muttering, "It's not." But Arua Raven steps forward, a solitary figure appearing before the massive destructive magic, planting her staff into the ground and bravely declaring she will block it, ordering everyone else to keep marching forth, even as her extreme close-up reveals her eyes sweating in fear. Commander Kyle shouts at his panicked soldiers to advance and not to panic, to keep moving, even as a soldier points out the terrifying danger, asking, "But if that thing falls?" But Kyle urges him not to be scared as the massive dark figure of the orb descends within swirling magical mist, with other soldiers yelling there's nowhere to run, because it's coming. As Arua Raven channels immense magical pressure, 3 mages chanting and conjuring a purple magic circle to deflect the attack, her eyes glowing with intense magical power, as she screams out, adventurers scattering in fear from falling rubble, yelling, "Dodge it, it's rubble." She yells to Kyle that she knows what she's doing, managing to protect them from the initial impact, which rains down meteorite fragments, leaving a large barbarian in armor watching, who wonders how it's possible for anyone to control a barrier over such a large area. As the mage continues to raise her glowing staff to intercept incoming magical energy, leaving leaving Erwin Fernacci and her companions looking on in shock, with Erwin muttering, "Skok," with Erwin muttering, "Stack, damn old man." The battle descends further into chaos as a massive projectile slams into the ground, a severed monster head flying past a warrior fighting in the distance, and a soldier screams, "Fuck!" as a large werewolf monster lunges at an injured soldier on the ground, with a group of panicked soldiers and companions retreating as the monster appears, and a massive stone golem suddenly looms over the battlefield, startling Erwin Fornacci, who realizes its summoning pattern wasn't there before, leaving her with intense terror at the magical events unfolding, confirming that the enemy's master plan has truly begun, as a werewolf monster prepares to attack a sword-wielding knight, all while Melterfen casts a spell with his staff, appearing strained amidst a night fighting among falling rocks and fiery explosions. The chapter opens right back in the thick of it, with the Scholar of Destruction's relentless magical fire raining down from the skies, a devastating assault nobody can seem to stop, as Kyle does his best to cast defensive spells, trying to create a massive magical explosion to counter the chaos. Honestly, it's pure hell out there, because it's just not enough to stop them all, and warriors scream in agony as the flames engulf them. Our boy Bjorn is right in the middle of this burning battlefield, falling to his hands and knees surrounded by creatures in fire, while mages desperately cast spells and giant rocky demons emerge, fists raised, to join the fray. It's an overwhelming assault, and while a group of furious soldiers prepare to charge, others are barely holding on, swinging axes, their scarred faces grim with exhaustion. Amidst the flames, a warrior desperately blocks an attack with a shield, their bloodied hand gripping their weapon tightly, but it's clear the enemy is winning, with soldiers being stabbed right in the neck. Our barbarian with a gamer's brain stands tall, clutching his sword even as he's exhausted and bloodied, knowing very well that saving others isn't his real reason for staying in the fight, because in truth, his motive for living is nothing so wholesome, despite being seen by others as this great man who has the power to move hearts. He's had a ruthless past where he had no problem taking down a man already on the ground, even as his companions smile and tell him, "You're so dependable." With an intense glint in his eye, Bjorn finds a wounded knight kneeling on the battlefield, and asks if his name is Tekellen, and Tekellen thanks him, noting he's not the talkative type, before saying thanks anyway. Problem is, the grim faces around them say it all. Someone grimly declares they are all going to die, and others just grimly agree they figured as much. Then someone shouts to get moving because there are quite a lot of enemies, but also admits they can't go down without a fight, as warriors are stabbed and hit with powerful blasts, with another warrior replying, "Yeah, at least one." Just before Bjorn strikes an enemy from above, suddenly an armored soldier raises an axe over Bjorn, cursing him and yelling, "Die," sending a jolt of shock through our protagonist, whose eyes widen in a moment of panic, as in his head he's asking himself, why? But Bjorn Yandel blocks the massive incoming axe strike, straining against the impact and shouts, "It is," as explosions rock the battlefield around him. Apparently his fight isn't for himself after all. And of course, Einor Fenelon shouts fiercely, reminding everyone it's because of that man. Meanwhile, an ally agrees and another screams as an undead monster is struck, with Misha Karlstein looking on in the background, as adventurers like barbarians and beastmen charge forward, a powerful magical impact exploding on the ground. A warrior grins, swinging a large spiked club at the enemy, but a soldier reacts in shock at the sight of a horrific monster formed from fused bodies, and Hansen Kelders just smiles with menacing green eyes, as a mangled face of the fused monster looks down, grimly saying, "Sorry." Oddly enough, someone realizes the monster was actually from our side. Bjorn Yandel, still charging into the horde, shouts, "There, almost there," while a warrior deflects an attack, asking, "How about your side?" Another warrior shouts, "There," and someone else, gripping their weapon tightly, asks about Melterfen's side. Then the question comes, what about the Scholar of Destruction, and can they kill him? But one ally admits there's quite a big gap between them, and offers to stall for time, committing to it even if it costs their life. Suddenly a character's eyes widen in realization, and Misha Karlstein, moving quickly, leaps into action with her sword in the snow, while a soldier acknowledges, "I see." Meanwhile, a warrior in a damaged helmet breathes a sigh of relief, confident they'll get the corpse collector for sure. But a mysterious hooded figure reaches out with a glowing red aura, laughing, "I thought you'd say that," quoting, "A warrior smiles in hardship." As a boot steps down, red light illuminates the surroundings, and glowing red spatial magic runes activate a massive magic circle, leaving a terrified female character to look up and scream, "Magic circle!" Kyle's plan, which involves the scholar, is now in motion, and a mage decides it's their turn to laugh a little too, as purple magical energy surges. Silhouettes of mysterious figures stand in the magical aura, and brilliant cosmic light erupts across the battlefield, getting adventurers excited and ready to charge, asking if it worked. Suddenly, someone orders Bjorn to head to the bastard, and a beastman character like a man Erikfried admits it feels weird, while others shout to kill them. Stop whatever they're trying to do, as everyone gathers in a defensive position. Erwin Fornacci di Tercia reacts with urgency, grunting, "Really?" as a hooded figure calmly observes the battlefield, and Misha Karlstein, looking out, estimates the distance to be about 60 meters. Tettered is ordered to go to Melter, and someone, trusting them, tells a character to leap through the air to the battlefield. Erwin exclaims in pure excitement that we're flying. "I'm flying." Someone asks Erwin if she's Earth-type, receiving an eager, "Yeah," as a glowing magical staff casts a spell. Bjorn, heavily armored, stares grimly at the battlefield. Then a warrior lands a heavy blow on the ground, shouting, "Go, Bjorn!" A companion shouts, "Mister," down at the fallen warrior, because just as Bjorn lies incapacitated, a system message flashes. Erwin Fernacci de Tercia is offering him a contracti. Tercia is offering him a contract. With a determined face, she begins transforming into her powerful earth mode, standing on a rock pile as a massive attack lands with shockwaves, leaving someone utterly shocked, asking, "And that's?" The entire battlefield quakes from the sheer impact. A massive shockwave tears through the ground, sending debris and warriors flying in a violent explosion as our white-haired antagonist is blasted backward through the air, landing hard on one knee amidst the smoke and flames, and honestly it's enough force to crack his skull mask wide open, sending shards scattering into the dark air. Turns out, the Scholar of Destruction had been hiding his face, and Bjorn, our massive stone-skinned barbarian, immediately calls him out yelling, "You sure are ugly." Of course, that only makes the Scholar laugh maniacally. Then he screams in rage, calling them all fucking NPCs, who don't know anything, which instantly makes Bjorn suspicious because he remembers the Dragon Slayer bastard saying the exact same thing. See, in our barbarian's head, this guy is giving off serious red flags. The Scholar, still wearing his thick round glasses, prepares a spell against the swarm of skeletal undead, yelling that he's going to melt Bjorn's mouth for talking like ordinary garbage. But Bjorn just thinks he talks way too much and prepares for a team-up attack with Erwin. Suddenly, undead monsters start spitting a glowing green toxic substance, and our stone warrior stands firm against the barrage, leaving the white-haired Scholar panicking. Then, as his eyes widen, he realizes something. Bjorn, now towering over him, raises his massive club and tells him flat out to try smiling, as the Scholar narrowly dodges his attacks, realizing that Bjorn's blows have a specific effect he forgot about. Our barbarian just smirks, planning his next move, before an intense, bright flash of light signals a collision between weapons, leaving a dark, ominous ring-shaped energy signature in the air. The stone giant slams his weapon down, causing a massive explosion during the chaotic fight, thinking that since his attacks are too heavy, he can use the recoil to catch the Scholar, even without canceling his giant transformation. The Scholar, shocked, wonders what Bjorn is even doing, but Bjorn just looms over him again, asking why he isn't smiling like he was told to. The white-haired antagonist desperately activates a skeletal armor skill to defend against the impending blow, but a massive blunt weapon swings down with crushing force, causing a huge explosion as it hits the ground, scattering dark debris everywhere, and sending the Scholar blasting backward through the air, tumbling in pain from the impact. Bjorn shouts for Erwin, who casts a glowing blue defensive spell, as the masked opponent lunges forward in frustration with a glowing weapon, leaving a trail in the air, and then Bjorn attacks with a lightning-infused weapon, making Erwin cry out in the background. Apparently the Scholar's plan was smart. If Erwin got hurt enough, her Elibaba mode would get cancelled, meaning Bjorn would take poison damage and the Scholar could turn the situation around. He summoned armed elite corpses, some even with elemental weapons, to attack Erwin, while he and Bjorn kept playing their game of tag, with rocks and debris flying through the air after powerful impacts. As the white-haired antagonist watched the chaos unfold, he dashes through the dark, smoky environment, while a female mage casts a defensive spell with her staff, and the white-haired Scholar runs forward with a determined, angry expression. Another character leaps away as large ice crystals erupt from the ground, with the whole team of adventurers gathered together in the fiery battlefield. Misha, our red-haired beast woman, draws her glowing sword and a blonde warrior attacks fiercely with a large sword in the chaos, while the armored, masked Scholar looks on with a grim expression. It's well-crafted teamwork, with everyone covering each other, but the Scholar is using a terrifying skill called Outlaw of the Barren Lands, which makes one of the armored warriors strain under the pressure, as an army of undead corpses retreats in fear. The white-haired Scholar laughs wildly, while an armored warrior realizes the skill nullifies resistances, which is a bad situation because it means a lot of their defenses are about to disappear. Suddenly, a skeletal monster transforms, engulfed in a swirling dark aura, laughing as it threatens them, declaring, "Now it's over." An armored warrior stands in confusion. Then the monstrous skeletal creature lunges forward to attack them, who barely blocks a devastating glowing strike from the monster. The armored warrior reacts in shock amid fire and explosions, wondering just how much stronger he is now, knowing that even with physical resistance the others wouldn't stand a chance. The terrifying skeletal figure laughs maniacally as chaos engulfs the battlefield, yelling for everyone to back up. As a weapon strikes the ground with explosive power, the armored creature swings a massive heavy weapon, and the skeletal monster lunges forward to attack. A giant rocky hand reaches out to grab someone, and then, surprisingly, grabs an arm. Another character is struck by a powerful glowing slash during battle and takes a heavy kick to the face from an enemy. The monster rushes past the warriors towards the mage, making someone shout to protect Arua Raven, and a female warrior stands ready with her sword to defend. The monster strikes the warrior's defense, causing a collision, and Einar Finye is struck by a powerful force, sent flying backward, as an unknown voice shouts her name. Misha Karlstein yells angrily, launching a blue energy attack at the bastard, but the skeletal monster just looms forward with a sinister grin. A warrior leaps with a dagger to attack the skeletal beast from above, but the monster grabs a female character by the head, then slams them down onto the ground, complaining that they've been annoying him this whole time. The skeletal monster kicks the mage, creating a bright explosion, sending Arua screaming and thrown backward from the impact. The party struggles as the skeletal monster attacks them in midair, making someone shout Alua, and another character is shocked as the monster strikes with powerful force, while another character shields the mage during the chaotic battle. Suddenly Bjorn, the stone giant, looms over the shocked skeletal character, who curses at him, struggling on the ground, yelling for Bjorn to let him go, calling him a damn barbarian. The skeletal monster groans in pain from a heavy hit, wondering about the time, and a warrior reacts in panic as their sword transformation fades, cursing that it had to be now. A character is struck in the face with a glowing energy attack, and the group watches as the stone giant is struck in battle, making them shriek in horror, calling him a rotten bastard. Bjorn, observing the defeated giant with suspicion, realizes that it's over now, but then a massive stone giant, who calls Bjorn pitiful, stands over him. Bjorn reacts in shock to the giant's words, demanding to know what he means, shouting in frustration and confusion, asking for an explanation. A heavy stone foot hits the ground with impact, and a massive blunt stone weapon moves through the air as the new stone giant taunts the small protagonist, telling him he's too small to hear. The giant raises his weapon for a strike, leaving Bjorn Bjorn looking up in shock and dread. Bjorn, our barbarian with a gamer's brain, keeps slamming into the skeletal monstrosity with earth-shaking blows, knowing he just has to keep striking until its armor breaks. As Bjorn struggles, Erwin launches a powerful magical arrow, adding her own might to the relentless assault. But the monster strikes back, sending Bjorn recoiling in pain, only for our boy to immediately stomp the ground, preparing a final furious attack. He screams that it's over, delivering a massive dark energy strike that finally brings the creature down. Exhausted but victorious, Bjorn can't help but wonder aloud how much mana that damn thing had left in its gem. After the fight, his party celebrates the good news, but Bjorn, ever the pragmatist, warns them to be careful, as the Scholar of Destruction might be headed their way. The warning comes too late, however, as a mysterious figure suddenly appears, striking one of Bjorn's allies with intense red energy and sending Erwin flying. This old robed figure, Necrapathor, stands calmly amidst the chaos, remarking on the mess he's made and causing the very environment around Bjorn to fracture. Bjorn, with his expression hidden in shadow, charges forward at intense speed, knowing that if he doesn't act now, there won't be another chance to stop this new threat. He swings his massive club, landing a hit and celebrating, but quickly realizing he needs just one more strike to finish this insane fight. Before he can deliver it, spine-like appendages pin his opponent down, and Necrapathor channels red energy, blasting a heavy shield and sending his soldier screaming. Then, Bjorn himself is violently struck by red energy, paralyzing him and leaving him open for Necrapathor, who coldly states that our boy was in too much of a rush. Necrapathor, curious about the warrior who managed all this, asks Bjorn for his name, while another voice off-panel urgently calls out about Yandel. Bjorn, bloodied and pinned, answers that he's Yandel's son Bjorn, which sparks intense curiosity in Necrapathor, who then casts a spell, revealing his 5th rank and the ability to use exclusive spells from different schools of magic. Our boy needs to fight, but Necrapathor, holding Bjorn captive in a red magical orb, reveals he's alive, but so obsessed with magic that he's no longer human. Despite this, Bjorn, injured and encased, isn't ready to die yet, because he still hasn't killed him, using his giantification skill to break free from the paralysis and crawl forward, determined to stick close to the old wizard. Necrapathor, seeing Bjorn's defiance, channels energy toward a trapped fairy, thinking it would be a waste of mana to just let her go, and fires a beam. Luckily, Bjorn dodges the beam, as Erwin, chanting a spell, erect a multi-layer mana barrier, surprising Necrapathor, who calls it not bad, but still attacks. After the magical explosion, Necrapathor stands over the defeated fairy, revealing that this lady was born with a fate second only to Bjorn's. This revelation sends Bjorn into a rage and despair, as Erwin coughs blood, making our boy launch a violent destructive strike, yelling that he will kill this bastard. But then Bjorn feels something dripping from him, realizing in a horrible flash that Necrapathor is poisonous, and that his blood turns into lethal venom. Uncaring, Bjorn grips onto Necrapathor's helmet in the dark, vowing not to let him go, even trying to tear out the vessels to his brain, wondering if he's holding an ear. A bright red slash cuts through the darkness, sending a warrior collapsing and screaming in pain, blasted backward by an invisible force as Necrapathor looks on, calling it impressive. Bjorn roars, crashing violently to the ground, collapsing in a cratered area as Necrapathor stands over him, ready to unleash a final glowing spell, admitting his calculations were off because he wasted too much time talking. Luckily, a group of soldiers run into battle, calling out for Yandel, hoping to save him before it's too late. Meanwhile, Bjorn's mind replays the voice, declaring Necrapathor the sole victor. Our barbarian lies defeated on the bloody battlefield, struggling to breathe as a voice declares Necrapathor the sole victor. Suddenly, a comrade approaches, telling him it's all over and he can finally rest. But Bjorn's first thought is for Erwin's safety. He remembers his entire party, Misha, Raven, Einar, Amon, thinking it had been such a long, brutal day. That was the last thing he remembered before a swirling portal opened in the sky, and Amon yelled for everyone to get down as a giant shadow attacked the group, causing a powerful impact. Luckily, Misha Karlstein groans and opens her eyes, waking up by a campfire with Amon Yerdfried. At the camp, a wounded soldier rests by the fire as Misha hears good news about the fairy, but she's worried about the others. She quickly heads to the tent, where a man explains that the priestess is risking her own life right now to save him, but his silence tells Misha that our boy is in bad shape. Priests use magic to examine an injured Bjorn, but an ominous red eye glows in the shadows. Misha enters, and seeing Bjorn in bed, surrounded by the group, she can't help but cry, knowing what he's done for them. As Misha sits by his bed, Bjorn's eye finally opens, and his party members shout with relief that he's all right. Bjorn sits up thanking them, but warns he can't move much because of a brain injury, which means he'll need a month to recover. While a pale woman pulls back a curtain, Erwin, supported by Misha, explains that after her barrier broke, she shielded her sister Erwin, who was only slightly injured, but a flashback to a hooded figure using magic on a group, combined with a close-up of a clenching fist and jaw, shows that Bjorn has a new urgency, trying to get up from his bed despite Atman holding him back. Bjorn and Amon walk in a dark corridor discussing Kyle, who tried to track them down, and then they meet their team, who report that 1,000 people from 4 groups showed up after the battle, following the markings they left behind. The team arrives at a forest site where Erwin kneels next to a body, distraught, telling Bjorn that her sister isn't moving or talking, and she hasn't done anything for her yet. Bjorn grabs Erwin by the chin, telling her to listen, because he's her guardian now, holding the body in the woods with his team around them. He then holds the injured Erwin in his arms, telling her it's time to go home, as the team is teleported to Rafdonia, finally returning after the labyrinth has closed. People in the square look on as an armed group emerges from a glowing magical circle, realizing it's the guys who had disappeared through the dimensional door on the 4th day, now finally returning. But before anyone can process this, a massive fiery energy explosion engulfs everything, making an elderly man gasp in shock, as if witnessing the end of the world. Amidst the fire and destruction, a hero stands, and the same voice from before replays in his head. You're the sole victor.